your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you, we've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Waddle Wednesday. With open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776. That is our telephone number. Reminding you, at the head of the Chicago Cubs, Jed Hoyer will be with us coming up in 2 hours. He'll be with us at 9 o'clock right here on Kap and J Hood. But first, Kap, on this Waddle Wednesday, let's talk about the Chicago National League Ball Club. The Chicago Cubs take on the Milwaukee Brewers at Wrigley Field. Sold out. And what happens? The Cubs win the ball game 5-3 against Milwaukee. Kap, we're talking about a ball club right now that's 45-28 on the season, 6.5 games ahead of the Brewers. How about that?
That was a fun game to watch. Again, I need to see a little more productivity, that not just winning by home runs, because when the home run ball isn't there, the offense has scuffled. But last night, on a beautiful evening, Seiya Suzuki, 3-run jack, and then Peter Crow Armstrong off the video board, 452. That was a laser beam. Got solid starting pitching and played solid defense. Pete Crow Armstrong with a solid diving catch. Ian Happ had a really good one. Cubs win. 6.5 clear in the NL Central.
Listen to this guy. Solid catch. See, this is the problem with you.
What?
Solid catch. Kap, this guy has room and range in left field and right field.
Happ does.
I'm telling you right now that you can watch this game and Tucker could just stand there like a statue. Happ could stand there like a statue in left field. That's all right. Pete Crow will do the job for you. That catch by Pete Crow Armstrong should have been the beat for Ian Happ to get it. No, that's okay. I'll get it for you.
Line towards left center field. Pete Crow Armstrong. Oh, baby. What a catch. Unbelievable. Look where he finishes up. He's in straightaway left field. As spectacular a play as you will see.
Absolutely brilliant from PCA. Could be a game saver. You never know. Drang's going to end up at least on second base. And out of nowhere comes PCA.
Solid catch. Kap, it's the catch of the night. What are you talking? I guess it becomes ordinary and rudimentary when he does it. Kap, this guy is incredible.
He is. He's outstanding. I hold him to a high standard.
Just a routine. I guess it's routine when you watch PCA roam into left field. That's all right, Hap. I'll do your job. That's all right, King Tuck. I'll just roll over. Bam! What a big catch. Here's what you got to love about it, Kap. I don't know what's going on with you this morning, but I'm here to tell you that this is a special player, number one. But number two, he's got 2/3 of the game already figured out. 2/3 of the game. Now, offensively, we got to find out whether or not that this is sustainable. But the other 2/3 will not slump. And that is great outfield play and the ability to run. He's got those things down 100%. The offense was incredible. A wiry guy, Pete Crow Armstrong. He'd walk up to you at the bar, Kap, and you'd say, oh, yeah, it's Pete Crow Armstrong. And you'd say, oh, doesn't have like the biggest muscles. He's not just some burly dude. No. The way he hit that home run yesterday, we've seen bigger guys, whether they were clean or not, hit it that far. But it was Pete Crow, wiry Pete Crow.
Swing and a drive, right field, forget it. missed it. Pete Crow Armstrong, number 19. 5-3. It's the PCA show.
By the way, that catch and that home run within about 10 minutes of each other?
Yeah. It was.
Come on.
My wife had a work event at the house. So I took my son to dinner. We're watching the game. Drop him off. I roll home. She's got 40 people at the house. And they're all talking and doing whatever. I turn the TV on. Mm-hmm. And Peter Crow makes the catch. I give a yell. I get a look. And then he hits the home run. And I had enough. I'm like, oh, baby, get out of here. And I was screaming. My Cubs are good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah. But they're led by Pete Crow Armstrong. That was not supposed to be the deal.
No, he was supposed to be the 8-hole hitter, give you some speed, really good defense, maybe hit you 15 bombs. He's got 19 on June 18th.
The majestic home run that we saw yesterday was awe-inspiring.
I've been trying to...
Because of how far it went, Cap. I mean, the scoreboard, him, okay, Suzuki, Tucker, okay, I could see it.
Suzuki smoked his home run.
Okay, I can see it from them. Mm-hmm. Him, Cap, you have a star. It's the most shining star in Chicago sports right now. You can stick it with your Caleb Williams until we actually see it in year 2.
Fair.
This is the guy. You have actually the guy. When's the last time you said that you've had the guy in Chicago on the Cubs? Sosa?
No, the year they won the World Series when Bryant was the MVP.
Him?
He was the MVP that year.
No.
He was the MVP.
I understand, but I'm just telling you that you have something special right here.
Oh.
It's been a long time since you can say my team has the best player in Chicago sports.
Pretty cool.
I'm just saying, that crown always goes to a Bear every time. Mm-hmm. It's the wide receiver, it's the linebacker, it's the defensive lineman. He's the best. Not this year, Cap.
This kid's unreal.
And that's what makes it special. What makes it special is that it comes out of nowhere. This is supposed to be Tucker. Oh, look at the diving catches. Oh, look at the majestic Cap, it's what your guy said at Wrigleyville. You can't keep the Pete Crow stuff off the shelves. It's always there.
At Clark Street Sports. Yeah, Art said every time he does something, I look at our computer algorithm, order. He said it's crazy.
I mean, all I know is that he, along with others, but he starts it. He's the catalyst of it. He led you to victory yesterday.
He did.
Within 10 minutes. You can't turn it off, the Cubs.
It's unbelievable.
You can't turn it off. And even, again, here's what you like about the Cubs, if you're a Cubs fan. You look at that Pirates series and you go, well, we didn't score a lot of runs there, but we found a way to win. Well, look, it was a pitcher's duel all the way through. I didn't expect that against a woebegone, bad Pirates team, but the Cubs did win 3 out of 4. Weather aside, it was not much power, but it was enough to beat the Pirates. Now, here's an opportunity to really have some separation against the Brewers, and you win 5-3 in Game 1. Now, here's the thing. We learned a number of things yesterday. Pete Crow's the guy, and also when Imanaga is healthy, Brown, you're going to go to the bullpen. That'll be all. Bullpen Ben Brown.
He wasn't bad last night.
Cap,
5 innings, 2 runs. It's not bad.
Cap, he got hit hard. You know that's not starter stuff. When
he's
Imanaga comes
going to
back,
go to the bullpen.
That'll be all.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I think for the way things are specialized now, a Brownie, 1 inning. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Give me 3 outs. Thanks. That's it.
He'll pitch on Sunday, and then Imanaga makes his triumphant return, is what I'm hearing, is next Wednesday at St. Louis.
Good. Starting on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's good. But I don't know, Cap. I mean, this is the most excited you've been about a Chicago Cubs player since
Chris Bryant won the MVP in 2016. Prior to that, oh, boy.
Sam.
Probably Sammy. Mm-hmm. Probably Samuel Sosa.
Yep.
That
says a lot.
I was also fired up when they were down 2-1. Seiya. You got that one on your little board over there?
Don't worry about what I've got on my board over here. You just talk about it.
Seiya. A laser beam to left.
Yes.
3-run jack. It's 4-2 Cubs. And then, tried to tell Shea, he doesn't want to listen. Our bullpen's really good.
When did I ever not listen to that?
You called Craig Counsell overrated, overpaid.
Oh, here we go. No,
for his
don't do
bullpen
that.
management.
Don't do that. That was all you, buddy. You and Silvy.
Oh, doctor.
Jed Hoyer. He never addresses the bullpen.
Well, it's the best bullpen in the sport now. It is.
Right now.
At this time, it is.
It's been magnificent.
I mean, so this is why we talk about every morning when we're trying to figure out the issues with Chicago sports. There's nothing to figure out here. This team is a juggernaut. They're playing really good baseball at a really great time.
They are.
And so all I know is that when people are trying to figure out, like, where's the stars in Chicago? Well, there's one right there in Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yep.
Right there. There's no hand-wringing of, like, where should he be in the lineup? Should he be at the top of the lineup, middle of the lineup? It doesn't matter, actually, this season. It doesn't matter where you place him because the speed's there, the defense is there, and then the offense coming out of nowhere. That's one of the things that I love about sports, Cap, is when you get the unexpected. Why do we watch every day? Why do we watch sports every day? Some because of gambling, some because we enjoy the sport, but also for me personally, is to see something that I'm not expecting to see.
Every day that can happen.
And we get this with Pete Crow. Who had that on your bingo card?
Somebody on this show bet him at 55-1 to be the MVP. Was that you?
No.
That would be me.
That would be Justin Steele.
He may have.
I can't figure out how you bet him to win MVP, but you can't get on board 40-40.
I'm not saying I'm not on board. I keep telling you, I want him to go 40-40. I'm just trying to pump the brakes.
Pump the brakes? You bet him to win MVP.
Right? Because I look for value. Tom Waddle taught me, look for value. 55-1, off to a good start. Bam. There you go. Through a cool, as Jurko would call it, a stoichki, $100. Mm-hmm. And I said, it's a free bet. I'm going to beat Jurk. He already paid off. I got the money.
That says something, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I bet it. And they're offering me a buyout right now. And the buyout's a joke, so I'm not buying it.
No, absolutely not.
I'm just going to let it ride.
So, Shay, what can we do to twist Cap's arm to support the 40-40 club?
I support the 40-40 club. I just think as the season goes on, they're going to pitch him even more carefully. And 40's a lot of bombs, man. That is a lot.
What does he have to do for you to go, okay, this is going to happen? He's at 19 right now. It's June 18th.
If he's at 20, north of 25 at the All-Star break, I'll get on board.
You realize if he's north of 25 at the All-Star break, he'll be on pace for nearly 50.
A little less than 50.
50-50.
He's on pace for more than 40 right now.
I'm a little disappointed in you, Cap.
Why?
You know, you tell Cub fans, man, they have to be the man in the mirror.
Yeah.
You need to be the man in the mirror for PCA, man. You need to believe now.
He's not all in.
You can't believe
I'm all
later.
in. Trust me. I'm
Believe
all in.
now. 40-40 will happen.
All right,
Come on, man.
What the hell I'm in?
Oh, wow.
He's at 19 right now. How many games have we played? 70? Mm-hmm. What are we, 45 and 27?
No, I
45 and 28?
Open up the show this morning saying, Cap, the Cubs are 45 and 28. That was my first opening salvo to you.
So we're at 73 games in. Dang it. Got to turn my phone off this morning. Dude, I left my coffee in my garage.
Damn.
I'm not happy about it. I make my own coffee. I get up. I had my own coffee in my own mug. I set it on a shelf in the garage because I was balancing stuff, getting in the car. I got on the
yellow
highway and I went, oh, son of a... Yeah, nothing like making your own coffee. You know I bring that red mug in every day. And it's sitting right on the shelf in the garage.
That's fine.
Not happy.
It's fine, Cap.
So now I forgot to turn my phones off onto silent.
Yellow! Yeah, PCA. Yeah.
So we're 73 games in. He's at 19. So it's right there at the 40 pace.
He's on pace for 42 at the moment.
Yeah. Look, I've been on record telling you I think he's going to hit somewhere between 35 and 39. That's my guesstimate. But I'll go all in with you guys. I'm the man in the mirror. But I've been all in. Every day I'm all in.
I'm just here to tell you, this is happening. I've been saying it since he got hot in mid-April. This is going to happen.
He's all in. It's a catch of the night. Pretty solid catch by PCA.
Because I hold him to a high standard.
His first home run of the season came in game 18.
He struggled early.
It took 18 games to hit one, and he's got 19.
You remember when I went to South Bend right after the trade, and I interviewed him down there. You remember that?
I do.
And I said, this kid's got something going. He's got that it factor. I don't know if he's going to be a great player, but talking with him, awesome. Then I sat down and did another interview, did a podcast with him. Awesome again. I went, okay, I'm all in. That guy has it. Hope he can play. And man, oh man, can he play.
I just ran the numbers again. I just want to get this out. Since he hit his first home run came on April 13th, game 18 of the season.
Scuffled.
Since hitting that first home run, he's hitting a 56 home run pace over 162 games.
Damn.
That's unbelievable.
But here's the funny part about this, Shay. This guy here, they're going to pitch him differently, like it's 1990. You know, these clowns will put it right over the middle of the plate, Cap. Like you think, they're going to pitch him inside. They're not crafty enough to do that now. They only know one thing.
And he's a great bad ball hitter.
But you understand, like the idea that in 20 years ago, okay, just keep pitching him inside. Don't give him anything to hit. Don't let him stretch his arms out. These guys now, we watch baseball across the board. Here's my fastball. Come hit it. It's not like they're crafty enough to say, okay, we're going to Bob Ross it, paint the corners up and down, use all the quadrants, and just move. They don't do that. Like, here you go hit it. That's what we have. We watch baseball every day. We see that every day. Where's the crafty pitcher that goes, all right, get it on his hands, jam him? They don't do that. Four-seam fastball, bam, room service. So long, everybody. That's how they do it. So that's why a Shea Norling can push you to 40-40 because these pitchers don't know anything besides, here's my fastball.
Yeah, I'm just a huge fan of that kid.
So it's awesome. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. We're talking to you about the Cubs and their victory against the Milwaukee Brewers. We're going to hear from PCA and also classic Craig Counsell after the game. That's next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Folks, let me tell you about my friends at SinusAndSnoringMD.com. Do you have summer allergies? This guy does. Sinus pressure, trouble sleeping? Do you snore? I did. If so, I have your solution. Do what I did. Go see Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks are the best. They're not part of some huge hospital system. They're a local family-owned, and they treat you like you matter. All procedures are done in office. No hospital referral is needed. So call 847-545-0147 or visit SinusAndSnoringMD.com today. That's SinusAndSnoringMD.com today or 847-545-0147. Jay Moore.
Are you ready to take your finances and homeownership journey to the next level? At NHS Chicago, we're here to help you do just that with our next level classes. Free, expert-led workshops designed to help you go beyond the basics. Whether you want to boost your credit, learn about estate planning, dive into real estate investing, or keep your home in great shape with maintenance know-how, NHS has a class for you. Our Next Level series is perfect for homeowners, future buyers, and anyone ready to build long-term financial security. Classes are available both online and in person to fit your schedule. It's time to invest in your future with knowledge that pays off. Register now at nhschicago.org/education or give us a call at 773-329-4111. That's nhschicago.org/education or 773-329-4111. NHS Chicago, rooted in neighborhoods, investing in people.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 276722.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross. I'd like to welcome you to the joy of painting.
Yeah, we don't have enough Bob Rosses to hold back PCA from getting to 40-40. That could be the case if he stays healthy. We're talking to you about it here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Wednesday. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:35. Jed Hoyer will be with us at 9 o'clock to talk all things Cubs.
So get this. I go up to bed 2 nights ago. I go upstairs. My wife's still working on her computer. And I plug my phone in right next to my bed. I put my Apple Watch on the charger, turn the lamp. No power. But on her side, the lamp's already on. I'm like, well, how can she have power and I don't? And we have this painting, like an abstract painting above our bed. It's been there 21 years in July. We moved in there 21 years ago. And I look, I'm like, holy hell, the painting's gone. I look, it's behind the headboard. It fell off the wall. It hit the power strip plug that was plugged into the wall and completely ripped the outlet out of the wall. I have a hole in my wall and no power. Is that insane? It's insane.
Thank God everyone's okay.
Yeah, my wife came up. She's like, what the? She said there could have been a fire. What he said to me, you could have had a fire. So the fine folks at Apt are going to be at the house today, put in new outlets. Isn't that crazy?
And that is Story Time with Kap.
Couldn't believe it.
312-332-3777.
I didn't like the painting anyway, even though it was Mindy's from her before we got married. I thought it was ugly, so it's not going back up.
6. Pete Crow Armstrong, 19th home run this season, is the most by a Cubs outfielder in the team's first 75 games of a season since Sammy Sosa did it in 2002. This is post-Panther from his days with the Chicago White Sox, of course. Some thoughts now from the fine manager of Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell. He was elated, fired up. I mean, it's his former team. It's in the division. Cubs win 5-3, and Craig was fired up.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a center fielder he's playing at as high a level as I've seen a center fielder play. Now we're 70 games in or whatever, but how he's playing it, it's as good as I've seen. And I think all the pitchers that have been around for a while, like Caleb Thielbar, would, and he's had some pretty good center fielders behind him as well. Would tell you that it's the kind of, like I said, the left center gap and the right center gap going back. It's just been really impressive.
Man, he gets jacked up, doesn't he?
Fine manager, Chicago Cubs, Craig Counsell. It's unbelievable.
The way my favorite team is playing.
Oh my God!
I give him a ton of credit. The way they hustle, I give Craig a ton of credit. Jed deserves a ton of credit for the type of guys he has put on that roster that A, are coachable, B, that will play that way. But holy cow, you're 17 games over 500. You're 6.5 up in the division. You've got some really special things going on, and you got a kid who might win the MVP. How about, folks, I don't know what to say. This is amazing. Instead of, I've seen a lot. It's probably the highest level I've. Come on, Craig, let's go.
I mean, this is the newest overpaid and overrated. He's not happy enough, Hoodie.
I mean,
Craig Counsell's not excited enough.
I side with Cap. I mean, just a little life. I mean, I would, if I'm the trainer, I would check Craig's blood pressure. Is he okay? I think it's a little too low. I think he needs Yerkes apple juice, a little something. The idea, by the way, that he starts the president.
Yeah, I think we're.
What is with the breathing?
And again, this is
serious.
I know people think. I know we do a lot of bits around here. That's not edited by Jay Moore. That's live. Watch it yesterday. Just, hey man, Cubs win 5-3, PCA, and within 10 minutes, great catch, big time home run.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a center fielder he's playing at as high a level as I've seen a center fielder play.
He's like an air balloon, just like he just blew up, I'm
gonna put together a breathe off between him and Darth Vader.
I mean,
see how that comes out.
Yeah, I think we're.
Okay. I'm going to submit a holiday parody song this year to Waddle and Silvy. It'll just be Craig Counsell breathing to the tune of like Jingle Bells.
Brother. Let's go back to the phone lines to talk to you. 312-332-3776, our phone number. When was the last time that you were this excited about a Chicago athlete as Pete Crow Armstrong? Think about it. Think about all the athletes that you were excited about. When was the last time that you were this excited about a Chicago athlete like Pete Crow, what he's doing so far? Joey G is with us on Kap and J Hood. Joey, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Hi, Joseph.
The Cubs are the Secretariat of the Central Division.
Oh.
You're just going to pull away from the rest of the teams. 2, Cap. Where does PCA fall? 3 weeks ago, you didn't say he says great player. Now, is he a superstar yet in your catalog?
You can't be a superstar till you have a full season at least in the big leagues. Is he playing at a superstar level? Yes.
Cap, Shea knew it 3 weeks ago. He said it.
Well, then Shea should go run a team.
MVP.
Then get Shea a GM job, and just let me schedule his clubs.
Then you go out and put a ticket on him to win MVP.
Look, I love PCA as a player. I like him even better as a guy, and I hear great things about him in that room. That's all awesome. He would tell you, hey, man, it's June the 18th. Relax, one game at a time. Let's see where we're at the end of the year.
Nothing like the Midwest lawn chair of sports talk. Just sit back and relax. It is incredible. Instead of being excited about something around here,
mean, the Midwest
that's
lawn
what it is.
chair?
That's what it is. The Midwest lawn chair of sports talk, right over here. Just sit back and relax and enjoy it. We are enjoying it. That's the point of the conversation. Just sit back and enjoy it. Just relax. Just borrow barbs and old tropes from Aaron Rodgers this morning. Why? Why you could be excited about Pico Armstrong
I am.
and take it one game at a time. But the idea, sit back and relax, folks. Let's just sit back and relax.
I want to know, why do we have to say he is a superstar? He's playing at a superstar level? Absolutely. He would tell you.
So what?
Guys, I'm not yet a superstar. I haven't done it for a full season in the big league.
Agreed.
He could and should say that. Like a player mentality should be one at bat at a time, one play at a time. A manager or a coach should be one day at a time. We play
one batter, one pitch, one out at a time.
We get to play window dressing. Yeah. He's a superstar. We're seeing it unfold before our eyes. Why is it so? What makes you nervous about saying it? Like, why are you afraid to just come out and go, this dude's an MVP candidate, he's a superstar?
I didn't say he's not an MVP candidate. He is. To call someone a superstar, you can play at a superstar level.
Yes.
To be a superstar, you have to sustain that for a while to be a superstar. Because I can tell you, if he starts slow next year, you'll be the first guy coming on going, PCA choked. You love to throw the choke word around or whatever. Let this play out. The kid's an amazing talent. He is an amazing, amazing guy. Let's let it play out. He's at a superstar level right now. I don't have to anoint him the next Barry Bonds yet. I don't.
Superstar in the making.
That, Jay Moore, thank you.
Yeah, he's an emerging superstar, and especially in this city. Let's start with the city first.
Yeah.
He's definitely in this city because I've already given him that stamp based on how bereft we are of talent around here. I mean, there's no one on the White Sox, not enough on the Bulls, not enough on the Blackhawks. So PCA by default is the guy as an emerging superstar here. We
narrowed it down to him and Caleb.
That's it.
That's it.
But now we look at it from a National League standpoint, from a baseball standpoint, emerging superstar.
Emerging superstar is a great way to put it.
It's fair.
Emerging. You don't have to call him yet a superstar. He would tell you, guys, it's June 18th. Let's see where we're at the end of the season.
All right, we'll take your phone calls coming up. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings, 7 to 10.
Superstar.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood.
Emerging.
On ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Cardinals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Small's here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
The Kap and J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
If you are what you say you are, a superstar, then have no
70 degrees in Chicago, getting up to 80 degrees today with some rain. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up an hour from now. We'll hear from Jed Hoyer of the Chicago Cubs at 9 o'clock right here on Kap and J Hood. We're talking to you about PCA. Oh, PCA was on fire last night.
Swing and a drive. Right field. Forget it. Off the scoreboard. Oh, he crushed it. Pete Crow Armstrong, number 19. three. It's the PCA show.
I have no clue. I just think that's always been there, the motor, and 324 sounds like a lot, but no, that's always been there. I love being out there every day, and I love diving and sliding and banging into stuff. So that's what I live for.
That's right, Hap. Don't worry about playing your left field position. Don't worry about a king tuck in right field. I'll do the job for you. Diving catches. And again, speed never slumps, Cap. You got the stolen base down. You've got a great guy that has great coverage on both sides of the outfield, as Craig Counsell told you, the fine manager of Chicago Cubs. And now the offense is just incredible. Again, we have to remember, to start the season, Pete Crow was bad. He struggled. And now look at him right now. All-star Pete Crow Armstrong. Everyone's talking about him. It's not just our show. Everyone's talking about him because it's new, it's fresh, it's different. People didn't expect that, and that's why it's a great story today.
And because he's a really, really good kid. Everybody I've asked over there, what's he like in the room? Dude, he's awesome. He just shows up to work. I'm watching him the other day. Friday, I got there about 10:30, and there's a little drizzle coming down. He's taking ground balls at third base. Taking ground balls. And then I saw him, and we started talking. And I said, oh, new position? He's like, just having fun, man. Just having fun.
He was throwing from the left side, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're at third base.
It's like 3 or 4 guys, none of whom play third, just having fun, just playing baseball.
That's funny.
Having a good time. So it was super cool, and he's just seems like he's in a great headspace. Just keep grinding every day.
I'm trying to remember the last time we saw a left-handed third baseman. Was it at Squires over at third?
Mike Squires for the White Sox. Briefly.
That's so
very
crazy.
briefly.
Jake in Homewood on Kap and J Hood. Jake, good morning.
Hey, guys. Wonderful conversation. Hey, so we talked about PCA, and then we went to Bryant, which is excellent. He had an outstanding year. And then we went to Sammy, but we can't forget Derek Lee. Derek Lee had a nice run in Chicago, particularly in 2005. He had like 50 doubles, about 46 homers. I think his WAR was almost a little bit over 7. He was the top 5 MVP candidate. So he had a nice run. Let's talk a little bit about PCA, and I do agree with Kap and Jay Moore. Certainly an emerging superstar, because we all suffer in this era of social media, recency bias. The moment he starts struggling, you know what they're going to say. Well, and I like how Craig Counsell put it. He put it, in other words, he said 70 games. And so he was giving him all the accolades, but he also kind of put it indirectly in perspective that it's only 7. He didn't say only, but he said it's 70 games. And I agree with that. He's a great talent, but this is a long season. You just know the other day they booed the great hitter out of New York because he struck out 4 times. I mean, Judge is a giant of a player, literally and figuratively, and they booed him. So you know how it is in this era of social media. So you got to be mindful. Baseball is a very difficult sport and a very long season. But J Hood, I couldn't agree with you more. I do think he's projected to get 40 homers, and I like how you said pitchers don't really pitch, they throw.
True.
They focus so much on velocity. So, Jay Hood, I think you're right on target that he is probably going to get 40 because the art of pitching is kind of out of the window. It's more about velocity. Great show, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Jake, we appreciate your telephone call. George in Wakanda. George, good morning. How are you?
What's up, George?
Wakanda forever, J Hood. There we go.
Forever.
They still have that water place there, right on like a beach where you could go with this.
Lindy's.
Yeah, is it still going?
Oh, it's still going. It's a great spot.
Go
especially
there with
summertime.
With a late girlfriend of mine.
Let me tell you something. We're talking about the black movie. So just step out of the way with you and your Lindy's. We're talking about Wakanda forever.
Well, you know what?
I need you to start embracing the culture.
It's a different spelling.
Let's
hold on a second. Hold on a second, George. Hold on a second. I'm gonna need you to get on board with the culture. That's what you're gonna do right now. You better get on board with the culture. It's Wakanda forever. You heard what George said. Yeah. All right, so just get on board.
I'm in.
Brother.
Especially during these times. George, go ahead.
So let me first start by saying, Kap, J Hood, Shay, J Moore, every day I start my morning with you guys. I look forward to getting in the car and turning you guys on.
Thank you.
That said, Kap, I got to call out the hypocrisy here.
Oh, God, here we go.
Well, I'm just saying, you were just railing on Council for not calling PCA an MVP candidate, and then 2 seconds later you're saying...
When did I do that?
When you guys just were playing the clip from last night when he's huffing and puffing and he's telling everyone slow down, and you're saying, give me a little excitement, and then your part on PCA, you're saying, slow down. He's not. Look at the man in the mirror and say, I'm all in.
It's your own material.
I'm ready to get my heart broken if it doesn't pan out, but I'm gonna fan all in.
I am all in. That's one thing about me. I am all in from day effing one. All in.
But slow down on PCA, though.
All I said was to call someone a superstar. He is an emerging superstar.
I say call him it. Call him the superstar, and if your heart gets broken, your heart gets broken.
That's when you're all in, pal.
Oh, stop.
Well, listen.
Thank you, J Hood.
Well, here's the thing. It's not my definition. That's Kap's definition. Because last week we had a caller that's like, I'm not sure about the Bears. Oh, no, not sure about the Cubs. Guy's like, I'm not sure about the Cubs. I'm not sure. And Kap said, hey, the essence of being a fan is to be all in. If your heart's broken, it's broken. But again, it's about you being all in no matter what, because that's your favorite team. We just had that call a couple of days ago. So to Kap's definition, being all in is loving what you see, and if your heart gets broken, it gets broken.
I'm all in.
That's life.
I'm all in. I have a ticket on the guy,
guys.
55-1. I'm laughing to the bank if that catches.
Hey, you guys are the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm all in. Believe you me, I'm all in. Some people think a little over the top. That's fine. You are entitled to fan how you want. All I'm saying to you is the definition of superstar, you have to prove that over a lengthy amount of time.
That's correct. I understand that.
Like if I have a friend who loved Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine's a superstar. No, he's not.
He is not.
Very good player? Yes. Superstar? No. PCA is playing at a superstar level. He is an emerging superstar, as the great J Moore coined him. And at the end of the year, let's look back and go, okay, that dude played at a superstar level all season long. We're 73 games in.
Some people have a confusion of superstar in the city versus superstar nationally. When your friend says Zach LaVine is a superstar, yeah, I guess around here that would pass.
Correct, but is he a top 30 player in the NBA? No.
No, that's Kobe White.
Maybe.
I'm just trying to get him in there in the conversation.
Maybe. That might be pushing it.
Well, if it's top 30, Kap, he's 30. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, I'll take 30. On this team?
Yeah.
Sure. Might get traded here in the offseason. We'll see.
So.
312-332-3776 is our phone. When was the last time that you were this excited about a Chicago athlete as we are with Pete Crow Armstrong? Let's talk about it on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Hankin Law.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
Call now, 630
630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Evan Cohen here. When you're on a business trip, you know what goes completely off the rails? Your workout routine, especially when you book a hotel that doesn't have a gym. Then you have to squeeze in between the desk and your bed, eke out 2 push-ups, and call it a day. If you just stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you'll discover their fully equipped fitness center at every location. Now you can wake up and do some weightlifting to prepare you to carry your team on your back all day. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every ticket purchase. So visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Job's not finished. Job finished? I don't think so.
On ESPN Chicago.
Our YouTube and Twitch stream is brought to you by the historic Flossmoor Golf Club. To inquire about membership, visit flossmoorgolfclub.com. Kap and J Hood with you here until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12, Waddle Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball to take on the St. Louis Cardinals. And we'll see you tomorrow night.
We got to get that. Jay Moore, you got to find that cut. What was that year? 87 or 91. I think it was the Twins in the World Series, and it was Kirby Puckett in Game 6, and all he did he said something like, that ball's hit deep, and we will see you tomorrow night. That was it.
6 o'clock for the White Sox and the Cardinals. Bleck and Abdallah on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Bleck and Abdallah there. As we go to Wrigleyville, here's Frankie on Kap and J Hood. Frankie, good morning.
Good morning, Kap J Hood. Love your show, man. I am dialed in from 7 to 10 every day. I love you guys.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, PCA, I believe right now is a Chicago superstar on the verge of being a national superstar.
That's fair.
But I wanted to talk about the Cubs pitching. We all say that they need a front line starter.
Yep.
I think we all agree with that.
Yep.
But you've got some very hard decisions coming up because when Schroeder comes back, we all seem to think Ben Brown's going to the bullpen.
Or to the minors.
Yeah, and if you go get a frontline starter, that means someone else is going to have to go to the bullpen. Well, there's only so many spots in the bullpen that you have, so you're going to mess with that chemistry. And Jay Hood mentioned it the other day that in the Cubs clubhouse, it seems like everyone's playing Kumbaya, and it's wonderful. And I'm worried about messing up chemistry. What do you guys think about that?
Look, Jed is a pro at doing this stuff. He's done it for so many years. I don't worry about that because they have great veteran leadership. They're going to have to be able to juggle some things. When Schroeder comes back, that would probably cost Ben Brown his spot in the rotation.
Yep.
He'll pitch one more time for sure, I think, on Sunday. And then Colin Ray would be the next one if you made a trade, in my opinion. Colin Ray would go to the bullpen, give you a quality setup arm. Now, if you go out and add Porter Hodge back in the mix, he's throwing already. You still have Hoodie's favorite player, Javier Assad. He's getting closer. You got some issues here that you got to address, but some of that will also be pieces in a trade.
You think you have issues now? Wait till you get to the deadline. Some of those guys won't be around. There's going to be guys that's going to lead you to water to the deadline. You go, I could find a veteran here that might be a little bit better, a little bit of an upgrade, and that's okay.
Or if you go make a massive move, whoever it is, let's call it Chris Sale.
Yeah.
They may ask as part of that trade for Ben Brown. All right, We'll take the 25-year-old that throws 98. We'll take him.
Okay. Done.
Yeah. So you may go, all right, Owen Casey, Kevin Alcantara, Ben Brown. There's pieces there for a trade.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see any scenario where they trade Cade Horton. And I'd be surprised. I guess all bets are off to try to win a World Series. Jackson Wiggins is there. He's got a 2 ERA in AA, 23. They think he has a higher upside than Cade Horton.
Don't worry, man. Just call the Red Sox. They'll just give everybody away. Interesting timing on that deal, by the way, while the Red Sox are on a 10-game road trip. That way they don't have to deal with the Fenway faithful booing them out of the ballpark for that trade.
Right.
Just interesting timing.
If we offered Shea to WEEI, could we get Crochet back?
You try to trade him away. Perfect market. Everything sucks.
Exactly.
Everything sucks in Boston. It's great.
Yes, we have traded Garrett Crochet to the Chicago Cubs for Shane Norling, produced for WEEI, home of Red Sox Radio.
Shot or no shot in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox returned home Tuesday night, but gave up 5 runs and an ugly second en route to a 12-2 loss to the St. Louis Cardinals. Rookie sensation Shane Smith gave up 5 earned runs, the first time all season he has allowed more than 3 in a game. Tonight, right-hander Sean Burke will try to stop the Sox 6-game skid. He faces veteran Sonny Gray at 6:40 p.m. Save all summer long with our Summer Savings section. Enjoy $20 weekday and $25 weekend select lower-level tickets while supplies last. The Summer Savings section is presented by Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section. This has been your White Sox Minute.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:35. Jed Hoyer, the main man for the Chicago Cubs, will be with us at 9 o'clock. So an hour from now, you'll hear from Jed Hoyer his thoughts about the current state of the Chicago Cubs. For first shot or no shot, here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Wednesday. How you feeling?
I'm feeling 6.5 games in front in the division.
It's nice,
That's
isn't
how
it?
I'm feeling.
It's nice. I'm feeling 9.5 games in front. It's very good where we are.
Let's meet the World Series. Let's just do it now. Yankees have gone 29 straight innings without a run.
Doctor.
How about
please
that?
Please, God, let this happen. As a Sox fan, I'm okay with the Cubs going to the World Series, but please take on the Tigers. Oh, that'd be so great for the show.
Be amazing.
Oh, my God.
The Yankees have gone 29 runless innings. They've lost, 6 in a row?
Yeah, got shut out 3 times.
I also don't buy that the Yankee pitching will hold up. Garrett Cole's gone. You're telling me Carlos Rodon's going to stay healthy and Max Fried's going to stay at a sub-2 ERA?
We're going to see the Rays in at Minor League Ballpark at the top of the division. And make some noise. It's the Rays. They're always plucky. I said plucky. P.
They are.
Yes.
So good to be here this morning with you, gentlemen. And if we can get the rain to move out of here, I'd be happy.
I love the fact, by the way, Shay, that this guy here, and I told him before the show, after the show yesterday, and of course he didn't listen to me because it's me talking. I told him, I said, I can't, I said, the Sox can't help you. I said, you got to do your own work to be able to get that separation from the Brewers and the Cardinals. Like, there's nothing the Sox can do about it. Maybe win a game, maybe.
They can help, though. They can send the Cubs Adrian Hauser.
You want that?
No.
Yeah, he doesn't want that.
And I don't want Aaron Savale either.
He's an innings eater, I'm told. So I'm just telling you, like, he's looking for help, like this guy. He's got there he is, looking for a tag day from the White Sox.
Yeah.
You're not getting anything from us. Did you see that game yesterday?
Yeah, I
did.
did.
Monitor, too?
Yeah, I did.
I mean,
a 5-run second inning?
Well, I mean, when the pitching isn't great and your defense is worse, you're not going to win a lot of ball games. Just telling you. They've lost 6 in a row now.
Yeah, I would like to thank Downtown Dean for joining the show yesterday and convincing me to bet Ben Brown 5 or more strikeouts, Cubs win, White Sox win, and I think it was over 4.5 strikeouts, 5 or more for Shane Smith. He struck out 2, and the Sox lost by 10. Thanks, Dean.
And the Cardinals beat your ass.
By the way, you see who else won yesterday?
Oh.
The Cincinnati Red. I'm telling you.
Here they come.
They're 7 back.
Watch out. I'm telling you.
They don't have enough pitching.
See, when you're on the high horse, like the Cubs at the top, you can just look down and say, hey, how are you guys doing, Brewers? And by the way, who was at the game? We asked people if you were at the game. You got to call us. Tell us how many Brewer fans were there. They take over the ballpark? Don't think so.
Nah, I don't think so.
I like to hear how many Brewers fans are
we'll be up there to fill your park for you.
Oh, God.
I'm sure Tyler Rocky will share this story later, but he was at the game yesterday, and there were Brewers fans sitting in front of him. Yeah. PCA hit the home run off the scoreboard, and Aki told me that the Brewers fans in front of him said, whatever, we have Jackson Churio.
Which is so great. He goes, I saw that on Twitter. He goes, you guys, what do you think of PCA? We got Jackson Churios? Yes! Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
No. Oh, really? That's not comparable at all. Here's Shay Norling.
All right, let's get started with Shot or No Shot. Some football to start things off. ESPN pulled their NFC North beat writers to ask which NFC North team had the best offseason. I kind of opened the article and thought the consensus would be the Vikings, just from NFC North writers who haven't believed in Bears' good off seasons in the past.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Vikings off season, they had an objectively great one. Rebuilding their offensive line, a couple guys from the Colts on their interior, helped out their defense a little bit, bring back a team that won 14 games with a new quarterback. Consensus was, though, the Bears. Even Rob Domofsky, our friend, Packers writer, it has to be the Bears. But then again, it feels like they've won off seasons before and it hasn't meant much. The reason he said it's the Bears, they land the hottest head coaching candidate, and in doing so, they hurt the Lions. You take away their offensive coordinator, you poach from their coaching staff, you weakened the best team in the division and gained one of the league's most creative minds. So shot or no shot, the Bears had the best offseason in the division.
That's a shot.
That's a shot, 100%.
An absolute shot.
Yes.
Yes.
Now,
not even a question.
But again, the question still stands, what does that mean for a win total? What does that mean as far as getting better as a franchise? I love the aggressiveness of Ryan Poles, and by the way, he had no other choice, Cap. You can't go into the offseason and say, well, I know that Caleb Williams got killed, but here's a offensive lineman. Oh, no. You get 3, maybe 4 with Trapillo. So that's a good thing. Yeah, I know we didn't score a lot, so here's, maybe just a wide receiver off the scrap heap. No, you got Colston Loveland at tight end to go with Cole Kmet. So it wasn't just a humdrum offseason, Cap. No, he's going for it. It's kind of like how Jed is going for it for the Cubs. Ryan Poles realized, man, my back is against the wall. I got to do something. Now, it's too bad that a substandard season, Shay, had to get the fire under Ryan Poles to get this done, because incrementally that should have been better. But this past offseason, Ryan Poles said, I got to get off my ass, and we need to be able to spend money, and we need to be able to get this team better.
Yeah.
And a new coaching staff.
Correct.
So good for them. So that's an 100% shot. And you asked the question, how come that hasn't been there like year after year, building, getting better, have that kind of sense of urgency? Well, when your back's against the wall, Shay, because if it doesn't work now, everyone's fired.
Credit to Kevin Warren. New guy in charge, new philosophy.
Let's go.
I like it.
Allen Robinson came out of the woodwork on the This Is Football podcast.
Ooh.
Allen Robinson.
Is he still in the league?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
But he was on a podcast, the This Is Football podcast, and was talking about the Bears and the double doink game, saying that the double doink cost the Bears more than just the game. It cost them the Super Bowl. Said they had felt like they were going to win the chess match. Everything they'd seen on film in the lead up, they felt great about Vic Fangio calling a defense against Sean McVay, and he used the Eagles' performance under Fangio this past year to back up his point, saying Super Bowl caliber defense took them there and won them the game. Shot or no shot, if Cody Parkey makes the field goal, the Bears would have won the Super Bowl.
Look.
You look.
No shot. I liked Mitch as much as anybody. And he did throw for 315 yards in the playoff game. And he did make a hell of a back shoulder throw on the final drive to Allen Robinson down the right sideline. The bottom line is, I apologize. They played it yesterday on Waddle and Silvy. I apologized to every bird, cat, fish, any living creature that Mitch sucked. He wasn't good enough. They were not winning a Super Bowl with Mitchell Trubisky at quarterback. Sorry, when the games get the tightest, Mitch wasn't good enough. I wanted him to be. Great dude. Embraced every part of being the Bears quarterback, except being good. So, no, they would not have won the Super Bowl.
That's a shot they wouldn't have won the Super Bowl.
But who won it that year? Who Who won it? I know Philly had won it the year.
Wasn't that
That's
Nick
the
Foles,
Patriots.
or was that the Patriots?
This Patriots over the Rams.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
because
what a
the
terrible
Eagles
game.
won the year
Yeah,
before.
that was the pass interference
13,
in New Orleans.
13-3?
Yeah, 13-3 final.
Yeah.
Julian Edelman won MVP.
Cap, you shouldn't. Okay, we're not gonna do this again. We'll just move on. Go ahead.
He wasn't good enough.
No.
I loved him.
Well,
now, do I think they
listen.
used him properly and protected him properly? But the bottom line of the matter is the dude had an opportunity. He wasn't good enough.
Wow.
And when he got out of here, he never became better with Mike Tomlin or Brian Daboll or whoever.
My counter argument would be Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. Super Bowl champion.
He had an amazing team around him. Amazing.
And the Bear?
Not so much.
I'm not going to go through this week again. What I will tell you, Cap, is that Nagy broke Trubisky.
Maybe.
You just should have just asked me to co-host for you on all those Cap and Company shows, and you would have had an ally.
Correct.
But you didn't ask me to come in. I had my own show.
No, I came in with a shield and a sword and one of those metal faceplate helmets like the old...
like
in Game of Thrones,
like
the stuff they were
medieval times. Yeah,
yeah, because I had Zetterman and Black.
That was ugly every
I
morning.
had to fight them every day.
It was bloodshed every morning, and I would just tell you, Cap, that if you would have asked me to come in, and it couldn't have happened because I had my own show, I would have been your ally and got on Nagy's ass like I did on my night show. You chained him into the pocket. He could never be Maserati Mitch because he was always in around the line of scrimmage.
Correct.
I'm just telling you what I saw.
You're right.
The guy I saw in North Carolina is not the guy I saw in the Chicago Bears uniform. I'm not saying that he was going to be great, Cap, but you never saw the full arsenal of Mitch Trubisky under Nagy. Sorry.
Okay, but let me ask you a question.
You didn't.
If you dropped Ben Johnson and whatever with him, would he have made it? I'm not sure he would have because I don't think he processed.
Yeah, I think he would have because I think that Ben Johnson's a better offensive guru and mind than Matt Nagy, the Arena League quarterback. Play it like how I played it, Mitch. Just stay in there and just take a beating. But I ran in North Carolina. Nope. You're just going to stand there and take a beating. That's just my opinion. Sorry, Cap. I'm not saying he would have been great. I'm just saying that you never got a chance to see his full display because of Matt Nagy. And, of course, he didn't think much of Mitch. And you know how I know that? That first season of Nagy, everything was razzle-dazzle. Everything was sleight of hand. Everything was the old shell game. Mitch isn't that good. We need to get the Santa sleigh out. Why? Why can't you just line up and just play the quarterback position? Because you never believed in him. Take that. That's just I was saying that on the old shows that I was doing, so that's not a new opinion.
I heard
Not a new opinion. I didn't think much of Nagy as a head coach when he was hired, and I saw what I saw. Even though he got to the playoffs twice, I just think that it was unimaginative, some of the stuff he had offensively. Because when the tricks didn't work, what happened offensively? What happened?
Didn't go well.
When he didn't have the old sleight of hand and the old magic, what happened then to the offense? Shay?
All right, NBA draft about a week away, and we're getting some drama at the top of it. Ace Bailey, the Rutgers star, who was supposed to be a top 3 pick in the draft, reportedly falling after underwhelming combine measurements. At Rutgers, in his bio, he was listed 6'10". One problem: he measured in at the combine at 6'7". And people are now like, okay, the measurements are so underwhelming and some of the participation is so underwhelming. People are wondering if he could fall out of the top 5. Shot or no shot? If Ace Bailey falls out of the top 5, the Bulls should try to trade up from 12 to get him.
That's a shot. Unfortunately, you've got ghosts in the front office that don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, look, we've got the worst front office in any Chicago front office in any sport in my lifetime. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. And now they're asking for patience. Are you kidding me? Look, I've watched Ace Bailey. I haven't watched him like that. I've watched...
You've seen games.
Games.
Yep.
I mean, can he put the ball on the deck at 6'7"? Can he defend threes? Can he pass in that way? What is his makeup mentally? Is he a guy that is going to give you 75 games a season? Or is he a guy that's not willing to play through little bumps? I don't know any of these answers.
Understood.
That was my job. For 4 years, I had to go find out what he's like when he's banged up. Find out what he's like as a guy. Watch his demeanor when he comes out to warm up. Does he jack around, or is he really ready to play? I don't know any of those answers. So for me to tell you automatically, yes. Is he talented? Hell yes, he's
very talented, yes.
Very. But I don't know the answers, and that's just the way I was trained, so that's how I think. Does that guy have all the intangibles that I'm going to move future assets, like future number one picks? That's what you're asking me to do, right?
It depends how far you have to move up, but I imagine it would be 12 plus a 2027 first.
I just think
with
that
protections, whatever you want to do with it.
I think it's a shot, only because, and again, it's not saying that I broke down film of him either. I know the kind of player that he is, Shay. I would say is that if you're the Bulls, you want to get out of where you are in the draft, deep into the draft. I don't think the Bulls will find value there at, is it 12? 12 for the there's no value there. So I would imagine you'd rather go up in the top 5 if you could. I think that, Cap, you have about a week to be able to break down that film because we're going to go around the NBA draft here next week. So we're going to have that.
That's right. NBA draft primer coming next Wednesday.
You ready for that?
I'll be ready.
Because he'll have the film, and he's going to break it down. He's going to go through all the guards and then all the forwards.
I saw Ace Bailey live at Northwestern, and I'm in. I mean, my God. And I know it's Northwestern, but my God. I was like, holy smokes.
A shot at Northwestern.
What are you taking a shot at my guy Chris Collins for?
This is BS. Hoodie, were you not in the meeting pre-show when I said I saw him live and Cap go, oh, it's Northwestern? Were you not in the meeting?
I was not taking the shot like you did. I simply said, I got to know what he's going to be like
the
NBA level.
Were they attorney team?
I didn't say it with the malice in my heart like you did.
Were they attorney team? I'm not being disrespectful. Chris Collins himself would tell you they weren't good enough.
So the audience knows, right? So Kap and J Hood Nation understands. Shay, you know what's happening here, right? He has to be at a level, Kap, because he can't criticize Northwestern because, A, Doug Collins is listening in Arizona every morning.
Day.
And then he's good friends with Chris Collins.
Chris played for me. I coached him.
What do you want to do? This would be like if I said, I know it's Northwestern football when Fitz was coaching and Cap would go, they won 2 games. What do you want me to say?
I'm not
See, that's why
talking about Northwestern football.
See, that's why he can't do it. See that? He can't do that because he knows Doug still got a short fuse, and Chris's is even shorter. And that phone will ring any moment.
Why are you firing on Chris? That wasn't me, Doug. That was him.
See, I'm just telling you. So Shay, just to let you know, and the audience knows, that's why he has to do that with Northwestern.
I hope Doug Collins calls. I will answer the phone confidently, and I'll tell him 7-13 in conference.
Cap,
what do you want me to do?
Cap, he doesn't know Doug.
He doesn't.
Oh God. he'll hear words he's never heard before.
I love Doug Collins.
We all love Doug, but
yeah, he's the best.
The point is, though, is that he doesn't know Doug the way we know Doug.
Boy, if Doug could get back down in a defensive stance, he'd lock Shea down in about
I'm sure he would, and I'm sure he'd coach laps around me. 7-13 in conference. What do you want me to do?
So that's why that guy's. That's why he's very, very cautious. He doesn't want to do that because he knows Chris will come down here. Oh God. All right, coming up, we'll go around the NFL. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy at 8:35. Jed Hoyer at 9 on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Picture it. Ice cold Yingling in hand. Warm breeze flowing through the bar. Wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect.
It's a Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Pelican Harry's Sports Bar in Homer Glen. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Summer Friday on the Carmen and Jurko Show. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now. and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Truth of the matter is, you're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000. Weekdays, 7 to 10 a.m. But it'll last a lifetime. It may only be 3 hours a day, but it'll last you a lifetime.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here? Huh?
It's time to go around the NFL right here on Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap is fired up.
Let me tell you something.
Over one of our teammates in Milwaukee.
Vince Vetrano up in Milwaukee.
From TMJ.
Okay, we have training here, for so you don't get fished or anything on your internet. We need to do an MLB rules training for Vince Vetrano.
What is happening? I thought this was around the NFL. Go ahead.
He posted on social media Kyle Tucker's double when Churio hit his glove, hit the wall, and then he caught it. Stupid rule. It should be an out. The ball hit the wall.
You're right. It hit the ivy, so it's against the wall.
He writes in big letters, capital. The rule is stupid. Hey, Vince, your baseball knowledge you could stick in your eye and have room left to see with.
Holy smokes. There you take that, WTMJ Milwaukee.
My God.
So I sent it in the group chat. So there you have it. And I'm thinking I'll retweet it on X.
News Radio.
So there you have it. Yeah, I thought that was strange. It's off the wall.
Yeah, stick to the news side, Vince.
Okay, now now you don't do that now. All right.
Damn.
All right. You just pretty much told...
I know the director of content who that station reports to.
Okay.
I'm going to file a grievance.
That's fine, but you just told our teammate to pretty much shut up and dribble. So let's not do that. Here's Shay Norling.
Danny, you're better than that. Vince Vitrano.
All right, we're going to do some of this as the summer goes on, with it being 2025, quarter century stuff.
Yeah.
So I have the PFF all quarter century team. We'll go through the offensive side today. I want to know if there's any dispute from the two of you. This should be easy at quarterback. Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, yep. Number one.
Just money. Peyton Manning was the honorable mention. I actually think it should be Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
But Tom Brady is the quarter century all quarterback.
No argument. Next.
Running back, Derrick Henry. Finished just in front of Marshawn Lynch for the all quarter century running back. PFF says he's the highest graded running back in PFF history, made all the more impressive by the fact he's still going at 30 years old and just engineered the best graded season of his career in year 9.
Okay, well, where is Adrian Peterson? He doesn't factor in there at all?
Yeah, he had Derrick Henry and Marshawn Lynch as the two top names.
Okay, I can
I'm
go.
just here so I won't get fined.
Okay, I'll go along with that with Derrick Henry, and he's still going, by the way. Still going. He's looking for 2,000 yards this year. He's looking for it. Oh, you heard that bet, right, with Derrick Henry? The guy that Adam Sandler, right?
Mm-hmm.
Adam Sandler. So there's a bet between Derrick Henry and Adam Sandler. Derrick Henry's going to run for 2,000 yards. If he runs for 2,000 yards, he's going to be in an Adam Sandler movie. That's the bet that they have. So he's going for it.
Get it done.
How about that, Shay?
That's great.
He's going to come short, but the point is, though, he's going to run for. If he runs for 2,000 yards, he's going to be in the Sandler's next movie.
I can tell you, Sandler will put him in a movie anyway.
Probably so, right? If Dan Patrick can get in there.
Who'd he get? Boban Marjanovic in the basketball movie?
Yes. Wide receiver.
3 wide receivers, and I think there is a name missing. Antonio Brown.
Okay.
Julio Jones.
Yeah.
And Tyreek Hill are your all quarter century wide receivers, according to PFF.
Who are we missing?
Antonio Brown, Julio Jones, and who was the third?
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Who's missing?
Where's Justin Jefferson?
Where's Calvin Johnson?
That's another one.
I love Julio. I think Julio's one of the all-time disrespected guys because a long time, he doesn't score touchdowns. He didn't win the Super Bowl despite having the chance. He made one of the great Super Bowl catches, and Shanahan screwed up the drive. But Calvin Johnson was better than Julio Jones, no?
I'd have to look at the numbers.
I don't know, Cap. I mean,
where's Larry Fitzgerald?
Well, now that's a great conversation. Where's Larry Fitzgerald? That's a great question. Calvin Johnson, I know where he is. He's wondering how come he got screwed out of a touchdown against the Bears.
Yeah, I have no issue with Antonio Brown.
You remember that, Cap, don't you?
Yeah.
In the corner.
Game 1.
Crazy.
And they changed the rule because of it. That was a catch.
It was.
I think Antonio Brown should be one of the quarter century all receivers, all NFL quarter century wide receivers.
Yeah.
Julio and Tyreek, I struggle with a little bit because Larry Fitzgerald and Calvin Johnson should be on this team.
I will remove Julio for Calvin Johnson. How about that?
I'm with that.
Julio
for Calvin Johnson.
I could do that. Justin Jefferson doesn't factor in this?
Probably not yet. If we do this again at the half decade, maybe. Depends what he does the next few years.
Okay.
You got to remember, he's only been in the league. He's had, 5 full seasons? Or this will be his 5th season?
He's pretty damn good.
All right, give us tight end.
Tight end should be no surprise. Rob Gronkowski.
By himself. That's
Yep,
it.
That's it.
That's the list. Gronkowski.
What about Kelsey?
Not yet.
I think Gronk was better than Kelsey. Gronk is one of the best blocking tight ends of all time and probably the best receiving tight end of all time.
You can't debate that, can you? I mean, all-around tight end?
Yes, you can.
Oh. Cap, you watched him with the Patriots. He was an all-around guy, tight end. That's not no shade at Kelsey, but Gronkowski is the best of this quarter century. And if Kelsey's second, that's no shade.
So this is where it's interesting to me. PFF has George Kittle second.
Over Kelsey.
Okay, that's wrong.
Well, that's stupid.
I wonder how much they value run blocking because Kelsey's not good at it. And Gronk and Kittle both are. If you value run blocking to that level, then it makes sense Gronk and Kittle are ahead of Kelsey. But I have a hard time with Kittle over Kelsey.
Tommy, you would take Tommy, we'll hear from Tommy in a little bit, but I'm sure that he'd take Gronkowski over Kelsey. For sure.
I think if anybody's being honest about it, they got to take Gronk over Kelsey.
Yeah, so, I mean, definitely Gronkowski over Kelsey, right?
Yes.
Right, Tommy?
Yes, I'd take Gronk over Kelsey. Gronk was one of those guys that was too big for safeties and too fast for linebackers. Like, he was a huge difference maker. Let me ask you a question, too. I caught this late. Why isn't Randy Moss available? Randy Moss, I know, started in 98.
It's a great call.
The vast majority of his career was 20, from 2000 to 2012. There was nobody better than Randy Moss. Take away his 98, 99 seasons, and I'll still take it.
He had maybe the greatest receiving season ever in 2007. So that's a great call. I could even take AB off. I could just tell you AB, Julio, and Tyreek are all off the list, and it's Calvin Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, and Randy Moss.
Boom. That's why I'm here, to give you wide receiver knowledge.
And by the way, Travis Kelce in the same number of seasons has 3,000 more receiving yards. 3,000!
What do your eyes tell you, Cap?
They're both amazing.
They used to split Gronk out wide, and he'd body bag corners.
Yeah.
He was a different dude.
Yeah. He was, but Kelsey's awesome, too.
Well, nobody's already
Gronk in 11 years, 9,286 receiving yards, 621 catches. Kelsey, 1,004 catches, 12,151.
Gronk's body betrayed him to a higher degree, too. He missed a lot of games in seasons. He missed a lot of playoff games. But when he was on the field, he was maybe the greatest mismatch I've ever watched in football.
Shay and I are
locked in. I'd give him one, but Kelsey's two. George Kittle.
So, Tommy, we're going to redo this with Moss, Calvin Johnson, and Larry Fitzgerald.
I like it.
And then Marvin Harrison would like to have a word.
I was going to, you know what, Hoodie? Marvin Harrison was the next guy. How about T.O.?
T.O. would like to have a word.
Yeah.
It's another great one.
By the way, Cap, did you get my suggestion for a question for Jed at the top of the hour?
I didn't. Did you text it?
I did, yeah. Just,
I'll have to look.
So if you get a chance,
Okay.
I'd like that
Hoodie,
question
there is one person at least familiar with Marvin Harrison who can't have a word, so I think we're okay leaving him off the list.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Shay has left the building.
Damn. I'm sure offensive linemen are listed. Are they not on this list, Shay? Or is it
offensive linemen are on the list. I'll just give them to you quickly, all five. It's left tackle Joe Thomas.
Yeah.
Honorable mention Trent Williams. Left guard Logan Mankins.
Mm-hmm.
Center Nick Mangold. I would put Jason Kelsey there, personally.
Yep.
Right guard Marshall Yanda and right tackle Lane Johnson.
What about the left guard for the Cowboys over the last 10 or 12 years? What was his? I forget. He just retired. But he was a mauler.
Zach Martin?
Was it Zach Martin?
Yeah. Larry Allen is.
Well, Larry Allen was
tackle
before, right? No, Larry was guard.
Was he a guard?
Yeah. Ask Jurk. I think Jurk said that he was probably the most dominant.
Olin told me he's the best offensive lineman he's ever seen.
Bruce Matthews would like to have a word.
Well, do you remember, Hoodie, the video of Larry Allen walking some guy down after an interception?
Yes.
It's one of the best NFL films.
Oh, my God. It's incredible.
Yeah. Does Matt Light have a word from the Patriots?
14 seasons, Larry Allen. Sadly passed a year ago.
What about Olin Kreutz? Does Kreutz make the list?
Olin's on the isn't he on the all 2000s?
He is,
Should
and
be,
he's
yeah.
top 15 centers of all time.
Yeah.
I also like to add Alan Faneca.
That's a good one.
Can I have
That's
a
a great
Faneca?
one.
Can I get a Faneca?
What about Jonathan Ogden?
I think Faneca weighs like 190 pounds now, doesn't he?
Oh.
One of the guys that completely cut all his football weight.
My God. So good. All right.
I miss football. Hoodie. I miss football.
That's why we have you for
Well,
a
if
Waddle
you had
Wednesday.
a decent baseball team, maybe you wouldn't.
Okay. He's just firing at all cylinders
He
today.
should. He should. He should be strutting like a peacock because, Hoodie, I agree with you 100%. This has got all the makings of a special season on the north side.
Yes. But Cap, you know how he is. It's always something.
He's never all in.
No. We will hear more from Tommy coming up and Jed Hoyer at 9.
And can you get up to Milwaukee today and take Vince Vitrano to lunch and teach him a little baseball? He's embarrassing the good karma brands.
I can't.
So, you want to go after one of our teammates? How arrogant do you think you are? On Kap and J Hood.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Loge seats, exclusive clubs, and a dedicated supporters section for 2,000 fans. Those are some of the new details unveiled this week by Chicago Fire FC for its proposed new stadium in the South Loop. The team shared its plan for the venue along the South Branch of the Chicago River with local residents and said there will be far more premium seating options than they have today at Soldier Field, but that they'll set aside single-game tickets meant to be more affordable. New opportunities for in-stadium revenue was a big reason Fire owner Joe Mansueto is ready to spend $650 million building a new home for the club. Developer Related Midwest also revealed plans for 6 acres of open space around the venue, including a 1-acre plaza meant to be like Wrigley Field's Gallagher Way, and a riverfront park to welcome people getting there by boat. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and grocery stores. Capital One, what's in your wallet, terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. J-Mo.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle with us here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
The oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Oh, it's a beautiful day, John.
I got to get one more thing off my chest about this newsman masquerading as a sports expert, Vince Vitrano up at WTMJ.
That's too far.
It's not too far. He writes, I'm not debating the call, which at Jay Levering4, that's one of their announcers, pointed out immediately. The rule is stupid. How Chicago is that? Oh, no, off the magic ivy doesn't count as a catch. LOL. Like a third grader making a wiffle ball rules in the backyard. Hashtag at Brewers, at Cubs. Let me tell you something, Vince. Just because you got a boring-ass padded wall in Milwaukee, yeah, because you got to try and sell an ad because you don't have enough in your budget to put a decent team out there. Let me tell you something right now. To say how Chicago is that, can you be any more condescending?
Going after Vince Vitrano.
Vince Vitrano, masquerading as someone who thinks he knows sports. Stick to news. Tell me the stock market today. Stay away from the baseball.
Market's slightly up right now. I think actually the Dow's up. The NASDAQ is down a touch.
Thank you. Let Vince do that. Tell me the weather. Tell me the headlines. Let the men handle the baseball stuff.
The men.
Ouch. Wow.
Ouchie.
Yeah.
How Chicago is that? Good luck trying to make it in this market.
Well, a ball bouncing off a padded wall in Milwaukee is also not a catch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just because we have cool ivy.
Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Do we need to call Craig? Do we?
Sal. Could you imagine what that sounds like? I would like for Vince Vitrano to be on the show so you could tell him that instead of you yelling down the line to do Vince Vitrano like some kind of party call.
I know the senior director of content.
Okay.
His name is Daniel Zetterman.
Tell him
you sounded a little bit like the Cubs manager there, Jonathan.
Well, yeah. Well, that's me every morning, deflated with this guy. I mean, that's where we are. I mean. And by the way, we got Vintage Council after a thrilling victory yesterday.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a center fielder.
I mean, Tommy.
Yeah,
they're winning. They're winning the games. They're way up on the Brewers, 6.5 this morning.
You know what though? That's kind of how he was when they were down 6.5 last year to the Brewers. So at least he's consistent. You know,
listen.
I think inside. Hoodie, I don't think there's any doubt. Like, he has to be thrilled. Obviously he is, not just with the position that they are in the Central, but how they're playing is just. I mean, it's look. You know where my allegiance lies. Allegiance lies. It lies with a team in the same division. This team is so much fun to watch. I don't care where your fandom lies. If you can't acknowledge this team and how much energy and excitement they bring, then you're just lying to yourself.
He does need me to get him an appointment at sinusandsnoringmd.com. Holy cow. What is with the breathing? He's in good shape.
Yes, I understand.
Skin color
Are you all in, Kap? Or are you not all in? I mean, whether it's on the field or at the podium, are you in or are you not?
I am all in. Every day I live life all in. I'm in. Just one batter, one pitch, one out at a time.
Boy, you were
let's see where we're at.
You were taking swipes at him early in the year, weren't you?
One time, and I was angry, and I blew up on me because it was on Barstool, too. And then I got a call from over there, and they're like, dude, really? He's not overrated, and guess what? That's what it costs to get him. He's not grossly overpaid.
Grossly overpaid.
How can you
manager
even,
of the Chicago Cubs?
I was mad. So was Silvy. We were both mad at the bullpen the first 2 weeks.
I get it. I mean, you guys have both been mad at Jed as well. But, like, right now, I think outside of PCA, isn't Jed having the best year on the north side of anybody?
Yes.
I mean, like, past decisions aside, if you just focus in on 2025, like, Jed's done as good a job. And, again, there's a lot of baseball left. But what he's put out there right now, Jed's done as good a job as any general manager or president of baseball ops or whatever his title is in all of Major League.
I think that what Jed is presiding over is kind of like I made the parallel, Tom, of what Ryan Poles went through in the offseason, knowing that, yes, I have a new coach and new coaching staff, but I got to do whatever it takes to be able to bolster this roster. Offensive lineman, defensive lineman, I have to do it because I can't get my quarterback killed. Same thing here with Jed. Last year of his contract, I have never seen so many DFAs so early in the season. Like, yep, you had one shot at this, back to the minors or DFA'd. I just think that Jed understood, like, hey, man, if we go through another season, no playoffs since 2020, it's going to be my ass.
You know, sometimes too, Hoodie, it's beyond the control of a general manager, and regardless of sport. You know, I was having this conversation yesterday. I think what I said was a little misconstrued. I'm not suggesting that the Cubs being whatever, it's 17 games over 500, it's 70-plus games into the season, is pure luck. What I'm saying to you is a special season like this, everything kind of has to fall into place for you, especially if you're not the Dodgers. And referencing the Dodgers, Tanner Scott, how does Pomerantz look versus Tanner Scott right now? Like, nobody thought Tanner Scott was going to struggle the way he did because you gave him a massive offer. Nobody thought Pomerantz, who hasn't thrown a baseball in 3 years or 4 years, was going to go without an earned run in 17 or 18 appearances. Sometimes, you know, like Jed's the one that even said it last year. Hey, and we gave him hell for it. What we need is our guys to exceed expectations. Well, sometimes that's what it takes to be good the way that they're good. Seiya stayed healthy and has been a great run producer. Nico is healthy and playing maybe his best baseball. PCA is making you think about Ken Griffey Jr. right now. Palencia looks like Class A. Like, you know, what is it? The kid or the lefty Thielbar has got a 1.7 ERA, hit a 5.50 last year.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this has been a brilliant ride for the last 75. How far it goes? I think Silvy asked the question yesterday about, you know, compared it in a different way to maybe the 2018 Bears, you know, because maybe some of that wasn't. I don't know that that's, you know, obviously it ended up in a double doink, but like everything fell into place for that team and everyone was pulling on the same end of the rope. And sometimes that's the beauty of a season like this so far. Here's hoping it continues, but this has been fun as hell to watch.
In terms of what they need to add, yes, it's easy to say, go get a number one starter. Jim Bowden put this dumbest trade proposal out there yesterday about weird. Two of your top prospects, another prospect, and Cade Horton to go get Sandy Alcantara.
No.
Jed's not going to do that. No. I don't think he's going to trade Jackson Wiggins, who I believe that I haven't watched him pitch, they believe he's their number one pitching prospect in their system.
Full disclosure, first, Cap, I wouldn't know Jackson Wiggins if he was sitting next to me with a Jackson Wiggins jersey on, so I'm just going to have to take your word for it.
But you would know who Alan Wiggins is because he's dead.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You know who Andrew Wiggins is because he can play hoop.
Yeah.
So my point is, other than the obvious, we'd love Chris Sale or we'd love this guy or that guy, what else do they need? I believe they need to go get a really, really good bench bat down the stretch. That's what I think.
Look, I mean, you follow this team more closely than I, so I would rely on you for this as opposed to me. But I don't. I would still say starting pitching, and I know there's going to be a ton of teams in that market, but you're going to need a starter, aren't you? I mean, at some point, Matthew Boyd isn't he gonna have a little bit of a lull? Like, you know, that's another thing. No one thought when Justin Steele went down that you were gonna find somebody that could step in and pitch like him. And Boyd has pitched every bit as good as Justin Steele. Shota being out hasn't helped you. I think at some point, Cap, aren't you gonna need another starter despite how guys have filled in and you know, rallied?
Yeah, it's amazing that since Shota went down and Cade Horton drops in the rotation, I think they're 6-1, maybe 5-2. I mean, nobody thought you would be able to just pretty much cover 2 months with no Shota.
It's crazy. And you know what happened too is that when you don't get the standard quality start, what happens? Your bats are alive, so you're going to score more runs, or your bullpen has come in. And that bullpen, since April, you guys probably have the numbers. It's been as
Since
good
April
or better than
14, I believe. Number one bullpen in baseball.
Just
With
keep
the fine
chugging.
manager of the Chicago Cubs.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, you are a bandwagoneer.
That's exactly what he is.
No, because he's always been a Cub fan. But I got such a kick out of, I was driving my daughters to the train yesterday, and Kap was screaming at you about the man in the glass.
No, man in the mirror.
Well, you said man in the glass at one point,
You
too.
did say the glass, yes.
Yeah. So, I think that's kind of rude, Kap, to all the Cub fans. Like, is it okay for Cub fans, diehard Cub fans, to be a little itchy and scratchy about certain things? And while they may be all in, maybe they still have some reservations. I think it was an unfair characterization of Cub fans.
I didn't paint all Cub fans with that brush, Thomas. I simply said, don't come around here. You fan how you want to fan. But when you come around here in September and we're 9 games up and clinching a division and puffing our chest out, we're headed into the playoffs as a 1 or 2 seed in the National League. When you look at the mirror, you're the man in the mirror or to the woman in the mirror, you're going to know deep down you weren't all in.
So you should just be a mouth-breathing sycophant for the entire season instead of actually having some deep baseball thoughts.
No,
and maybe
you can
a
have
concern.
the deep baseball thoughts because Lord knows I did when I blasted Craig Counsell 2 months ago. But guess what? Your heart has to be all in. Don't give me that.
Your heart can be in, Kap, and you could still have questions about certain
I'm
things.
not disputing that fact with you. I agree. But be all in. Don't tell me, I'm kind of watching. I don't want to get sucked in yet. I'll start watching after the All-Star.
I
Then
love
you're
you
not
like a
all
brother.
in.
I love you like a brother, Kap, but only you could suck the joy out of one of the most fun starts to an NFL.
There's no joy
Major League
sucked
Baseball.
out, kid.
There is.
I am all in, and I'm loving it every day, win or lose. Grab a cup of coffee and find a way to win a damn baseball game, period. Day after day.
Didn't he leave his coffee at home today, Jonathan?
I forgot it in the garage.
Bet against the Cubs tonight.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I've got a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I asked my partner to buy me one as I'm pulling in the garage. He stiffed me, so I had to go back
I did
down
not
to buy a
stiff
cup
you.
of coffee.
I'll knock your ass out. I don't know who you think you're talking to in here. I ain't
Said
one
he couldn't hear me.
I ain't one of your little friends in Highwood. I'll knock your ass out.
I don't live in.
Yeah, no. I said one of your little friends in Highwood. That's what I said. I'm not one of those guys.
I know who those
are. I'll knock you out. Didn't stiff you.
They're at the bocce.
Okay. I don't know. You always try to pull one, Tommy, but he doesn't realize Southside's in the room.
Yeah, Southside.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I left my coffee on a shelf in the garage. I was so mad.
Why'd you do that, Kap?
I was trying to balance a bunch of stuff to get in the car.
He's a juggler.
And I set the coffee down so I wouldn't spill it. I backed out. I got on the Edens.
If you just brought a damn bag, you wouldn't have to do all that.
Yeah, he brings a bag every morning.
Why this too? Travis was telling us the yesterday too. He was busting your balls, and he felt really very good about it. You said something to the effect of, "How's your day going?" And Travis looked at you as you were leaving and go, "Better now that you're leaving the building," which was a great line.
It was.
But why do you leave your headset in their office every day?
Where am I going to leave it? I don't want some
Don't you have an
mangy
office?
person in here using it.
First of all, you're calling your coworkers mangy people.
I just don't know who comes through here. What guest with the sweaty head?
Knock him out, Jonathan. Knock him out.
I don't want someone using my headset. That's A.
Jed Hoyer
B, I don't have an office.
Next.
Period.
On Kap and J Hood.
Hi, Tommy.
God, I love you guys.
We love you.
Knock him out, Jonathan.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Make lunch, dinner, game day easy with Lou Malnati, Chicago's legendary deep dish. Make fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, desserts. Lou's has something for everyone on their list. And right now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. We got it as family the other night. It's awesome. Lou Malnati's teamed up with Frank's Red Hot. They're bringing you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order delivery, or plan your next event with ease. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay, the rains are here, and Permaseal is here to help. If you're getting seepage or are concerned about that possibility, give us a call at 800-421-SEAL. Our experienced staff is standing by, either to set up a free inspection, replace a failed sump pump, or just answer a question you may have. Permaseal is a family-owned business that you can trust. We've got an A+ rating with the BBB and over 14,000 five-star reviews. We are ready to help. Call now, 800-421-7325, or visit permaseal.net.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Along with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you here on the Kap and J Hood Show. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe. We do on YouTube. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you here on this Waddle Wednesday as we turn to the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
And we have a special guest on the line, Cap.
We do. We have the president of the Chicago Cubs, Jed Hoyer, always great with his time with us. He joins us now here on Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000. Jed, good morning. 17 over, 6.5 games in front. So I want to take you back to opening day 2024. Every year you join me and Hoodie. We're sitting at Bernie's. Hoodie asked you, like, where's your team yet? You said, we're not the Braves. We're not the Dodgers. We're not the Yankees yet. We're working toward it. Now here on June 18th, 2025, how do you feel about your baseball team?
No, we played really well so far. Obviously, there's a long way to go. You know, we're not even at a halfway point, but we played well. I think that the gratifying thing really has been, you know, the position playing group. We play a lot of clean games. Obviously, the at-bats are really good, but I do feel like, you know, consistently night in, night out, we've been throwing strikes and we've been catching the ball and running the bases hard. And I feel like it's been a fun brand of baseball to watch. You know, good defense, good base running, and some power is a pretty good combination. And those guys have continued to play hard every night. It's been impressive to watch.
What surprised you most about the season going so far?
Well, I'd probably be lying to say that Pete hasn't been the biggest surprise. Obviously, we expected big things out of him, but to say I thought he'd have 19 homers at this point, I think would be a lie. So I think that's been probably the biggest surprise. Just how he's blossomed this year. That's been, and I would say like it really. I think the pitching guys have done a great job. Some early bumps in the road until we got the bullpen settled out, and those guys have thrown really well and been consistent. And bullpens are volatile. There's always going to be ups and downs, but I think those guys stabilize that really well. And we've been able to win games by scoring a lot of runs, and we've also been able in this latest stretch to win some games with low scores. And I think that's important to be able to do both.
Yeah, Cap, you and I talk about PCA all the time. I said, in Chicago, he is the guy. As far as Chicago sports athletes are concerned, like he is the pinnacle. But as Jed just told us, like, think about this. We already knew the defense was going to be solid. The stolen base is going to be solid. But the power, man, that is just an added value that we did not think we were going to see this year.
Jed, that ball he hit last night, I mean, it got out in such a hurry, 452 feet off the video board. Like, I've watched this kid like you have. I did not see that magnitude coming. Did you?
No. I certainly didn't expect him to be hitting balls the way he is. I mean, homering to center field and hitting no doubter home runs. I mean, these haven't been wall scrapers that he's been hitting. He's been hitting them long and far, and it's remarkable. I mean, he's such a twitchy athlete. He generates so much bat speed, and to his credit, and with the coach's credit, he's worked really hard on his swing, and he gets the ball in the air to the pull side, which is he catches the ball out front, and I think he's able to use his bat speed and his power really well. But yeah, that ball last night was really juiced for a guy that's not a huge, strong guy.
So I want to ask you about pitching. Obviously, this season, this time of year, we see all these ridiculous trade proposals. Give up this guy and give up that guy. You have a guy who, he was a first-round pick in Cade Horton. He's throwing the ball really well. He matched Paul Skeens the other day. Is the plan with him, because he never has had a 150-inning season, how do you manage his innings so you can keep him there all year and know we get to October, if we're fortunate enough to be there, that dude's still rolling?
Yeah, we will have and have had a lot of conversations just about how to manage everyone's innings. It's been a kind of all hands on deck with Steele went down early, and then Shota went down, and Assad's been down all year, and so our starting pitching depth kind of took a bite early on, and our hope is that both through getting healthy and then potentially the trade deadline, that we can sort of add some depth to that. But there's no question that conversations about innings are going to have to happen, just making sure that everyone can get a little bit of rest and think through that. And we can't do that right now, but certainly we're aware of Ben Brown and Cade and Boyd. I think he made 8 starts last year. So we're going to have to think through those things at different times during the year, and I think that's part of the job. It is a marathon. You can't run your team on a dead sprint for the first 3 or 4 months. If you do that, at some point you're going to run out of gas. So we do have to monitor all those things, both in the bullpen and in the rotation, and frankly even with position players, trying to make sure that they get days off and that they're still fresh. And then we gave Pete a day off the other day. So we do have to make sure that we monitor the rest for all these guys.
The president of baseball operations for the Chicago Cubs is Jed Hoyer. He joins us, the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and on YouTube. Marquis mentioned that you were talking the other day about Trey Turner and maybe a slight comparison to PCA. What makes them comparable in your eyes, what Trey Turner brings and what PCA brings?
Well, what I really meant by that was just in terms of physically. I think when you see Trey Turner up close, he's a kind of a lean guy, super twitchy, super fast. And Trey Turner can hit balls kind of long and far the way Pete does. He has a lot more power than you think. And that's really what I meant by it, is I think when you see Pete and his frame, you don't expect to see a guy hitting balls off the video board or hitting easy home runs. But I think that those kind of athletes are, just fast, whippy. And I think that was sort of my comparison. It wasn't the player. It was more just getting a lot of power from a kind of a lean, fast body.
In terms of looking at a guy like Kyle Tucker, I know he's injured a ring finger. He's gotten some opportunities just to be a DH. He had 3 hits last night. Is he playing at 80% with the hand? Is he playing at 100%? I know they've gotten him off his feet and had Seiya out there some. Where is he health-wise?
He's definitely not at 100%. I think that, he'd be the first person to say that, throughout a baseball season, there's going to be times you're playing with nicks and dings, and he's certainly, doing that right now. I think he's grinding through it. Obviously, he hurt that finger on the slide and missed a couple of days, and, hopefully we get to a place where it is back to 100%. But certainly, right now he's grinding through it, and I think doing a really good job. He's probably not quite himself, but certainly he makes us a much better team, and he wants to be out there.
Jed, I'm going to just tell you, and Cap, you agree. When we hear from Craig Counsell every day, he is the embodiment of never too high, never too low. It's the same, isn't it? We could play 2 sound bites. You can't tell whether or not the Cubs won or lost. He's very breathy. He's just very even keeled, is he not, Cap?
Yeah, Does that guy's blood pressure ever go up because you're 6.5 up, you just won, and yeah, he's playing really good baseball. Does he ever get fired up? Or is he that dude? He's just quiet.
He does occasionally, but hey, he's got ejected twice in consecutive games.
That's true.
So he has the fire there certainly, and the players know he has their back. But he's really even keeled. after a game I always joke it's hard to tell if we won or lost, and I think that's the way it should be. I think that I think in this job, certainly last night was really fun with the great catch and the home run, and then certainly there's wins that feel a little bit better than others, but ultimately it is, as boring as it sounds, it's just about kind of one at a time and showing up the next day and being prepared and ready to play. And I think he does that exceptionally well. And there's always bad series or downturns over a 6-month season, and he's going to be really steady and just do the same preparation, get ready the same way, be the same person. And the players really respond to that. They want to know that they're walking into the same clubhouse every day with the same energy, and he's really almost perfect at that.
In terms of Kyle Tucker, and everywhere you go and everywhere you look, whether it's social, articles, are the Cubs going to sign him? No, the Cubs will never sign. I know you don't negotiate through the press, and that's probably a great way to proceed. Is it fair to say the day you acquired him, you, Tom, Carter, whoever is in that room, have a plan of how you approach this? You're just not going to tell us what that plan is.
Well, yeah, we have a really good relationship with his agent, Casey Close. He has Dansby and he has Talion as well. We've done a lot of deals with them, and I know Casey well. Obviously, we have him, open lines of communication. But to me, is a yes. When you acquire him, you want players like Kyle Tucker in the organization. He's an incredible hitter. He's an incredible player. But right now we're playing the season. I think we've seen what kind of player he is. That's for sure. I think my hope is that as we play out this summer, that you find Chicago pretty appealing as well. It's kind of hard not to. And so obviously we'd love that to be a long relationship. But right now we're playing the season, and talking about any of these things, all I'll say is we obviously love to have him, and those are discussions that'll happen at a later point.
Jed Hoyer with us on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, also on our YouTube channel. For some players, Jed, as you well know, the light will turn on, or maybe it turns off and never turns on again. Like with Matt Shaw, I think already his story is interesting. He starts off with a team, you send him down, the adjustment of his swing, where his legs are in the box. And I just think that, we've seen some terrific, dazzling plays from him defensively. So what about the development of Matt Shaw stands out to you right now?
I think for me the biggest thing has been his defense. When he went down to AAA and was down there for a while, when he came back up, I feel like just the confidence defensively was really noticeable. I felt like early in the season he was still kind of learning that position. It felt a little bit tentative with his throwing and with his footwork, and I just feel like now he's made a lot of really good plays. He's a really good defender now, and he's really athletic at third base, and he'll continue to get better and better. But to me, that's what I really noticed, is he felt like he just sort of took a deep breath and let his athleticism show, and that's one of the biggest things. And listen, we talked about Pete. Pete last year was in the minor leagues, and there was discussions throughout, when we had him up here, like when are we going to send him down? And Pete was able to get a lot of at bats because his defense was so good, and we just kept throwing him out there. But how quickly we forget that with Pete we had to send him out, and we had to do the same with Shaw. And I think that's kind of normal course of action in today's game. And when we sent out Matt, we talked about that. We sent out Ian, we sent out Schwarber. Obviously we sent Pete out. I don't think it's a negative. I think it's part of the process in a game that's getting increasingly harder to hit. And I'm really impressed with his ability to come back pretty quickly and fit right in.
Let's talk about the deadline. If the right deal is out there, but there's multiple years on that deal left, whoever that player is, we'll call him a number one starter. Are you confident that Tom and the family will go, okay, Jed, you've got us to this point. You've done a magnificent job putting this together. Go spend what you have to spend.
Yeah, that's not a concern for me at all. I think that, the resources will be there. I think that the real question is just going to be how it lines up from a trade standpoint. I think it's likely to be a seller's market. I don't think that we know how it's going to develop yet. I think that we're still too far away from the deadline. There's too many games to be played, and there's teams that may fall out of it that we're expecting that we aren't expecting. There may be teams that we think are going to sell that play well and don't sell. So I think it's still too far away to really have a sense of it. But yeah, from a resource standpoint, from a ownership support standpoint, yeah, I think that's there, no question.
Kap and I talk every morning about when we look at this depth chart for the Cubs and the injuries that the Cubs have suffered. So, Shota Imanaga and Porter Hodge and others. And so we just want to know what the latest is on Shota, and then what does that look like? You have some big decisions to make as far as how you align the starting rotation when Shota comes back. So what's the latest on him, and what's the future?
Yeah, he's going to pitch in a couple of days for Iowa, and then we'll have discussions. Obviously I haven't seen that outing yet, so we'll see what happens. But certainly he's getting really close, and we will have decisions potentially, but also things happen. So let's wait on that. But yes, in theory there may be decisions to be made, and we're just excited to get Shota back. That not only adds a really good pitcher to our team, but also gives us depth by definition. So, we're excited to watch him this weekend. I guess it's Friday. We'll watch him, and hopefully he pitches well, and we can make some decisions at that point.
So you heard it here first. Go ahead. I was going to say, you heard it here first. 6 or 7-man rotation for the Cubs. That's going to be awesome,
Yeah,
Jed.
no.
How about that?
Yeah, no, but we do need the depth. I mean, I think that we have grinded through without the depth that we thought we had because of injuries, and hopefully we can start getting some guys healthy, and that'll help. And then Porter threw last night, for Iowa, and we'll keep on monitoring him. But it'll be nice to get him back at some point as well. We have to make those decisions, and we'll have to watch his outings. But obviously he was throwing well for us, and he adds another power arm in the bullpen.
How about in terms of your status? This is your final year, and you said to us at opening day, hey, man, I'm going to do what's best for the franchise. I'm not worried about my status. It'll resolve itself. Have you guys, you and Tom, talked at all? For sure? Yep, I'll be here in 26.
Yeah, no, we haven't. I wouldn't talk about kind of where we are. I think that ultimately, it's totally fair to ask me questions about Kyle Tucker. I get it; that's the job. But as far as questions about myself, I wouldn't ever talk about it. No one comes out to watch me play. So let's just focus on the team. Obviously, listen, I've been here for 14 years. I love Chicago, and really, I just kind of focus on this team now and hopefully making this team better.
What's your message to Cub fans right now?
I think come out to the ballpark. I think it's a really fun team to watch. I think we have speed, we have power, we have really good defense. Our pitching staff throws a lot of strikes, and it's been a really fun brand of baseball. And listen, like I said, there's a long way to go. We have to just continue to prepare the way we have been, and stay healthy. But I do feel like this has been just a really fun brand of baseball to watch. I thought last night's game on both sides was so well played, and we've had a lot of games like that. So, yeah, I'd say come out to the ballpark. There's a lot of fun things happening.
I walked into your old office before you got the new office building. This is back in 2016. I'll never forget it. Theo was in his little office around the corner, and I said, you guys are trading for Aroldis Chapman? You're giving up Gleyber Torres and more? And your response to me was, if not now, when? And then Theo used the same line with the media later that day, I believe over a guaranteed rate. He said, if not now, when? Are you at that point with this team if the right deal presented itself? Oh, God, I can get who? If not now, when?
Yeah, I think that, that was what, July, I don't remember the exact day, July 24th or something like that. We made that deal, and so I feel like we have to keep playing well, but certainly that's how you want to view it. Is I think that that team was, I think, pretty clearly the best team in baseball. I mean, we had 9 more wins than any team in baseball that year, or something like that. And to me, that's the that was the moment. Is like we have the best team in baseball. This is a pretty incredible opportunity, and I think you do have to seize opportunities when they're there. But obviously, like right now, it's June 18th, and we have a long way to go, and we need to keep playing good baseball.
As always, Jed, we appreciate your time here on the show. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, guys.
You're the man. Thanks a lot. There he is, Jed Hoyer, President, Baseball Operations, the first place Chicago Cub. The Yingling Hop.
the oldest brewery in America.
Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
It's Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pat the Designer here. If you're shopping for a car, head to Madison Auto Mall, just 30 miles from downtown Chicago. Thousands of vehicles, top dealers, all in one stop. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Kap, J Hood, J Moore. Every day I start my morning with you guys. I look forward to getting in the car, hearing you guys on
ESPN Chicago.
This hour of Kap and J Hood is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, the best place for you to elevate the future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. It's the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Waddle Wednesday. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. Sox and Cardinals at 6. Black and Abdallah on their YouTube channel. YouTube.com, Black and Abdallah right here. On your home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. Interesting conversation with Jed Hoyer. And if you'd like to react to what Jed had to say, jump in. We spray to all fields with Jed Hoyer, 312-332-3776. So Jed did not want to talk about his future as a president of baseball operations. Says, I don't play. I'm sure that as the Cubs continue to roll and the Cubs are on their way to the playoffs, more than likely that Jed will have an extension to his contract. I'm sure he'll have a new paper. I don't think there's any question about that. But from there, talked about Kyle Tucker, and I think the questions that were asked about Kyle Tucker are fair because if you're a Cub fan, you're wondering whether or not Kyle Tucker is going to be here for the long haul. I think that's a big question. As much as we talk about PCA and what PCA is bringing to the table, it's not just about PCA, it's about a complete team. And when it comes to Kyle Tucker, I think that's a big question mark on whether or not he's going to be with the team or not. There's a lot of conjecture out there, but until you see the pen on the paper, we don't know what's going through Kyle Tucker's mind. There's so many other teams out there that could be able to offer more money or a different opportunity or maybe increase his chances to fast-track his way to a World Series championship. I think all those have to be taken into account from his agent and from Kyle Tucker's standpoint. So I think the questions we asked Jed regarding Kyle Tucker, look, they're going to do everything they can, Cap, to push all the chips in the middle of the table and say, this is what we're going to offer. But you will know that there's going to be other teams offering more or maybe an opportunity to win the championship faster, whatever it is. But I think that that's going to be an interesting story here in the offseason.
When he said we have a very good relationship with Casey Close, the agent, that's a good thing. That is a good thing. They've done deals before. Jamison Tyone, who was the other one he mentioned? He mentioned another player that they've done a deal with before with Casey Close. This is not a Scott Boras situation. And Scott's a great agent. I'm not telling you that would be just a dumb comment to say he's not a great agent. He is. Scott, though, has a way he does things. I'm taking you to the market, and then we're going to let the chips fall where they may. That isn't always the best strategy. Jordan Montgomery was sitting out there till almost March, ended up blowing out his arm. It was a horrible signing for Arizona. There are other guys that has happened to that have said, hey, man, I want to get a deal done, and I want to know where I'm going to be, period. And that's why Jed's not going to tip his hand, but he's hoping that the summer here and a good team and Chicago and all of it, and I think that is going to play into the Cubs' favor. I really, really do. I don't believe Kyle's about the last dollar. From everyone I've asked who is around that dude, who's dealt with that guy, who knows what makes him move, I don't believe he's about, okay, we're at this number. I'm going to put another dollar on top. Now I'm the high bidder. All right, I'm going with you. That's not who he is. He's going to get paid insane money wherever he goes, whether he's a Tampa Bay Ray, a Chicago Cub, a Dodger, or a Yankee. He's going to get stupid money, period. Do I think the Cubs are going to sign him? I'm on record predicting it. I don't have inside knowledge. I don't know Kyle Tucker. But everyone I've talked to, I believe they will get this done.
Well, here's the thing that, again, we don't know what's going through Kyle Tucker's head or what his family thinks. It's one thing for us to sit here in Chicago and say this is the best place for him. But, however, there's going to be higher bidders for his services.
You don't know that?
Yeah, I do know that. Because you know why? Because I watch sports, and I know how salaries go.
What do you may not get to the market?
Okay, well, I can't yet. And what's actual reality is that we've seen it plenty of times for me to have evidence to make that comment. I've seen, because we go through this every year. You think now it stops now just because it's Kyle Tucker? No, we always saw this with Soto. Is that not a good example for you? Because there's an example of him. Instead of being with all the protection with the Yankees, he takes the highest bidder and goes to the Mets. There's a reason why he did that, because he wanted to be the most paid.
Correct, but we've also seen a lot of other guys decide, you know what, I'm happy. They're going to pay me well. I'm in. I'm going to stay. And I think that is going to happen in this situation. I really believe that.
Okay, well, you can't tell me I don't know that when we see this all the time, when there's athletes that always say, you know what, I'm going for the highest bidder because I want to be able to take care of my family. And that's not rare. I didn't say anything outrageous there.
I'm not saying you're saying anything outrageous. What I'm saying to you is if they are willing to pay him at a certain level, let's say it's $500 million, I don't think he's the guy that goes, I got 525, I got to go there. I don't think he's that guy.
I wouldn't know that.
That's just from what I hear from people who know him. He's not about the last dollar. Now, is he going to play for the Cubs for $50 million and leave $550 on the table? No, nobody would. But if they come correct, as it was put to me, if they come correct with their offer, he likes it.
Okay.
So we'll see.
We will see how that works. All I can go by is what I've seen with plenty of examples across many sports where the athlete says, I got security from a year standpoint and from a money standpoint. And there's many athletes and many examples of guys saying, yeah, I like it here versus going someplace else and taking what is relatively a hometown discount. They're not doing that. And so, I gave you Soto as the primo example of this. And there's plenty of times where athletes will say, yeah, I like this city, but man, this. And by the way, Shay, as you well know, sometimes it's about the money. And if anyone tells you it's not about the money, they're a liar, because it's always about the money. That's one, because you want the security for you and your family. That's one. But two, many athletes want to have a fast track with an opportunity to win a championship. I'm not saying the Cubs are completely out of it. However, there are certain teams that will pay high dollar and you can look at them and say, yep, that's a championship caliber ball club. And so the Cubs are getting there, but there's other teams that you can put in that category. They will pay more and have an opportunity to increase their chances to win a championship.
Do you think anyone will pay him more than $52 million a year?
No.
Then he should be a Cub.
I agree.
Depends on the season.
Aaron Judge turned down more money to stay with the Yankees. He said, when's enough enough? I read his quotes. He got to free agency. They gave him $360 million over 9 years. The Giants had a bigger deal on the table. He said, no. It's not about the last dollar. You're paying me insane money. And they capped it off and named him the captain, which is a rare and amazing honor in Yankee history. They've only had 16 of them. There's a number of guys that have said, you know what, I'm going to stay here and not leave. Other guys, you are right. Soto, there's a bunch that have. When Max Scherzer hit free agency, he left Detroit and went to where? Washington? Yeah. I think he went to Washington.
I think Judge is a better comp than Soto, too, because Judge signed at 31. Tucker's going to be in his 30s.
He'll be 29 when he signs that deal.
Soto was 26.
But the idea that the athlete doesn't want to grab the bag, there's plenty of examples of that. Robinson Cano and Mike Hampton.
Sure.
And A-Rod. All I'm telling you is that everyone is not the same. Everyone's not the same. Everyone is the idea that, well, because it's the Cubs, they'll offer him because the sun is shining and the Cubs are good. Well, there might be another bidder when he goes, I want to go someplace else.
How about Vladimir Guerrero? He said, I want to go nowhere else.
Yeah.
Here's my number. Hit that number or I'll go to free agency. And they said, you know what, that's fair. Done.
But I'm just assuming Hoodie's right, that you're going to have to bid top dollar. You're going to have to. Then it's $52 million, and we're good.
The highest paid guy other than Soto or Ohtani, and Ohtani's a different story because he deferred so much of his money. The highest one is $42 million a year, correct?
Yeah.
That's Aaron Nola. Or no, Zach Wheeler. So we'll see. I'm guessing they can get him. I said this last week. You may have been off. I said they could get him if they got to $47.5 million right now, 10 years. They could get him.
You said it at the golf outing.
But I also just think it's silly either way.
I knew you weren't with me when I was listening.
Yeah.
If it's 47.5 and he's like, well, I have an offer for 52, you got to match it. Are you really going to haggle over?
No, you're matching
$4.5 million?
You're
just match it.
You're matching it.
You hope they match it.
I would think they would. I do. I believe that they would. I think that they will. I'm on record predicting it. So
I hope they do. Because that's putting your big boy pants on then. If you're Tom Ricketts,
if at 30 years old he's going to sign a 10-year deal that'll keep him locked up wherever he is till age 39.
Correct.
If he makes more than $52 million a year, I would be absolutely floored.
So would I.
If the Dodgers just wanted to come out and say we'll pay you $60 million a year, well then you're not going to have Kyle Tucker. Have fun. He'll make $600 million over 10 years in LA.
We just know these teams overpay. That's all I'm saying. I want to know if the Cubs have the testicular fortitude to go into those deep waters. Now, here's the thing.
We'll find out.
Well, here's the thing with Kyle Tucker, right? At this point in time, we've talked so much about PCA and Suzuki and how this Cubs team is going. Tucker is not even in the top 3 of stories for me so far this season. But again, it's early. Tucker could be a catalyst and carry this team all the way through over the threshold to get to the playoffs this year, Cap. At this point in time, I told you, he feels more Astro than Cub so far because of the other stories with the Cubs. PCA dominates it.
And the team itself.
Tucker is a good part of it, Cap, but not the guy. Not yet. But then it's a long season. So, when we talk about dollars and cents when it comes to Kyle Tucker, we could say, well, this is where he should be based on the injury to the ring finger. And has he really gotten so hot that it's like, oh, my God, there's no doubt. Well, I think that's still to be determined.
Yep.
He should be a Cub for the long haul.
I completely agree.
I just want to know how much can you stretch Tom Ricketts to say, hey, solidify this guy. Could you imagine the right fielder, Kyle Tucker, you don't have to worry about him for 10 years, for a decade? Same thing with PCA. Could you imagine that? If you you shouldn't have to sell it to Tom, but imagine you say that to say, hey, man, he's worth every penny because you don't have to worry about right field for 10 years.
And think about if you look around their position player. I'm not talking about pitching. Position players. Ian Happ, first-round pick. PCA played 6 games in the Mets. You traded and you developed him. Michael Busch, he had never been a big leaguer. Nico Horner, first-round pick. Mm-hmm. Matt Shaw, first-round pick. Miguel Amaya, international signing that you developed. You start looking through and you're like, Porter Hodge came from the system. You traded for a Class A kid with a 6 ERA and developed Daniel Palencia. Like, they've done a really good job in player development.
They have. Now it's about being able to spend top dollar and whatever that number is for someone that came here for a year. Correct. And you say, I want you to be locked up before the season ends. Don't you like it here? Doesn't your wife like it here?
Right.
Do you feel the support in right field when you go out there and fans are cheering you before you even take the first baseball?
Yeah. That's why I said, boy, at the All-Star break, wouldn't it be amazing to go, yeah, we have locked up Kyle Tucker on a 10-year deal. What?
Yes. Now, again, you just understand in reality, guys, what you're looking at. It's not just the Cubs in the room because you have these big spenders, over-the-top spenders, whatever it takes, right? Because in that room are the Yankees, in that room are the Mets, in that room will be Atlanta, Red Sox, maybe. Texas will be in there, the Dallas market. So just all I'm saying is that it'd be great for him to be a Cub. I just want to see Tom do something I have not seen and go head over heels for someone that can solidify your right field position.
I'm going to knock one of those teams that you mentioned out of the race because there's a developing story with the Boston Red Sox. I'm reading an article. I'm in disbelief.
All right.
Jaw on the floor.
All right.
Really?
That'll be next. And this hour of Kap and J Hood is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook. The best place for you to elevate the future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. Oh, boy. Mark and Sully are going to be upset. We'll find out what's happening in Boston coming up next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
1, 2, 3, Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Cardinals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Hey, it's Shane Orling.
And it's your brother from another mother, Jay Moore.
We're in the final stage of the Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney.
We're headed to AJ Hudson's at Ashland and Grace
to crown the Chicago Foosball Champion on Sunday, June 22nd.
And I'll be on the ones and twos, providing the soundtrack to a wonderful evening.
Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup,
along with Shay and me,
are inviting you out to watch the U.S. men's team and watch our foosball finalists compete for the Chicago title.
Join us at AJ Hudson's Sunday at 6 p.m.
We're watching U.S. soccer, giving away a Messi Mick Ultra jersey,
vibing to some throwbacks,
and we're drinking ice-cold Mick Ultra.
Please drink responsibly.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. Now back to Kap J Hood.
Good morning, Kap J Hood. Love your show, man. I am dialed in from 7 to 10 every day.
On ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. So you have something for us, Shane Norling. We were talking the other day about the Rafael Devers deal and how it was a complete salary dump by John Henry. Cowards. They make the deal for Devers, by the way, trade him to San Francisco, and then Boston's on the road for 10 games because they don't want to hear it from the Fenway faithful. The booing that would happen, that would cascade down on Fenway Park. And again, Devers should have been able to be flexible enough to move around the diamond when they asked him to play first. He said no. He has to play third. Then he DH. Then he wanted him to be at first base, and he said no to all that. So, again, Boston got a bag of balls for Devers. They just wanted to dump the salary. Now, what's the latest with the Red Sox?
So, just a lot of new stuff. I'm going to go through all of it. New reporting on Devers. He told the team he was willing to play first base. He just wanted them to, ensure it would be his position and they'd stop screwing with him. They trade him. He goes to San Francisco. He's now told the Giants he will play first base. If they want him, wherever they want to play him.
Yeah, that was the quote. Wherever you want me, I'm in.
I'll play.
It's crazy.
So, doesn't sound like he was the issue. Then you get reporting that has come back up from last season. Craig Breslow forced the scouting department to take pay cuts after the season ended badly last year in Boston. Restructured the scouting department. Buster Olney reported this week that a longtime scouting director in the Red Sox organization was fired after he was on a Zoom call that he believed he had muted.
I saw this.
He walked away from the computer and called Breslow a bleeping stiff, believing he was on mute on Zoom. Fired. Said his comments reflect that of other Red Sox employees, with others saying Breslow's presence is wooden and ineffective. Now, June Lee, a Boston reporter, goes to NBC Sports Boston. This is the most damning part of the whole thing.
Okay.
I can't believe this is real. June Lee claims a league source who was recruited by the Red Sox for a baseball operations job sat through 5 rounds of interviews with an AI bot, never spoke to a real person.
Oh, my God.
What?
Are you serious?
100%.
An AI bot?
What do you mean he never spoke to a real person?
5 rounds
like
of
if you
interviews.
said they had, what is the app I told you I just put on my phone? Otter. I think it's Otter. Otter will transcribe a meeting.
Yes.
And go, and then give you a synopsis of what your meeting was about.
Yes.
You go through and correct it. If you said they set an AI thing out there, hey, we just want to make sure we document all the conversations, I get never interviewed with a real person.
Yeah, June Lee reporting on NBC Sports Boston. League source was recruited by the Red Sox only to go through 5 rounds of interviews with AI without speaking to a single person.
That is insane. Insane.
Whatever's going on in Boston doesn't make sense.
Well, listen.
I'm taking them out of the Kyle Tucker sweepstakes. They're done.
Okay, well, we can go along with that, yes. So out of the sweepstakes, that's for sure. I bitch about Reinsdorf, and rightfully so, because I don't like the direction of the White Sox. I think it's getting better with the kids. But again, as far as being a serious contender, Cap, it's going to take some time. But what John Henry's doing in Boston, that is unbelievable. And by the way, when you talk about those cuts, that's ownership. 100% that's ownership. That's not on Craig Breslow. That's on the ownership. That's just unbelievable. As much as I get on Reinsdorf, and you've gotten on Ricketts in the past, Cap, it doesn't get that bad. Fair?
Fair?
It don't get that bad.
No.
AI? And why do you put AI in place? Cheaper.
It's
just a machine.
It's stunning.
That's just amazing.
Stunning.
Okay. So with that, we go to the Kap and J Hood cut of the day. And how often would you like to have sex in your office? On Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Picture it. Ice cold Yingling in hand. Warm breeze flowing through the bar. Wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect.
It's a Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Pelican Harry Sports Bar in Homer Glen. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Summer Friday on the Carmen and Jurko Show. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cap, I see our friend Howard Ankin everywhere on TVs, buses, billboards, and trains.
He is the best personal injury, rideshare injury, medical malpractice attorney in Illinois. Award-winning, Hoodie.
Only one is the leading filer of injury cases in Illinois, Distinguished Service Award recipient, American Association for Justice member, and rated a super lawyer 10 years running. It's our guy, Howard Ankin.
312-6-million, or you can go to ankinlaw.com. 312-6-million or ankinlaw.com. Ankin Law. That is injury law made personal.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Okay, the rains are here, and Permaseal is here to help. If you're getting seepage or are concerned about that possibility, give us a call at 800-421-SEAL. Our experienced staff is standing by, either to set up a free inspection, replace a failed sump pump, or just answer a question you may have. Permaseal's a family-owned business that you can trust. We've got an A-plus rating with the BBB and over 14,000 five-star reviews. We are ready to help. Call now, 800-421-7325 or visit permaseal.net.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Feeling like you've lost a step? You're not alone. After 35, most men start losing free testosterone, the hormone that helps you stay lean, strong, and energized. But now there's a game-changing solution. Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster from the #1 brand in America. Nugenix Total T2 is packed with even more men-boosting power, and it works fast. With a powerful nitric oxide booster, it sends your energy and performance levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. That's right, just 3 hours to start feeling like your old self again. For a limited time, you could try it for yourself absolutely free. Text now to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC. But that's not all. When you send us a text, we'll also include a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever. Feel stronger, leaner, more driven. Text ROCK to 369-369 now. That's ROCK to 369-369. Text ROCK to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you don't mind, Cap, I'm going to do a read for Fat Poor. Thank you. Fat Poor Tap is the ultimate game day experience. Locations in Wicker Park, McCormick Place, and Lincolnwood, and the game's always on. Dozens of beers on tap and a scratch-made menu, and better than stadium food. Check them out at fatpoortapworks.com. J-Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. J Moore.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right,
Wow.
Your heart has to be all in. Don't give me that.
Your heart can be in, Cap, and you could still have questions about certain
I'm
things.
not disputing that fact with you. I agree. But be all in. Don't tell me, I'm kind of watching. I don't want to get sucked in yet. I'll start watching after the All-Star.
I love you like a brother.
In.
I love you like a brother, Cap, but only you could suck the joy out of one of the most fun starts to an NFL.
There's no joy sucked out, kid.
There is.
I am all in, and I'm loving it every day, win or lose. Grab a cup of coffee and find a way to win a damn baseball game, period. Day after day.
Didn't he leave his coffee at home today, Jonathan?
I forgot it in the garage.
Bet against the Cubs tonight.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I've got a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I asked my partner to buy me one as I'm pulling in the garage. He stiffed me, so I had to go back down and buy a cup of coffee.
I'll knock your ass out. I don't know who you think you're talking to in here. I ain't one
he couldn't hear me.
I ain't one of your little friends in Highwood. I'll knock your ass out.
I don't live in.
Yeah, no. I said one of your little friends in Highwood. That's what I said. I'm not one of those guys.
I know who those are.
I'll knock you out. Didn't stiff you.
You're at the bocce.
Okay. I don't know. You always try to pull one, Tommy, but he doesn't realize Southside's in the room.
Yeah, Southside.
And that's all, folks.
Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on the south, north side of the Chicago River.
Okay. You have a tweet from a Brewer fan.
Yeah, Brewer fan is not happy with me because I went after Vince Vitrano from WTMJ, who embarrassed himself. Cap is the worst, literally. Can't stand his voice or his takes. I'm down the dial until Carmen Yerk starts. I'd rather listen to a donkey get chainsawed to death than listen to Kap. Poor J Hood must consider offing himself nightly.
Oh, my gosh.
That's what he wrote.
That description that he listens to instead, that is down the dial.
That is. what you just wrote there. I think that's what they do.
Yes.
12 volt man 28. At 12, the number 12,
yes.
Volt man 28. He follows me, by the way, which makes me laugh every time. I can't stand his voice, but I follow him. I love you, 12 volt man, because all you do is get up in the morning and tune us in.
I'd also lay money he stayed with us.
Oh, 100%.
Thank you, 12 volt, for your listening and your patronage. Thank you. Shay, what is this? According to a new survey, 38% of Gen Z workers want a room in the office dedicated to sex.
Yep.
38% of Gen Z. So this is your generation, is it not?
No, I'm millennial.
You're a millennial.
Yeah.
So Gen Z, it says Black and Abdallah?
They're older than I am, so they are also millennials. This is the Tyler Rocky generation.
Oh, Tyler
the
Rocky.
Charlie Bevins generation.
Okay.
Yeah, the Justin Pottinger generation.
So they want to be able to have a room in their office dedicated to sex.
Yep. Yeah, 38% of Gen Z. There was a survey run as return to office mandates happen. So Gen Z believes they can improve their sex lives by returning to the office. And 38% of Gen Z respondents said they would like a dedicated room in the office for sex. Imagine the lunch break, and there's just a line for the sex room.
I mean, could you imagine? So definitely, I'm in there 12:05 to 12:10. That's all I need, Cap.
Putting on a solo symphony, honey?
No, someone would be in there with me, obviously. But all I would need is 05 to 10. That's fine. All right, done. Anyone got a 12:15 appointment?
That's it.
15?
You're ready.
Okay.
Would not want to be the janitor having to clean that room.
No.
Could you imagine, Cap?
No. I could not.
An office for sex in the place where
and
you
who
work.
are they having sex with? They just go, I'm going to roll through sales today and see if anyone's busy.
I think a lot of these people who became adults during COVID are struggling to meet people because they're all work remote and work on Zoom, and now they're going back to the office. You're gonna meet more people, and they want to use the office to find sexual partners.
First of all, that's lazy. So I'm gonna get my work done and have sex in the same facility, the same office. You get not your place, not your flat.
Why not just wait till the workday's over and go home?
And that's by the way, the production goes down. If you're having sex, say at noon, you're gonna be productive until 4 or 5 when you get on the train.
No.
All you're going to be thinking about is, wow, that was the best.
That was awesome. Let me smoke a cigarette, do a few minutes of work, and see if I can get back in that room again.
Oh, my God. Is that soundproof, that office? Is that in the region?
You better hope.
Okay. That's unbelievable. All you think of, listen, you can't go through people's brains, Cap, but you imagine what they're thinking about, but the idea that you want to bring that to the office with you. Not her place, not his place, office.
Work perks.
We got to get special cameras on our Gen Z employees here. We got to be having eyes on Tyler Rocky.
I mean,
single man.
He's too busy. He's too busy urinating in the shower,
which is not a problem, by the way. I don't understand why people are stunned by that.
I don't urinate in the shower.
It goes down the drain.
Yeah, and then I'm supposed to and my wife doesn't because we had this discussion. But if she did, I'm supposed to just walk in that shower and. Like nothing.
What do you think?
What do you think? I want my feet to be moist as a salute?
The dirty water that comes off your body when you wash yourself also hits the floor.
Well, I'm just not.
It all goes down the drain.
I was with Carm. I found it rather odd that Tyler was so cavalierly out there. Yeah. I wasn't able to urinate in the
You have to understand that Cap is a germaphobe, and so is Carm.
The most egregious was Chris Black freely admitting that he pees in a pool every time he gets in a pool. That is disgusting.
Now, that's bad.
That's bad.
Especially when it's not your own. You're peeing in someone else's pool? That's brutal. Yeah. Got a problem with the stream there. Jay Moore, that's not good. That guy should see a doctor.
It's like Austin Powers when he gets thawed out.
I think you need to shake the tubie. The stream is weak.
Brutal. I shake the tubie all the time. Great black cinema. We thank you for calling and being part of the program here on Kap J Hood. Our thanks to Shay. Our thanks to Jay Moore. We will talk to you Friday. So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
He's so horny.
Well, see you later.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breeds new life.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Side with the champs, he of course will have plenty of suitors, and there will be plenty of interest as well in Marchand, coming off the best playoff series of his career in the Cup final.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard of Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN, where today I have a different pencil. I have a Blackwing 42 Jackie Robinson colorway pencil that was given to me by a friend. Devin Kane is on the con. Ryan Matlack is on the board. What's up, gentlemen? You might see if you're watching on the ESPN app that they have, well, helmets on their heads. And I hadn't fully seen this on the full return shot until now. How are you dealing with this? What's going on here, for lack of a better term? They kind of flipped this on me because we're doing some bit later in the show that I don't know. Devin, please explain what's going on here.
Listen, it's the Stanley Cup final it's ended. The Panthers have won. They've repeated as Stanley Cup champions, and Matlack, who's on the board, he's our hockey expert, and he has just a wealth of helmets and gear. And I'm starting to realize that I have a big head because this is not feeling good, and it's not easy.
We did the helmet bit before for when Star Wars Celebration happened, and I was wearing my Red Leader helmet. It's not even mine. It's Rafa's, in fact. And you actually had a football helmet on at that point, and Ryan found himself in a hockey bucket. Where did you get these, Matt Lack? Like, what's even going on here?
I've collected these throughout the years, Clinton. Thanks for asking. In fact, the one that Devin has is a former Q bucket. It's a beauty. St. John Sea Dogs, New Brunswick, one of the finer leagues in North America. And that thing I got at like a hole-in-the-wall sports goods shop here in Connecticut, where this guy literally buys out old AHL and junior teams gear. And so that one, I don't play any better, but I look better when I rock it during beer league.
That's like one of the most Connecticut things I ever heard of. There's just some dude who's amassing random pieces of hockey gear.
Oh, and like the most
days gone by.
Yeah, and the most like off-putting spot too, like in an old warehouse. Like you think you're heading down a dark path when you go there, but there were some gems.
Okay, so you know how at campus, they actually have this at the Charlotte office too. There's just like a whole locker full of every single helmet in college football and pro football. Do they have that at Bristol? Is there one for
cage?
Hockey? The cage.
Yeah, they got the cage. Oh,
they got the cage?
Oh,
okay.
yeah. I don't know if it's in the same spot, but yeah, they used to have every single helmet. There's a couple helmets, college football, that are strewn about in radio that I don't know.
Sure.
I think we probably borrowed for set decoration, then we never returned.
Right, okay. All right. Anyway,
I might pass out. I'm in circulation.
Yeah, take that helmet off. I don't like the way that first of all, it looks ridiculous. Second of all, we can't have you passing out mid-show. That would be not good for business. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call or click Grainger.com or just stop by.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
It's over. The trophy commissioned for Lord Stanley of Preston has been handed to the Florida Panthers for the second season in a row. The Fighting Roy Bellies, as they're known in my household, have managed to do it again. 5-1 in Game 6. Non-skate, kiddos. This was never close. There was never any point in this match when anybody thought the Oilers were going to win. 4 goals from Sam Reinhart. I mean, what on earth happened there? What a performance. Matthew Tkachuk scored what was effectively the cup clinching goal. And Sergei Bobrovsky, he made 28 saves and he only allowed the one late. This was a flat-out embarrassing performance for Los Petroleros, the Edmonton Oilers. We'll get to the Panthers in a second, but we got to discuss something else that is actually really wild and really wacky. Florida is the hockey capital of the United States of America. Since 2020, Bolts, 2021, Bolts, 2022, Bolts reached the Stanley Cup final. 2023, Panthers reached the Stanley Cup. 2024, Panthers win it. 2025, Panthers win it. Can't shake a dead cat in Florida without finding somebody who's a hockey fan with a team that won. The Panthers are impressive. The way they've done this season, particularly with Brad Marchand, however you want to say his name. I like to say Marchand because he's Canadian, even though he's not a French Canadian. Dynasty talk is something that we don't do a lot of on this program. And I don't even like using that word because it just feels like it's from an era gone by in which people just want to remember things that don't happen anymore. But as far as the NHL is concerned, this is close to it. This would be dynastic in nature, Devin. Whilst not necessarily being a dynasty itself, the vibes are dynastic. Now, they got some decisions to make as far as their roster is concerned down the line. But the Panthers have been one of the best teams in hockey for a while now.
And it's not even the way in which, yes, it's just the way they did it, too. They've been dominant. And obviously, last year's Stanley Cup, they were up 3-0 before Edmund came.
Sure,
came
they
back.
let their foot off the gas.
They let the foot off the gas, so they're doing it in a dominant way. Listen, Dynasty talk, Clinton. You might not like it. I love it. I personally love it.
Ryan Matlack has been our personal correspondent for the Stanley Cup, producing some great intro bits for our various guests. Matlack, your thoughts on the skate last night? How were your feelings about watching Los Panteros hoist the cup yet again?
What's wild about this is that there were times in the series where you felt like Edmonton had life. And in fact, they had some really impressive comebacks. Game 1, Game 4, things that the Panthers usually don't allow to happen. And I think the most impressive thing in this run, and they did the same thing in round 2, is the ability to wash those games away and come back with dominant performances later in the series, which is generally the hardest thing to do. Like in hockey and NBA playoffs, a lot of postseasons, momentum's a real thing. And their ability to just wipe away the odd overtime loss, the odd 3-goal comeback, was really the most impressive thing. And by the way, reverse dynasty for one Corey Perry, who now has been to 5 of the last 6 Cup finals and has not won any of them.
Ooh, we don't need to pile on to Corey Perry.
We sure can. The worm.
All right. We can. But your boy Connor McJesus, yet again at the altar. He was visibly miffed after the skate yesterday. He was also a non-factor in the game. That is a problem, Edmonton. Let's hear what our guy Greg Wyshynski had to say about this on game night on 97, not doing nothing.
He was a non-factor tonight in a way that I think should be a little disturbing for McDavid and his supporters. Listen, he's going up against a great defense. He's going up against 2 guys in Alexander Barkov and Sam Runhart, who were both nominated for the best defensive forward in the NHL this season. You get past them, it's a great defense. You get past them, it's Sergei Bobrovsky. But, this is the kind of game for a greatest of his generation type athlete like Connor McDavid, where he really needs to put a stamp on things. They needed to get on the scoreboard first in this game, and try as he might, it didn't happen. And at the end of the day, he comes away from an elimination game loss with no points on the score sheet, and that's got to really, really sting.
Not great, Bob. And that's not me referencing Bobrovsky. Connor McDavid not showing up at the end of this Stanley Cup Final Series, I do not think bodes well for the Oilers as a franchise. Now, do I believe that Connor McDavid is going to ask out? We don't know. But it just feels like this is trending in the wrong direction for a skater of his skill level. Emily Kaplan was on this program earlier saying that basically he was the best skater there's ever going to be. But without any Stanley Cups, that skill level won't matter if there's not the success there to back it up. One of the people I want to highlight, though, in this entire thing, who's been extremely impressive, is Paul Maurice. A hockey lifer through and through. Let us not forget the path he has taken to getting here. Let's hear what he had to say in the presser about that very thing.
I had 4 of the best fishing days of my life in June. And then on June 4th, my phone rings, and it's a number I don't know, so I don't answer it. Why would I? And then I get this really profane text from Trip Tracy, I believe, answer your phone, with other words mixed in, and it was Bill Zito. So from that day to today, this is going to sound crazy. It's actually not the Stanley Cups. Careful what I say. Watching these guys interact with each other, that's been the gift to this place. That's been the best thing for me. We become, when you're burnt out, you are exhausted, cynical, and you believe you're not effective. Those are the 3 components to it, and that cynicism is real. It was somewhat life-altering this year to watch the way they treat each other, and to realize I could treat them the same way.
Let me explain something to y'all. That's about as thoughtful a reply as you're going to get from a leader of athletes, period, point blank, in sports ever. Never mind the hockey world, which is well known for rough and tumble guys who are short-worded and brusque. What Maurice is referring to there is the fact that he resigned from the Winnipeg job before the Panthers came calling. For him to discuss his personal state, how he was feeling about himself. By the way, 4 days of fishing, that's a lot of fishing, Devin. That's a full retreat worth of fishing. And then say, to be able to interact with the guys was the best part, never mind the championships. I love that. I absolutely love that from Paul. A kind thing to say from a kind person But let's hear what Sam Bennett had to say from the Panthers about why this team has been able to keep it together.
I mean, it starts with the culture here. There's a way that we do things here, and it's not easy. We don't play an easy style of hockey. It demands a lot out of you, but I think every single guy's bought into it. But once the new guys come in, they instantly bought into this, what we do here, and the commitment to being great, to winning. Every single guy just really bought into that, and I mean, it starts with the culture, but the character of the guys. I think that's why we're able to do this.
Now, this is an aside, but watching the highlights here on the Watch ESPN app, the Panthers unis I love. I love the combo with the white stripe in the middle, the red, the gold, and the blue pants and blue shorts. It's just a good look for me. In fact, this entire Stanley Cup final was a tremendous uni battle that Florida won, as well as taking the cup. But you got to tip your cap. You don't see a lot of back-to-backs in anything anymore in sports. Parity is the goal. Everybody wants to have a chance at the end of the year. And leagues like the NBA stack it so that it's basically impossible to keep a squad together long enough to be able to formulate back-to-back championship-winning teams. The Panthers have done it. And Florida remains the center of the hockey universe in the United States of America, which continues to be one of the most bizarre sentences ever stated. If you're a man of my age, and you remember when Florida had exactly 0 teams for the whole thing. Connor McDavid, though. This is not a good look, my guy. Edmonton and McDavid do not seem to be on the same page regarding how they're going to finish that out, or continue, rather, for a player of his own ilk. Visibly disturbed after the game, and as Greg Wyshynski said earlier, no points in a deciding game of a Stanley Cup final the year after you won the Conn Smythe, after losing in said series as well. Again, trending poorly is the adjective I would use. Coming up, is ring culture as a conversation as pervasive as LeBron James indicated? We'll hear from the king and more, but I'll explain that after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Lord Stanley of Preston. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
What's up, everybody? Gary Streisky, and today on SC Plus, only on Disney Plus, the Stanley Cup is staying in South Florida as the Panthers go back-to-back. Plus, things getting a bit chippy for Caitlin Clark in Indiana, and another rough night for Aaron Judge and the Yankees. All of that and more today on SC Plus.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. purplewave.com.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally with over 35,000 therapists. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhoffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best, which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Cops caught him sneaking TV sets out the back door of a J.C. Penney. Young punk, Mr. Rock and Roll, cocky as hell.
Hey, come on, old boys! Move it like molasses! Making me look bad!
We liked him immediately.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. As you all know, this is a show about a show, and there's a show behind the show. And the show behind the show involves what the people on the show do when they're not doing the show. One of which is participating in company softball. And apparently there's drama with the ESPN radio squad, known as the Hard Outs, which is just an incredible bit, just in general. I have a jersey. I do not play on the team as I do not live in Bristol, Connecticut. But Matt Lack, please update us on the drama with the hard outs quickly.
Yeah, straight out from the hard out newsroom. Apparently, the captain, I don't want to name
We won't
his
name the person.
Yeah.
Yes. No,
but
we'll keep the names out of it.
He did not see an email in time. Apparently, there was the threat of rain. It's not, I mean, Devin's probably seen outside more recent than I have. It looks okay. But apparently, because of the threat of rain, last night they made the decision to call today's game off. The reason I'm here is so that James could play in said game. Sacrifices were made, Clinton. And, there is a conversation going around about stripping the C. I didn't start it, but I certainly will continue it.
I didn't start it, but I certainly will continue it. Is pretty much the motto of this program.
That's the hard outs to a T right there.
Right. That's pretty much what the hard outs are. Lead pipe lock. All right, headline. LeBron James says ring culture is a problem. Oh, you don't say. Now, look, we talk about LeBron James on this program for a variety of reasons. Number one, he plays for the Los Angeles Lakers. I live in Los Angeles. We are in Los Angeles. If you look over my shoulder, you can see the building where the Lakers play in, the Crypto.com arena. There's no getting around that. Number two is, of course, he is LeBron Raymond James. And number three is because there are just certain things that are just too funny to me because I believe he's the best basketball player of all time. That doesn't mean that I don't think he doesn't say a lot of things that make literally no sense in my mind. That said, he recently criticized the NBA's pervasive ring culture when he was talking with Steve. No, where was he talking? Where was he? He was on the Mind the Game podcast.
Yep,
Excuse me. I cannot keep track of all of these player podcasts, by the by. He was on the Mind the Game podcast with Steve Nash, and here's what he said about the entirety of Rings Mountain.
You sit here and tell me, Allen Iverson and Charles Barkley and Steve Nash, are and wasn't unbelievable. Like, oh, they can't be talked about or discussed with these guys just because this guy won one ring or won two rings or won, like, it's just weird to me. It's like saying Peyton Manning can't be in the same room with Brady or Mahomes because he only has one ring. They don't never discuss that in their sport. Right.
or telling me that Dan Marino is not the greatest slinger of all time, or he can't be in the room with those guys because he didn't win a championship. They don't discuss those things.
Oh, where do we begin? First of all, Peyton Manning has 2 rings, just to be clear. Now, you can argue about what happened with the Denver Broncos and why that came about, but he was certainly the quarterback on that team. Number 2, the idea of rings culture being such a thing is not something that is a foreign concept to LeBron James in any way, shape, or form. And it's not like it's not something he hasn't bought into and advocated himself. You know why? Because we remember what happened when he joined the Miami Heat. Matt Lag hit it a throwback.
But we also know you 3 kings came down here to win championships. Not 1, championships.
Not 2.
LeBron, tell us about that.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7. And when I say that, I really believe it.
I mean, last time that I checked, I remember that like it was yesterday. That might have been the most over-the-top ring culture comment I've ever heard in my life. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. And now all of a sudden it's an issue? Look, I think most reasonable people understand that whether or not you've won a championship in your sport doesn't matter, per se. But for some people, it is the thing. It's not the thing for me. I couldn't necessarily care less, but it is a marker of something. By the way, I didn't realize that he was such a big Dan Marino fan. LeBron James, slinger.
Slinging the rock, the pill.
That was really odd to hear. Not that I listen to LeBron James talk about football much, but that was funny. I mean, he's right in one context, but it doesn't make sense when part of the reason why it is what it is because of your own existence yourself and the contributions you've made to ring culture. Mina Kimes used to call this Rings Mountain, and always would say, I'm not dying on Rings Mountain. I'm not either. Legacy talk, dynasty talk, rings talk, it's all the same conversation. People who front run with winners and think they're the only people that matter in the context of sports. You know full well that's not how I operate on this program, and never will be. Allen Iverson is my favorite basketball player of all time, and Charles Barkley is the best athlete who's ever been on television doing the sport, doing the job. These are separate discussions. Ring culture is a direct descendant of the portion of the demographic that is obsessed with the person that I cannot stand mentioning, but I have to mention him now, and that's Michael Jeffrey Jordan. That's really all it is. It's because of him that people are obsessed with it. If you are not obsessed with MJ, you probably don't care that much about rings. It's as simple as that for me. A lot of guys got a lot of rings. A lot of guys don't got a lot of rings. You don't see people running around talking about Robert Horry left and right. It's a multifaceted discussion. But ring culture is one that, to me, kind of immature on some level. And I'm not saying that about LeBron James. I'm saying what he's referring to, I'm agreeing with him in this portion of the discussion, is a very immature way to look at sports, personally. That's just me. Not one, not two, not three, not four, not five. Those are the fingers on my hand. A lot of LeBron news this week, man. Summer of LeBron is going to be a heavy lift.
I love it. I personally love it. Let's look at LeBron. At one point, Clinton, we're going to take calls, right? And all we're going to do is we're going to tease out the number. We're going to say LeBron or Jordan.
Rings culture.
And let the
guess
the
who never won, guess who never
up.
lost when a ring was on the line. Oh man, what are we gonna do? We got a full summer of this. Oh, that's right. Camp CNF is coming up. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect your auto, home, and business today at progressive.com.
This is the NBA Finals.
40-point game for J-Dub in Game 5.
With the Thunder now up 3-2, we return to Indianapolis with the Pacers face a must-win. Coverage of Game 6 begins tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern, with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
Indiana basketball, turn up your radios. You know we've established a relationship over the past few weeks. People have been calling in, telling us their various high schools, the capacities of their gyms as it relates to the population of their towns, giving us their mascots. We've forged a connection with the Indianapolis community. And when I learned not just of some of the extracurriculars that go on in Indiana basketball, we know how deep it goes. They grow basketball there. When I learned of this next person is coming up on the line, as a radio dork, I was completely obsessed. And guess what? He's here. Bob Lovell, Indiana Sports Talk host. You can find him on the internet at Coach Bob Lovell. Thank you so much for coming on this program, sir. How are you on this Wednesday?
Well, I'm great. I'm honored to be with you, Clinton. I appreciate the kind words, and it is a fun time. It's great to be a Hoosier. I know that. This time of year, it's fantastic to be a Hoosier.
Great to hear it. So here's what happened. I was in Omaha covering college baseball. I was talking with two of my friends who had both done Indiana high school basketball games in their broadcasting career. And I was telling them about how much fun we were having with the Pacers, and they said, you know, there is this unbelievable show where coaches call in and give their stats. I was like, that's not real. I refuse to believe that. Next thing you know, all the listeners tell me you've been on for 35 years doing your thing. For those who don't know in the national audience, can you break down what you do on Indiana Sports Talk and how long you guys have been at it?
We will start season number 32 the first weekend of August. And I was a college basketball coach here in the state of Indiana for 20-plus years. And then when I decided not to do that anymore, I was given the opportunity of a lifetime to take a statewide radio network and create a show that we would do on Friday and Saturday nights and talk about high school football and high school basketball. And we invited fans to call. It was a novel idea, and we were unbelievably naive in allowing fans to call the show. So we changed the format a little bit. So I talked to my average Clinton on a normal Friday night during football and a Friday and Saturday during basketball. I'll talk to close to 30 members of the media and coaches and talk about games that they had and games they were in. And it's a fast-moving show. I think in some respects, it's an Indiana version of Game Night on ESPN. And It's clearly honored to be able to do what they do. You guys got started in 92, 93. We started our show in 1994. And I would tell you, we have 50-plus stations in the state of Indiana that bring people to the show. And on a Friday and Saturday night, when you go into a game and that game's over and you jump in your car, you're going to hear Indiana sports talk, and you're able to hear it all the way from Michigan down to the river. And it's a pretty cool show. It's just not brag very much. It's a pretty neat thing. It moves quickly, and we try to have as much fun with it as we possibly can.
Bob Lovell joins us here on the program, legendary host of Indiana Sports Talk. All right, let's get to the basketball. What have you seen from a coaching standpoint this season from the Pacers that's developed over the course of the year that you like, just in looking at what they're doing from an X's and O standpoint, never mind the winning?
Well, the X and O part of it is, I think you go back to last year where they shocked the entire league with the style of play they had. They were all about pace. They were all about spacing the floor. It's a popular concept. It sounds cute, but it works for them. And they, I think, caught a lot of people by surprise in terms of how they played and how they were able to sustain that level of play throughout the year, and came back, and they're a little bit better at it. They're better defensively this year than they were a year ago, but they're still one of the most electrifying teams around. Being a native Hoosier and someone who likes basketball, what you love about this team is their willingness to share the ball, their willingness to make that extra pass. They play hard. They play together. They're playing harder defensively. They're just a fun team to be around. And I think to this point, they have been victimized a little bit in terms of trying to play the best offensive team in the country. They're hard to stop. The Pacers are at their best when they're able to get out in the open court. But if you're not able to do anything and only get it out of the net, that kind of slows your team down and slows your effort down. And so, it was a great start. I felt like they may have surprised OKC at the beginning. Clearly, they haven't surprised them now. And so we're all hopeful that tomorrow night goes better for them than what happened last night.
Your coach's show, and Rick Carlisle has been at the helm of the Pacers for some time now. Have you ever had any interactions with him personally, and what do you think of the job he's done in his tenure at the helm of the Pacers?
I have not had an interaction with him, but I think he's done a fantastic job. I mean, think back when he had Dirk and he was winning a championship down in Dallas. They played an entirely different style of basketball, and look at him now. And so his ability to adapt, to adjust, he's an incredibly intelligent guy. He is a wonderful guy, and people, rightfully so, we all love him in Indianapolis for who he is and what he does, what he stands for. But I think more than anything, he's able to relate to people. He understands the game. He's able to adjust and adapt. People want to play for him. They love to be around him. They love what he stands for and love how he does things. And to me, it's not coincidental that you have that kind of guy leading this team to this kind of success.
What do you think on the other side? I know this is Indiana basketball, but they've obviously got an opponent that's very good. What do you like, and what have you seen from OKC as a basketball team that's really piqued your interest?
I think it's one word, and I think it's Shea. I mean, it starts there, and it emanates from him. And when you have that type of player who can isolate you, can score a multitude of different ways, he lifts up his teammates. He lifts up everybody around him. And when you need a basket, you're going to him. But I love how they play. They play similarly, I think, to the Pacers. You have two teams that, in this day and age, the NBA has quite literally been an isolation league for a long, long time. These two teams go out there and do it a little bit differently. They involve people. They run up and down the court. And both of them, I think, are playing at a high level defensively. It just seems that OKC might be playing just a little bit better on the defensive end than the Pacers. But they're two teams that are fun, two teams that are young and fun and excited and spirited and tremendously talented. So how do you not like a matchup like that?
Bob Lovell joins us here on the program, Indiana Sports Talk legend. All right, forget all that nonsense. I want to talk more about Indiana. The culture of basketball in Indiana is like nothing we've ever heard of. I say this a lot. The movie Hoosiers, in fact, actually undersells the coolest parts about Indiana basketball culture. So staying away from that film, can you explain to people how much it's in the water regarding hoops and that state, the Hoosier state, and, you know, everything else that goes on around it?
Well, let's start with the Indiana-Kentucky All-Star matchup that happens annually in June. They'll play a game down in Kentucky, play a game in Indianapolis. And so the matchup in Indianapolis averages over 6,000, close to 7,000 spectators every year. And that's, remember, that's a second weekend in June where you've got 6,000 or 7,000 people coming out to watch high school basketball players. That I think is a great indication of it. We have the world's largest high school gymnasium in Newcastle. We have the nation's largest coaches association. The Indiana Basketball Coaches Association is the biggest in the country. I'm biased. I'm an Indiana coach. We think we have the best coaching. But, you know, you've talked about it earlier, and people have called in. You have towns of 2,000 people who built a gym for 4,000. And it was done by design because they're going to sell it out. And I would tell you, the first round of our tournament, this will be the 116th state finals coming up this year. First round is called the sectionals, and sectional week, having gone through it as a kid and now as an adult, there's no other week like it. It's like Christmas the entire week, and the entire community and the entire school are involved in it. And so, when you get to sectional championship games, if you don't already have a ticket, you're going to be standing in line for an hour or 2 hours to try to get in on some of these venues. And so kids are brought up this way, and it's passed on from grandfathers and grandmothers to their kids. And it is a way of life. And, we like to say, and you said it before, 59 other states, in the other states, it's just basketball. And here it's a way of life. It's a religion. And so, you know what? It's that way. It's been that way for a long, long time. We're also, proud of what's happening with football in our state. Clinton, when you get a chance to live in Indianapolis right now, think of this. You get to see Caitlin Clark. You get to see Tyrese Halliburton. You get to see the Fever. You get to see the Pacers. You get to see the Colts. You've seen a Super Bowl winning team. You've got a team playing in the NBA Finals. We're hopeful that the Fever will be able to similarly compete for state finals. And not to mention the fact, we just finished the world's largest single-day sporting event, the Indianapolis 500. We just finished that about 3 weeks ago. So there's a whole lot going on in our state. But I think the focal point is basketball.
Bob Lovell, don't be a stranger, man. It is a huge honor to be able to talk to you on this program today. I really appreciate it, man.
Well, the honor's mine, and I invite you. Just go online some Friday night when you're bored and listen to how it goes. And it's fun, and it's an honor to be with you. When I'm in my car, I never miss listening to you because I like it. I like how you do what you do. I'm a fan, and I'll continue to be. I'm an even bigger fan after today.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And have a great rest of your day. See that, Devin? Do you see that, Indiana basketball? Never, ever at me again about whether or not we care about your state and the sport. Bob Lovell, the Godfather. I'm holding the microphone with my hand because I'm that fired up. Salute, Devin. Got to thank Mike Farron and Sam Wiederhouse who let me know that Bob Lovell even existed. And Devin turns it around and immediately gets him on the air. Amazing. Oh, breath of fresh air in a world, in a city that I live in, clouded with exhaust. Tune in Thursday for Game 6 of the NBA Finals as the Pacers host the Thunder. Coverage begins Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coming up, guys, we got to talk about the social media situation. We're not going to the watering hole early, but we need to lay some groundwork as to what's going on the bird, as the kids like to say. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Indiana basketball. Eat your heart out.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy. Coming up Thursday, Mike McDaniel or Tua. I'll tell you which Dolphin is facing the most pressure heading into next season. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Stop by Sherwin-Williams and get 30% off select paints and stains June 13th through the 23rd. It's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Refresh your home inside and out with colors that make every space feel brand new. From cozy interiors to stunning exteriors, we've got the perfect shade for your next project. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox returned home Tuesday night, but gave up 5 runs and an ugly second en route to a 12-2 loss to the St. Louis Cardinals. Rookie sensation Shane Smith gave up 5 earned runs, the first time all season he has allowed more than 3 in a game. Tonight, right-hander Sean Burke will try to stop the Sox 6-game skid. He faces veteran Sonny Gray at 6:40 p.m. Save all summer long with our Summer Savings section. Enjoy $20 weekday and $25 weekend select lower-level tickets while supplies last. The Summer Savings section is presented by Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section. This has been your White Sox Minute.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
Call now, 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell them, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Hey, it's Shane Orling.
And it's your brother from another mother, Jay Moore.
We're in the final stage of the Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney.
We're headed to AJ Hudson's at Ashland and Grace
to crown the Chicago Foosball Champion on Sunday, June 22nd.
And I'll be on the ones and twos, providing the soundtrack to a wonderful evening.
Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup,
along with Shay and me,
are inviting you out to watch the U.S. men's team and watch our foosball finalists compete for the Chicago title.
Join us at AJ Hudson's Sunday at 6 p.m.
We're watching U.S. soccer, giving away a messy Mick Ultra jersey,
vibing to some throwbacks,
and we're drinking ice-cold Mick Ultra.
Please drink responsibly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Friends with Clinton Yates.
Do you understand what this means? Those stupid idiot jackasses are not going to ruin my station. Get the plane ready. I'm going to L.A.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Here on a Wednesday. Just talked to Bob Lovell, Indiana basketball legend. You can never say again that we don't care about what happens. Because in 49 other states, it's just a game.
Oh, I felt that in my soul, man, when he said that. I didn't even, my brain didn't even, tell me to salute. It just happened.
It was just a natural reflex.
It was just a reflex when he said that.
Bob started talking. So there's something we have to address. And I want everybody to understand this the right way. As you know, this is a very listener and caller-heavy show for the reasons of building community and the reasons of fostering a village. That said, guys, I have to explain something to you. I host a radio show. I used to be on TV. I also write. I do a lot of social media, but I can't go back and forth all day, every day, about every and anything on everybody's mind at all times. I don't have the bandwidth for that, and I don't want to ignore you as listeners. Technically, my office hours are during this show, but I ask the smart listeners of this program to keep the tweets about the thoughts on your mind, which I will gladly oblige, to around show hours. Some say that I might be on social media a little too much. I'm trying my best to wean myself off of it, because it's not exactly the healthiest thing in the world, but it has value. We go to the watering hole here at the program. But I don't want to ignore people all day. So we got to tighten it up, Devin. Devin, do you understand what I'm talking about?
I do, yeah. Listen.
There are certain listeners who you have muted. I don't have to air anybody out. But I'm just saying, we got to tighten it up on the social media.
Listen, I just want to reemphasize that we love our listeners.
Yes.
And we love anyone that interacts with this show.
Absolutely.
But yeah, there's a lot of notifications that come.
It's a lot.
And here's the thing. I love that our listeners have become friends with other listeners through this show.
Of course. We have to have that.
I would love for you guys to continue to have those conversations. But maybe you don't need to tag Clinton and I in every single one. But I do love, if it's show related, I still love seeing it. But, like Clinton said, maybe less so and keep it within show hours or an hour after,
Sure. But the issue is that we don't have a show handle. And that's a separate discussion about a lot of other things. However, because this is my personal handle, these things come directly into my personal phone. And as somebody that is trying to live out my existence as a reasonable flesh bag, my screen time is up way too high.
Me too, man.
That is the most depressing thing to look at. I don't need to be alerted as to how much I'm looking at my phone, Apple.
Yeah.
That's only going to make me more depressed.
It is. Like you. I've been trying to wean myself off because you find yourself like when you have any sort of downtime, you go to your phone, and it is not ideal a lot of people struggle with this in the country. It's social media is becoming a problem with that.
It's very difficult. So I just want to thank everybody who hits me up all the time. It's not a problem in the sense of anything other than I'm going to have to ignore most of what you say because I have other things going on in my life. Alas, not that you all don't either. But we got to tighten it up. The bunk hours are now pretty much show hours, and I'll say a couple hours after the show. Is that reasonable, Devin?
I think so. I think everyone can wrap their head around that.
Yeah, it's all good. I tweet during games. You see me going nuts. There's nothing against our policies. The never at me era is over for me.
Yeah. I will say for me personally, listen, I'm always looking for content. So if you see something that you think might be good on the show, still tweet me. I would love to see that stuff.
That's right. So anyway, I want to appreciate everybody for listening. I want to appreciate everybody who's ever contributed to the show because the watering hole is a large part of what we do. And that's just how it is. Social media, getting it done. Coming up, we're going back out to the ice with a friend of the program. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Carmen Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and the Watch ESPN app as well, where you can see me running my yap. Devin Kane is on the con. Ryan Matlack is on the board. They were wearing hockey helmets earlier. You know that Matlack is here when you hear the horn. You guys going to put the helmets back on for a little bit, or are you just going to show them off? They don't fit over the... See, we got to get IFBs for this. This is something we probably should have thought of beforehand. But okay, so Matlack knows how to get this change done. Devin is wearing his on top of his headphones. But it doesn't matter because Matt Lack has once again done the Lord's work. Hit it, Matt Lack. You're doing it again.
Clinton and Friends.
Folks, the Stanley Cup remains amongst the palm trees and the humidity. Sam Bennett easily wins the Conn Smythe, but not a single point in the clincher. Sam Reinhart, a real puck hog.
Run shot, he scores! Sam Reinhart. You see rebound back towards score. Sam Reinhart, second goal of the game.
Oilers have pulled off comebacks throughout the playoffs, but the engine seized after Game 4. Canada's cup drought continues. Edmonton.
Breaking my heart.
Panthers outscore the Oil 10-3 in the last 2 games. Forget about the Cats, Clinton. Florida is in dynasty mode. I just hope the cup is in one piece when it finally leaves the state. Congrats to the Cats. I'm going to go stick my head in the sand until July 1st. Arda, Clinton, take it away.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
That sound was courtesy 560 WQAM in South Florida. Thank you, Matt Lack, again for doing a great job keeping our listeners up to date with all the fun stuff happening around Lord Stanley of Preston's Cup. Joining us now, friend of the show, co-host of Never Tell Me the Odds, ESPN's official Star Wars podcast, and, of course, NHL commentator Arda Ocal is on the program. Arda, before we get to the pucks, I've mentioned to you this before on the podcast, but I want to get your thoughts on it regarding Star Wars. Pretty much every plane ride I take, Arda, I watch Rogue One. It's for whatever reason my go-to on the plane when I have to watch a movie. I always fire it up. That's my go-to. Not even just in the Star Wars realm, but period, overall, point blank. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that's probably the right answer, to be honest. It definitely is. It's funny, like we did we have an episode coming up, not to pull the curtain too much, but we did a Rogue One discussion through the lens of both seasons of Andor. Right. And, like, you're hard-pressed to find a movie where you're like, it was so good when it was released, and now the context has changed so much after another Star Wars series came out. Like, it's pretty remarkable, dude.
Right. No, creativity-wise, it's incredible to be able to put those pieces of the puzzle together. That aside, we have some pucks to discuss. I mean, the Panthers become the first team since the Lightning to go back-to-back. Is the Stanley Cup ever leaving Florida? What's going on here, and how impressed are you with the job that franchise has done overall in being able to hoist the cup 2 years in a row?
Yeah, with apologies to anyone listening in the state of Minnesota, the state of Florida is the state of hockey now. That they have commandeered it. It is theirs. Congratulations to Florida. You are now officially crowned the state of hockey. Shout out to Matt Lack for that opening. That was great. Yeah. To answer his question, the Stanley Cup has already been damaged. It happened on the ice. The rim got separated. I don't know how. I don't know if anyone dropped it, but it has already minor damage to it, even before it left the ice. So
that's funny.
Yeah, it's already in rough shape. It's at the Elbow Room right now, which is like the famous dive bar that's not too far from the arena. That's where they currently are right now, and that's where they'll probably remain for the next 45 minutes or several hours or whatever. But yeah, like, look, when we're talking, like, it's very tough to use the word dynasty in the NHL when you have the Montreal Canadiens going to the Cup final in the 50s for 10 straight years, winning 5 straight cups. The Islanders of the 1980s, the Edmonton Oilers of the 1980s. However, in the salary cap era since 2005, this absolutely qualifies under those terms in that era because it's so difficult to make it to the Cup final, let alone 3 times in a row and win 2 Stanley Cups. So if you're looking at it under the lens of the salary cap era since 2005 in the last 20 years, this is absolutely a dynastic.
You hear that, Devin? You can start throwing around dynasty talk even more. Arda Ocal joins us here on Clinton and Friends. I mean, Sam Reinhart, what a performance. Can you think of the last time you saw something like that in anything close to a Stanley Cup final, never mind in a deciding game?
Dude, the last time we saw a player score 4 goals in a Stanley Cup final game, let alone a cup clinching game, was in 1957, Maurice Richard. The great Rocket Richard was the last guy to do it. And that's like generations ago. Like, that's how ridiculous that was. And you know what that speaks? It speaks to how complete of a team the Florida Panthers were. Yeah. They shut down Connor McDavid. Leon Draisaitl had 0 shot attempts in the game. They were able to keep them to the outside, no looks at the net. They exposed the goaltender once again, Stuart Skinner, who started the game. The Panthers were relentless. They, for the 4th straight game, had a multiple goal lead after the first period, so the Oilers were playing catch-up again. They had a player like Brad Marchand, who was playing out of his mind and had one of the best mercenary, and I use that term in a good way, by the way, sports mercenary runs ever, and has immortalized himself among Panthers fans. I mean, this was a complete run for the Florida Panthers, literally from start to finish.
You mentioned the Oilers and them getting exposed. I mean, we can get to Connor McDavid individually later, but more largely, if you're an organization like the Oilers, this is 2 straight cups you've lost to the same team, and even in the last series, you got down 3-0 before you got your heads out of the sand, to use a Matlack term, and now, in this situation, you get blown out of the building in a series clincher. I mean, franchise-wise, how do you think you adjust to this? What kind of a look is this for a traditional power like the Edmonton Oilers?
Yeah, so their general manager, Stan Bowman, he has championship pedigree. There's going to be a lot of questions that need answers this offseason. What are they going to do between the pipes? What will they do with their goaltending? Will they have a new pair, a new tandem come October? Their defense, are they going to shore up their defense? Are they going to look for more stay-at-home defensemen? Matthias Ekholm was a good pickup in recent memory, but they need more on the blue line. They need more depth, bottom 6 players. They have the best 2 players in the NHL. It's not enough. The last 2 years, Clinton, were, if someone were to tell me, hey, can you explain to me why people keep saying hockey is a team game, superstars don't impact the game as much as other sports, I would point them to the last 2 games. Connor McDavid literally did every single thing he could to try and bring this team to a Stanley Cup. Last year, he brought them to within 1 goal in Game 7, almost pulling off a reverse sweep. This year, he brought them to the Stanley Cup final with arguably a worse team. And arguably, the Panthers had a better team on paper. But it's not enough. He only plays a third of the game. He plays 20 minutes of 60 minutes. Right. And that, to me, is the perfect example of why this is a team game. He needs people around him. And unfortunately for him, he's now in that conversation where people – it's like – you know this very well, Clinton. It's like Alex Ovechkin before he won the Stanley Cup. Right?
Sure.
Before he won the Stanley Cup, the conversations were, is he a leader? Is he championship pedigree? There were people even writing articles that maybe he'd be better off going to the KHL in that era. I remember that very well.
Yeah.
And then he won the Stanley Cup, and the whole narrative changed. Well, that's beginning to happen with Connor McDavid. It's not full-blown yet, but after 2 straight Stanley Cup losses, those conversations are certainly starting to happen.
Arda Ocal joins us here on Clinton and Friends. Well, I mean, the conversation, we can have it right now. Do you think Connor McDavid needs to get out of Edmonton in order to realize his dreams and, for lack of a better term, fulfill his destiny?
He is, he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of next season. Okay. So he certainly can write his own destiny. Any team obviously is going to want him. Does he want to stay in Edmonton? I would be inclined to think so, but he's probably going to have a very, very strong conversation behind closed doors with management, with the GM, with ownership to say, this is what is required. This is why we're not getting over the hump. This is what we need in order to win. Leon Draisaitl has committed long-term. I imagine Connor McDavid wants to as well, but he must be frustrated now to the point where he needs to see changes and drastic ones. This team needs to step up.
Yeah, last thing I'll ask you, and this is not exactly unrelated, but it's an interesting question. It was from Dylan in South Dakota who called in and asked it yesterday. We've seen a lot of random stats about how, for whatever reason in the NHL, for the first time in 100 years, things keep happening. Why is it that everything is changing over? What is this 100 years thing? Was there something that we don't that the casual fan is not understanding about why all sorts of stats are being broken with that particular framework being the case?
No, I'm not necessarily the century mark, no, but we have seen pretty historic runs. Like last year, Connor McDavid had one of the all-time great runs. Brad Marchand broke a bunch of records in the Stanley Cup final. Sam Bennett just broke the record for most road goals. Not necessarily the 100, like the century mark per se, but there was this was a pretty record-setting year by the numbers for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Artie. I appreciate your time, brother. What are you going to do with yourself all summer? Oh, wait. We're going to hang out later in the summer. That's a tease, kiddos. We'll talk about that later. Appreciate you, sir.
Can't wait, dude. Can't wait.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Artie Ocal, ESPN NHL host and co-host of the Never Tell Me the Odds podcast. So I just saw a promo. By the way, is Edmonton on the hot seat to get it done sooner rather than later? Hot Seat is brought to you by the Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. Okay, so I just saw a promo for the game today in Omaha. Louisville versus Coastal. Our Chants versus My Oma Cards. Now, why am I calling them My Oma Cards? Because I wrote about this team. They've got a kid named Eddie King Jr. on their squad. Eddie King Jr. played on the Jackie Robinson West Little League team that had all of their accolades stripped post-tournament as a result of a coach who decided he wanted to be a hater. Now, I'm rooting for them because I like that team, and I'm rooting for them because they do things in a way that interests me as a person and as a journalist. But they're playing our Chants, Devin. That's a collision course. It's an elimination game for Louisville. It's not for the Chanticleers, I believe. And Sam Wiederhaft, one of the voices of the Chants, is half of the reason why Bob Lovell came on the show at all. We got a conflict in-house, Devin, for today's ball game.
Listen, I would say that conflict is one-sided for you, Clinton. Listen, I understand that conflict.
You don't care about Louisville.
Listen, I'm all Chants. I'm all fighting Ben Smith. I could care less about the Louisville Cardinals baseball team. I'm all in on Coastal Carolina. So I'm sorry that you're dealing with this, but I'm not.
It's tough. It's okay, though. Should be a good matchup. Yesterday, I was going absolutely bananas. We got a catcher interference call with a 2-strike count against that Louisville was the beneficiary of. That was a tight game. My man Eddie King Jr. came through. That was one of those where I was feeling the tension through the TV, knowing full well what I was looking at. Today should be a good matchup. It's going to be so Louisville wore the All Blacks yesterday. Their unis, that is. I wonder which ones they're going to wear today. I wonder which ones Coastal's going to wear today, too. I don't know if Ben Smith has any inside information.
I was going to say, maybe we have some intel. I don't know if he wants to reveal.
I guess I could just ask Sam, because he is, embedded with the team, as he is a team reporter and play-by-play analyst guy. So I'll figure that out later. But, yeah, big-time CNF matchup in Omaha coming up. Coming up, speaking of, we'll get you caught up with some quick hitters. That's next. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Thursday, we continue to be on Kevin Durant watch, but does adding KD actually make you a title contender? We'll discuss it on Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Are you confident your retirement game plan is as strong as steel? Hey, it's Jurko from Mitch Lyons Wealth. MitchLyonsWealth.com is full of tools for you to access at no cost to make sure you're positioned to win retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com today and get a free copy of Mitch's book or his retirement documentary. You can set a no-obligation 10-minute call with Mitch and his team to see if strategies they are utilizing might improve your retirement. That's MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Hey, it's Kap. Chicago baseball season is heating up. But if your sinuses, allergies, or snoring are throwing you off your game, do what I did. Call in the pros at Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks aren't part of some giant hospital system. They're a local, family-run clinic with over 25 years of ENT expertise. They'll treat you like family, and they'll help you breathe and sleep like a champ. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
I don't think anybody ever expects to hear that their child has cancer. It's always one of those things that happens to somebody else. But it definitely feels like your soul is sucked out of your body when they tell you that it's your baby. I knew that St. Jude was a children's hospital. I knew that no one ever received a bill from St. Jude, but I in no way understood how amazingly and completely they take care of their patients and their families. When we first got here, Hunter was in an incredible amount of pain, and St. Jude gave him the most superb care. Childhood cancer is devastating, but childhood cancer is beatable with St. Jude. To any of the donors, I would say bless you and thank you, because without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Devin, it is your time to shine. You are at the plate, sir, ready to swing.
Here we go. Indiana Pacers star Tyrese Haliburton is believed to have suffered a strained right calf during the first quarter of Game 5 of the NBA Finals. He briefly left the game but returned with a calf wrapped and played 34 minutes, finishing with 4 points on 0 for 6 shooting, 6 assists, 7 rebounds, his lowest scoring playoff game, and the first time he failed to make a field goal in postseason contests. He will undergo an MRI to assess the severity of the injury. He states he intends to play. We've heard already from Rick Carlisle saying they're going to take it real cautious with him. We know with these calf strains and the potential it could happen with Achilles. We've seen it before. If he is hobbled in any way, should he play tomorrow night?
Here's the thing. I don't know that you can say that you're taking it cautiously when you already played him all those minutes in the game knowing he was hurt. The timeline for caution has started a game and a half ago. It didn't start after the last game. And this is not a knock on Rick Carlisle necessarily. I mean, I understand what he's getting at, but to me, this has been an issue. I would have sat him the last game. the road game, the non-clinching game, as opposed to this one. They put themselves in a bad spot here. I understand he's a star player. And if I can walk, I can play thing, yeah, okay, stoicism matters. But I don't know how smart that is on any level, to be quite honest. Never mind effectiveness on the court. Longer term for your health, this is a real dicey situation for the Pacers, and I hope they can stay level-headed about it for the sake of Tyrese, never mind the team. What's next?
Aryna Sabalenka has apologized to Coco Gauff for unprofessional comments made after losing to Gauff in the French Open final. Following her defeat, Sabalenka suggested in a press conference that her own mistakes were more responsible for the loss than Gauff's performance. Reflecting on her remarks, Sabalenka admitted she let her emotions get the better of her and called her comments a mistake. She revealed she wrote to Gauff to apologize and to make clear that Gauff fully deserved the victory and has her respect. She emphasized that she never intended to diminish Gauff's achievement and learned a valuable lesson about handling emotions and showing respect regardless of the match outcome. Clinton, thoughts on the apology?
A+. One of the better apologies I've heard from a player that got loose in a long time. And I said specifically on this show that was one of the more embarrassing press conferences I'd seen in a long time. Conversely, this was an excellent apology. Addressed the actual matter, indicated her thoughts on what actually went down from a critical thinking standpoint, and made a point about how it wouldn't happen again because she's grown as a person. It wasn't my bad for offending anybody. I was taken out of context. You people take things too seriously. She said, nah, that was wrong. Here's why. And here's what I said to the person who I offended. And here's what I'm going to do with myself going forward. I liked this apology. I hated the press conference. And I love where it's come to full circle. Good job, Sabalenka. No doubt about it. What we got?
Next up, Houston Rockets center Steven Adams has agreed to a 3-year, $39 million fully guaranteed contract extension, keeping him with the team instead of entering free agency. Adams has never been a free agent in his career and is set to continue that streak through his 15th season. He has now signed an extension with each team he's been with and will have accumulated $210 million in career earnings.
What?
Yes. Clinton, is Steven Adams' career one of the great examples of risk aversion paying off in sports history?
Steven Adams is going to make $210 million cumulative dollars?
Yes, sir.
What a genius. I love Steven Adams. Steven Adams is one of the reasons why the NBA is what it is, in my opinion. A guy like that from down under, talk about a regional accent champion of the week. Listening to that guy talk is super fun, and he doesn't even talk that often. Steven Adams is also one of those guys that's gone through a Birdman-like transformation ever since getting into the NBA. Like, you look at pictures of Steven Adams when he was a rookie, and he's got, like, the close-cropped hair, nothing on the face, and now he's this, like, Jason Momoa-like figure. You might as well be Aquaman with the sleeve tattoo, the beard, and the man bun. Steven Adams can play on any team I'm coaching or playing on any time. I love that guy. I actually think he's an incredibly underrated player in the larger context of, who he has been in this risk-averse, if you will, career of his. Do you like Steven Adams?
100%.
Love that guy.
He's the type of guy who's obviously like, I think I've seen interviews with, people across the NBA who ask, who's the one guy that you don't want to get into it with? And they all answer Steven Adams. He's so unassuming. He's such a nice guy. But if he needs to, yeah, he can get the work done.
He can lower the boom. Absolutely. All right, what's next?
Next up, there's an ongoing, we talked about this a little bit, in our chat. There's an ongoing discussion about whether men's college basketball should switch to quarters, with opinions among fans and coaches divided, including members on this show. If you did want to go to him, he is actually sitting in here. James Steele is in the room if we want to go to him. Clinton, let me ask you first, though. What do you think about the switch to quarters potential?
Hold on. This is throwing a curveball in the situation. Steele, are you wearing your hard outs gear right now?
No, I am not. I went home and I changed.
Okay.
We got washed.
So Steele is majorly against the halves and wants to go to quarters. Can you lay out your case, sir? Because I think it's ridiculous for this to change.
Yeah, I mean, I think like every other form of basketball is in quarters. Like even my daughter, who played as a 9-year-old, her games were in quarters. I just think it's weird not to have them in quarter. I like how it's broken up. I don't know. I don't something deep within my soul doesn't like that men's college basketball is in halves, and everything else is in quarters.
Here's my thing about it. It's not really that long of a complicated answer. They're the only things, the halves, that separate it from everything else. 2 halves, 40 minutes. That's what men's college basketball is. The media timeouts work out nicely. The under 8 to the under 4 is always the most important part of any game. I just enjoy it for the traditional elements. With all the things being taken away from us in college sports, the last thing I need is college hoops to turn into pro hoops. I don't want that. Most importantly, though, Steele, where are your thoughts on the Hard Outs captain getting stripped of the C? This is important to the show.
I heard that this was something that was discussed earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit of a mess up there. Kind of Connor McDavid in it this morning, I guess.
Wait, what did you guys do when you all showed up to the field? How did that go?
We were there and nobody else was. There was like 6 of us, I think, there around 10 minutes before the game.
Okay.
And we were like, not only is there not anyone from the other team here, but there's no umpire, and that's probably not a good sign.
Yeah.
And yeah, our captain missed a 1 a.m. email saying that we weren't playing. It was
Okay, so that's an excused situation, right?
Yeah, but he did text the person who's in charge of the league, and the guy never got back to him. So he just thought no news was good news, and we were playing. So.
Gotcha. Okay, did you guys go full Indiana basketball and run practice drills because you were there anyway, or no?
No, because I had to come in anyway. So I just went. I drove home. I got dressed, and I came back.
All right. Thank you, James. Appreciate it. We got any more, Devin? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, let's do a couple more here.
Yeah.
Rutgers forward Ace Bailey, once considered a likely top 3 pick in the 2025 NBA draft, is now slipping in mock drafts amid concerns about his pre-draft approach and on-court decision-making. Bailey has declined workouts with several teams, reportedly signaling he only wants to work out for teams with a clear path to stardom, and is scheduled to meet with the Philadelphia 76ers soon. I don't know. Maybe I don't know the machinations of this too well, but why would you decline workouts? How does that make sense?
I don't know. And I also feel that, this is a really bad look for a kid who is not exactly what we would call a household name by any stretch of the imagination. Now, this is not the same thing as what you've seen happening with, say, it's a little bit apples and oranges, but the Cincinnati Bengals, for example, who can't get their rookie into minicamp as a result of contract issues and guaranteed money as it relates to injury. That's separate. I don't want to call the kid an egomaniac. I hate doing that because I think that athletes should be able to have the confidence to bet on themselves. But by closing doors of opportunity and also implying that some teams are better at this than another, that's not a good look for you around the league, man. I'm not sure what the end game is here. In general, I don't love people who just say no to things because they don't like the fact that they didn't come up with the idea, but they have no other plan in place. That's a bad method of operation. I don't love this for Ace Bailey. I feel like there's a bigger story here, but we don't exactly know what it is. I'm wishing him well because that's a rough way to get your career started in the NBA.
Let's do a couple more here, Clinton. The Indiana Fever defeated the Connecticut Sun 88-71 in a physical game that included 3 late ejections after a heated altercation. Caitlin Clark led the Fever with 20 points and 6 assists, making 4 3-pointers, helping Indiana maintain control throughout. The win, combined with the New York Liberty victory over the Atlanta Dream, secured the Fever's spot in the Commissioner's Cup Championship for the first time in franchise history, finishing the group stage 4-1 and winning the tiebreaker over the Liberty. Obviously, a lot was made over the altercations in the game. Your thoughts on that? Are we making a lot about nothing here?
I don't think it's a lot about nothing, but I do think that the WNBA is getting dangerously close to this kind of stuff being, I don't want to say the only thing that people care about, but NHL, if it bleeds, it leads kind of situation. That's not what we want out of the WNBA. The basketball being played is too good to be this focused on fights. Fights happen. It's a thing. I'm not going crazy over it, but I don't need this to turn into the identity of what this league is. The season's not long enough. The basketball is too good. I'm not saying that the ladies need to clean it up. I'm just saying that understand that as a fan of that league, there's a lot more to talk about than on-court skirmishes. That's for sure. Clinton & Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive is here for all of life's needs with protection for your home, auto, business, and more. From timely repairs to customizable coverages and payment options, we make it easy. See if you can save at Progressive.com.
It's the biggest moment of his career.
JJ Spawn conquers Oakmont and is your 125th U.S. Open champion.
I just kept going like one foot in front of the other, and now here I am with the U.S. Open trophy.
Joining us now on the program, U.S. Open champion, PGA Tour golfer, JJ Spawn. The Travelers Championship can be seen this weekend on the Golf Channel and CBS, as well as ESPN Plus Thursday through Sunday. JJ, 65-foot birdie putt to win the U.S. Open. My guy, I know this question is basic, but how did that feel draining that bad boy in that spot?
Oh, it was just incredible. Such a exclamation point to a dramatic week, and I'm just glad I didn't have to make like a knee knocker 6-footer, kind of to win the U.S. Open. I'm glad I got it over with the 64-footer.
We're obviously a couple days removed from your victory, but what's it like just in general now that you've got this trophy, you've got the moniker, nobody can take it away from you? Do you feel different? Do you feel like not you're a different person, but just as a golfer, your identity is something that nobody's ever going to be able to forget?
Totally. It's just such a huge accomplishment. I never dreamed of actually completing. Just a few years ago, I just was trying to get into these tournaments and these championships, and let alone gain entry and win one was just kind of a dream come true and a super underdog kind of story. So I'm just delighted and over the moon to have accomplished that and etched myself in history.
JJ Spawn, U.S. Open champion, joins us here on Clinton and Friends. Oakmont is a notoriously difficult place to play. Just from a golf standpoint, can you talk me through what that was like as a challenge getting up and down?
Yeah, it's such a beast, that place. One of probably the toughest course we play for a U.S. Open. And, I didn't want to get too caught up in how tough it'll be. I just wanted to go in there with the mindset of taking what the course gives me. It sounds pretty ho-hum cliche, but that's kind of what you have to do at the U.S. Open, especially at a place like Oakmont. You never know what it's going to give you. You can't play perfect golf. Obviously I didn't even play average golf on the front nine, but I hung in there, fought as hard as I could, and ended up putting myself right in contention with the back nine on Sunday, and that's all you really want is an opportunity on Sunday.
I think the easiest way to sort of analogize what it's like is I saw tons of pictures of broken lockers in the players' clubhouse of guys just being fired up afterwards. By the way, you were in a playoff earlier this year against Rory McIlroy at the Players' Championship. How did that experience sort of prep you for the intensity of what was the U.S. Open that we just discussed?
Mm-hmm, yeah, that was the kind of most intense moment of time of my career, honestly. One of the biggest venues for me to have contention to win at. And Monday morning was pretty pressure packed. Being out there just mano a mano, me and Rory. 50,000 people seemed like we're still there on Monday. I was like, don't people work? But I guess this is more important, so no pressure. But it was one of those experiences that I knew, even though I didn't win, there was some valuable lessons in giving myself that opportunity and going up against a Grand Slam winner, someone that, is going to be considered one of the greatest of all time. So that was an experience that I leaned on all week, when I was in contention, starting Thursday, just, hey, You've been in pressure-packed situations. You've had to perform under pressure. You can do it. You've been doing it all year. And, I just tried to, stick to my strategy and leaning on that experience with the players.
Speaking of work, you've been going to work. You moved from outside the top 100 to inside the top 10. Is there anything specific that you can point to as far as what your approach has been to how you do your craft?
Yeah, I think just more of being more accepting and kind of kind to myself, I guess, on the golf course. I used to feel like I had to play so perfect that I should say, were fighting me from playing well. So I was more of just telling myself to calm down, play some golf. Things are meant to be. Things will work out, but it was more of just the shift in perspective on taking pressure off and not having such high expectations and just believing in what I had in me to compete at my best.
That's understandable. JJ Spawn, U.S. Open champion, joins us here on Clinton and Friends. Brian Rolap, he was recently announced as the new PGA Tour CEO. He brings that kind of NFL media experience to the tour. What do you think about where the tour is right now? There's been some controversy, and I'm not asking you to comment on that, but just the general health of the game and what I like to call the post-Tiger era being a very important thing. Not that he's not playing, but, it's just different. How do you feel about the health of the tour at this state, judging from your position?
Yeah, I think we're in good position moving forward. It's great to have Brian on board as the new CEO of the PGA Tour. Things are great on the tour. We have great sponsors like we do here at Travelers with the Travelers Championship. We've got, an abundance of support from fans and great outreach. So I think with Brian coming from the NFL with such a huge landscape there in the NFL, I think he's going to do a great job to help us grow the game and get more eyeballs on the PGA Tour and even greater longevity for years to come.
Last thing I'll ask you just mentioned it, the Travelers Championship at TPC River Highlands in Connecticut. It starts tomorrow. It's one of the more popular stops on the tour. What do you like about that course, and what do you think we're going to see out there on those 18?
It's a great course. TPC River Highlands. A lot of people, you don't really hear it as one of, the better in the lineup, but it's super underrated. A lot of the players here love it. That's why it's been designated as a signature event, because the players enjoy it so much. And it's such a good test, but it's also very fair. You can make a lot of birdies. There's one drivable hole, a bunch of reachable par fives. So, it's going to be an exciting week with scoring. The weather should be pretty nice and warm. So, yeah, I'm excited to get back on the horse here at the Travelers Championship.
He's JJ Spawn. He's a U.S. Open champion. He's on the PGA Tour, and he's a California guy, and I live in California. Appreciate you, man. Good luck out there this weekend.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
No problem. The Travelers Championship can be seen this weekend on the Golf Channel and CBS, as well as ESPN Plus Thursday through Sunday. Devin, you're going to get out there, brother. We still got those plans ready to go?
Sure am. I'll be there Saturday, rooting on JJ. Hopefully he's in contention this weekend. And, yeah, listen, I have to pick out my outfit. People have been getting on me for my golf outfit etiquette takes. I will let that be known as we get closer to the weekend.
Okay, because we have a little bit of a secret ready for this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
As to what we're going to do on Friday.
Right.
Those of you who would listen to the program, you may or may not be keeping up with the schedule of a certain wood bat college baseball team in North Carolina. Maybe, just maybe. Coming up, we're going to go to the watering hole. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Dive in.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Do you understand what this means? Those stupid idiot jackasses are not going to ruin my station. Get the plane ready. I'm going to L.A.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hey, it's Shane Orling. And it's your brother from another mother, Jay Moore. We're in the final stage of the Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney. We're headed to AJ Hudson's at Ashland and Grace to crown the Chicago Foosball Champion on Sunday, June 22nd. And I'll be on the ones and twos, providing the soundtrack to a wonderful evening. Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, along with Shay and me, are inviting you out to watch the U.S. men's team and watch our foosball finalists compete for the Chicago title. Join us at AJ Hudson's Sunday at 6 p.m. We're watching U.S. soccer, giving away a messy Mick Ultra jersey, vibing to some throwbacks, and we're drinking ice-cold Mick Ultra. Please drink responsibly.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey guys, 13-year NFL veteran and Super Bowl champion Jason McCourty here, and I'm an innovation ambassador at FAIR, Food Allergy and Research Education. I would say the most challenging thing as a parent of a kid who has a food allergy is probably the ignorance that I myself had in the beginning. I didn't know what anaphylactic shock was. I didn't know the dangers, let alone the things that she needed to be able to have a normal life. When you go to drop your kid off, and every single time in the beginning, we'd have to go through everything she was allergic to. Preparation is everything. And me, for playing football for 13 years, it was all throughout the course of the week. It's getting ready for game day. When you're on the field, you're playing for your fans. At home, you're playing for your family. My playbook, read labels, keep it allergy friendly, and have an epinephrine nasal spray as a backup plan. Because when my family's safe from food allergens, that's the real victory. Visit foodallergy.org to learn more.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Kap and J Hood, morning 7 to 10. On ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
makes no sense. Every time I try to think about what happened last night, all I get is your voice on the radio. What do you think it means?
You're a fan?
Yeah.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Closing up the shop here on a Wednesday. Just so you know, today was a perfect example of the lovely blend that we present here at Clinton and Friends at your local grocer. This isn't a convenience store. We've got all the fruits and vegetables and the meats and the cheeses and the bakery breads that you need. Bob Lavelle, Indiana Sports Talk host. You can find him on the internet at Coach Bob Lavelle, legendary voice in Indiana basketball history. He joined the program to break down what he does and talk a little bit about the NBA Finals. That was fantastic. Arda Ocal, NHL commentator here at ESPN. And, of course, Star Wars aficionado along with myself. There's your horn. At Arda's where you can find him on the internet. Oh, and we got out to the links as well. JJ Spawn, U.S. Open champion and PGA Tour golfer, joined us here on the program. And Devin Kane has been wheeling and dealing on the con today. We got some wacky bit we're doing later. I'm not even really sure what that is.
We're not either.
We'll figure it out. Anyway, let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, yeah. To see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of Dustin Akui and the Circle of Life, where we take stock of the day and go over what we learned and what we did on the program on this day. Now, I issued a respectful indication to the listeners. We're tightening it up on the bird. Now, there might be some developments on this, which means that we can open the fire hose yet again. Stay tuned for that. Some online developments that will allow for any and all commentary at any and all times. But currently on my feed, I'm shouldering the load, and I don't have that much room on my porch just yet. At Mark Dykton, he says, Coach Bob Lovell right now on Clinton Yates. I love it. That's right. We got the legend. Dan Pittman says, I get in my truck and I hear Bob Lovell on Clinton Yates' show, exclamation point and a question mark. That was a bit of a shock. Yeah, that's how we do it around here. You never know what pitch is coming. Losman 661, the vice president of the local chapter of the Handsome Man community. A friend of mine and a tremendous listener of ESPN 710 Los Angeles. He says, yo, Clinton Yates. So we've all heard the Petroleros shout out, but has anyone heard a Gatos shout out referring to the Panthers? I like to call them Los Panteros myself, but Gatos is funny. Don Jenver says, Clinton said, please untag me in these convos starting 30 to 40 minutes after the show. Please, for my sanity. That's basically the correct assessment of the situation, Devin. For my sanity. I love to yap with the best of them, but I got things to do during the day. I think we handled that fairly.
I think so. Yeah, listen.
Devin?
All love. It's all love at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is. Chris Mueller, at Mueller Chris D, says, Cincy sports fan here, local loyalist when it comes to radio. I will say, however, Clinton Yates is my new undisputed national radio show. Dude just gets what it's all about. Well done, Clinton and friends. And he gives a shout out to the local affiliate, ESPN 1360. That's great to hear. That is truly great to hear. When I was a young man listening to 1360, when I went to Miami of Ohio, just outside of Cincinnati, pretty much never thought I'd hear that from a listener. So that means a ton to me. We take it seriously, although we like to have fun, and we try to do the best we can. Mailman Matt says, your producer isn't sneaky. I caught that Padme sample in the open. Also, you need your own Twitter community, my guy. Mailman Matt might be on to something there. Of the things we're exploring, that might be one of them. What we do so that y'all can interact with the program is as important as anything we do to get y'all to listen to the program as far as I'm concerned. So we're trying to figure out where we're going to go with that as a matter of course. At Shaner Brown says, sorry to blow you up, but Rogue One, epic and my favorite Star Wars. Tell me a better scene than Vader walking in and the saber lighting up and he simply wrecks house. Would love to see a Vader series. Love the show. Thanks, y'all. I mean, yeah, I could talk about Rogue One all day and all night. We literally have a separate podcast just to talk about Star Wars, and I'm with you. I don't know that we need a Vader series as much as we need an Anakin one, but that's a different matter. Anthony Rincon says, live at the Elbow Room. It shows a picture of Roy out there with the trophy. That's for sure. Matt, MDMILL37 says, thank you for having Bob Lovell on the show today. He's a longtime coach and supporter of high school sports in Indiana for, you guessed it, basketball. Oh, we're well familiar with his work at this point. We are well familiar. Bradley235, bunch of numbers, says, stop screaming into the mic. Never! Tell you what I'm not going to do is take advice from no-name bunch of numbers guys on Twitter. That's never happening. And with that, the circle of life is now closed. We've got an interesting situation happening behind the scenes with the hard outs, by the way. I mean, it's not really my story to tell. I'll let Devin get to that later. But there's some real drama at the top. What's going on with the leadership of the team? Not to put anybody on blast. But Devin is out here talking about timestamps and things sent in social media.
Yeah, we might be stripping the C from the chest. That's all I'm going to say. But right now, Clinton.
All right, yeah, take this over. What are we doing here?
So, of course, Unsportsmanlike, they're moving into a new stat at Hudson in New York. So every other show has to capitulate to what they need to do. So they need to rehearse. So Joe and Q is coming up next out of the same studio. Cam Pratt is ready to go, the producer of the show. James Steele is getting ready to take over. Basically, we have to get out of this control room for everybody else. And so, thank you, Morning Show. Thank you, Unsportsmanlike. We're gonna get out of the way so Joe and Q can do their wonderful program.
The value add here is that Matt Lack and Steele are actually fighting in the studio, as if this were actually happening. And Steele's got the hair down. The Watch ESPN app is really important for us these days. Joe and Q is up next, as you just heard. This has been Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. I'll see.
Carmen and Jurko coming up. The Cubs take game 1 against the Brewers. They have the second biggest division lead in baseball right now, and PCA continues to dazzle and shine and star, and you hear the MVP chants. White Sox get smoked. So do the Oilers. A very disappointing Game 5 and Game 6 as the Panthers hoist the cup for the second consecutive year. NBA Finals could end tomorrow. Is Halliburton going to play? It's sounding less and less likely, or at least he's not going to be all that effective. And they keep handing out extensions over on West Madison for the Bulls front office. And our big question is, why? We'll talk about all that and much more coming up at noon.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, sit with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit. White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's Pizza Slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Swing and a drive. Right field. Forget it. Off the scoreboard. Oh, he crushed it. Armstrong, number 19. 5-3. It's the PCA show.
Just a few minutes after making a dazzling catch in left center field, PCA follows up with a 452 home run. Now, that's one that even gets Jurko's attention. You don't usually get out of bed for anything shy of 450.
Yeah.
But 452 with that exit velo off the scoreboard, Jurko goes, yeah, that's good.
Once you get to 450, that's when I'm interested.
That's when you're interested.
Yeah. I think we've done this in the past. We've looked at home runs during that particular season to see how many have gone over 450 and compared to exit velos.
There's not many,
and we
right?
plotted on a graph, which is what I always love. I love to plot a graph.
One time was, I don't know, Show hit like a 420-footer, and Jurko's like, 420, that's it?
Yeah,
come on, give me 450.
It's barely over the fence in center field.
Some ballparks, it's not even out.
That thing was smoked by PCA last night. You heard Boog there on Marquee. That was home run number 19. PCA is the only player in the big leagues this year.
The only guy, Carmen.
With 15 or more doubles, 15 or more home runs, and 15 or more stolen bases. He is the only one.
He's the only one.
And he continues to be the breakout star of the 2025 MLB season. I don't know that there's any real debating that right now. If there is, you guys let me know. Cal Raleigh's been a stud for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's cool that Cal Raleigh's been so impressive on a team in a part of the country where, let's face it, most people just aren't paying attention.
Where's he play?
Seattle.
There you go. Yeah. I didn't even know where the hell he played. So you're right.
You know, and it's not like someone on the Seahawks doing so. It's not Geno Smith. That everybody knows.
Yeah.
It's a very provincial sport at this point, and
it's
very
not
regional.
It's not the Legion of Boom,
No.
is it? No. It's not Marshawn Lynch,
No.
is it? No.
No, it's not football.
Metcalf. It's not DK Metcalf, is it?
It's not football.
It's some guy named Cal Yarborough. What's his name? Cal Raleigh.
So these guys often get lost in the shuffle. It happens sometimes to players in L.A., let alone a player in Seattle. So he's not a breakout star. He's been a stud for a while. He's that rare combination of great defensive catcher and great offensive catcher. The Buster Posies and Joe Mauers and Johnny Benches of the world just don't come around often. And
Victor Martinez? No. Okay.
Cal, he was.
I just thought I'd throw one out there.
Cal Raleigh's one of those, and I think it's cool that he's got over 1 million All-Star votes. That was surprising to me. I mean, that does show you that people are paying attention to a guy that's having an absolutely bonkers year. But he's not a breakout star. No. Cal Raleigh had 30 home runs each of the last 2 years.
Yeah, he's been around.
He's been around. He's been a great player. PCA is the definition of a breakout star. He is baseball's breakout star. He is one of baseball's best players this year. And he has accumulated the third most Fangraphs WAR as we approach late June here. Yeah, he's got 3.9 Fangraphs WAR. He trails only Aaron Judge and the aforementioned Cal Raleigh. That's it. He's one of only 12 players in MLB right now with more than 3 Fangraphs WAR. Kyle Tucker is also on that list at 3.1. The Cubs are the only team with 2 players
I like
right
the way
now.
You differentiated that, too. Fangraph WAR.
F4, Fangraphs WAR.
Fangraph WAR, guys. That means something.
It's just different than baseball references.
That's my point. It's different.
A little
Is
bit
it
different.
a little more difficult?
Yes. I think it's harder to accumulate Fangraphs WAR than it is to accumulate baseball references.
You believe it's more accurate portrayal of what's happening in Major League Baseball?
Probably a little bit more accurate. More base running defense.
Those are a couple of caveats you need to throw out there so people know that you respect the Fangraph number more than you respect the other number.
What are you doing over there?
I'm just putting my money in order.
Don't they say don't count your money while you're sitting at
I'm
the
not
table?
at the table, though. I'm not playing poker right now.
Do you guys see this?
I'm just counting my money. They can't see it, Carm. Nobody would know even it's happening.
Well, I think people on Twitch can see. They see.
I got to know how can Twitch see it? It's behind a computer screen. Nobody knows what I'm doing over here.
He's over here.
For all they know, little Johnny might be out. For all they know, they got no idea what's happening.
Are you bank facing your money?
Well, all I'm doing is organizing it so I understand exactly what I have and I don't have. I've been moving a lot of cash in and out.
He is special. I mean,
I've been doing a lot of banking, Carmen.
Is it because you're getting ready for the trip?
Well, I didn't mention it. I didn't mention it.
I mentioned
Some people have said I've mentioned it a little bit.
I don't think so. I think it's hilarious. I love that you've mentioned it as often as
I will
you've
be
mentioned
prominent, more prominent on social media now that I'm going to be out there.
Yeah.
Really chronicling it. You said something about making it my story.
You should put a lot in your Instagram story. You'll gain tons of followers.
Yeah, you got to show me how to get there.
On your Instagram story?
All I'm asking you to do is to help me. God forbid
easy.
I
That's
ask
easy.
you to help me.
You should post.
And then I can chronologically, get everything kind of going on the whole trip.
You need to take a bunch of video, bunch of photos, mostly video. Get a bunch of good videos. You and the guys commiserating, whacking the ball around, having fun, and then just start posting them in your story.
It's going to be a lot of whacking.
Yeah.
We're going to have some fun out there, kid.
And then you'll gain
I got
followers.
less than $200.
Less than $200?
Less than $200.
Is that a problem right now? Do you need more than that right now?
No,
I don't understand
I'm
why
just letting you
you're
know what I
doing this
have.
at the start of the show. Like the minute the show starts, he pulls out his.
First of all, I was looking to eat lunch. Yeah, look, you got to roll.
I got a couple Stoichkis.
Finally, it's about
Look at
time.
that. Huh? I got some
Walking around.
Stoichkis, the blue ones.
Nothing worse than getting to a gas station when
Who's buying lunch?
Hey, listen, when the readers are down, right? They still pump gas, but you got to pay with cash, and you can't because you've got no cash.
Oh, boy.
You ever have that happen to you?
No, that's brutal.
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't?
Now you just sit and wait. But the problem is that people don't carry cash with
Yeah,
them.
especially to fill up your tank.
Right, yeah.
Usually, yeah.
That's about a $75 burn right there. I mean,
that's
in
what I mean.
Illinois, it's probably $125.
No, not that much. I filled up today for like $65. I filled up today. It was It was $3.20 at
Half a
Costco.
tank? Did you do it the
full
Shaq
tank.
way? You do it the Shaq
No,
way?
the Shaq way
Where
is
it's
the
less
best.
expensive to do it the way Shaq fills up his tank?
The greatest.
Oh, my
The greatest
God.
logic ever.
It was like, what? What?
Every time it gets to half, you
And
fill
I
it
love
up
Shaq.
again. I do
and
too.
Shaq's a gazillionaire because of all the great business stuff that he's gotten involved in.
The greatest.
Shaq's a gazillionaire.
The best.
He's got his hands in everything, Carmen.
When Shaq was trying to argue his point, his defense was, nobody drives more than me. You guys don't know what you're talking about. It was incredible. It's one of the all-time greatest. I filled up today at Costco. It was $3.20. So it's not so bad right now. I
Yeah.
mean, cheaper by you, but not
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, cheaper by me.
I filled up for like $65, I think. It wasn't
And
bad.
I never say cheaper, I say less expensive.
Less expensive.
Cheap has a negative connotation to it.
It does.
Less expensive just means it's not as pricey.
That's a good point.
Remember that. Always utilize that.
Cub
I
fans,
change that anytime I get that, where it says cheaper in my copy, I say less expensive.
look at you. It's a nice little use.
It's a better way of saying
nice
it.
euphemism.
That's a better way of saying it, Carm.
Cub fans, you can join the conversation today. I mean, I'm telling you.
I'm waiting for the list today.
Even for non-Cub fans.
List and lunch rush. My two favorite parts of the day, guys. Can't wait.
I wonder why.
If we can do zoo review today, I'd even throw a zoo review on this Wednesday.
You want to do?
It's a hump day.
It
Hump
is.
day. Tell me about the camels.
It's zoo news. We don't review the zoos. I don't give star ratings to the zoos.
The zoos?
I just give you a news story involving the zoos.
I got you. That's what they call it, the zoo news. I get it.
Not the review.
I mean, you guys have asked like I've not been a part of the program for zoo news in the past. I have. Song of the night. I've been there for Song of the night.
Always fun.
I mean, what the hell are you talking about over there? By the way, Adam was crossing the street when I was pulling out. I made a right, and
When?
Adam was
Today?
crossing yesterday. I could have beeped. I could have accelerated. Nothing. I let him pass.
Good. Did you know this? Did you
I let
recognize
him
him?
He didn't know it was me.
No.
I came by in the silver truck.
He's
didn't
got
know
the
it
new
was me.
silver Chevy.
Yeah.
It's nice.
It's a beauty, kid.
He calls it. He calls it. What do you
Z71.
call that thing? The silver what?
Silver what?
The silver ghost? I don't know. What
I
do
don't
you
call it the silver ghost. I don't call it silver surfer.
The galloping ghost.
The silver bullet.
The silver surfer.
The silver bullet.
I couldn't think of the silver surfer or the silher bullet's
I
good
mean,
too.
your five top
Shame on me.
silvers. You know, silver dollar,
Silver bullet.
silver quarter. I mean, I don't know what the hell you're going for.
I
Either way, my point was I had a chance to take Abdallah out yesterday, and I did not.
Well, I would hope not. I mean,
No,
thanks.
I was
Yeah,
letting him cross the street in peace, even though he had his headphones on. He wasn't looking back. He was crossing on about a 60-degree angle in the street. You know, depending on where you're at, 30-degree or 60-degree angle. Was not looking. You know, it was a dangerous situation. Fortunately, it was his compadre, Jurko, behind the wheel.
Head on a swivel.
I mean, I always look to make sure there's no. You were turning the corner, so that means I saw you in the distance.
I was coming up hot. You
Yeah.
didn't periph me. You didn't periph me by any.
I didn't need. I looked both ways before I crossed the street.
I mean, you need to periph. You still need to periph it, you know?
You need to
keep it in the corner of your eye just in case somebody accelerates, somebody goes mad. You know, you got to be cognizant. That's all I'm saying. Just be
Also,
cognizant.
like if you would have, helped me out a little bit, maybe do hit me, and then I get a little bit of lawsuit action.
Come
you know
on.
what I mean?
I'm not going to do that
Listen,
to you twice.
college is expensive, man.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it to you twice.
College
Just
is expensive.
Once I'd bump into you.
College is going to be expensive.
But it's good to see, you know, Adam
you got
Abdallah.
18. You got like 16 more years to wait.
Adam
too,
Abdallah in the wild. By then, it only costs 6 figures. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
$100,000 a year to go to college.
It's insane.
To get indoctrinated. I mean, get an education.
It's insane. So I was saying anyway about PCA and just like where,
What a player.
like the level he's reached. I mean,
What
you
a player.
You don't have to be a Cub fan, I don't think, right now to kind of do the stop and watch thing. I found myself last night. I had to run out for a minute. I had to pick up my daughter from somewhere, and I was like, "Hold on, PCA is coming up. Let me just give a few more minutes."
Maybe
here.
not.
I'm telling you, like I don't want to miss an at bat of his right now, and I'm
She's
not
fine.
a Cub fan.
She can stay at violin class a little bit longer.
Right.
All
I'm
right.
like, let's just watch this PCA at bat real quick. He has arrived in that territory. I'm serious. And there are certain players across certain leagues, and like when you think of baseball specifically, and if you think about the players now, if you're any kind of sports fan, I don't think you have to be a diehard fan, but if the game is on in the background and you see Aaron Judge come up, you're probably like, I'd like to watch Aaron Judge bat. I'd like to watch Shohei bat. I'd like to watch Fernando Tatis at bat. I don't think you could take your eyes off of PCA. I've said this in the past about a player like Ellie De La Cruz and seeing him live and in person a year ago. And what I relayed back to you guys was I said he's truly one of those guys that, like, even though he's not great, and there's some holes in his game, he's captivating. You can't stop watching him. You can't believe the size of him and all the drip that he's got going on. And when he's at the plate or when he's in the field, when he's on the bases, you cannot take your eyes off of Ellie De La Cruz. He is captivating. And he's such a good athlete, and he's so exciting, and he plays with such an enthusiasm that, at least for me, I mean, I sound like a kid. I'm 48 years old. Like, I'm drawn to that. I want to see professional athletes play like that. There's something about it to me that's captivating, and PCA has every bit of it, whether he's making a diving play or chasing down a ball in the gap in the outfield or running the bases or hitting piss missile home runs at this point, which is what that was last night.
Yeah.
And all the power and all the extra base hits and all the slug and his great ability and his exuberance when he's playing, he is captivating.
Yeah, ball of energy, Carm.
He is.
He's a ball of energy.
And I think it's exciting for baseball. I don't think you have to be a Cub fan to appreciate it. I think if you are a Cub fan, you're appreciating it even more. He is one of the game's great players in the here and now. He is. Doing it in the moment here in 2025, and he has ascended to his rightful place, I think, as the second choice for MVP behind Shohei because of the way he's played and how he's contributing on this team. And I think it's fabulous. And if people feel the same way about just being drawn to him, even if you're not necessarily a big Cub fan, but just watching him play right now is a treat. And locally, we get to do it on most nights. 312-332-3776 is the number if you want to talk Cubs. We got some Jed Hoyer sound that we'll play. He was on Kap and Hood earlier today, just talking about big picture, this team, where they're going, what they might do to add. He's got to be careful about what he says, obviously, but we'll play a little bit of Jed from his conversation with Kap and Hoodie. If you missed any of that, you can check out the podcast page on the ESPN Chicago app. The Cup was in the building last night, and it was captured by the Panthers for the second straight year.
That it was.
We'll talk about that a little bit, and Connor McDavid and, the hurdles he still has to clear, to reach some of the, to reach that sort of pantheon that I think, ultimately, I think he'll get there. He's an unbelievable player on skill, on merit, on talent, on everything he's already compiled in terms of points and productivity in this league. He's already one of the all-time greats. He doesn't have that elusive championship, which, right or wrong, like guys need to really cement their legacies. That doesn't mean that you can get into these crazy conversations about like what is an underachiever, which I kind of want to follow up a little bit of the conversation Waddle and Silvy were having yesterday about how goofy people's takes and perspective has gotten and how you view athletes. I think it's a conversation worth having, and we'll do that today. We will have a list for you coming up at 1. We got Immaculate Carm today. Crosstalk at 2:35. Join us if you want to chime in at any point at 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Cardinals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall. No matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance companies so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
The lush forests of Vermont create the best maple syrup. What happens when you add pure Vermont maple to bourbon whiskey? You can feel the warmth, can't you? Number 14 bourbon is exactly what you've been craving. Named number 14 in honor of the 14th state, Vermont. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of the maple. Get number 14 bourbon at vermontspirits.com or at select Benny's locations.
Number 14 bourbon, 90 proof, copyright 2024, Vermont Spirits Distilling Company, Quetchy, Vermont. Please sip responsibly.
Hey, it's Kap. Chicago baseball season is heating up. But if your sinuses, allergies, or snoring are throwing you off your game, do what I did. Call in the pros at Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks aren't part of some giant hospital system. They're a local, family-run clinic with over 25 years of ENT expertise. They'll treat you like family, and they'll help you breathe and sleep like a champ. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Jed Hoyer was on earlier today with Kap and Hoodie. We'll play some of that for you. If you missed anything, check out the podcast page on the ESPN Chicago app. Remember, you can watch us on YouTube today and every day, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. And do us a favor, like and subscribe for us when you're there. If you're watching right now, hit the subscribe button. And our YouTube and Twitch streams all this week are brought to you by historic Flossmoor Golf Club. Great place. Jurko was just there over the weekend. It's a beautiful old track. To inquire about memberships, all you have to do is visit flossmoorgolfclub.com. Don't forget to hang with Jurk and me on Friday to wrap the week. Get you set for what's going to be a hot and steamy weekend, it looks like. It is going to be super hot by the end of the week and for most of next week, so be prepared. Come inside and drink some Yingling with us on a hot Friday at Pelican Harry's.
Bush.
Pelican Harry's.
Pelican Harry's. That's right. My fault.
Pelican Harry's in Homer Glen on the south side with Yingling. Yes.
Pelican Harry's.
Here is Jed Hoyer. Want to hear some Jed Hoyer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm ready.
He is the Cubs executive vice president of baseball, such and such.
Right. He's up above their general manager.
Yes. Who we've had on before, their general manager.
We have.
Do you remember his name?
Quentin Rush.
It's not Quentin Rush. It's not.
It's close. I mean, for all of the guesses that he could give, it's not terrible.
It's not terrible.
Colton Armstrong.
No, you're getting close. At least you got the first initial right this time.
Okay.
Carter Hawkins.
That's him, Carter Hawkins. Of course. That's right.
Here was Jed with Kap and Hoodie earlier today here on ESPN Chicago. Any concerns on financial resources that may be available for you at the deadline?
Yeah, that's not a concern for me at all. I think that, the resources will be there. I think that the real question is just going to be how it lines up from a trade standpoint. I think it's likely to be a seller's market. I don't think that we know how it's going to develop yet. I think that we're still too far away from the deadline. There's too many games to be played, and there's teams that may fall out of it that we're expecting that we aren't expecting. There may be teams that we think are going to sell that play well and don't sell. So I think it's still too far away to really have a sense of it. But yeah, from a resource standpoint, from a ownership support standpoint, I think that's there, no question.
All right, so he continues to sort of reiterate a familiar refrain from years past that they won't have an issue in terms of adding to the payroll. They're 13th, right? They shouldn't have an issue.
That's right.
You and Waddle say it all the time. Something doesn't add up when you're top 5 in revenue, but you're outside the top 10 in spending. Doesn't add up. But there's no money over there, according to Tom Ricketts.
Does not add up, Carmen.
But Jed's saying it's not going to be a problem. I think he did a good job of analyzing what, in the moment and what it might look like a month from now. We don't really know. It's still pretty fluid, I think. And it's going to change potentially here in the next month. I think it will. A team like the Royals is going to probably look and say, you know what? Made the playoffs last year, not our year this year. And you're buried in a competitive division behind maybe the best team in baseball. You're 11 and a half games out. These are not wild card standings, obviously. This is just straight up division standings. But they're 3 games below 500 right now.
Yeah. It's not good.
The Twins are a 500 team. The Angels have been respectable. And for the Angels being around 500, considering the last couple of years, and the fact that they had to play another big stretch here without Mike Trout, who's back now, but missed, about a month. The Angels are close to 500. Baltimore's fallen out of it. Kansas City kind of feels like has fallen out of it. Angels don't really feel like they're in it. Texas probably, you could say the same. Arizona's an interesting one to follow, but they're 500. St. Louis, nice story for a while. Probably not. Let's see what the next month looks like. Washington's not going to subtract too much, not in way of their young talent. So I don't know if it bears even bothering, like with anything major that might happen from a subtraction standpoint from Washington's roster. Atlanta will be an interesting one to watch because we've already talked about this. What happens with Sale, right? Like that's going to be the real interesting one to watch. Other than that, most of these teams probably feel like they are in it. It is going to be a little bit of a seller's market, but who else joins that list of teams that could look to subtract? And we'll have a much clearer idea in about a month, right in and around the All-Star break here for Major League Baseball. But a little less than a month away now. Here is Hoyer comparing 2016 to this year, talking about seizing the opportunity when it's right there for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, that was what, July, I don't remember the exact day, July 24th or something like that. We made that deal. And so I feel like we have to keep playing well, but, certainly that's how you want to view it is I think that, that team was, I think pretty clearly the best team in baseball. I mean, we had 9 more wins than any team in baseball that year or something like that. And, to me, that's the, that was the moment. It's like, we have the best team in baseball. This is a, pretty incredible opportunity. And I think you do have to seize opportunities when they're there. But obviously, like right now, it's June 18th, and we have a long way to go, and we need to keep playing good baseball.
This team is definitely one of the best teams in baseball. They are tied for the best record in the National League right now. They have the best run differential in all of baseball, thanks in large part to the Yankees last week or so. The Yankees haven't scored a run in 3 games. Go figure.
And they've got offense.
They haven't scored in 3 games, Jurko. They've scored 5 runs, I think, in their last 6 games. They've been shut out in 3 straight. So the Yankees are at plus 98. That's best in the AL, but second best in baseball behind the Cubs at a plus 107. I'd have to go back and look at this. I don't know what their differential was through the same number of games back then. And I think it was more impressive in 16, I'm sure. I mean, I think they quite clearly were the best team in baseball at this point. what is that? Almost 10 years ago already. You believe that year?
Yeah.
9 years ago
Almost
already?
10.
They're up there this year, though, man. And I think you do have to seize that opportunity. And I think everybody realizes that. And the Cubs certainly will add potentially a big piece to a team that is already very good, that continues to get good pitching performances even without their two best pitchers on paper. Now, that Ben Brown was pretty good again last night. A little trouble in the second, but limited the damage and was pretty good again last night. And the bullpen woes from the early portion of the season
are gone.
For right now, are seemingly gone.
They'll be back.
Man.
Cyclical, Carm. It's cyclical. That's the way it works. Can't get up, can't get down. You just got to go ahead and ride the tide and hope you can win games while it's happening. The bullpen pitching gets better. All of a sudden, the runs aren't there, but they're still finding ways to win games.
Right.
So, hey, the offense disappears. The pitching comes back. The starting pitching goes bad. Then long relief is good. All types of silliness over the course of 162 games.
You can listen to that whole interview again on Kap and Hoodie's podcast page. Obviously, Jed Hoyer wasn't going to talk about his contract status. He said that'll be dealt with basically in private between he and Tom Ricketts.
Yeah.
He's gone from counting his bills, now he's counting his change. I swear to God. I can't.
Why do you get so distracted so easily?
He's counting his change.
I agree with Jurko. This is on you, Carm.
Yeah.
Jurko
I'm looking to see if there's
he's
any
talking to
silver
you.
quarters
He's
here.
listening. He's
I'm responding. I'm engaged
His
in
mind
conversation
is so
with
vast. He needs to be focusing on something else while talking.
Otherwise, I'll fall asleep.
I look over. He's got change out over here now.
I'm trying to see if this is a silver dollar here right now.
Counting through his change. Where'd you get all that change?
I don't know. It just accrues.
Was that in your pocket?
Yeah, it accrues over the course of time.
Like, who carries this? But you're like an old man. He's got a pocket full of change.
I'm looking for a year on this quarter, and I can't find it. Take a look. Find me a year on that quarter. That's got to be a special
See, the
quarter.
problem is we're too old. Our eyes are crap. I can't see that, Jurko. How am I supposed to see?
Well, I mean, I could see this
2000. Ashbat, hold on.
Oh, now he's going to take
I got to put the light on.
Oh, boy.
2020.
Thank you. That thing's beat half to hell.
What?
It's a COVID. It's a
I thought it was
COVID quarter.
special. I
It's a
couldn't see
COVID
the
quarter.
damn thing. It's COVID quarter.
I look
it's
over.
got the sickness on it.
It's got a little mask. Wearing a little mask on it.
I don't think that's
It's got the
what that
phantom sickness on it.
is. I don't think that's what that is.
Yeah.
I look over. All of a sudden, I'm like, where did all this change come from? Hoyer said he'll deal with his contract
Hoyer needs some of
extension.
this change. I got it out so I can donate to Cubs so they can go get somebody, okay? They can go get the final piece to win the World Series. That's why I'm bringing it. Remember we had the collection here at Bucket one time?
Oh, come on. We had over the years.
Yeah.
Sylvie and I once did it as a bit when I want to say like they were trying to sign Greg Maddux after 03. Does that sound right? Was that about the right timeline?
That's about
Did
it.
Maddux come back in 04? I think he did.
I think so.
And Sylvie and I sent the miracle intern, who we always talk about,
Right,
Ryan Mendenhall.
absolutely. I
We
remember
sent Mendenhall in the summer, I think, outside the Hilton to Cubs convention, and he had like an old Folgers can, and we taped a
bucket.
picture
Yeah.
of Greg Maddux. I think it was, and he walked around getting change for the Greg Maddux collection fund for the Tribune Company.
That worked? Yeah. At the time, the Tribune Company.
I think he got about $40.
What do we call it in my language? Skirt.
Skirt? What does that mean?
Cheap. Yeah. Skirt.
Oh, man, that's the good old days. We used to do silly, stupid bits like that.
Yeah.
So Sylvie and I sent, and we were doing weekends, I think, at the time. We sent Mendenhall to
surprised.
Cubs convention to raise money for the Greg Maddux Fund in an old coffee can.
Well, I've got it
Kid's
now.
got his can going
It's
over.
about $2.19 right there, kid.
Now you need that for Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. Sign Kyle Tucker after
And
the year.
obviously Hoyer didn't delve too deep into those waters either.
Of course
It doesn't
not.
sound like there's any, I don't know, Cap seems to think that they've been talking and that Cap's going out on a limb. I mean,
Cap reiterated with me. It's
he thinks
his thoughts and his opinions, but he keeps saying he keeps talking to people. Well,
that the Cubs are going to get this done.
Are
but
you talking to people, or is this your thought and this is your gut feeling? And which way is it going to be?
Cap may end up being right in all this. I still think it's a long shot that they sign.
I just
Kyle
want to know
Tucker.
which way is it, though.
I think it's a long
Is
shot.
it your belief, or is it you're getting the feeling from inside?
I think he's getting the vibe from insiders, and that's where his belief is coming from. I mean, he talks to a lot of people over there.
That's what he told me.
I feel like it's a long shot.
He never left the phone when he was doing the show with me.
He never does.
He was always on the phone communicating with
This one's
somebody.
counting his money. Cap's on his phone all the time.
Doing the show?
During the show,
That's his life.
During the show.
That phone is Kap's life.
Trying to have a meal. Trying to
I-
have a meal with.
He's
him.
like a teenage girl. I mean, it's unbelievable.
think-
Like, that phone is his life.
We talked to Jesse. I looked over, anticipating him taking all the questions. And when he didn't, I had to come roaring back, triple barreling it, boom, 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 like a 50 caliber gun. I was letting the bullets fly the other day.
Yeah, that phone is his life. Like,
yeah, I mean, it was
legitimately.
nonstop.
Yeah.
He's talking to everybody during the breaks. He's got 77 different conversations going on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the way he does it, That's the way he does it.
It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Picture it, ice cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze flowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect.
It's a Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Pelican Harry Sports Bar in Homer Glen. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Summer Friday on the Carmen and Jurko Show. Please enjoy responsibly.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just bringing the old soft stuff? Well, that's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most and a little extra something else. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet. So there's no swallowing pills. It's all done online, fellas. There's no awkward doctor visits. There's no waiting in the pharmacy line where obviously they go, hey, Mr. Jurko, come collect your Let's Make It Bigger pills. Oh, boy. Okay, it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and the strength for your prescription. It's all made here in the U.S. of A. because Blue Chew ships direct. It's also less expensive than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, a South Sider, or an East Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every time. Here's the winning play. First month's free, BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN. Pay only $5 for shipping. So when it's your moment to deliver the high hard one, Carm, chew it and do it. Blue Chew.
I love the high hard one.
Your playbook for better performance. I hope she does too.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Right reasons. Call it 664 Seasons.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Well, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
We got a list in 30 minutes. We'll play Immaculate Carm today.
I'm excited. I got my piece of paper ready.
For both, right,
For
Jurko?
Both Carm, yeah. Last week I got it on the first clue.
Yeah, you got it right away.
Yeah, right away.
Who was it? It was Lefty last week, right? It was Phil Mickelson.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
It was about, I think the first clue was like all the runners up.
He's a Sun Devil.
Yeah.
Sun Devil.
Good job, Jurk.
That's how I knew.
Furyk went to Arizona.
Furyk did?
He was Wildcat. Same time as Phil was over with the Sun Devils. Yeah.
Not only will we have our own fun list, I got another pretty good list for you from ESPN.com today. About it's NFL related. We always love NFL stuff.
Who doesn't?
So 5 of the last 6 Cup winners reside in Florida and Nevada after last night. You've got two-time champion Tampa Bay Lightning. You got the Vegas Golden Knights, and now you have the two-time
Florida
defending champ Florida Panthers. Canada hasn't won a Cup since 93. Yeah. Since 1993. Now, we have more opportunities in the States because the majority of the teams reside in the States, but that's still, to me, kind of flabbergasting. Montreal in 93 was the last Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup. Meantime, teams in Florida and Nevada keep doing it. You got to tip your cap to the Florida Panthers. You know, after the Wings won back-to-back titles in 97 and 98, the league saw a little bit of a drought. And then the Penguins broke through in terms of back-to-back winners, right?
Back-to-back winners.
So 97 and 98, I mean, I was finishing up college, and then there was a long drought until I was well-established in this business. It was 20 years.
Sure.
16 and 17, the Pens break through. They're the first team to do it since that Wings team in the late 90s. The Lightning did it in 20 and 21, and now the Panthers have done it. So all of a sudden, you've got 3 repeat champs, and in the NBA, you haven't had one in 7 years. It's weird how it's switched.
Yeah,
it's cyclical.
It's cyclical is what it is.
It's weird how it's switched a little, but you're seeing it slightly more often now in the NHL. I don't know if that's a trend to stay or what it is or how to explain it. Florida's built an incredibly impressive team. They are relentless in every aspect. Their depth is amazing, and we've talked about it. It reminds us of the great Hawks teams of the 2010s. They can score up and down that lineup, and like Jurko said, that team comes after you. They forecheck the ever-living hell out of you. They beat you up. They're physical.
They apply pressure.
They're scrappy. They apply pressure. They're great on the power play. They do it all. They've got all these guys that can score and play make and create. Sam Reinhart last night got it going just by Florida doing what it does. They turn you over in your zone, and power move from Sam Reinhart, not to be deterred, to get a shot off, and then the shot is almost picture perfect, and the goalie didn't have much of a chance, and it's 1-0 Florida. And then they ride that wave of momentum. Very disappointed to see the way Edmonton played in games 5 and 6 after evening up that series. But you don't want to take anything away from the Panthers. Sam Reinhart, by the way, last night scored 4 goals. He became just the 4th player in NHL history to score 4 or more goals in a Stanley Cup final game, Jurk. And it hasn't happened since Rocket Richard did it in 1957, for crying out loud. That's how long it's been since anybody scored 4 goals in a Stanley Cup final game. Not an elimination game or a clinching game, or like just in a Stanley Cup final game. And for Connor McDavid, he's left wondering,
what do I have
what
to
am
do?
I going to have to do? What are we going to have to do to help put maybe a slightly better team around the game's most singularly great player right now? Because if you do want to ultimately grab a spot in that pantheon with the all-time greats, fair or unfair, we do judge guys by championships.
That's the way it works.
And he's going to have to get one. He is already... he's easily the best player to have never won. I mean, I can't even give you, who's next? I don't know, Marcel Dion, maybe. I couldn't even begin to, come up with anybody that's close.
Right.
Maybe Dion, maybe a guy like Gilbo Gilbert Perreault, excuse me.
Gilbert Perreault.
Or, handmade. I don't think Cicerelli ever won. Not that he was anywhere near as good as Connor McDavid. I don't think Cicerelli won. He might have got one late in his career when he went to Detroit, but I don't think he did. There's nobody even close to being as good as Connor McDavid that has ever played this game that hasn't won a Stanley Cup. I'm sorry. There's just no one close. And I'm kind of throwing goalies out of it. It's hard to compare those two.
Right.
Maybe Henrik Lundqvist, but he's a goalie. McDavid's 1.52 points per game are the third most in the history of the league, behind arguably the two greatest players ever, Gretzky and Lemieux.
I've got a list for you.
You got a list? You found one?
I've got one.
Who would be on top, like Marcel Dion on top of that?
Jerome McGinley.
Jerome McGinley, okay.
Jerome McGinley.
Great player, not even close to being as good as McDavid, but okay.
Marcel Dion.
Marcel Dion, there you go.
Joe Thornton. And we've talked about Joe Thornton
I forgot about
before.
Thornton. That's true.
Adam Oates.
Okay, Adam Oates
St.
is
Louis
a good
Blue.
player, but not even close.
The guy that scored 500 goals. We've talked about him in the past. Dale Howardchuk.
Dale Howardchuk never won, huh?
Never won.
Wow.
Matt Sundin.
Matt Sundin, good player.
Patrick Marleau. San Jose Shark. If you were San Jose Shark, odds on you weren't winning anything. Mike Gardner, once considered the best American
Mike Gardner,
American-born hockey player of all time. Yeah, Mike Gardner, not a Phil Housley.
Phil Housley,
the big
was great.
defenseman. And then your guy that you mentioned from the French Connection, Gilbert Perreault.
Like, none of those guys are as good as McDavid. That's what I mean.
So
like,
there you go. Those are your top 10.
That's a good list.
Besides your Connor McDavid.
That's a good list. And
well,
like
I'm warming you up.
And you are.
By the way, a list that you would never put down.
No, that's okay.
A list that would never be created. No, remember how usually he goes, you used another list.
Yeah.
No, we're never doing that
on the list.
That
You're right.
list will
That's
never
not
be one that we have. So.
He's clearly on top of that list, and if he's going to take rank at some point with the Gretzkys and the Lemieux and the Messiers, and like I get it, he's going to have to win a cup. What's gotten real silly here in recent days is the conversation about guys who have won that somehow are underachievers. And, Waddle and Silvy spent some time on it yesterday. I heard Ryan Clark say it in the morning yesterday. I had Get Up on in the background. And it's one of those, and sometimes I just, I put my head down.
Shake your head, Carl.
Jesus.
I've got a hockey question for you guys.
Yes, go ahead.
Big picture hockey question, all right? Last 25 years, 10 of the cups have gone to warm weather cities. In the last 6, 5 have been won in warm weather cities. Vegas and then Florida.
Yep.
Tampa Bay and then
Miami.
Florida.
Yep.
Is that good for hockey?
Oh, boy.
No, I got the answer for you.
Go ahead.
Absolutely not. They'll tell you it's good for the business of hockey. That's what Gary Bettman, little Count Dracula, will try to tell you.
Yeah, I saw him last night.
That's great for hockey.
Handing out the hardware.
People in the South, though, sometimes don't give a rat's ass about hockey. And if you think that we've got it here in Chicago when things were going great and you had the casual fan out there, that casual fan is gone. The casual fan doesn't stick around for losers.
Right.
And as long as your team is a losing team, you're going to have a problem. The casual fan doesn't give a rat's ass about hockey right now in Chicago.
So, they have...
Until the Hawks get good, then they come out of the woodwork. And then they'll spend their money.
I think it's better, I guess to Chris's point, I think it's better when the more historic, like Original Six or traditional powerhouse teams are better, because I think it's easier for people to understand the legacy of those teams or relate certain things back to those teams. I mean, I think they have rabid fan bases down there. I really do. I think you feel it in that building. I've been in Tampa's stadium for a hockey game, and I was beyond impressed.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a Miami Heat game in Miami, and it's a joke. It is an absolute joke. And that's been a pretty damn good basketball team for a long time, with maybe the best executive in the game running things for like 30 years down there, and it's a joke. Tampa Bay Lightning hockey games are totally legit. Now, you go figure that out. I mean, but they've been good. To Jurko's point, the Tampa Bay Lightning have been good for a decade.
Yeah.
That fan base is totally into what they have going on down there.
Ever since they lost in the Cup to the Blackhawks.
In 2015.
Yeah.
And they love that team.
Sure.
And the vibe is good, and the energy is good, and the fans seem knowledgeable. Like, it was a very good experience.
Yeah, you mentioned the Canadian teams, the lack of cups in Canada since the early 90s. I think about Detroit being a legendary team that's struggled.
They haven't won forever.
In a long time. Chicago, New York, the Rangers. Boston had some recent success.
Boston's been good. The Rangers haven't won in 30 years.
Philly hasn't been good in a while.
Philly hasn't won a cup in a very, very, very long time.
They had a competitive team, though, for a while.
Yeah,
When they got dusted in 2010, they had a good team, and they had Bergeron on that
2010,
team.
though, we're talking 15 years ago.
Yeah,
it's probably not as good. It's probably not as good for hockey. Like, I think Bettman would tell you, look at the way we've spread the game. Where we've got, but I don't.
Yeah, I mean, when I think hotbed of hockey, I don't think Sunrise, Florida.
And you don't think Vegas, but it is.
And I get it. Anywhere in this country where there's a team that's going to win a championship and they do it multiple times, people in that area will care.
Right.
So, like, it's not a critique on anyone in Florida because they will love their team. But do people in the cold weather cities, the more traditional cities, the original 6 cities, do they care as much when these teams, in the last 6 years, 5 of them have gone one to an expansion team that was almost brand new, Vegas, and then Tampa Bay and Florida.
Yeah, like ratings are never going to be great in the States for hockey anyway, but what do ratings look like when it's the Florida Panthers? And while Edmonton's got legacy and history, in the States, like
it's not Toronto.
Right, yeah. I mean, like, is anybody like
it's not Montreal.
Does that series relate to people? Right, it's not Montreal, it's not Toronto, it's not Vancouver. Does that series relate to people at all?
It's bigger than Winnipeg
versus
like
Florida?
In any other sport, if you get a redo of the final or the Super Bowl the next year, the ratings are going to be massive, whichever it is. NBA, MLB, Super Bowl in the NFL, college football. If you get a rematch, that's something that people can understand and follow along with. I don't know if this had that effect.
I doubt it. My guess is it most certainly did not have that effect, Chris. We should look maybe if we can find side-by-side data from last year.
And hockey in Arizona has failed. That's a failure in Arizona.
Badly.
That's a failure.
Yeah.
The sooner they get the hell out of there, the happier I think the whole world will be. Yeah, 1.4 million people in Edmonton, 2.6 in Toronto.
Yeah. 312-332.
Aren't they out of there? Aren't they the Utah team?
I have no idea.
Last season?
But the point is it's failed.
Or is Arizona still around?
No, it failed.
No,
Who's
Arizona
Utah?
moved, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they played as the Utah Hockey Club this past season.
It's worked in Florida. It's worked in Dallas.
it didn't work
in
there.
Texas. It didn't work in Arizona.
It didn't work in Atlanta, and Atlanta's trying to get a team back.
Yeah. The Flames.
I mean, Atlanta hasn't had a team.
Well, they had the Thrashers, too.
They haven't
Remember
had
that?
a team in forever.
Atlanta Flames, Atlanta Thrashers, the Bird. They went with the Bird instead of the Flame.
Yeah.
That way you can't say NHL Flames out in Atlanta. They went with the Thrashers. Then they went with NHL thrashed in Atlanta by lack of fans and interest.
Did they moved the team, but they're basically starting as a new franchise? Is that what happened with the Phoenix, the old Arizona team?
You got the wrong guy here.
Because like none of the
I have no idea what the hell happened there.
I think they basically scrubbed it, because if you go like in their franchise page, all they have is last year. They just have, it looks like it's an expansion team.
For Utah Hockey Club.
For the Utah Hockey Club. It more looks like on their hockey reference page like it's an expansion team. Like if you looked up Chris said if you looked up the Flames, like you'd see the history going back to their original city. If you look up Colorado, you'd see Quebec. Like those were teams that migrated. Like I don't know what they did with. It's just like they basically folded the Phoenix team. They're like, that team's no more. We got the Utah. What are they now? The Mammoth?
I don't know.
Mammoth, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You've got the wrong man.
That's funny. We got a list coming up just after 1. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
All right, Chicago and Abdallah. It's time to make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is finally here.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed here in Illinois. And we're not just talking about one beer. They're talking about a whole dang lineup.
Let's start with the legend, the Yuengling Traditional Lager. It's smooth, it's rich, and it's a beer that's been around longer than our North Side, South Side rivalry.
Then there's the light lager, that famous Yuengling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You've got the Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. If you want a little extra flavor, the Black and Tan is the perfect mix of dark and light beer. And if you're watching those carbs because the weather's getting hot, check out their newest one, Flight.
So next time when you're at the bar grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yuengling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is finally over. This is officially Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Summers for the good kid are about golf, love, and life, and low stress. If you want your retirement to feel this way too, give my guy Mitch Lyons a call. Learn how his clients have the income they need to enjoy retirement. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com or call 866-85-STEEL. That's S-T-E-E-L. That's 866-857-8335.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy at 2:35. White Sox and Cardinals scheduled for a 6:40 pitch and a 6 o'clock pregame with Jeff Meller right here in your home for the White Sox. But that is very much in jeopardy. Jurko's in all of his glory. When he gets to play amateur meteorologist on days like today, he's excited. And he's got an eye on the radar, and it looks like both games tonight are going to be
I think there's
hanging in the balance.
There's going to be a window. There's something behind it. Well, we're going to get here from about, I'd say, approximately 1:30 to 2:30. It's going to be a little something.
1:30 to 2:30?
It's going to be a little something. And then after that, about 3 o'clock, I mean, I got league tonight. You know, league might get canceled. If we get a gully washer, comes down too quick, might get canceled tonight for league. So I'm looking at the radar. Just making sure that I can play. But when it comes, it's coming with some heat. Mm-hmm. It's coming with some funk. And it's going to lay down some water, my friends. Then after that, I think we got a little bit of a lull.
It rained pretty hard by me last night around 11:30, excuse me. We need some rain, though. My grass will appreciate it.
Me too.
We need a little bit of rain.
My fig tree needs a little rain.
We need a little soaker.
It's a hardy plant, Carm.
Yes.
But it needs a little rain.
We needed a good soaker, and maybe a little bit more today, because it's been pretty dry the last 10 days or so, I feel like.
Not surprised.
We could use a little bit of it.
Yeah.
So Jurko's tracking the storm. That's what he does. So good.
Well, somebody's got to track the storm.
I know.
You know, I mean, I wish I can trust Cheryl Scott and Tracy, and she does a wonderful job. You know, and everybody that's out there.
I hope.
I mean, I want to be able to, but I can
Jurko's got to do his own work.
I have eyes. I can see what's happening and what's coming.
What do you think they're looking at? Are they looking at the same thing?
They're looking at the same thing. I bet they also look at the Helsinki model.
Do they?
The European model, all the different models they have. I don't have access.
No, like they do.
They've got like 27 different like models that come in, and then they can conglomerate it and make it into one picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of give you the best guess.
I can normally tell when my knee starts bothering me that it's going to rain.
Oh, mine bothers me every day, so I feel like it's going to rain every day and it's going to get cold.
Yours always bothers.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, we have a list, and I've got another list on top of that at some point for you guys.
You got some lists coming.
Yes.
I love this, Carmen. I had a list earlier.
This one's good.
Topped by Jerome McGinley, Calgary.
Plus, the baseball's acting differently again, Yerk. Did you read about this?
I did not.
Yeah.
I did. Are we talking about seams again, or
yes,
what do we have?
It's exactly what they're talking
Seams?
about. Baseball's not denying the fact
they tweaked the baseball again?
Not that the baseball is tweaked, but that the ball is acting differently. They don't offer much in way of explanation, but the drag data is available. And Baseball Savant has it. Like, anybody can get it.
Drag data.
Yes, and Major League Baseball
makes
that available.
Become more aerodynamic? Is it less circular, Carm? What is going on here?
I think it is. They think.
Are they using a different sort of cowhide?
I don't believe so. Not according to Major League Baseball. And they're all still made by hand.
Yeah.
So the quality control, would you say, in that situation sometimes varies greatly when it's not being made by a machine? Well, Hawk had that theory with Silvy and me years ago.
Did he?
He said as the workers get more and more tired at the end of the day, the balls aren't wound as tightly, and then they act differently.
Didn't we see that in a movie before?
I don't remember. Did we?
Casey Affleck and the younger son of James Caan, they went down to Mexico to make the dice. That were crooked notions, whatchamacallit.
Oceans.
So are you having that kind of situation? Did two Americans pretend to be Mexican down there?
That's great.
And are they affecting exactly what's happening with the baseballs?
When they get the loaded dice.
Or wherever they happen to be going. It could be the Bahamas, could be the Dominican Republic.
Don't they lead like a revolution for the workers?
Yes, they
while
do.
They're down
Could
there.
be Honduras. And they were quoting Zapata down there. Yes.
That is so
But
good.
is this a situation you think might be happening down there?
I don't know, but I'll read you some of the stories and some of what Major League Baseball has admitted to, that the drag results are different on the baseball, but it's not affecting runs per game all that much. So still a lot to talk about, including our great list of the day. We're down to 78 days to the start of the NFL season.
That?
We got a list coming up in 2 minutes.
So excited.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Sox fans, join us as we celebrate the unforgettable 2005 World Series champions during 05 reunion weekend, July 11th through the 13th. This weekend is packed with Burley's statue unveiling, exclusive giveaways, post-game fireworks, and special events honoring the team that brought a World Series title back to the South Side. Don't miss your chance to be part of this historic celebration. To purchase tickets, visit whitessox.com/2005.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hey, it's Shane Orling. And it's your brother from another mother, Jay Moore. We're in the final stage of the Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney. We're headed to AJ Hudson's at Ashland and Grace to crown the Chicago Foosball Champion on Sunday, June 22nd. And I'll be on the ones and twos, providing the soundtrack to a wonderful evening. Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, along with Shay and me, are inviting you out to watch the U.S. men's team and watch our foosball finalists compete for the Chicago title. Join us at AJ Hudson's Sunday at 6 p.m. We're watching U.S. soccer, giving away a messy Mick Ultra jersey, vibing to some throwbacks, and we're drinking ice-cold Mick Ultra. Please drink responsibly.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards. Place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
NHL season ended last night. The NBA season can end tomorrow night. Tyrese Halliburton is questionable. I think he'll give it a go. I don't know how effective he'll be. And you also hope that he doesn't do any sort of long-term damage. You know, it can be tricky when that calf injury starts to creep up. You've seen it in the past. Guys try to force their way through playing. They try to play their way through, a
discomfort,
calf injury, and some discomfort, and it could lead to the worst-case scenario.
Problems
for these guys. So we'll see what that looks like tomorrow. Game 6 is in Indy, and do or die, obviously, for the Pacers. It's Carmen, Yerk, Black and Abdallah alongside. Hope everyone is having a great day so far. Don't forget to hang with us on Friday, as we are going to be out and about with Yingling again. The Yingling Summer Tour continues.
At the Hairy Penguin out in beautiful Homer Glen.
Or Pelican Harry's. That's where we're going to be.
Boy, these animals things are getting me a little bit
Hairy
difficult.
Penguin. No, Pelican Harry's in Homer Glen.
Pelican Harry's.
On, I believe, Bell Road, right, Yerk?
Yeah,
it's on
Bell Road. In between, oh, boy, what was it yesterday? 153rd and 144th. 143rd and 151st.
There you go.
In between there.
Great place. Haven't been there in years, so I'm looking forward to getting back out and seeing all the great folks at Pelican Harry's this Friday with Yingling and Yerk and me from noon until 3. Let's get to the list for the day as we count down the days to the start of the NFL season. Abdallah.
All right, gentlemen, we are 78 days away from the start of the NFL season, and we spin the wheel. Spin. Not far away from 78, actually. Number 75.
Not at all.
One of my favorite ones that I came up with.
Oh, boy.
Famous people you want to punch but never would because that's assault. Famous people you want to punch but never would because that's assault.
Do we all have the same number one?
I do. No, I mean, I don't know, but I have a number. My number one was easy. That's why I thought.
It depends how famous you think
this,
Kaplan is.
Why?
I knew what direction he was going.
I wish that was clean.
No, he alley-ooped it up to me, and I slammed it through the hole.
So true.
I knew what direction he was
I was trying to set these guys up.
Yeah.
Dude, I was Dwayne Wade running away from the basket, and here comes Jurko as LeBron to slam it in.
Yep. I knew what direction you went, so I finished it.
I didn't know he was going that direction. That's pretty funny.
I knew Jurko would tip that in.
It was there, so
You're like Neesmith the other night, coming over the top.
I don't feel that way, obviously. But
no, it was for comedy's sake.
Yeah, it was for comedy's sake. Exactly. That was for us.
Famous people you'd like to punch.
Want to punch.
But you can't because it's an assault.
But you can't.
So it's kind of like the guys who have jerk face, or
no?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a difference.
Or just maybe are a jerk. Maybe they're a jerk.
I think there's a difference between jerk face and a punchable face.
I've got it right now. Let me tell you, women will not be spared in this.
Oh no!
Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. There we go. But remember, we're not really doing it. We're just
talking
about doing it.
Right in the face, champ.
All right, I got my list, guys.
That was way too fast.
What?
Yeah,
You
was
had this
easy.
prepared.
That was way too fast.
My number 5 and number 4 might be the same person because I've never seen them in the same room together. Number 5, Rachel Maddow. Number 4, Mark Cuban. So, all I'm saying is I don't know which one's
Mark
which.
Cuban's
I don't
great.
know which one's which.
Like, Mark Cuban.
Rachel Maddow, Mark
This is the
Cuban.
best.
Mark Cuban's
It's my
great.
list.
He's like great interview.
It's my list.
He's so friendly.
It's my list.
This
You
is so
have your
funny.
list. Number 3, Rosie O'Donnell.
What?
Really? Rosie?
She hasn't
Yeah.
even been in. Has she done anything in the
Number
last
2,
20 years?
it's my list.
It's his list.
Number 2, Madonna.
What?
And the number 1 person I'd like to punch in the face but can't because it would be assault, Hillary Clinton.
Can I ask why Madonna?
There you go.
Can
you go.
Can I ask why Madonna?
Nope, it's my list.
It's my
And
list.
it's my
She doesn't seem
name.
to jive with the
list.
rest of the
Very
people
big
on that
list.
list.
Very she
great
does.
It's a great list.
Great
she
list.
does.
My
The
list.
best list.
Here's
I don't
my
know.
list.
Some people
My
say it's
list.
great. I don't know if it's great.
What a big list.
It's an awesome
It's
list.
the best
huge
list.
biggest list.
It's the biggest
Speaking of
list.
which, my number.
It's the greatest list ever.
Nobody's list is
you're-
better. I have the best list.
Jeez.
Shane Gillis does a great.
Oh, he's
great
incredible.
story.
He's incredible.
He gets the hands right.
Yeah, he
He
does.
does. He
And
gets
that's
it
the
just
key.
right. Yeah.
It's the breathe. It's the breath in. The
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great list.
you know.
Everybody's list.
I think
wide
Jurko's
open
list
for
is the
everybody.
best.
Everybody can
Actually,
do
the
what they
guy
like.
on SNL does.
It's pretty good.
I think the best one. I think the
Yeah.
guy on SNL has really
James Austin,
Yeah,
Jackson,
whatever his name is.
Johnson,
Yeah.
Jones,
Man, I'm
whatever
having
his
a
name
tough
is.
Time. Like I've got my number 1.
I'm upset I left Whoopi off the list.
So essentially, you just want to punch the View.
Yeah, you just want to go
And
to
it
the
sounds
View.
like you want to punch a lot of
and start
women, which
punching
is
faces.
odd.
You can't do it, though.
At the View.
Because it's assault. Carm, you can't do it.
You can't do it.
It's
That's
assault.
This might be the best list you came up with,
when I
dog.
came up with
This
this
is,
is so good.
I'm in tears over that.
I think I went with 5
Oh,
women.
man.
Mark Cuban.
Oh, my
Mark's
fault.
such a. He's so friendly.
Yeah.
At least he
Yeah.
always has been to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Still coming up with yours?
All right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This is a struggle.
Would it be
Not for
weird
me,
to
guys.
have a guy that like I?
No, it's your list. Nothing is weird about your list. Get over your bugaboo about
Yeah,
what
it's your
might or
list.
might not
But
be.
like, there's
It's your
sometimes
list.
I
It's your
oddly
list.
like this guy, but at the same time,
That's
I'd like to
fine.
punch him in the
That's
face. Is that
okay.
okay?
Punch him.
I
Punch
almost-
away,
I
man.
almost put Bobby De Niro on there, but
really?
I've got too much respect for him
what's that guy's
when he was an actor.
All right. I've got 2.
You only have 2?
I only have 2, dude.
Okay.
I'm struggling here.
Now this can be everything. Sports.
Yeah, of course.
This can be
Everything.
Hollywood.
Anywhere.
Teammates. Anything
Yeah.
you want to do.
Yeah. I paid off the joke. That's all I did earlier.
teammate on
Guys,
here.
come on.
Maybe teammates at the network. Who knows? Who knows?
Well, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, there's probably a couple.
knows?
Yeah.
It's your list, Carm.
I'm not gonna do that on
Feel
the list.
free.
I'm not gonna do that. I need one more. Oh, that guy's pretty punchable.
Yeah. I'm
That
telling you,
guy's
there's a-
pretty
Like I
punchable.
like a couple of these guys, but I feel like they're punchable.
Then do what you want.
I know. I've got them on here.
Punch
Okay.
him.
All
Punch
right.
away.
I've got a list here.
Oh, man.
I've
look
got
at
a
this.
list.
There's
You
actually
know
a
what
list
drop
out
we need,
there.
by the way, for this?
I've got a list.
With the famous Jurko. How about I punch you right in the face, champ? I wonder if that's still in the system.
Oh,
All right, here we go.
been
All right,
eliminated.
Chris, go. Chris
Here's
has
my
got
list. Number 5, I'll go with Aaron Rodgers.
That's a pretty good one, Chris.
I'll punch him right
That's
in the
a
mouth.
good one.
Right in the mouth.
right in the mouth.
Oh, see, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
That
Aaron
is a good
Rodgers.
one.
He's on my list.
I will take number 4, Adrian Brody.
Oh, good one.
Adrian the actor.
Yeah,
That
the
is
actor.
that's a great one I didn't
actor.
think of. Yeah.
Oh, punch that
Great
guy
one.
right in the face.
Right in the face. Got to punch
Oh,
him
especially
face.
after
Get off
his
the stage,
after
champ.
his stupid Oscar speech.
Yeah, get
Oh,
off the stage.
my
Punch
God.
you right in the face.
I didn't watch the Oscars. I apologize.
Number 3, I'll go with Rory McIlroy.
Yeah,
Right now.
I'll punch you right now.
little
What do you?
leprechaun.
What's the deal, man? You win the Masters and now you got a problem with everything.
Right now. Might want to punch him right in the face.
Punch him right in the mouth.
I'll go with number 2, Nick Wright.
Oh,
Nick
he's
Wright's
right.
a good one.
He's
yeah,
right.
that's a good one.
Right. Nick Wright from Fox, right?
Yeah, from Fox Sports One.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Know-it-all.
Sports takes, know-it-all.
Know-it-all.
Yeah, he's very proud of himself with all of his thoughts.
Just ask him how great he is.
Yeah,
He'll
he's
tell
fantastic. He's the best. And number one, I will go with Jimmy Fallon.
That's a good one, too.
Punch him right in the mouth while he's sitting at the desk there, laughing to
face.
himself over
don't
something
know.
that's not funny.
Of the three late night
I know what you're
hosts-
going to say.
I'm just
Yerk.
saying, no. Of the three late night hosts,
Yeah.
Jimmy Fallon would be the one guy you'd punch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know who you're going to punch.
No, I think you're going
You're driving to L.A. and you're driving right
you
to the
know who I'm
studio to
going
see
with.
Kimmel. And
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd punch Kimmel.
Right smack dab between the eyes.
I can see that one.
Well, I'm going to say Jimmy Fallon.
The guy used to sit there and watch girls bounce on trampolines and drink beer like there's no tomorrow, and then all of a sudden he flipped on us. I wonder why.
Well, I don't think he.
I wonder why.
Flipped, but I mean,
he flipped.
Girls jumping on
flipped.
trampolines was an all-time classic.
Fallon. I'm going to go with Fallon.
All right, you're
That's-
punching Fallon.
That's my
What
selection.
about you? Who are you going to punch of the three late night hosts?
out
Of the late night hosts,
Yeah.
probably Fallon.
Yeah, probably Fallon.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, go
That's
ahead.
close, though.
Finish.
All right, you on my list?
Finish.
You want me to go, Adam?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Number 5, Mike Francesa. Which is odd because I kind of like Mike,
It's
but
all
at the
right,
same
though.
time,
Great.
I'd like to punch him right in the face.
That
also
makes
elder
a lot
abuse.
Of sense.
It's also elder abuse.
How do you think he would describe that punch in the face?
He got me right in the
You know,
face.
one.
Came out of the blue.
He hit me 2.
He got me in the jaw.
3.
Didn't even know it was coming.
4.
Bob and Bayonne. What's up?
What did I do to that guy?
Number 4 is another talking head, Colin Cowherd.
Yeah, very punchable.
Yes.
Yes, sirree.
Yes.
Thinks he's cornered the market on Caleb Williams information.
I'm
Yes.
stealing one from Chris because
Pop
it's
him.
too good. Number 3 is Aaron Rodgers. 100%.
Okay. Well,
Right in
he's
the
controlled
face.
the Bears forever. I can understand
Oh,
why.
yeah.
Where
I'll
the
tell you right
frustration's
now,
at.
he's my number one.
Yeah, he's my number 3. It's a great call.
He's my number one.
Number 2,
That's who I was thinking of when I came up with this
it's
list.
very good.
Yeah, it's
Very good. Number 2, Will Smith. See how you like it.
Oh, yeah.
There you
See
go.
how you like it.
You want to see how
Will
you like
Smith.
it? Let's see. Here you
Will
go.
Smith.
Right in the face.
Have you guys heard his new song that was released the other day?
He released a new song.
He has
Oh, we
new
should play
music.
it. Yeah.
New
Yeah.
music from Will Smith.
Yeah.
It's called Pretty Girls.
I like pretty girls. I love pretty girls.
It doesn't get much different.
It's been stuck in my head.
I like pretty girls.
This is Will Smith.
Oh, yeah, it's new.
Will Smith.
Yeah, like 3 days ago this came out.
Holy cow. My
You don't
number
gotta wait in line tonight. You too fine for the line tonight. 5 + 5, you a dime tonight. It's a full house, better play your cards right. I'ma post your picket.
And that's about it.
Wow. Okay. Going back to the old days.
I don't know what he's going back.
DJ Jazzy Jeff. Number 1 is Angel Hernandez. Would be number 1.
Oh, the umpire.
All right.
There you
All
go.
right.
All right. That's a good number.
Punch him
one.
right in the mouth.
That came to mind.
Angel
Like,
Hernandez.
when Adam said it, that came to mind quicker
Right
than
away.
anything because
Yeah.
he's the worst of the worst
He's terrible.
ever.
He's
Right in the mouth.
Right in the mouth. Angel Hernandez
him
for
right in the
being.
mouth.
Luckily, he's not umping anymore. They finally forced him off.
That's
but for
great.
being the worst ump in the history of baseball, Angel Hernandez right in the mouth. All right, there you go. Abdallah, you're up.
All right, I'm up. Number 5, Jeremy Strong. You take yourself too seriously. Shut up.
Wait, which one's Jeremy Strong?
Jeremy Strong. He was in Succession.
Oh, yeah.
He was in the new trailer
He's a
for
method
the
actor.
Yeah,
I got you. I know who you're talking about.
He always dresses like an idiot.
I know who you're talking about.
Number 4 is I don't know what his name is. I don't know what his last name is, but it's the Kill Tony guy. Tony Hinchcliffe. That's his
Tony
name.
Hinchcliffe. Yeah.
Kill Tony with those big teeth.
That's pretty good.
I just want to knock him right in the teeth. Just punch him right in the mouth. That dude. Oh my God.
That's good.
Number 3. I'm sorry, Chris Morgan Wallen. You suck.
Oh, you can punch him.
You suck. Number 2, JJ Redick.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've hated
I
him.
miss.
I've hated
Yeah.
him since Duke. Hated him since Duke.
That's so good.
And like I kind of liked him for a second, and I was like, nah, I'm back to hating you again.
That is so good.
And I already told you my number 1 is Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
I
I got to admit that JJ Redick is a great catch.
Yeah, it's a sleeper.
I'm
That's a good
glad
one.
somebody had that on there because somebody on the chat's going to have that for sure, or somebody's going to call and be like, "Oh yeah, we need to have JJ Redick on that list." All right, excellent, great topic. This was Adam's favorite one. We just burned it, but it was pretty damn good. If you have a suggestion, feel free. If it's any one of us, feel free.
Oh, yeah, I
We
don't
don't
mind.
actually do it, but
Yeah.
312-332-3777.
I think we fall short of the celebrity claim.
Well,
that's where we might fall a little bit
probably
short.
right about that. Yeah.
I mean,
But I can have a feeling somebody like Carmen, I want to punch you right in the face.
That's where Cappy kind of fell out of it, too, on the
Cap's a
celebrity
celebrity.
thing. Oh, please.
He's on TV.
Yeah,
and
get
he's
serious.
a celebrity.
Come on. Go to Dan Lombard.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that you were going to punch him in the face or now that you're like, he's not a celebrity?
Both.
Is this the miracle intern? Our miracle intern?
The one and only.
What up, Mendenhall?
What's going on, buddy?
I just
heard
mentioned
guys-
you. I mentioned you earlier today.
Listen, I'm trying to be at a work lunch here on the island, and I'm getting texts that I'm getting talked about on the air.
Yeah.
And then I tune in, and I hear, who do we want to punch? What
Yeah.
celebrity? There's only one.
Okay, who?
Jake Paul.
That's a good one.
It's appropriate.
I mean, listen, he'd pummel you back, but that's
Maybe.
a pretty good one, buddy. I'm not going to lie.
Maybe.
All right, so if you think he'd pummel me back, let's get it going. Dana White, let's go. February 14th next year,
course
the
he's
miracle
gonna
intern against Jake Paul in the ring, UFC, not just punching. I can tackle and wrestle. Let's
He'd
go.
destroy you. What are you
NBC,
talking
Trump loves it. Let's go.
He'd destroy you. Good talking to you, buddy. That's Ryan
Remember,
Mendenhall,
though.
our former intern.
Miracle intern. His other senses have been kind of multiplied a little bit.
Not to beat Jake Paul.
Oh, you don't know. I think you underestimate the miracle intern.
It's a pretty good one, though, Jake Paul. That is a very, very good call. Eddie on the north side. Go ahead, Eddie.
The number one guy is Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, yeah.
That's the number one guy there.
That's easy.
And then I throw Hunter Biden in there, too.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
Adam Schiff guy.
And who?
Oh,
Adam
Schiff.
Schiff.
Yeah, Adam
Yeah.
Schiff, the
All right,
politician.
Yep.
Well, we know which channel Eddie watches
We
on
know
TV.
what Eddie
Jeez.
subscribes to.
My God.
Dan.
Netflix?
Dan and Lombard. He's being harsh to one of our old guys. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. Sorry, boys. Sorry if any of you guys are friends with this guy either. But there's a guy who used to be down the dial. He's at Fox now. His voice, I can't stand.
His face.
His takes are his face and his takes are terrible. But I want to punch his face. Danny Parkin.
All right.
I mean,
he's a celebrity. He's on TV on a national show. All right, Dan.
I find him to be entertaining.
Yeah.
But there's never been a more punchable face in the history of faces.
Danny's, you think?
Yeah, it's like the guy from Mad Magazine. It's like Alfred E. Newman.
Alfred E. Newman?
Both of them. Very punchable.
I don't see that necessarily.
Oh, it's
but
there.
All right.
It's there.
This is too funny. David Shorewood. Go ahead, Dave.
What's up, guys?
Dave, she should have been on my list, too. I agree.
Go ahead, Dave.
I knew you'd like it, Jurko. Good old Greta Thunberg.
Greta?
Oh,
How dare you? Dave, how dare you? Thank you, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
This is a terrible list. We're going to get in trouble for this list.
For what?
Danny's
How?
gonna come down.
It's
I
all-
don't know. Oh, this is a good one. Ed in Plainfield's got a good one. He's going to rough him up when he punches him, but this is a good one. Go ahead, Ed.
I got a hat trick, and one of them, I'm pretty sure I could take at least one of these guys. Tucker Carlson.
You could take Tucker. Of course you could.
Yeah, I could take him. The other guy's a roided up, pseudo-intellectual Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
What a douche.
I like how you
And
said
then
pseudo-intellectual, by the way.
Third, and I hate to say this, didn't tell Abdallah, Chris Black. and the only thing about Black that would back Black up is his punch in the face voice. It's a combo that just it's nails on the chalkboard.
Hey, the good news is, Chris, you're a celebrity.
That's great.
Thank you,
You
Ed.
have moved up the ranks.
Right in the face.
You're right in the face. I'm telling you, I know there's people out there that are thinking us, believe me. I liked his first one, too. Tucker Carlson, I should have put him on my list. Lewis is in Lyle. Go ahead, Lewis.
Hey, I got a couple. One, Martin Shkreli. If your nickname's a pharma bro, you're price gouging, and you have a punchable face, you deserve to be punched.
Wait, who did he say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Martin Shkreli.
Oh,
Martin Shkreli. He was a
gotcha.
pharmaceutical CEO who was price gouging by, I think,
Gotcha.
it was ridiculous. But the other would be Brett Favre. You're a Packer, you're a Viking, and you stole money from welfare. That's a trifecta.
That does seem like the trifecta there, Lewis. It's a pretty good call. Yurko's old teammate. That's his guy.
There he is if you're looking for Martin Shkreli.
Yeah, I
got
think
him
I
up
know
there.
who he
I
is.
got him up
Yeah,
there.
that's I thought so.
Very punchable face.
Yeah.
Very punchable.
Oh, yeah. Especially when he's a little pudgier.
Yeah.
I got two pictures, one where he's a little thinner,
Dude,
and the other one where he's pudgier.
This is a good one. Pete in Buffalo. Go ahead, Pete.
Hey, guys, I got one for you, and it's pretty topical right now.
that rat down in Florida, Brad Marchand. The guy's a scumbag. I mean, I'm a Sabres fan. He's tortured us for years. Can't stand his face. Dirty player. I just love to sock him right in the grill.
He's one of those guys if he's not on your team, Pete, you hate him. I feel you.
Not bad.
I do think he's been kind of he's crossed the line into dirty a lot in his career. He's damn good. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And he does have a punchable face.
Oh yeah.
Very
It's
punchable.
the rat. I like it.
I can't stand him.
Perfect
Can't
team for him,
stand
Florida.
him.
The Rats.
I know. You're right about that. Brian in Des Plaines. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, Kid Rock, I'd like to smash him in his face and pull his hair and drag him around through a puddle.
Well, right.
After that, I'd take the 4 presidents' kids and smash them in the face.
Well, that's
with
all.
dirt.
Jeez, I mean that's a little harsh.
Well, listen, the question was that you want to do it, but you can't do it because it's assault.
Brian's got a whole fantasy going. He's going to grab Kid Rock
that's
by
a
the
little
hair
much.
and pull him through the mud.
We're just talking about one punch to the face. That's it.
Holy cow.
I mean, he crossed the line.
That was inappropriate.
That seemed a little inappropriate.
Come on, who else we got, Carm? Get moving.
Dean downtown. That's an interesting one. All right, go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, I was just telling Adam. I think I've called Adam before to vent about this. I can't stand many things about him, but the main thing is when you're watching one of his pizza reviews and he can't get the name right of the restaurant or like the street he's on or the city. It's Dave Portnoy. Can't stand that guy, man. Cannot stand him, and it sucks because I like a lot of the guys at Barstool, and it's like I want to like Dave Portnoy, part of me, and sometimes I do, but sometimes he just really irritates me. See you guys.
All right, Dino. Thanks. I love the pizza reviews, but Portnoy does have a tough time getting out the name and the location. That is true. It doesn't,
opening the box.
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, especially in
but
Chicago.
that can be hard, though. You know,
especially in Chicago, problem opening the box.
Hard? How is it hard to open a pizza
Identify
box?
You're holding
the
it with
box.
one hand and you're...
Identify the box you're dealing with and understand how to open it.
Yeah. He does have a tough time with the names in like the streets and where he is. But to me, I always get a kick out of that. Letterman famously would mispronounce the cities or where the people who did stupid human tricks, and he'd announce where they were from, and I always thought it was like part of the gag. Like Letterman was purposely sort of mispronouncing the places, and I don't know that Dave does it on purpose, but I always get a kick out of it because he often does butcher the name or the street or the location. Let's grab. You want to grab one more?
Grab a lot more. What are you waiting
grab
for?
all of them.
Take
What
this
are
to the
we-
bottom
what
of
are
the
we
hour.
doing?
Guys, this is
Go
going on.
through them fast. Go through them fast.
All right, real quick. Go ahead, Troy. You're up. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I love the list. Great thing you guys got going on here. It's my favorite part of my day. But I would have to say Skip Bayless, just because he's an annoying you-know-what hole. And then Shannon Sharp, just like the big old Mr. Ed Teeth, you just got to knock him right out.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Big choppers there, guys.
Do you want to know what's like? I don't think this is ironical, but just he said Skip Bayless. You know, I totally respect his brother. I mean, totally. And I love his food,
Supposedly
actually.
he's a super nice guy, too.
I
They
know, but
couldn't
I'd
be
like-
more opposite.
I'd like to punch him right in the face.
Why?
I don't know.
Makes
The way-
good food.
I know he makes great food. I love his salsas. But when I watch him sometimes on his videos, I'm like, I don't know, Rick. I'd like to come over and punch you right in the face. But he's... But the Bayless guy, like...
Take Chris and Crown Point. I want to hear him.
The Bayless boys, and Skip was always good to me when he was here 20 years ago. Always good to me and Sylvie. We were young, and Skip was always good to us. Which one you want?
Chris.
Chris and Crown Point?
Yeah.
All right, Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good. Romo.
Yeah.
Tony Romo.
Pretty good one.
He gets a vote.
A lot of people would join you on that
Tony
one,
Romo. Who
Chris.
does the Romo impression back here?
Chris does.
Somebody. Chris
Jim?
I think the weirdest one is line one.
Oh, is he going to do a...
Take Jeff.
Jeff. Oh, no. Jeff and Addison. How dare you? Go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, what's up, guys? How dare me? Flo from the Progressive commercials.
Flo from the Progressive.
I'll ever do to anybody.
That's awesome,
She
Jeff.
seems so sweet.
That is fantastic. She can be a little annoying. I know where he's coming from. I can sense it. Flo can be a little annoying. All right, that's it. We gotta take a break. We still have to do Immaculate Carm coming up next. So
I can't wait.
Got to free up the lines.
The whole world is waiting on bated breath.
All right. You want to count more of your change instead? You could do that for a segment. If
The
you
only
like.
person knows I'm counting change is you, Carmen. Now the world does. Rake City. Woo! I'm raising money for Rake City right now. That's what
I'll
I'm
take
doing.
the funds.
Thank you. I knew you would.
We'll take
See?
them. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tomorrow night at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, with 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Easy to apply in app only.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Fatport Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience with locations in Wicker Park, McCormick Place, and Lincolnwood. The game's always on, dozens of beers on tap, and scratch-made food coming out of the kitchen. Check them out at fatporttapworks.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right. I may have taken a few liberties with this one today, but just work with me. Time for Immaculate Carmen. We always do something timely, right?
I got you. Timely.
Believe it or not, there is a tie-in. And anybody that's been listening to the station, I'd say for the last
100 years,
10 weeks, 12 weeks, will understand.
Okay.
Immaculate Carmen is brought to you by the great folks at the Village of Elmwood Park. And the winner today gets a $50 gift card to Donnie G's. Love Donnie G's. You ready?
I am ready.
Let's see how you do. You got it on the first clue
last time.
Now think.
I'm thinking.
Okay. Understand what's going on.
I'm thinking. I'm Aretha Franklin thinking like. That's what I'm doing right now.
Here is clue number 1. The OG secret agent, man. The OG secret agent, man.
The OG
secret agent.
Secret agent.
Man.
Okay.
Okay, clue 2, you ready?
I don't have a guess, Carmen.
You don't even have a guess yet?
No.
Abdallah goes, when I told Abdallah the answer, he goes, oh, I like it. I don't understand why, but I'm like doing a Connor McKnight, like I'm taking some liberties with this one.
All right. Take some liberties, my friend.
Statue winner in 88. Statue winner in
Statue
88.
winner. A statue winner in
the OG
88.
secret agent, man. Statue winner in 88.
In 88. I got to harken back to those thrilling days of yesteryear to come up with a film in 1988. My heavens.
Nobody's got it yet, huh?
Oh.
Do you have a guess? Do you have a guess?
Oh,
Give me
hold
a guess.
on.
Give me a guess.
No. Not him?
Nope. Got to think. What's happening?
I'm assuming it's a him.
It is a him. Think about what's coming up. You're in the right profession.
Okay.
Here's clue 3. Okay. Born in Edinburgh. Born in Edinburgh. That's tough to say. Born in Edinburgh.
Is the guy I mentioned earlier then?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yurko got it.
That's where I was going right away off that first thing, and I said, no, hold on a little bit.
The OG secret agent, man. Statue winner in 88, born in Edinburgh. And your final clue? Shaken, not stirred. Shaken, not stirred. Da, 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 da. I took some liberties, but, you know.
I'll be there, by the way.
Hence.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Hence the gentleman I chose.
I thought Ian Woosman right away is who I was thinking. Ian Woosman.
Ian Woosman he's from Wales.
He's from Wales.
I was going to say, is he a Scot? I don't know. That's
he's
so
from
good.
Wales.
All right, UPS Joe. Look at that, our guy is our winner, UPS Joe. Who is it, Joe?
Sean Connery.
It most certainly is one of the great.
How about that? An Elmwood Park guy gets the Elmwood Park prize.
That's right. And it's perfect, Joe.
It's perfect.
Go to Donnie G's, buddy. The guys will send you the gift card. Make sure they have all your info. Yurko's off to Scotland. The most famous Scotsman we know is Sean Connery. We don't actually know. We never knew him. But,
yes, I don't. Favorite role?
And he was the original 007.
One of my favorite kind of quiet role, Finding Forrester.
Great. Love it.
Where he plays the writer, the author.
Yes, who wrote the great American novel.
Yeah.
Love it. And he was very good let's face it, he was very good from Russia with Love and Dr. No.
Of course.
He was excellent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good in The Untouchables, won the Academy Award for that.
Yeah.
Murder in the Orient Express. A lot of good ones over the years.
Yeah.
So, and Yurko's off to Scotland on Monday. It's Carmen and Yurko. We got the lunch rush next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Cardinals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox returned home Tuesday night, but gave up 5 runs and an ugly second en route to a 12-2 loss to the St. Louis Cardinals. Rookie sensation Shane Smith gave up 5 earned runs, the first time all season he has allowed more than 3 in a game. Tonight, right-hander Sean Burke will try to stop the Sox 6-game skid. He faces veteran Sonny Gray at 6:40 p.m. Save all summer long with our summer savings section. Enjoy 20 $40 weekday and $25 weekend select lower-level tickets while supplies last. The Summer Savings section is presented by Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section. This has been your White Sox Minute.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Hey guys, it's Silvy. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally with over 35,000 therapists. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, the rain's coming. Take cover. It's Carmen and Jurko crosstalk in 1 hour. White Sox up at 6 with Meller's pregame. Game might get delayed. We'll see on both sides of town. Weather could put a little damper on things as we go through the afternoon. We'll see. We need a little rain, though, and we're going to get some. It is going to be hot. You're getting out of town at the right time. I mean, starting on Saturday, it looks like a string of mid-90s. Yeah, like almost all next week.
Steamy?
Going to get really hot and steamy.
I'm going to be thinking about you guys.
We'll be thinking of you, my friend.
I'll be in cooler temperatures.
I know you will be. Yeah. Golfing in Scotland.
Today was 67 degrees with winds at 19 miles an hour out of the west at St. Andrews.
If you ask me, that's good golfing weather. And I don't like the 20-mile-an-hour wind.
I like the wind, but yeah, that's 67 is good golf.
I'll take 67. Let's do the lunch rush. Abdallah, where are we starting today?
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
We'll start on the north side with some baseball with Pete Crow Armstrong, who met the media before the game, before he hit his 19th home run, and said that the home run derby is, quote, not for me. That's a different kind of power. Now, he's
got a lot of power.
He's 7th in home runs right now with 19.
Mm-hmm.
If approached to do the home run derby, should he participate, regardless of whether he thinks it's not
should
for
he?
him
I mean,
not?
I think he's. Look, that's a player's got to make that decision. Some guys don't want to do it; they feel it messes with their swing. I would love to see him because I think he's fun and he's exciting. I wouldn't say he has to do it. I don't say it's their responsibility.
Yeah, I don't think it is either.
Who are how many guys are ahead of him
in home runs?
Yeah,
6.
Shohei.
Yeah.
Judge.
Yeah.
Raleigh.
Schwarber.
Yeah.
Schwarber. Good call, York, on Schwarber.
Pete Alonso.
Alonso?
No. Both guys
not Devers.
are Diamondbacks.
Oh, Corbin Carroll?
One of them.
And Eugenio Suarez.
C.
There you go.
Yeah.
Boy, Corbin Carroll, man. Like PCA and Corbin Carroll, they don't look big, but they got all this power. Yeah. It's that bat speed, and they're strong. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're strong. But their hands and the power.
The ball flies off their bat.
Holy cow.
And the power generated through the legs, Carm.
Yeah, through the legs.
Generated through the legs.
And that just quick, that bat speed.
Yeah.
Very explosive.
I kind of feel like the same way I feel about the dunk contest. Like, if you're approached and you're a star and that's what
Do
PCA wants
it.
to be, do it. Like, it's good for the game.
I would like
Do
it. I would like it. I wouldn't say he's got to.
Because,
or
like,
that
the
it's
All-Star
his
game is
responsibility.
boring. The home run derby is the best part of the All-Star break.
Baseball's All-Star game is not terrible. You got to admit. As
It's
All-Star
still-
games
it's
go.
still like, it's okay.
It's okay.
It's fine. How's that drink? Whatever you're drinking.
I'd like him to do it. It's good.
I don't know what Carm's got. What is that? Chocolate milk? What do you got? Is that Ovaltine?
It's protein coffee.
Protein coffee.
Ovaltine. What year is it?
I don't know. I look like Ovaltine.
Rich, chocolatey Ovaltine.
Yeah.
It's protein coffee. Yeah.
I mean, it does look like you're chugging some chocolate milk.
Yeah. It's not.
Chocolate.
You guys
taste
remember
it?
that back in the day? You're outside. You go inside to grab a tall glass of cold milk.
Yeah.
Like Ron Burgundy says, milk was a bad idea. Milk on a hot day was a bad idea. It's definitely not milk, but I know it does look like it. You're right. It's just the way it looks. All right, what else, Adam?
Jair Alexander signed with the Ravens today.
Did you see
Yeah,
that?
I saw that.
At a discount. He wouldn't done that for the Packers.
No.
He had more money elsewhere, but decided to sign with the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, $4 million with up to $2 million in incentives.
He battled a lot of injuries last year. If Jair still has something left in the tank, that secondary is ferocious, you guys.
Well, you know what the thing is that Lamar and him were roommates.
Oh, I don't think
Lamar
I remember
Jackson
that.
and him were roommates
Where?
in college.
College at Louisville.
Louisville.
Louisville. You got to say it like you're from down there. Louisville.
You know, there's a couple of Illinois players on this Louisville baseball team that's the College World Series. You know that?
Yes, I did, yeah. They recruit this area pretty well, obviously, in proximity, and that Louisville team's good. Yeah,
Well, I heard the highlights this morning.
Yeah. Coastal is playing Louisville right now.
I think Ed King is here. Is that his name? The one of the youngsters that was on that team out of Linwood?
I don't know.
That played in the Little League World Series?
Maybe.
Maybe. I thought I heard it this morning.
Yeah. Okay, what else, Adam?
So I'm going to stick with the Packers here for a second. Their new president met the media, Ed Policy, and his quotes about the future of Matt LaFleur and Brian Gutekunst, and saying he doesn't like having lame duck coaches. They have 2 years left on their deal for lame duck GMs and lame duck coaches, so they'd have to get an extension by the end of this year.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And now people are starting to speculate what the Packers have to do for LaFleur and Gutekunst to warrant an extension. Like, would they have to just make the playoffs? Would they have to go far into the playoffs? What is the, I guess, level that they have to reach for these guys to get extensions?
It's always easier when it's not your team, right? When you're not connected to it.
Right.
Matt LaFleur has made the playoffs in 5 of his 6 years as head coach.
Pretty good.
It seems like he would have garnished a contract extension already.
Again, I get it if you're a Packer fan
and you
could call
frustrated.
and you could say, no, you don't get it, Carmen.
It's like the Steeler fans
It's like the Steeler
every
fans
year
like,
about playing winning
I
football.
understand, and I would know where you're coming from. I could see where you're coming from.
Here's what he said.
I'm not connected to it. I have no emotional connection to it. Adam's asking the question, like, okay, guys, what would it take for Matt LaFleur to get a contract extension? I'm like, Matt LaFleur's been to the playoffs 5 out of 6 years.
He has the third best winning percentage among active coaches.
It's pretty good.
I'll put my hand in the air. Sign me up.
Sign him up.
So that's me. I'm not saying it's right, or I'm just telling you. What does Matt LaFleur need to do to get a contract extension? How about walk into the building and sign sign it, and agree to sign it?
Here's the quote from Ed Policy, the new president.
Is that Carmen Policy's kid? Ed Policy?
I don't know.
Sounded like a fake name to me, so sure.
No, Carmen Policy. Is it Carmen Policy's kid?
I have no idea. I never met his kid when I was in Cleveland.
Or is there a relation to Carmen Policy? Carmen Policy ran the 49ers and the Browns for a long time.
Yeah, he did.
Jurko, you know Carmen Policy, right?
I do, but how the hell am I supposed to know Ed? Yes. Whose father? Carmen Policy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So
that's Ed Policy.
It's Ed Policy's Carmen
He's
Policy.
just a youngster. He's just the fruits of his loin at that point.
Okay.
I didn't know an Ed Policy 25 years ago, 26 years ago when I was
How old
there.
is he? He's 50. He's a little bit older than me. I figured probably just a little
Born
older
1970, Carmen. He's almost my age.
6 years older than me. Yeah.
He said, "Are they aligned? Are they communicating? That will be very important to a very important thing to evaluate both of them on. With the GM, again, it's always going to be, are they performing and meeting their goals? Is their behavior and their conduct really aligned with our culture and our values? And then just are their draft picks and their free agents? It probably takes a little while to determine this. It probably takes at least 3 years or so to really figure it out. But are they building a winning roster?
Jeez, I mean, does anybody think the Packers haven't built a winning roster?
Well, have they won a Super Bowl with Matt LaFleur?
See, again, it's always got to be just
Have they gone to the?
They've been to
NFC
2 conference title games with him.
Yeah, I know,
I mean, they
that's
had
what I'm
Aaron
saying,
Rodgers. In fairness,
Okay.
they had Aaron Rodgers for those.
Yeah, but there was always going to be
good to me.
Somebody always was going to be in charge of a transition out of Aaron Rodgers. Somebody was always going to be in charge of that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the way it works. That's probably the most difficult thing that you have to do is get out of the Aaron Rodgers situation. So,
for sure, that was a tough transition. We saw it play out before our eyes.
Yeah.
We saw it play out when it was number 4, and you saw it play out the second time around with Rodgers. All right, and what else, Adam?
Going back to Pete Prisco's top 100 players that we talked about yesterday at the end of the lunch rush, I want to do that again and just go through the quarterbacks because I think that there is a glaring omission in the top 100 players.
A glaring omission.
He has Patrick Mahomes. He has Josh Allen. He has Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, and that's it.
So 11 quarterbacks, and you're saying there's is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And there's a glaring omission?
Oh, yeah.
Out of that crew that he just rattled off, I'm trying to think of who.
A lot of names.
Oh,
to
Matt
process.
Stafford?
Matthew Stafford.
There you go. Adam might have a point there. It's tough compiling these lists, guys. Somebody's got to get cut somewhere, and it's not easy. You got 10% of the over 10% of the list is quarterbacks, for crying out loud. So you might have a point, though, Adam. Is Matt Stafford still one of the 100 best players in the league?
If this is going off of last year, this is going off of last year, Prescott was hurt.
Well, that's a good point too. That's true.
I'd rather have
Matt Stafford and not Prescott, knowing that Dak Prescott didn't play last year.
I'd rather have him and Jordan Love.
10-6 last year as a starter, 20 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 3,762 yards. With receivers that were injured, Puka was hurt, right?
Mm-hmm. Puka missed some
and
time.
Cooper had missed some time too last year. So, I mean, one would look at that and say, you're finding a way to still be productive, and you're still trying to do things while you're transitioning into a club that's trying to figure out exactly who they are.
Yeah, I think Stafford probably deserves a spot on that list. Good catch, Adam. What else?
That's it.
All right, that's the lunch rush. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko, they'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Picture it, ice cold Yingling in hand. Warm breeze flowing through the bar. Wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect.
It's a Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Pelican Harry Sports Bar in Homer Glen. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Summer Friday on the Carmen and Jurko Show. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Bub City Rosemont is raising a glass to number 14 bourbon, your whiskey of the month all June long. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of real Vermont maple syrup. Sip on handcrafted cocktails like the Maple Old Fashioned and Blueberry Smash. or stop by Friday evenings for sampling events to explore the flavor firsthand. Plus, number 14 Bourbon is turning up the volume as the proud sponsor of select shows at Joe's Live this month. Come for number 14 Bourbon. Stay for the music at Bub City Rosemont.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Line towards left center field. Oh, baby! What a catch! Unbelievable! Look where he finishes up. He's in straightaway left field. As spectacular a play as you will see.
Absolutely brilliant from PCA. Could be a game saver. You never know. Drang's going to end up at least on second base. And out of nowhere comes PCA.
Incredible defensive effort in the eighth. He followed it up with an absolute rocket shot off the scoreboard and right, 452-foot blast that was out in about a second and a half. Boog and JD on marquee last night. Cubs win again. They take the first game. You know, if you win 2 or 3 in the series against the Brewers, your Brewers leave town in a 6.5 game hole. Cubs have the second biggest division lead in baseball right now after Detroit's lead on the Guardians. So
they also tied the Mets with the best record
in the NL. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. It's the Cubs and the Mets are tied for the best record in the National League, and they're all trailing.
What does
the
one
Tigers.
seed get in baseball?
You get a bye.
You get a bye?
Yes.
It's pretty good.
Well, you don't have to play one of those wild card series.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd say that's pretty good.
Yes, and PCA's been phenomenal. We'll cross-talk more about it with Waddle and Silvy when they're in a little bit later. But he's just been must-watch. I mean, absolutely. And started the show with some of that. Like, you can't take your eyes off him. He's just that exciting. Yeah. He's a great defensive player. He's hitting all these home runs. He is the only guy in the league right now, as I told you earlier, that has 15 or more doubles, 15 or more home runs, and 15 or more stolen bases. He is the only one in Major League Baseball, and he's one of just 12 players at Fangraphs with 3 or more Fangraphs WAR right now. His teammate Kyle Tucker's one of them. A couple guys are close. You know, the Dodgers are very close to having 3 guys on that list. Shohei's obviously there. Mm-hmm. Andy Pages and Will Smith are closing in. By the way, Andy Pages, I mean, you talk about 2 guys. Like, nobody's broken out like PCA. Nobody. But Pages, who was one of baseball's best young prospects going into last year and played, I don't know, half the season or so for the Dodgers. He's been great. So you got two young center fielders in the National League right now that shine defensively at the plate. I don't think Paz is quite as good as PCA in terms of just all-around defense, base running, and all that stuff. But he's great. He hit another home run, I think, last night. I had that game on for a little while. I think I saw him hit another home run. It was on TV, too. I was watching some of Dodgers-Padres when the Cubs game ended, Yerk. And the Dodgers won again. Like, every night they throw an opener, and then they go to the bullpen for a couple, and they just keep, like, this parade of arms, and everybody's hurt. You know, Shohei just got back, but it's going to take him a while to ramp up. I think Gonsolin's coming back soon.
Did you see how many runs they've scored?
Who? No.
Oh, they've taken over. They've got,
the Padres? I mean, the Dodgers?
The Dodgers, 413 runs they've scored.
Jeez.
Cubs are at 390. Remember when they led the league and everything? Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Not no more. The Dodgers have overtaken them by, 23 runs?
Wow, yeah. Well, the Yankees can't score all of a sudden. Yeah. The Cubs cooled off over the weekend a little, but, they scored 5 last night. The Yankees haven't scored a run in 3 games.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's nuts.
Somebody said, look at what, like, Judge is like 0 for his last, I don't know what it is. It's a lot, and he's still hitting like 374 here because he was, he was at 400.
He's got 100 hits. You know that?
He's got 100
on the year. He leads the league in hits.
Insane.
He's got 100 hits.
I don't think I knew that. I mean, it makes sense. He was hitting 400.
I mean, I just happened to go over it today. Took a look at, like, league leaders.
Yeah, he's got 100 hits.
You were looking to do something today, like, hey, stats, who are they now? You were going to quiz me or something.
No, I wasn't.
I just, every blue moon, you hit me with something. I just want to make sure I'm somewhat prepared every once in a while.
So Judge is 2 for his last, what is this? He's 2 for his last 19, and he's still hitting 372, and you nailed it. He has 100 hits.
On the head, Carm.
He's got 60 RBIs, and he's got a 1.209 OPS. It's just stupid. Here, I've got a great NFL thing for you guys after 2 o'clock here at the top of the hour. Real quick, just on this dip.
There's a dip.
The small dip in offense in baseball, but the difference in the ball. And certain guys have started talking about it.
That's baseball then, not football.
Yeah, this is baseball. I teased this earlier. I mentioned it. Once again, something is up with the baseballs, only this time MLB acknowledged it rather than acting cagey. Last week, a spokesperson from MLB admitted, or confirmed, I should say, to The Athletic, that the drag on the baseball is up this year. And more drag means balls don't fly as far. Drag data does date back to 2016 and is publicly available at Baseball Savant, which is a great website. I turned Jurko onto it last year, and he loves it. This year's numbers are the highest in terms of drag we've seen since the data became available in 2016, Yerk. For the last several seasons, MLB has made drag information available to the public online. Glenn Kaplan told The Athletic, a spokesperson from MLB. We are aware of the increase in average drag this season and have provided information to the Players Association on this issue as our experts continue to study any potential causes beyond normal variability in a product made by hand with natural materials. So that is the case. They are all made by hand, Yerk. Players are starting to notice a difference in the seams again, and that seems to add to the drag, and that means balls aren't going to fly out of the park as much. And if you look at the data, just if we go back to last year, let's take last year as an example, all right, Yerk, on barrels. So the perfect combo of exit velo and launch angle, okay? So they call it a barrel.
Barreling it up, kid.
Barrels flew on an average distance of 382 feet. They had a batting average of 719 and a slugging percentage of 2.402. This year, you've seen a 4-foot drop in average distance to 378. The batting average has dipped from 719 to 670, and the slug has gone from 240, which is about where 2.40, which is about where it's hovered over the last 4 seasons. You're right around the 2.4, down to 2.209. So not as much slug, not as far traveled, not as much batting average. All that said, runs per game, 4.39 last year, 4.30 so far this year. What is that? That's 0.9 hundredths, Yerk. And we haven't even gotten into, like, the real hot weather months yet.
Not yet.
So you're seeing something with the ball, and maybe they're not flying out of the park as much, but runs per game aren't all that down, and maybe that's a byproduct of the ball just being in play more. And what could it be? Like, guys active on the bases more and all the things that we've talked about that have made the game exciting again, in a sense? Like, You're not seeing it fly out as much, but you're not seeing a decrease in runs per game. And I think that's ultimately pretty good.
I got you.
Because you see a lot of action still.
But I always
see
tell
runs
you,
per game.
I go, the home run is not action.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, it's not.
For
You're
me,
right.
it never was
it's
action.
not.
The home
it's
run
fun.
is not action. Yeah, it's a good time.
But you're right about
Everybody
that.
celebrates and the fireworks go off.
Yeah.
For me, it was always the moving the base runners, the putting the guys in motion.
Yeah.
That was always the action of baseball.
I got
and what problems that causes defenses.
Right, that's true. I got an NFL quarter century list for you. We'll see how many Bears are on it coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhaffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhaffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Hey, it's Kap. Chicago baseball season is heating up. But if your sinuses, allergies, or snoring are throwing you off your game, do what I did. Call in the pros at Sinus and Snoring MD. These folks aren't part of some giant hospital system. They're a local, family-run clinic with over 25 years of ENT expertise. They'll treat you like family, and they'll help you breathe and sleep like a champ. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone's having a great Wednesday. It's Hump Day. It's Carmen and Jurk. Crosstalk in 35 minutes. Game 2 between the White Sox and Cardinals later tonight, weather permitting, although it does look like there's a window a little bit later for both teams who are in town at the same time, which is a little bit rare.
There's a window.
Both teams should be able to get it in. There's a little window later tonight. White Sox try to bounce back. They got a 6-game losing streak going right now. Last night was ugly. I mean, they threw it around. They took an early lead, but it was ugly. Yeah. Worst outing of the year for Shane Smith. He's been great. He'll be their all-star, I would think. He'll be their lone representative at the all-star game next month. He's been pretty damn good. But still sometimes gets in trouble with deep counts and too many walks and then errors behind him last night.
Just an ugly game.
It was ugly. They lost to the Cards 12-2. Cubs won, of course, as we've talked about. Both teams played game 2 on each respective side of town later tonight. I like what Aaron Schatz, that's Black and Abdallah's guy. I love Aaron Schatz. Very good. And Seth Walder did at ESPN.com. They named the NFL All-Quarter Century team. They put together the best 53-man roster. So across the various positions, they took different number of players. Right. So they took 3 quarterbacks. Who do you think the 3 quarterbacks
3 quarterbacks.
This is from 2000 on.
2000 on. So you had to play a crux of your career in 2000. Aaron Rodgers is one of your quarterbacks.
Aaron Rodgers is on the practice squad, which I think you could maybe debate, but he is on the practice squad. He is not
Drew
one of the
Brees
3.
Is
he
on
is
there.
on the practice squad.
Peyton Manning. Tom Brady. And Ben Roethlisberger.
No. Mahomes is on the list. He does have 3 Super Bowls.
Okay, Patrick Mahomes.
So it's Brady, Manning, Mahomes. Your practice squad is Rodgers and Brees. Your running backs, and I disagree with this very much.
Sean Alexander would be on my list.
Not even on the practice squad.
Wow, that's a
There's
joke.
3 running backs.
That's a joke.
No Adrian Peterson.
LaDainian Tomlinson.
He's on the practice squad. I very much disagree
Well,
with
this is a
list.
stupid list already.
You'll respect one guy because you loved him, you played against him, and his career was short.
Priest Holmes.
Priest Holmes is on the list. Then they have...
Those were a dominant 3 years that he had. I think it was 60-plus touchdowns.
He was incredible.
In 3 years.
Then they have Christian McCaffrey and Derrick Henry.
That's garbage.
And I disagree with it.
It's a garbage list.
Tomlinson, Sean Alexander, Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, this is the dumbest list I've ever heard. Who's the author?
They're all better than Christian McCaffrey and Derrick Henry.
Yeah, who authored this list?
It's 2 very good analytic football guys.
And they were more reliable also. I mean, I respect the Priest Holmes decision. I respect that.
Yeah. That one's a good one, actually.
But I can argue Sean Alexander belongs more than Priest does.
To not have AP or Sean Alexander to me is a little crazy.
That's a dumb list.
Your fullback is Kyle Juszczyk. That's deserving.
That's fine.
They went with 6 receivers, and I largely agree with this group.
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss
is on that list.
Calvin Johnson.
Calvin Johnson is on the list. Terrell Owens is on that list.
is, Jurko.
Is Antonio Brown on the list?
He is not.
There's a guy that was having a Hall of Fame career, but because he flaked out for one reason or another, some people will go ahead and cite that as a reason why he shouldn't go in. But his seasons of dominance were unbelievable.
You are right about that.
So let's go back to receiver.
You got 3 more. You got 3. Got Calvin. You got Randy.
The kid that in Indianapolis.
Marvin Harrison.
2
more. 1 current, 1 I think 1 just retired.
1 current and 1 just retired.
Did he announce?
Larry Fitzgerald.
No.
Practice squad? Or they even care about him? Not Larry Fitzgerald.
No. Antonio Brown and Andre Johnson on the practice squad. Not Larry Fitzgerald. 1's in the division, and he's a superstar. Justin Jefferson. And am I crazy, or did he just retire? Did Julio Jones announce his retirement, you guys? Or
I think Julio Jones did, yeah.
And Julio Jones.
And Larry Fitzgerald, Julio Jones, to me, are the same guys. So why they would choose one and they wouldn't choose the other, I don't get it.
I think with the tight ends, they're no-brainers, so you can't screw this up.
Yeah,
It's
Gronkowski.
Kelsey, Gronk, and Tony Gonzalez. You can't even begin to screw that up.
There's nothing.
Maybe Antonio Gates, but...
Well, maybe, but if they had him on the practice squad, I wouldn't even argue.
And they did.
Yeah.
That's like perfect.
So offensive line.
O-line.
Joe Thomas.
Yeah. And the other tackle is Trent Williams.
Right.
Which I totally agree with. Your guards are... You never played against this guy. I think he came in right around 2000. But damn, was he good.
Alan
You
Faneca.
might have played against him.
Alan
Faneca.
I played against him.
You did play against him. There you go.
Which means he came in 98.
There you go. So Alan Faneca and Steve Hutchinson are your...
Sure.
Those are your... They actually did it by position. They did left guard. They're your left guards. Jason Kelsey is your center. And then your right guards, Zach Martin and Marshall Yanda, and your 2 right tackles are Lane Johnson and Willie Anderson, who was very good and maybe even somewhat underrated. So I'm glad they put him on there. Your edge rushers, no Bears yet. Not a single Bear on offense.
Not a single Bear. Edge rushers, Bosa.
Which is not a shocker.
Bosa.
No Bosa. He didn't. I don't think he had a long enough run of dominance, really.
Watt. J.J. Watt?
J.J.
I mean, he had 3 Defensive Player of the Years.
Yeah,
I know.
It's
kind of hard to exclude J.J. Watt. For 3 years, he was the best defensive player out there.
It is kind of crazy. They have edge rushers. They have 4. They have DeMarcus Ware, Jared Allen, Myles Garrett, and former Bear, Julius Peppers.
Well, Julius belongs.
Absolutely.
But it's a little bit ridiculous that J.J. Watt is not there.
They've got him as... So they put him on a different list. This is weird to me. You're splitting hairs. They put him on what they call versatile D lineman, meaning what? Sometimes he lined up inside?
Mm-mm. It means we forgot him, and now we're going to include him.
Yeah, they have him as their versatile D lineman.
Maybe they felt like he didn't play long enough.
I don't know,
and
man.
that's fine.
I'm with you, J.J. Watt.
151 games, 114 sacks, but years of dominance. There he is. He's 5-time All-Pro. Yeah. First team All-Pro. Defensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year. What type of dominance do you need?
I think in their logic here, I think is what I just said. I mean,
so
I
2
guess
years he didn't play.
But
There's
think
4 years of his career where he played less than half the games. He played 7, 8, 5, and 3.
Because Watts sometimes lined up inside, I think that's why they did this.
It's not true.
Well, he did.
Position, left defensive end, right defensive end, defensive end. Never on any list here do they say he lined up at the tackle position. Ridiculous. Did they hold that against Reggie when he went inside, ran against the guard? No. Nobody cares. It's a silly list. They forgot. They didn't know. They forgot. It's silly. 41, 58 and a half, 59, 69 sacks in 4 seasons.
Yeah, he was crazy good.
Double digits in 6 seasons. But again, the injuries. Maybe they're talking about the injuries. If they are, I can't blame them. Okay, that's fine.
I don't know. He's got to be on there. And so they created a spot. Versatile D lineman
than Jared Allen.
Oh God, yes, of course.
Interior, Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald.
Or they ignore him too.
Aaron Donald, Calais Campbell, and Chris Jones. I think they got those 3 right.
Yeah, there you go.
Vince Wilfork, your nose tackle, probably got that one right too. Vince,
okay.
Don't you think? Out of all the nose tackles, maybe Casey Hayward. Not Casey Hayward. Yeah, who am I thinking of? Am I thinking of, is Hayward more of a nose? I guess not.
No, he'd be in the middle.
Yeah,
he'd be in the middle,
like right over the nose.
B.J. Raji.
B.J. Raji
What
was
about
good.
a nice B.J. Raji at the nose tackle?
Probably not as good as Vince Wilfork, but he was good. All right, your linebackers. 5 of them. Name them.
5 linebackers.
These are not like edge rushers. These are your off-ball.
Urlacher.
Brian Urlacher's on the list.
Our guy is number 52, Raymond Lewis.
Ray Lewis is on the list.
Raymond Lewis will be there. The kid out of San Francisco.
Bobby Wagner is on the list.
Okay, Bobby Wagner is not from San Francisco.
Seattle.
Seattle.
Excuse me.
Patrick Willis, I was thinking. Or
no, Patrick Willis did not make
Navarro Bowman, I was thinking.
No.
Neither one of those. How about Cushing?
No.
How about Dan Morgan?
Same team, different player.
Same team, different player. Same team, different player. You got to help me now.
Luke Kuechly.
Okay,
which I think is
right.
fair.
Yeah. Kuechly came after. All right, I'll give you that.
And the
Luke
other is
Kuechly.
Levante David, who was awesome.
Levante David, yeah.
Your corners are Darrell Revis. This is where I thought maybe Peanut sneaks in. He did not. It is Darrell Revis, Champ Bailey, Rondé Barber, maybe we could nitpick, Richard Sherman, and Patrick Peterson. I feel like maybe Peanut deserved a spot on the practice squad, but they did not put him on there. They put Jalen Ramsey instead. I don't think Peanut.
And fortunately for us, they ignored punters, kickers, and long snappers. And the world is a better place.
Stop.
The world is a better
Jurko,
place.
I'm saving the best for last. Your safeties are Ed Reed, Troy Polamalu, Brian Dawkins, and Earl Thomas. I think those are all extremely deserving.
Those are very good, yes.
Your kicker is Justin Tucker. Your punter is Shane Leckler. And your return specialist is the one and only Devin Hester. Cordero Patterson is your practice squad player. Yes, he is.
A Bear. By the way, more kickoff returns than Devin Hester. Do you know that for touchdowns?
I am aware.
Did you know that?
I am aware.
Mm-hmm. Can't wait for him's Hall of Fame speech. That's going to be great when Cordell Patterson goes in. Journeyman player, but 8 touchdown returns on kickoff returns for touchdowns. It's going to be great. Can't wait to see Corduroy up there.
Your special
talking about how great it was playing against Chicago and then playing with Chicago.
Your special team maven is Matthew Slater, who recently retired from the Patriots. He was a fan favorite there and beloved.
I'm sure he was.
They say he's one of the great special team players. I don't pay all that close attention to what's going on in special teams.
Not better than Sam Gash. I can tell you
Sam
that.
Gash was great.
One of my favorite NFL players.
Yes. Your long snapper was Morgan Cox. Of course he was.
Yeah, he and Sam Gash were buddies. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead and dance around that one.
Your coaching staff is Bill Belichick.
That makes sense.
Is the head coach. Your OC is Kyle Shanahan. Your DC is Wade Phillips. And your special teams coordinator is Dave Tobe.
Dave Tobe.
Way to go, Dave.
Good for David.
Tobe.
I like that.
That's a fun list.
That's a nice little list.
I'll criticize a few things.
They missed at the running back position. Total misses at the running back position.
They missed that running back, and I think they flubbed the J.J. Watt thing. I'm with you.
I think so. I think they really.
But I'm telling you, part of it is like positional.
All right, I've got a new guy I think belongs in the Hall of Fame.
A new guy?
A new guy.
Are you
I
being
think belongs
serious?
In the Hall of Fame. No, I'm not jerking around here.
Okay.
I'm being serious. This guy was up to par of Brian Young, and had himself two really dominant seasons. But he played the interior.
So DT
played nose tackle and DT. That's it. And he was one of the best that was there when he played. So I've got to acknowledge it. It's 96 through 2008. So he had 13 years in the league.
96 through 08.
Yeah.
Defensive tackle.
Right. Primarily known in New Orleans. That's where I knew him, and I admired what he was able
Glover.
to do. 100% correct.
Yeah.
100%
He was
correct.
awesome.
Yeah. He had 83.5 sacks. I'm talking about the toughest position to rush for, and that's on the nose tackle position. And he had a couple years where he had 17 sacks, 10 sacks.
Yeah, he was awesome.
But he rushed from the toughest position.
He did.
So he's my guy
So
that I
that's
want to
your
get into
new-
the Hall of Fame. He's my new guy.
That's your new pet project?
Interior defensive lineman. Now that Sterling's in, I got to get one of my guys in now. Leroy Glover's the guy that I will carry the mantle for.
Torch.
Torch. I'll carry the torch.
Carrying the mantle's hard.
Yeah, the mantle's hard.
You're carrying the
heavy.
torch.
Heavy, man.
Unless you're carrying Mickey Mantle, but I think that's just ashes
All right.
now.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Then
Could
that's
be light.
not a problem.
Could
yeah.
be light. All right,
He's
here we go,
on- he's
guys.
on a
Ready?
mantle.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
What do you got?
This
Oh,
is
I'm
Breaking
sorry.
News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
60-minute guarantee at the Advantage Dealer Group. All right,
Gentlemen,
what is it, boys?
training camp dates are out.
Oh, all right.
This is big news.
The Chicago Bears will report to training camp. The rookies will report on July 19th.
Oh, my God.
That's early.
Early.
That's early for a September start.
The veterans will report on July 22nd.
Okay.
And for those of you who like this stuff, the joint practices at Hallis Hall with the Dolphins will be August 8th, and the Bills on August 15th.
That I did know. We found that out
we
yesterday.
found that out
We knew
yesterday.
already, yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
But
The,
report day, we know.
Yeah, and the news here is that the NFL just announced every single team's report dates just now.
So you realize 4
It's
weeks
a real
from
thing.
Saturday,
Yeah.
rookies report.
Yeah,
4
it's a
weeks
real
from
thing.
So we got a
Saturday.
month.
A month
Yeah,
from
a month.
tomorrow.
No, a month from Saturday.
Well,
Adam.
tomorrow's the 19th.
Oh,
the
okay,
19th,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
But like a month from Saturday, exactly 4 weeks from Saturday, yeah.
It gets
Yeah.
real, guys.
It gets real.
Hell
It's
yeah.
real.
All right, very good. There you go. Through anything that you want to talk about on that list, maybe you just heard, you can let us know too. I think it's pretty good, minus a few little screw-ups. But it's hard when you put these lists together. 312-332-3776. And they're giving out new paper on the west side, Jurko, and we got to discuss that. Why? It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
This spring, Bub City is bringing the heat and the brunch. Get down to Bub for the brand new brunch menu every weekend. Your favorite classic staples, plus some new cool things. The golden fluffy pancake. Get out of here with this thing. It's unbelievable. And the breakfast tostadas. Oh, delicious. Plus, check out the whiskey of the month. It's Vermont Spirits number 14 American bourbon, featured in their delicious maple old fashioned. They make great cocktails at Bub City. Reserve your spot now at bub-city.com.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Our goal is to provide patients with the strongest, most effective, and safest options in this exciting field of regenerative medicine.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
The idea that you can avoid a joint replacement is very exciting.
And that's from a surgeon who's done thousands of joint replacements, but who now believes there's a better way.
Regenerative medicine, as we understand it today, gives lasting pain relief, improved function, without surgery, without drugs.
Under Dr. Scheinkup's leadership, QC Kinetics Kinetics medical professionals treat patients every day with the most advanced protocols in natural biologics. Literally tens of thousands of people all over America.
I've been doing research on regenerative medicine for 2 decades. This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, the shrimps are really jumbo.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
We're going to crosstalk coming up here in just a little bit with Waddle and Silvy. I was reading Joe Cowley's article in the Sun-Times this morning. Our guy Joe. Now, this has been widely reported here in recent days. I think Mark Stein might have been the first over the weekend. Does that sound right, guys, who said that Billy Donovan was getting an extension?
Yeah.
And then you got the local beat guys. You had Joe and KC reporting that the front office got extensions. I mean,
everybody's getting extensions, Carm. Everybody's getting extensions.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Every time I see Mark Eversley's name in print, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. Mark Eversley's the GM of the Bulls. That's funny.
Are they doing anything? Has he been scouring talent in Europe? Is that where he's been? Him and Ivica Dukan? They're in Europe looking at all the great talent that they've got out
there. The Bulls have exactly one playoff appearance in this regime's tenure. One.
Yeah, playing game doesn't count, guys.
No, the playing game absolutely
does not count. You got to make it.
They haven't won more than 43 games in any season since they've
Scandalous.
been. I'm sorry. They've one time. Forgive me. They've won more than 40 games. Let me correct what I just said. One time.
More than 40.
They've won more than 40 games in their tenure here.
Yeah.
Once. They have one playoff
for
appearance.
Everybody?
Extensions for everybody. And I was reading Cowley.
I was waiting for your extension of my extension.
Me too.
If everybody's getting extensions, what's going on?
Boy, I'd love
Danny,
it. I'd love it.
Stat. Extensions, baby.
Stat. I was reading this from Cowley. Okay, so.
Yeah, what do you got?
This is about the situation happening over there and about Donovan, some stuff here. Listen to this. What was stressed is that the escalation of Donovan's deal getting done had nothing to do with the Knicks asking for permission to speak to the coach about their vacancy after they parted ways.
We just extend contracts every year.
I could understand extending Donovan more than the other guys. Multiple sources indicated that Donovan had no interest in leaving the Bulls, especially for a Knicks position under the current regime, and told his bosses that when New York came calling. AK has always been very open with Donovan, allowing the coach to have a say in the aspects of the team and the roster that he's wanted. Basically, the antithesis, of how the Knicks have operated the past few seasons. On the surface, Donovan, who was born and raised in Long Island, would be a great fit for a Knicks squad that made the conference finals before losing to Indiana. While the media reports of Thibodeau's dismissal have inaccurately ranged from his players turning on him to ownership pulling the plug, those in the close NBA coaching circle know the real story and how much dysfunction was actually behind the firing. Donovan wanted no part of that. I thought that was kind of interesting, and I'd like Joe to expound on that. Like, what's the real story amongst coaching circles? Is it Leon Rose? Is it that the players didn't turn on Tibbs? Is it just Leon Rose dysfunction, or is it James? I mean, James Dolan's always been dysfunctional.
Yeah.
But what is it? I was curious about that. Like, what's the real story?
Don't know.
About Tibbs' ouster there and their debacle of a coaching search since.
Yeah, it's bad.
But I don't understand what AK and Eversley have done to get extensions. And anybody that is, like, super tuned into the NBA, understands the inner workings. I don't follow the maneuverings of the league as much as I once did. I love watching the NBA, obviously.
The machinations.
But here, and Chris watches a lot of NBA. He reads the Substacks and stuff, and I don't understand how.
Sounds fun.
Desmond Bane, who's a very good player and one of the game's great three-point shooters, and that is, teams put a value on that.
Sure they do.
Especially a team like Orlando. Like, they need a three-point shooter. Desmond Bane is probably one of the 5 best pure three-point shooters in the league. Maybe I'm over my skis there a little, but I would think certainly somewhere in the 5 or 10 best three-point shooters in the game. And he's 26, so he's young.
Sure.
Desmond Bane got traded for 4 first-round picks and a swap. The Bulls, for DeMar DeRozan, Alex Caruso, who's about to win a title, help a team win a title, and Zach LaVine, got zero first. They got their own first-round pick back? Isn't that right? Isn't that all they got? They got their own first-round pick back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Out of all 3 of those guys.
Yes.
And so when I'm asking this question because I seriously, and maybe I need to like tap into the few resources I still have around the league and ask some questions. Is it something that the Bulls are doing wrong? The easy answer there might be yes. How are the Grizzlies getting 4 first-round picks and a swap for Desmond Bane, and the Bulls got nothing for DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, and Alex Caruso? I get the flaws in Zach LaVine's game, but what is it, Chris?
Explain it to
every
us,
player in the
Chris.
league gets traded for multiple first-round picks. The Bulls traded 3 guys.
Explain it
One's
to
on a
us.
roster that's about to win a championship.
I'm
they didn't get a
stunned.
first-round pick back for any of
I'm
them.
beside myself.
I think it's rather simple. I think that the Bulls have the worst front office in the league, and everyone else in the league knows this.
Yeah.
I think it's that simple.
Okay, so it is that simple.
Yeah.
Okay. Extensions for everybody.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to work for the Bulls.
figure it out.
I'd love to work for the Bulls.
Because it does seem like everyone knows that they can take advantage of the Bulls situation.
It's unbelievable.
I'd have a 50-year contract there. Are you kidding me?
What did Miles Bridges get traded for 5 first-round picks? I understand Miles Bridges is better than DeMar DeRozan at this point, or in the eyes of a lot of teams is going to be more valuable, better than Zach LaVine. I get it. He went for 5 first-round draft picks. You got nothing. For 3 guys you traded. Every player in this league seemingly gets traded at this point for multiple first-round picks and swaps. Did they get anything? They got a second-round pick in 2028 and a second-round pick this year for DeMar. At least it's going through the transaction these days is you need a fine-tooth comb. But I think that's all they got. So I think Chris maybe just answered it then. There you go.
I mean, you guys have played poker with the guy at the table who doesn't know what he's doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do the other people that are playing in that game with you, how do they operate against that player?
Take advantage of that individual.
Constantly.
He keeps playing 10-2.
The Doyle Brunson.
I mean, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
So extensions for everyone with 0 results.
Love it.
0. And this is nothing against Billy Donovan. I think Billy's a good coach. I don't think Billy got here and became coaching stupid. Billy Donovan's had a lot of success everywhere he's ever been and has been a pretty good coach. And I think the Bulls could do a lot worse than Billy Donovan. I'm not saying he's Spoelstra or he's, he's Dagnall or Rick Carlisle. I mean, I'm not saying he's one of the elite premier coaches in the league. You could do a lot worse than Billy Donovan. I don't mind. Billy's comfortable here. He's happy here. You value some of the stability Billy's brought to your team in terms of his ability to connect to players and develop players. Like, okay, I'm totally fine with that. But the rest of this seems to be complete nonsense. And you talk about a team spinning its wheels, man. Excuse me. I'm getting verklempt.
Yeah, it's the Bulls. No wonder your throat's getting dry. It's like their
right.
It's like their trophy cabinet. It's starting to run dry over there.
A beautiful metaphor,
yeah.
Jurko, that you just spun right there.
I'm here for you.
The draft is a week from tonight.
NHL draft. I love it.
No, NBA.
Oh, who cares? They're picking 12th. What, are they going to find a player at 12?
Derek Queen.
They couldn't find one at 4. They couldn't find one at 7. What makes you think the Bulls are going to find something at 12?
The one good thing this front office might be able to hang its hat on in the coming years is Montage. He was 11th last year?
Montage?
Yeah.
What about the rest of the jackaloons that they've drafted?
It's been bad. Maybe they stumbled into one with Montage.
One guy?
Maybe.
One guy? We don't even know yet.
I saw one. Gavoni's latest mock has them going with Derek Queen out of Maryland.
My Gavone.
We're going to crosstalk coming up next.
With who?
Take a guess.
Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy. Jurko's got the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word.
Had to have the last word.
On Carmen and Jurko.
He is the Cubs executive vice president of baseball, such and such.
Right. He's up above their general manager.
Yes. Who we've had on before, their general manager.
We have.
Do you remember his name?
Quentin Rush.
It's not Quentin Rush. It's not.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
Call now, 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash? Injured on the job? Sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing, while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text. Your hair would also like to add, this cut rules. And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hockey in Arizona has failed. That's a failure in Arizona.
Badly.
That's a failure.
Yeah.
The sooner they get the hell out of there, the happier I think the whole world will be.
They're out of there, all right. They're on to Utah, although the records aren't going with them. It's like a whole new team in Utah, you know?
All I got to say is anytime you guys need a little hockey,
we'll call you.
We're here, Yerk. Like, if you don't know that Arizona's done.
Oh, no.
We're here for you.
All I said was hockey was a failure in Arizona.
No, you said the sooner you get them out of there.
But they were a failure in Arizona.
They've been out of here
You didn't say it was a failure. You said it has been a failure.
And to get them out, the sooner to get them out of there.
Do you think they'll ever go back to Arizona?
No.
The answer is no.
No.
The answer is
Supposedly, the guy does still have the right.
Yeah, the right.
Is that right? Because remember, he sold the team.
Sold the team. Oh, so he could bring an expansion.
Because they were having the arena issues.
He should go. He
sold
should
the team for like a ridiculous sum, didn't he?
I don't know.
He should move the team to Halifax.
Get out.
I don't even know
give
where
us
Halifax
another.
is. Where's Nova Scotia?
Yeah, it's out east,
Nova
right?
Scotia?
Yeah. I think it's beautiful out there.
Especially this time of year.
Nobody lives
they've
in
got
Halifax.
they got 400,000 people in Halifax.
Do they?
Come on, Carmen. Don't just make a blanket statement.
Halifax.
Like
I mean, geez.
I was
the Green
just
Bay
looking
of,
it up.
could be the Green Bay of hockey.
I guess that's true.
Do you guys want to make a guess at how much the Arizona Coyotes were sold for?
$3.1 billion.
That's a little high.
Come on. I was going to say
I'll go 1.75.
I'll say 1.2.
1.2 is exactly correct.
$1.2 billion. It's a lot of money.
For
a lot of
a
shekels.
failing hockey team, right?
Yeah.
Do you know how much they were purchased for in 2019? So this is
2019. They were purchased
6 years.
For $650 million.
$860 million.
$425 million.
They tripled, huh? Wow.
In a short amount of time.
This is why, Carm, I have zero sympathy or patience for owners of professional sports teams that tell you, well, we're losing money this year or that year. This dude turned a $425 million investment into a $1.2 million team. in 6 years.
And they failed in every aspect,
way,
including building a stadium.
Yes.
They were playing in a college. Weren't they playing a college arena? I want to say like only 4,000 people.
In Arizona State.
It says the guy bought the team in 2019 for $425 million and has since lost between $30 million and $60 million a season since.
Well, but then he sold it for
correct. That's my
3
point.
times his
That's
money.
my point. So the claim that we're losing money, you may lose a little bit of money, but
sell it then.
Right. Your payday comes when you sell that asset for an enormously enhanced value.
He went through COVID, right? He bought it in 19.
Yeah.
So COVID was one of his first seasons. Mm-hmm. Then he was going through arena issues where he was playing in a college arena, and he still made 3 times his investment.
3 times.
Yeah. In
Pretty
5
good.
years. 5 years.
Pretty good.
Yes. Yeah. Welcome.
By the way, it's interesting, Carm. I was thinking about this the other day, what you were saying about teams that move that have records. Okay, so is Washington Montreal?
Yes. The Nationals are Montreal Expos, yes.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
Florida was what? Wasn't there some trade, though? Wasn't there where, like...
What are you talking about, baseball?
Yes, the Florida Marlins at one time, like swapped owners or something, where one time, like, the owner of... It's a really convoluted thing, because I was trying to think who's who. And I want to say that Baltimore Ravens don't carry the Browns records. Like, they started anew, too.
They did.
They started anew.
Yeah.
That is true.
Even though they weren't an expansion team, it was the Cleveland Browns moving to the Ravens. They started anew. Then Cleveland, who then was a new team, continued their history.
Continued on their wonderful tradition with a 5-year hiatus.
That is correct.
I want to say, though, in one way, Montreal, Washington, and Florida are all related in some way where there was...
The Marlins, it says here, were an expansion team.
Right.
In 1993.
So maybe the owners swapped?
Something like that.
That I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
Who was the owner of them in 1999, the Cleveland Browns? Do you remember?
The Cleveland Browns.
When they came back?
99, when they came back. Yeah, it was with MBNA. A bigwig with MBNA.
Oh, boy.
The Cleveland
Is it someone we'll know?
Al Lerner. You
Al
should
Lerner.
know.
Yeah,
Al
of
Lerner.
course. Of course. Yes, we should have known that.
You should have known Al Lerner. Yeah, that's the guy that brought Cleveland back to Cleveland. Then he ended up passing. They sold the team. And now Haslam has him.
Yeah, Jimmy Haslam.
Who has the Sonics records? Do the Thunder have the
Thunder
Sonics record?
technically do. Yes.
Yeah.
They do. That franchise relocated, and those records are still.
I think Jack Sikma owns all the records.
Those records are
That's
still
who I'm
the
going
same.
with there, Sylvie.
That's funny.
Jack Sikma.
So technically, they have won a title. They just haven't won since they've been relocated.
I like it.
Stoic look on his face.
And they're
He
gonna-
wouldn't react to my Jack
They're
Sikma.
probably going to have one of their own after tomorrow night.
He's too busy reading, garnering information right now.
I'm trying to see if I'm totally misremembering all this.
Usually you do.
No, that usually I don't.
You haven't even been hit in the head that many times.
Oh, yeah, you were a big football player.
It makes you answer the question, why? Well, you could have been hit in the head when you were playing baseball. The only way you can get on base.
I remember. That's not true, and you know this. You even compliment my surprised athleticism on the baseball diamond.
You're surprised at athleticism?
Yeah, I don't know. An English major I was not.
Just a writer. You're just right.
I remember standing in 6th or 7th grade, and we were between plays on the football field. And one of my friends came from behind
and popped you in the mouth.
No, and hit me like Todd Bell would hit, or Doug Plank would hit a receiver.
Like he'd hit Jimmy Giles.
He had the whiplash.
And I remember going seeing stars.
Hasta la bye-bye.
But again, when you were in 6th or 7th grade, no one knew concussions.
Nobody cared.
I felt like crap the rest of the day.
Oh, yeah.
And as I go back to that moment, I certainly had a concussion that day.
Absolutely.
There was no doubt in my mind.
Yeah. We used to play football.
Bet everybody got concussions riding your bike, falling off your bike, and hitting your head on the side of a car.
Yeah.
Driving down the street
with your friends when you pads.
Back when those fenders were steel.
Yes.
You know, the
there was
bumpers.
no give.
Those bumpers were real steel. You gash your eyeball. That's always fun.
Gash your eyeball. Crosstalk, by the way, is brought to you by the Rudoyak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over
60 years, Carmen.
We're all fired up. Everybody's
40,000 clients, over $9 billion won.
Yeah, there's so much happening, so much to talk about. PCA's he's the breakout star of the year.
You got excited when you saw that yesterday,
how
didn't
can
you?
you not? We were sitting My buddy gave me, we had first row seats in the W Club down the left field line. So it's right where the net ends.
Nice. Yeah.
Incredible seats. And the first row, there are 2 seats in the entire row. So it's just me and Mason. It's me and Mason.
Wow.
We're just shy of the Bartman seats before the wall goes high again. It's the low wall where the old bullpen used to be.
Living large.
And the way that ball, because you're watching it across the diamond go into right field. And we're in the left field, down the left field line. That ball looked like a missile.
A piss missile.
It was.
That's the essence of a piss missile.
It was the way it was reflecting in the nighttime sky. It was a missile just soaring into the darkness of the sky. It was incredible.
Majestic. He's one of those guys. I said it earlier. You can't take your eyes off him. He's whether he's out in the field, on the bases, doesn't matter.
On the bases.
Plate,
right,
he's must watch.
And he was first up, like
That's
Harry
what I like
Carrios always used to say. And once you know it, the guy who made the play in the field comes up and hits a big home run. Like to have that catch and then to lead off and boom.
Hit that home run.
Harry would know, too.
Pound for pound, I
Seen
don't
a lot
know
of
that
baseball.
there's somebody in the league that hits the ball as far.
Yeah.
I mean,
Corbin Carroll, we were saying, like he's,
But does he hit him like I know the Schwarber one hit the Budweiser sign. That one he hit last night was what, 450 something?
452.
I mean, even Jed said today with Kap and Hoodie, we didn't expect this kind of power.
No, of course not.
He's an ultra twitchy guy, very athletic, but we didn't, he said, as a guy that's built like him, we never knew he could do this. I mean, I understand Aaron Judge hitting balls like that.
Right, I know.
This cat hitting, some of the home runs he's hit this year are
just great bat speed. Tremendous.
Unbelievable.
Tremendous. It was like the best of Javi, though, too. Same thing.
Javi used to hit
when he'd hit him hard
dogs.
because just the bat was so fast. And, and he's
Jack asked me
the
today.
Story.
Jack asked me today, is he's the greatest center fielder you ever seen play? And I said, let me introduce you to Ken Griffey Jr.,
You
Jack.
gotta take it easy, Jack. Yeah. We're a little bit older than you. We've been
Look,
around.
he's got to do it
so
for
excitable.
For
at
least 10 years.
For 2 months. Yeah.
But the beginning stages of it
He's great.
is like watching one of the all-time greats.
And he is truly baseball's breakout star this year, right? I mean, there's it's him.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
we concur.
Cub
We
fans,
agree.
you've got him. That's fantastic.
It reminds me so much. I've said it before earlier in the year. It reminds me so much of watching Derek in the MVP year, where you're hoping he would be great, and Derek had already been an all-star, so he was ahead of where PCA is. But on a night-to-night basis, night in and night out basis, you're shocked by what he continues to do. I remember watching that 10-11 season with Derek.
Yeah.
That we knew he was good, but we're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Now, he's not just good, he's one of the game's best players.
Yes. Yeah.
And the PCA thing is even more out of the blue.
Oh, it is, because with baseball, it's harder to project first-round pick or otherwise. It just is. You knew Derek was probably going to be pretty
Yeah,
damn
last year's PCA was not Derek as an all-star, the year before he won MVP. It's
phenomenal. And
this is even more surprising.
The pitching performances that the Cubs continue to get, for the most part. I mean, this team's really good. That is, you fill a few holes, and they're really good.
What a night to go see them play. It's 90 degrees.
Oh, yeah. The weather was perfect.
Ideal.
You got 2 great seats.
Was the wind blowing out?
Yes, and it didn't affect the baseball as much as I thought. And as the night went on, it calmed down a little bit.
Sure. It settled.
But it was beautiful. Did you hear the story of what Mason said to the security guard?
What did he say?
So the security guard sits right there down the line, right next to our seats. Nice guy.
Did he go, is that a real gun?
I don't think they have a gun.
I don't think they're packing.
All right, just ask.
The security, I don't think so. So
I doubt it.
And once a ball came down the line, he fielded it, and he went to Mason to give it to him, and Mason goes, no, thank you.
I got to earn it.
And he said it was off the Brewers' bat. I don't want it.
Oh, wow, jeez.
So, sure enough, Nico hit one down the left field line that was foul later in the game, and he got that one.
That's amazing.
And the guy who's the security guard, he retweeted my tweet later, and he said it was the first kid he's ever met who has refused a baseball.
He's like, nope.
Who told him no for a baseball.
No, Brewers bat. like father, like son.
The young man was a White Sox fan a few
I
days
was gonna
ago,
say,
wasn't he?
About
2 years
6
ago.
months ago, he was a White Sox fan.
Now remember, he started as a Cubs fan when he didn't know any better.
Whatever.
I took him to when the Sox were good to some of those games.
Yeah, and he became a Sox
And
fan.
they
It's
became-
okay. He can change. He's young enough.
He's morphing into Uncle Cappy.
Look, you changed it. What year?
I was probably like 12-ish. It was probably Mason's age.
There's no changebacks now.
After that,
you got no
can't change.
switchbacks.
This is
You
it.
get one. You get one.
You get one.
Right. See,
As long as it's like pre-teen, I think you can kind of vacillate a little.
You warn him. You can't be a windsock. You got to
Right.
tell him that.
Right.
Right.
Well, he knows now.
He's a Cub fan.
You got that little dolphin sound for him if he does it again.
Yes.
A little more
yeah,
flippant. You
yeah.
have it?
Cap tried to hide it.
Yeah, I got it.
But
I'm
we
just saying,
found
not
it.
for
Cap
Cap.
tried
I'm
to
talking
hide
about
the
for your
dolphin.
son.
Oh, yeah. I think that was another banned audio.
Tried to banish it.
Fleck could weigh in. I don't know if he's still in the building, but the Mitch Bird, which he was playing, and I texted Black yesterday, the Cap Bird Goldfish sound that he was playing never gets old.
Never.
That was banned originally, the Mitch stuff, the Mitch apology. And then I believe at one time there was an embargo placed on the flipper sound effect.
Holy cow.
Such a good sound effect.
It's a great sound.
Hit close to home. Too close to home. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Banishment.
Did you know that Hulk Hogan was hospitalized? Have you guys been following the health of Hulk Hogan?
Terry, what's his last name? Terry something or another?
Terry.
Yeah. How's Terry doing? Terry okay?
Not good. I don't
Is
think he's doing
Hulkamania
good.
not running wild
Yeah, I don't
right
believe
now?
it's running wild right now.
Hard to run wild. He told me if I took my vitamin A's and my B's and my C's, everything would be okay. Is he?
Were you a little Hulkster follower?
I did. Did he heed his own message? I remember the Hulkster when he was with the AWA. He and Jesse Ventura and Bobo Brazil.
Bobo Brazil.
Remember Bobo?
Yeah. I remember growing up on Saturdays when they had wrestling was on Saturdays and it was full. There was blood everywhere.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And they would
it was the best.
Stammering.
Yeah,
the guy that would get beat up on was Jake the Milkman Milliman.
I remember Jake.
Yeah, and then they'd throw the little guys out there every once in a while, Tokyo Joe and a couple others, and they'd throw themselves around the ring a little bit.
Terry Bollea.
Yeah.
Terry Bollea.
Terry Bollea.
How old is
Bollea. I believe he's 71. Taken to the hospital this week to address lingering neck and back issues.
Oh, I'm not surprised. A little discomfort.
Yeah,
a lot of injuries, and he's probably wrestling actively. When he's 55, he's probably still wrestling.
Oh, yeah,
that's
for sure.
That body's a lot older than 71.
Did you guys ever? Well, you don't have Netflix anymore, but because I didn't follow the WWF and E when it changed. The story about it.
The Vince McMahon thing?
The McMahon stuff was very, very good. And it taught me stuff. I didn't know of a lot of the
Did it talk
controversy.
about the other group that came along too that kind of morphed up off of them?
Yes,
Eric Bischoff.
Yes, it was a whole episode, Jurko. It was about that rivalry and how at one time, what was the other group called?
Oh,
they were leading the WWE for a couple of years in ratings.
AWA or something. I forget what they exactly were, but I remember it. The one we saw in Jacksonville circa 1998 when Mongo came down with Ric Flair, Orn Anderson.
Was the NWO in the other league too, or was that WWE?
Was that the Four Horsemen?
Yeah, that was the Four Horsemen when they were with Bischoff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because Bischoff was the guy.
Bischoff is featured in this a lot.
The Macho Man was there too. Randy Savage, Miss Elizabeth.
He was. Randy Macho Man Savage was a catcher in baseball in the minor leagues.
He played in the Cardinal system.
He was brothers with Leap and Lenny Poffo.
Yeah.
And Poffo is Macho Man's last name.
Yeah.
His real last
Jake
name.
the Snake tells a story that Macho Man made Jake. He made the snake bite Jake to make sure that he had the venom removed.
I don't remember that.
Oh, well, then he told the story. Like, I don't know if he was on Rogan or something. He said before one of their big fights, Macho Man went up to him and he's doing the impersonation. He said, "Tonight we're going to do it. No, he's going to bite me." He's like, "You got to prove that he's." And I don't know what the term he used. And Jake said, "Are you nuts?" He goes, "You make him bite you first before he bites me on stage, so I know there's not any venom in there." So Jake the Snake says he did it. He let the snake bite him, and then they were showing footage of the actual match. People who are wrestling fans might remember this. And the snake has got Macho Man by the arm. I mean, these guys were out of their
back
minds.
in the day.
Oh, my God, dude.
Did you see the movie Iron? I think it was Iron Claw with the
No, I didn't
Von,
see it. With the Von, who is it?
The Baron von Raschke had the claw.
No. It was the family.
The famous wrestling.
Von Erichs.
The Von Erichs, yeah. That was a good movie.
Well, these guys were
nuts.
nuts.
That was a good movie.
Yeah.
And so he's telling the story that he made Jake, made the snake bite Jake backstage.
What kind of
beforehand.
snake was it?
I don't know. Who knows? A cobra? I don't even.
No, you're not having a cobra bite.
But he had the venom. He had the venom.
But I don't think that snake was more of a python like.
Yeah, I don't know.
Animal. So the bite really wasn't one that was going to worry about it. It's when he strangles you around the neck.
Yeah. Well,
That's
can
gonna
you
cause
imagine
some
the snake?
problems.
No, you're right, Carm. The infamous cobra bite.
There you go.
Oh, it was a cobra?
So, but they had the glands removed, I guess. Is that what it is? Is it glands that create the venom in a snake?
Jeez,
I don't know.
You might as well take away his
That's a
little
python
guy.
I'm seeing here, but
you should see the video. The snake's got.
Oh no, I just
by
was
the
looking
arm.
at pictures of it.
You would like this documentary. It's WCW was the rival.
WCW. Thank you.
WCW.
World
And
Championship Wrestling.
That's where Mongo was involved.
Mongo was there with the WCW.
Rodman.
Also, it was Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. Scott Hall, when he was with them guys, was Razor Ramon.
Yes.
And then he couldn't use the Razor Ramon name, so he became Scott Hall.
Yurko, you would love
And
this.
it was Kevin Nash. It was the two of them. They had a partnership.
You and
together.
Hoodie should be doing the wrestling show. My
I mean,
God.
I used to be into it,
Hoodie loves it.
Back in the day, my favorite wrestler, Polish Power Ivan Putski.
I know.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Also, Superfly Jimmy Snuka.
Now the wrestling fans are going to start calling.
What's his name?
Who?
The
Polish Power Ivan Putski.
Ivan Putski.
Ivan Putski.
Yeah.
That should be your nickname,
AI.
Ivan Putski.
Yeah. So you had
this guy
him,
today.
the Superfly Jimmy Snuka.
I loved him.
I love Jimmy. He would
yeah.
wouldn't he go like this on the top rope?
Yeah, absolutely. Come flying
Superfly?
in.
Jimmy Superfly Snuka?
100%. Rock and Roll Buck Sumhoff.
I don't remember.
Was a
that
great
name.
wrestler back in the day.
What was
And
the
then
name again?
Who were the two guys that came in like this?
It was
Boom. The brothers.
The tag
from
team,
Australia.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't the
great.
Road Warriors, were they?
No, the Road Warriors. One of the boys was the linebacker out of Ohio State.
I don't remember.
The Road Warriors. His son played linebacker for Ohio State University.
Oh, yeah.
The Bushwhackers.
The Bushwhackers.
The Bushwhackers. How
Yeah.
can I not remember that name, huh?
I do remember.
So good.
It really became popular in the 2000s.
Yeah.
The Bushwhackers.
Not more like the 90s. But more in the 90s.
Instead of wrestling, they
Yurko's
just
been on one today.
Oh, my God. I mean, I swear to God, the show starts and he's counting money.
But I know we were going to play it as a rejoin later. Do you have the drop from his read earlier today, Jack?
Boy.
Play that if you've got that before we break.
Hey, Mr. Jurko, come collect your Let's Make It Bigger pills. That's right. You don't want to have that announcement in the pharmacy, do you?
And then what about the other one?
Hey, Mr. Jurko, come collect your Let's Make It Bigger pills. So when it's your moment to deliver the high hard one, Carm.
And then Carm responded with
I love the high hard one.
And that sound effect, too, that you made right afterwards.
The suggestion.
There's no one like the good kid.
All of a
you
sudden
call
he's
them
counting
like last
change.
week? They were like, "Hey, Mr. Jurko, come get your pee-pee pills."
That's right.
The show starts.
How much
I'm
change
talking
do you
to him,
have?
Yeah.
And he's like bank facing all of his money, and I'm like, what?
I didn't even know what bank facing meant.
I don't know what that means either.
I
What
just
is
lined
bank
them
face?
up.
Bank
that's
face.
all.
Like, so it's when they're all like this. That's bank face.
Okay.
And he's sitting there counting. The next break, I look over and he's got change everywhere. Like he's an old man. He had $3 worth of change in his
Where'd
pocket.
you?
Why
For
didn't
what?
have
What'd
enough
you-
for soup?
Wait a second. Why do you have change?
I don't know. That's what I said.
From what? What'd you get change?
We're
Who
on the
knows?
air and he's counting through his change. He's like, can you see?
You accumulate change over the course
He goes,
of the day. When
I
you
know,
make
but why
purchases.
is it all in your pockets?
Where are you
That's where they belong.
accumulating change?
Were you not washing your shorts?
And then he's looking. He goes, "What is the date on this quarter?" And I'm
heard
like,
that.
"I don't know."
And then it turned out to be a COVID
2020.
quarter.
Yeah,
COVID
COVID
2020.
2020.
It was,
date
it was
on this
thoroughly
quarter?
entertaining.
You're like my grandfather.
I brought it out of the woodwork there. It looked like it had that phantom disease that people talk about.
What's on the show? What's on the show that you got?
Today
And
could
your
be my
list, and
favorite
your
show
list,
of the
yeah.
year from you guys.
Really good. Take the rest of the week off, good kid.
I am.
No, he's working
tomorrow. We're on
Friday. Oh, okay.
Friday. We're on remote.
We're on remote.
We're at the
Pelican
Harry
Harry's.
Penguin. We're going to the Harry Penguin.
Pelican Harry's.
Gotta be there on Bell
That
Road.
would be a good bar name, the Harry Penguin.
Yeah. Oh, you
Pelican
bet.
Harry's on Friday.
I
with
think he's
England.
going to be dialed in on Friday.
I think
me
he's going to
too.
be in
I think-
Scotland on
I
Friday.
think he's going to be
he's
dialed.
gonna be the
Scotland's
opposite.
not until Monday.
He
That's
gives
right.
you his best 2.5 hours
hope.
because he sees the end.
I see the end. The lights at the end of the tunnel.
I
Not
hope.
only that, kid, I got Ryder Cup this weekend.
Okay.
Got 50-some-odd players going out. 2 teams captained by some of the fellas.
Got to be on your game.
Got to be on our game this year. It's going to be singles. It's the final 18. Ryder Cup matchup. This is great. It dials me in. It dials me in for Scotland.
I think this is a good thing tonight because league play being canceled will do you better in the long run. I think you need a day off.
I think you're right. I need a day off to go get tanked up.
We've got Boog. We've
Boog.
got Boog Sciambi, the voice of the Cubs, joining us next. Talk about last night's game, the road ahead, what he would do if he's the Cubs on some of these moves.
We said hello.
Yes, he's the best. Boog is the best.
Ask him about his Uncle Powell.
All right. Very funny.
Okay.
The former Oriole?
Yeah.
Boog Powell?
Named after
Boog
Powell.
Boog is next with the guys to talk Cubs. Waddle and Silvy will get you home. We'll see you Friday at Pelican Harry's with Yingling. Everybody have a great day.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Picture it, ice cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze flowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect.
It's a Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Pelican Harry Sports Bar in Homer Glen. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Summer Friday on the Carmen and Jurko Show. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here with a little message for you. It's time for you and your friends and your family and everyone you know to head on out to Fat Poor Tap Works. They've got 3 locations for you. One in Lincolnwood, one in Wicker Park, and one at McCormick Place. So you've got options. This place is spectacular. Been to the Lincolnwood site, been to the Wicker Park restaurant as well. Flat screens everywhere, regardless of what sport you're a fan of. There's always something on the television, and the food is fantastic. The beer's on tap. It's ice cold. Everything there is spectacular. Check them out at fatpoortapworks.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally with over 35,000 therapists. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears.
All these guys.
Lying towards left center field. Pete Crow Armstrong. Oh, baby. What a catch. Unbelievable. Look where he finishes up. He's in straightaway left field. As spectacular a play as you will see. Zastryzny continues, and Pete Crow Armstrong will start it off. Swing and a drive. Right field. Forget it. Off the scoreboard. Oh, he crushed it. Pete Crow Armstrong, number 19. 5-3. It's the PCA show.
Right, that's our buddy Boog Sciambi on Marquee Sports Network with the highlights there, man. Those were highlights. I've been to countless Cubs games throughout the years.
How'd that one feel?
Well, it was great, and it will be one of those games. As a fan, you love going to all the games, but there are some games that you just remember different moments. And even though it wasn't a walk-off, I will remember the way that ball jumped off his bat. And like I told you, seeing it as down the third base line, left field line, seeing that ball against the nighttime sky, just and it wasn't like overly high. It was just a missile. It was incredible.
I'm telling you, pound for pound, I don't know that I've seen someone hit home runs further.
Yeah,
further, whatever the word is.
We're just, and let's bring in Boog Sciambi right now, who joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. First of all, Boog, how are you doing today?
Well, I'd like to jump right in and help. Farther is a measure of distance.
Thank you.
Further is basically like feel and degree.
Okay, so farther, I was right the first time.
That's right.
All right. Boston College.
Give me a better shortcut.
I'm great.
Give me a shortcut for that, Boog. Like, give me a cheat code on that, other than just knowing the definition.
That is the cheat code. He has a big brain.
I think, I think knowing that farther is the distance one. That's what you do.
Okay, farther is the distance.
Does that register with you over there?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, we'll quiz you later in the day.
Yeah. Okay.
We're going to be all right.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
God, I just stopped the show, but I'm sorry.
No, you can never stop the show. You know us.
I can hear the gears grinding in his skull right now.
That's a different story, though. We already. What term did I use in crosstalk just now? That was completely not a word.
Yeah, I don't. I blocked it out.
Surprised, I think.
I just used surprised, Boog. So there is no stopping the show.
Yeah, that hurts my soul.
If you hung up right now, we wouldn't blame you.
That's not going to happen. That will not happen.
Okay. That's great.
Anyway, you asked me how I'm doing. I'm doing really well. Thank you.
Good. That's good. Good to hear. Boog Sciambi joining us, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. So paint the big picture, the macro picture here on you showing up for the new season 2025, thinking about what PCA would be, could be, and then now on a daily basis sort of registering what you're seeing.
Yeah, that's it. I still think, I think the defense is so amazing, even though I know what he's capable of, and I just love watching it, and yet I'm still astounded. I still can't believe the power portion of it. But again, you're talking about a kid who at 23 had played so little professional baseball. I mean, when they traded for him, he had less than 35 professional plate appearances. So I think that ultimately, whatever ideas we had about what he was, is, or would become, we're watching him become it in real time. I think anybody trying to, say that, okay, this is what he projects as, he's still growing, learning, and yeah, the body type is so interesting. He's obviously crazy twitchy, but he's such a star, right? You can't take your eyes off of him. Look, I was here a ton when, for as great as Riz and Bryant were, Javi at peak was the guy you couldn't take your eyes off of, and he has some of that vibe.
Boog, it's one thing for, dopes like us to sit and marvel at what's going on, but you're there every day. JD obviously has been in the game for decades. When you hear guys who are around the game and have been in the game for so long marvel at what he's doing, that's what really resonates to me.
So like last night, JD goes down this path of like, man, when Josh Hamilton first got settled in, and we'd watch the power and the defense and the arm. And while he's doing it, he's going, I can't believe I'm going to do it. And my eyes are getting big because JD never does that.
Right.
So it is what you think. I will tell you this. The players in part look at it kind of the same way, like, oh my gosh, what is this kid doing? So it's exactly as much fun as you think it is.
What do you think, Boog, the league tries to do to adjust to him?
Well, so I think that he presents such an absurdly difficult problem because he hits 430 feet off of his toes and he hits 430 feet off his nose. Yeah. I mean, he really does. Look, the dork in me, you guys are familiar with my dorkiness. Mm-hmm. If you said to me, Player X, here's the first part. He has the highest swing rate in the majors, and he has the highest chase rate in the majors. Stop and analyze. Do you like the chances this is going to be a good hitter? My first thought would be absolutely not. But he's an outlier because when you throw it in the zone, he has absolutely clobbered it. It's unique. He's a unicorn. So whatever you want to comp, I think he's making it pretty clear that he's special, and so he really is in a category all by himself.
Boog, what do you think has to happen the rest of the way for him to win the MVP?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, he's got to play at this level, and then I think look, if Ohtani hits the way he's been hitting and then, pitches and adds serious plus value pitching, Pete's not going to win the MVP. And that's understandable in terms of the two-way thing. If Ohtani doesn't pitch or, the pitching, he gets hurt pitching or something along those lines, I think he definitely has a chance. I'm not sure everybody yet is fully aware of how he's impacting the game so significantly in three categories, right? Because if you sit there and try and for the most part, if you're doing position players and doing MVPs, you're just the past however many years, all you're doing is putting their offensive numbers next to one another.
Right.
Whose on base is higher, whose slug is higher. And then you look at WAR, but with him, the offensive numbers are not going to be, even if he puts up the best season he possibly can, his offensive numbers are not going to compete with Ohtani's more than likely. And yet, he's adding value because whether you look at Fangraphs or Savant, he's probably adding the most value as a base runner. He's adding as much value defensively as any player, any position. So he's delivering it in different and multiple ways, and Ohtani will basically be delivering it one, probably two ways. So I think it'll be hard, but I think he can do it. And again, we've been more and more a slave to those numbers. The MVP has pretty much been, as a general idea, they do it, a lot of it 5 wins above replacement. Well, as we sit here this morning, Pete Armstrong leads the National League and wins above replacement.
Spectacular, yeah. And Boog, you've talked to us before about his personality. I remember in our last our last time that we talked, you said you would hope that maybe he doesn't show so much emotion when things go bad, that it's a long season and such. The kid still seems, despite that, and I think that's improving actually, but he just seems very humble because at first glance, you think he's cocky, like he's over the top cocky. And Mark DeRosa said to us at one point, he's like, well, I got to talk to this kid. What's this kid about? And then he met with him, and he was shocked at how grounded he was, how humble he is. And all the veterans, sometimes there could be some jealousy, but it seems like they love him. What do you see with the everyday personality and how he really is?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that when D-Row met him, he loved him. He's loved in that clubhouse, and he has a really grounded way about him. And he's also really good and really confident. You know, it's like, I mean, JD told a story about spring training where, you know, a baseball rolls over and with his feet, he just kind of hacky sacks it up, starts juggling it, and Jed's standing there, and Jed says, did you play any soccer? And he said, yeah, I did, actually, you know, pretty close up till high school. And Jed goes, were you any good? And Pete goes, yeah, I was really good. So it can live in both places, right? In terms of he can be super confident and be grounded. It's not like those things are mutually exclusive. And I would say that I think there's something, if I were to speculate, in his upbringing and the fact that his mom, you know, worked as an actress, had, you know, exposure to mainstream media. There's something there. There's a feel that he has, that he gets. Like I told this story before that I think sums up, look, he's 23. He's going to make mistakes, period. But last year, okay, like, and for people in the game, I think this will resonate, and for some it will, others it won't. But the weekend that Kerry Wood got inducted into the Cubs Hall of Fame, you know, he went around and met everybody. We went to Los Angeles immediately after that, and I was just sitting there in L.A. talking to Pete, and he was telling me about how when he was like 3-4 years old, he'd get up in the morning, he'd wake his dad up, and he'd ask his dad either to play baseball in the backyard or he'd ask his dad to put the Kerry Wood 20 strikeout game on, and he'd just sit in front of the TV and he'd watch the Kerry Wood 20 strikeout game, like day after day, or play baseball, like one of the two. And I said, oh, man. I said, did you get to meet Kerry this past weekend? And he said, yeah, it was really cool. And I said, did you tell him that story? And he said, nah, man, this weekend's about him. I didn't want to make it about me.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
That's great. I hate to take us away from PCA, but other than PCA, Boog, what has impressed you most about what this Cubs team has done?
I love how they, you know, last night notwithstanding, I love how their offensive profile is so different home and road. On the road, they just pound home runs, and at home, it's a little more of that athletic stolen base thing because they can't count on it because of the weather conditions. And it's, you know, of late it's been more of a run prevention thing. And then, look, one of the things I can still remember right at the beginning of the year, you asked me, what am I most looking forward to? And I told you Kyle Tucker and, you know, his greatness. And he's been, you know, a top 6-7 hitter and overall player in the National League. He has been every bit as advertised, just that beast in the two-hole every single night, giving you at-bat after at-bat, and it shows you just how terrified everybody is of facing him. And then you got Seiya behind him, and he's taking more chances and being aggressive and, you know, lifting and launching and looking to attack, and it's turned into a lot of slug. Look, teams that touch the plate a lot are fun. Period. You touch the plate a lot, it's fun. And then the way they put this bullpen together that went from the beginning of the year with, oh, my gosh, I don't know how this is going to work. And now it's a good bullpen, and it's been the best bullpen for about a month. So this is a good team. I also would say I don't think they're better than I thought that they would be, and I don't think right now the elite teams are quite as good as I expected them to be. I mean, there's every reason to be excited.
Yeah. There's nothing like the rise of a team like this, and we'll see where they eventually go. But just like you said, in real time, watching all these guys develop PCA and the surprises out of the bullpen, where on that level does Matt Shaw figure into your calculus, Boog, when, he was sent down early, and then not only does he come up and he hits right away again, but the third base defense has been awesome as well.
Yeah, it's been the defense since coming back up's been sensational. It's nice to see him hit a ball hard and contribute last night. I think he's still learning. I'd like to see him hit the ball hard more consistently, even forgetting about the results. And again, I think the thing that's nice for him and nice for the Cubs is they don't need it. They need him to play good defense, and there isn't pressure for him. He can't be a sinkhole down there, but they don't need him to do very much. So that part of it is, I think, a real plus, and it's been fun to watch him improve.
What piece do you think is most important to add before the trade deadline comes and goes? Maybe not a specific name, or if you want to offer a name, great. Yeah. But what piece is this team most in need of?
Well, look, they certainly could use a starter to put ahead of their starters. And if you were able to get somebody like Alcantara and kind of buy low on that, that would be interesting. But beyond that, the type of starter we're actually talking about, you've got to sort of slow down for a second and really look at the way teams win. I mean, the Dodgers just finished winning a World Series last year. They did not have a pitcher on their postseason roster that threw as many as 100 innings in the regular year.
Wow.
So if you're talking about what's a piece that they need that would help them go farther in the playoffs, then I would say you get a couple of relievers. So because it just seems as though, that's the way, teams are doing it.
Yeah. And with that equation too, Boog, we were discussing yesterday about Ben Brown, and he bounced back and he had a pretty good outing yesterday. If Ben Brown, after one more spin through, if they deem that he's out of the rotation because Shota returns, what do you do with him if the bullpen and Porter Hodge comes back? And that right now is cooking with chemistry. Do you send him down to keep him stretched out? Or do you go with an extra guy in the rotation? How do you figure Ben Brown in here?
Yeah, I don't know what they end up doing. I think it's a good question. They're going to have roster decisions that they're going to have to make, and it will be complicated because they're in a position where they could possibly risk losing a player for when Jota comes back, from when Hodge comes back. So I don't know. I don't know how they'll end up playing that. Again, I think with all of these things, and I know, for Silvy, his brand is not peace, it's worry. But I would just tell you that, they're 45-28. They have a 6.5 game lead right now. We don't need Shota to come back tomorrow. They don't need Porter Hodge to be back immediately. So all of these decisions, as it stands right now, they are not decisions that need immediate attention. They'll figure it out, but one of the things you learn with talking with Craig Counsell is if a starting pitcher gets hurt and then the media comes in and they're like, okay, so who's going to start on Saturday? And Counsell's like, I don't give a crap. We have to win tonight. We'll figure it out Friday.
I think that's how he responds to everything too. And I was going to ask you about Craig, because you've known him for a while. You're close with him, I believe. I don't know if you guys have dubbed it a name yet, but whether it's the counsel quandary or something. The stoic nature in what he does for the reviews with that handout, and it's catching on social media, and then how he just nonchalantly waves it off, or he's like very breathy, very sort of pissed off that they can't challenge it. It's just, I can't even put my finger on it. It makes me laugh the way he reacts to whether they're challenging it or not.
It's endearing when you're 17 games over 500. It's frustrating when you're at 500.
Yeah.
Am I right, Boog?
Yeah. No, that's what ends up happening. I'll give you the funny thing. I'll see if it happens tonight, but watch closely and see if the Brewers have a potential review. Pat Murphy does it the exact same way, makes the same facial expression, and waves it off the exact same with the exact same mannerism.
Yeah, we got to come up with a phrase for that, the way he does it. But outstanding as always, Boog. Great to talk to you. Great to catch up. We always appreciate your time. Thanks, you.
Boog. Why didn't you come up last night?
So it was we decided to stay down and we were going to visit Boog. Right. But then and here's what I did. Look, I know my place a lot of these times. Not always, but sometimes.
I invited you up.
You invited me up, and then we wanted to see the Cubs hit again.
JD nixed it.
JD did not nix it. But then I knew that you had big men in the booth with the Illinois people, and so once I missed the window, I'm like, I'm not going to bother him and come on up there. I'll catch up with him another time.
Okay. Well, we're caught up.
Did you miss me?
That's fine. I mean, I was a little bummed out. I was kind of expecting you to come up.
Yeah, I think it's a touch disrespectful. I'm not going to lie. I mean, that is quite an honor to be invited up to
he's the best. I know.
Cubs booth. And you know, I'm good. I'm good down here.
I even gave him the out. I said, tell me to go stick it because we'd bother you. And he goes, come up. He goes,
I was never.
Yeah. He was busy guzzling free beers, sitting in the cushy seats down there.
I had a sip of a seltzer.
Well, that's a you problem. That's a you problem, brother.
All right, boys.
All right,
Thanks,
see you, Boog. There you go. There's Boog Sciambi game tonight. If the weather holds up,
Mother Nature willing.
Yeah, it was just outstanding. I've got a story about Seiya too that I watched happen, and I bet you this happens more than we see. But I thought it was pretty cool just to see it with my own eyes. Tyler's got something. And then we've got to let's talk about it. Let's load up the phone lines right now. Let's do one of these rapid reaction. Let's talk about it. If you were to bet right now, I'm going to give you 3 options. Will PCA win the MVP this year? Will he not win the MVP next year? And if not, will he win an MVP in his career? So 3 ways you could go. Yes, no, or well, not this year, but it will happen down the road. Load up your phone calls right now. Everyone gets up. Let's talk about it. Rapid reaction style. 312-332-3776. What would you bet with your money with PCA's MVP status this year and going forward? 332-3776.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Guys, we're heading into the heart of summer. I've been telling you about my new basketball hoop from FenceWorks. It is awesome. My house now is full of kids playing basketball, 3-on-3 hoops, horse, even some dunk contests because they could lower the hoop to 6 feet, and even my young kids can dunk on it, and they can raise the height on it themselves. They don't need an adult because it's so safe and it's so easy to lower and then get back up to 10 feet for your basketball hoop of your dreams. All sorts of price points or a custom-built play set. Perfect for your yard. Get the kids off their screen and out playing, or the safest, best trampoline on the market. Go see my guy, Jake. He's at FenceWorks, and he's the best. You'll get the best customer service out there. To get more information, go to theguyon41.com. The Guy on 41 started over 58 years ago, and they continue to build on the family name. Theguyon41.com. And for fences, you need a fence for the front yard, backyard. keep your pet inside. Maybe it's a security fence. Maybe it's to keep your kids safe. Check them out as well at theguyon41.com.
All right, Abdallah, here's a stat for you. Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America, was founded in 1829. Baseball, 1839.
So before baseball, people were already drinking Yuengling?
Yep.
And in their free time, just standing around with a beer, no home runs, just vibes?
And clearly, 196 years later, Yuengling is still going strong, and baseball is still playing catch-up.
Chicago, next time you grab a Yuengling, remember, you're drinking history, literally.
And baseball, you're welcome for the inspiration.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhoffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Loge seats, exclusive clubs, and a dedicated supporters section for 2,000 fans. Those are some of the new details unveiled this week by Chicago Fire FC for its proposed new stadium in the South Loop. The team shared its plan for the venue along the South Branch of the Chicago River with local residents and said there will be far more premium seating options than they have today at Soldier Field, but that they'll set aside single-game tickets meant to be more affordable. New opportunities for in-stadium revenue was a big reason Fire owner Joe Mansueto is ready to spend $650 million building a new home for the club. Developer Related Midwest also revealed plans for 6 acres of open space around the venue, including a 1-acre plaza meant to be like Wrigley Field's Gallagher Way, and a riverfront park to welcome people getting there by boat. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X, like the dynamic X3 designed for ultimate exploration, the X5 with effortless precision and performance, or the X7 where comfort meets a commanding presence. All proudly assembled in BMW's largest plant worldwide in Spartanburg, South Carolina. For those who demand more from every mile, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
The best mornings
in the morning light
start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet and greet people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 5 million people globally with over 35,000 therapists. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
One listener just tweeted and he said, it's the council cancel. That's what that is. The old stop sign is he's waiting for word, the guy with the video, and then he waves it off, and looks like he's aggravated by having to wave it off.
He looks aggravated most of the time.
Most of the time, yeah. He really does.
I mean, that's why you can't tell. Like last year, I thought there were moments where he needed to come off the top step and get out there and I think we found out whether they're winning, losing, or right in the middle. This is just who he is.
This is who he is. And I never would have guessed it. I mean, Again, I was just, checking out random Brewers games against the Cubs with nothing else besides that and their record.
Yeah.
312-332-3776. All right, ring it up for rapid reaction. If you had to bet, let's see, you were forced to bet, is PCA going to win the MVP this year? And if not, will he win it in the future? So you can go this year, one in future years, or no, you would bet that he never wins an MVP. What would you bet?
I thought your question was he'd win it this year, he wouldn't win it this year, or he'll win in another year. I thought that's how you said.
Yeah.
Like my vote, if that was the case. Now, you didn't say he would never win it. I thought your options were he would win it this year, he wouldn't win it this year, or he'd win it in another year. My vote, if that was the case, would be no, he wouldn't win it.
He'd never win it.
That I don't know, but I think it's most likely.
Should we just make it simple? Would you vote on him this year? Because I did a poll question on it. All right, so to not confuse you, would you if you had to bet today?
Yes.
What are the odds right now on PCA? Because it's significantly lower than when you got it, Tyler.
Yeah, he's 16-1 right now.
Yeah.
So that's good value, too. Remember that.
Yeah, it still is.
Would you bet on that? And Let's Talk About It is brought to you by BetterHelp. Mental health is help. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month of therapy. 312-332-3776.
I'll guzzle the gallon of Haterade right now. I would say no. I think Shohei's still going to win it. In fact, Tyler and I have a bet. Our bet is it's a massive bet. It's $10. I said Shohei. When was this? About a month ago? Was it that long ago? I said Shohei would win it. Tyler said PCA would win it if someone other than the two of them, the bet cancels. In fact, I told you real quick, I'm offering you a buyout today, and this is a day after PCA made a great defensive play and hit a 500-foot home run, and Shohei had the golden sombrero last night.
And a bad pitching outing the day before.
There you go. And I'm still offering you a buyout for $5.
No.
$5 buyout.
Yeah.
Who would want to?
It's not your bet.
But who's going to buy it?
It's not your bet.
It's a $10 bet.
It's not your bet.
Yeah,
I'm offering you a $5 buyout.
I'm out.
Okay. I would even. What'd you get it at, Tyler? What was your original price?
I have it 65-1.
I still think the numbers he's putting up, home runs, stolen bases, OPS, WAR, and then the defense figures into the WAR, but the defensive numbers. It's still, I think, a pretty good value at 16-1.
Of course it is.
Because he's in a group of four? Who are we considering? Shohei's the overwhelming favorite. PCA, Corbin Carroll, Fernando Tatis. Are those the four guys who are the favorites?
Yes, I believe so.
You can pay me $5. You can pay me $10.
Alonso's in there.
Yep.
Alonso's in there, and Soto's starting to creep in. Tatis is kind of left the building.
You decide. You can pay me $5 now or $10 at the end of the season. That's all I'm saying. I was giving you an offer.
Does he have odds? Did you get? You
no
just bet?
No, we just gave. Yeah.
Okay.
If Shohei wins, he gives me $10. If PCA wins, I give him $10. If Pete Alonso wins, the bet is canceled.
I am going to I'm mixed. Here's where and this is all nothing from the head, nothing from the heart. This is all from the head. Number one, I could see this going like Derrick Rose against LeBron. LeBron was the overwhelming favorite. LeBron didn't have a over-the-top awesome year, his first year in Miami, so they gave it to the young upstart kid who was electrifying. And I see there some parallels here that, Shohei is still great. But if he doesn't put up astronomical numbers compared to where his bar is, there could be a chance where some of the voters side with PCA. The other side of it, where it's a conflict, this is PCA's first good year. He's played nearly every game this year. It's a long season. And is he going to be able to keep up this power even during those dog days of August and September when he could get tired?
My guess is that's why the value is still at 16-1, which is good value.
Yeah, I think it's good value to have for context. So PCA.
Well, I mean, by the way, again, he leads the National League in WAR, and his base running's not going to get worse, and his defense isn't going to get any worse.
So every year, I believe, I can't remember how many years, but usually the best path to win MVP is to have the highest WAR in your league. Right now, PCA is at 4.3, Shohei's at 3.6. So, there is a decent gap there between PCA and Shohei.
All right, and building off of this, 312-332-3776, if you don't think PCA is going to win one, or if you do, who would you guys go, this is the next Chicago sports figure to win an MVP? Right now.
Right now, I would go with him.
Yeah.
I would go
because
with him.
he's the closest. We still haven't seen
he's
anything from
19
Caleb.
home runs in the first 70-plus games of a Major League Baseball season. He's on pace, Tyler was talking about, for 42 home runs and 51 steals. This organization's never had a 40-40 guy, right? They've had 30-30. So Sammy was 30-30, right?
What about Josh Giddey?
No. Nope.
So
what about Tim Elko?
Tim Elko's a good one. Powerful first baseman.
I know you got a ticket on Caleb Williams. You won't tell us.
I don't have an MVP Caleb Williams ticket.
You will.
Connor Bedard. Who else would
Angel Reese?
I don't think so. No.
Kyle Tucker, barring that they sign him again.
Kyle Tucker, yeah. I mean,
it's a good one.
But you have to bet on him getting re-signed too.
Yes, there's a lot. There's a lot of math that goes in there. Matt in Downers Grove, you're on ESPN 1000, 312-332-3776. Let's talk about it, Matt.
Yeah, I don't think PCA wins the MVP this year, and I think the reason why is his batting average is just slightly too low. I think he's hitting at a 268 clip right now, and I think when the voters look at it, Shohei's average is just a little too much higher. I think he gets it this year. I think PCA has a great chance next year, although I'd be worried if the Cubs don't re-sign Tucker. PCA could run into a situation where he starts getting pitched to a lot differently, kind of how Soto was this year, have an underwhelming year. But I think he has a great chance next year and the next few years.
Yeah, I
don't think it's batting average. I don't think the batting average is an issue.
Is that last that people look at? What is the stat that people look at last? Because on base percentage obviously is higher. OPS is, I think, the highest.
I think it's more likely, yes. His
Power
issue
numbers.
would be he's 150, 175, I think, OPS points below where Shohei is. That would be more of the issue, I would think, not batting average. I would think on base percentage would be looked at more closely than on batting average.
Yeah, because what is Tucker's batting average right now? And he's a great hitter. What, about 280? What is he at? Like 279? I think the average.
It's raised recently. He's hitting 284.
284.
But his on base percentage is 394.
Yes, it's incredible.
By far the highest on base percentage.
And I've said this before on the show. I don't know if it reflects, like he said, about protection in the lineup. I truly believe everyone is better, though, on the Cubs because Tucker is here. I think it takes some pressure off some people. I also think that he's so unassuming, too. It allows him to just kind of blend in. He's a reluctant superstar, isn't he? Yeah. Have you ever seen a quieter superstar than him?
No, he doesn't seem to want any attention.
None.
Yeah. And you know what? I didn't mention it to Book. Like, speaking of the unassuming nature of a young budding superstar like PCA, we talked about this a little earlier. Like, they were begging him. You were at the game, but like at home, sitting and watching the game, you could tell that maybe you have a better description of it. It seemed like the stadium Wrigley wanted him to take a curtain call.
Yes, I was chanting PCA.
He was not going to do it. I think it was a conscious effort from him. Like, listen, I'm here to work.
I'm not here to show anyone up. I love a good curtain call.
I do too. Had he done it, I would not have had a problem.
And the curtain call is not like a modern thing. The curtain call I remember growing up was one of my favorite things as a Cubs fan when Andre Dawson would hit a big home run. And even when they were in last place, he would come out for a curtain call. The 84 Cubs, they would come out for curtain calls after big home runs. Gary Matthews, Jody Davis after hitting a grand slam off of Dwight Gooden.
Had he done it, I would not. I thought it would have been cool. The fact that he didn't want to do it, I thought was even cooler.
You do? Okay.
I did, yeah.
You like that?
I did. I would not have had a beef at all if he had stepped up on the top step and given it a wave. I think he handled the curtain call by going out to center field after the change of the inning and acknowledging the bleacher folks.
I've got that on video, by the way, from my seats down the left field line. You could check that out on my Instagram at Mark A. Silverman. Here's Dean downtown. Dean, let's talk about it. What do you got?
Yeah, I told Tyler Waddle that I was going to be as careful as possible to not upset Tyler and Silverman with this because I know how much they love Derrick Rose. But you brought it up, and if we live in a world where, where Steve Nash can win the MVP over Shaq because they got tired of it, and the NBA was like, hey, let's market this guy Steve Nash. And the same thing pretty much happened with Derrick that year. As great of a year as Derrick had, I don't want to make this a discussion about LeBron, so we'll stick to PCA. I do think it's a possibility. Shohei can have a great year, and then PCA could be, statistically not as good, but I was saying maybe 40 bombs and 50 stolen bases will do it, and it could seal it if baseball wants to market them. That's all I got for you.
Yeah, look, it always
happened. I'm not writing it off. I mean, this is about – it's not like – it's either Shohei or it's Nico Horner. I'm acknowledging that this is a race. I personally don't think there's Shohei fatigue. I don't.
Yeah, because we saw it with Michael firsthand. I really do believe that LeBron, if he didn't go through the picking of the team, what did they call that when he did
decision?
Yeah, the decision. That all that blowback that he was getting, I was a hater. I'll admit it. But if those circumstances didn't happen, I don't know if Derrick would have won it that year. I think there was a lot of hate out there for LeBron, and, Dwayne Wade was great then too, so we kind of shared it. But Michael, many years. Karl Malone won in 96, 97. David Robinson, Akeem Olajuwon, Charles Barkley. Michael was the best player every year, and he didn't win it every year. All right, coming up next, I want to fill you in on a Seiya story. Tyler's got something. Later, we're going to play you some Jed Hoyer sound. He was on the station today, and he was very good. We've got Waddle's World early today at 4 o'clock because Big Cat is coming up at 4:30. And then Cade Horton is going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour. All that coming up on Waddle and Silvy.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Cardinals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is a time for making memories, not appointments. And that's why you should go to Great Clips. You can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have the time. Plus, their skilled salon stylists save your haircut details and clip notes so you can get the same great cut the next time you're in, no matter who you see. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create an increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
Call now, 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Okay, the rains are here, and Permaseal is here to help. If you're getting seepage or are concerned about that possibility, give us a call at 800-421-SEAL. Our experienced staff is standing by, either to set up a free inspection, replace a failed sump pump, or just answer a question you may have. Permaseal's a family-owned business that you can trust. We've got an A+ rating with the BBB and over 14,000 5-star reviews. We are ready to help. Call now, 800-421-7325 or visit permaseal.net.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. For my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at Orloff.com.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
its way out of here. Pulls it in the air to left center, and Seiya will raise the roof.
Seiya Suzuki hit a home run yesterday. Looked bad striking out the first 2 times. So I told you the seats that my buddy gave us to sit in, it was in the W Club. The W Club is one of these clubs where you sit in the stands, and it's a reserved section down the left field line, but they have an area where you eat inside. They have a buffet.
Of course they do.
Yes, and so because it's down the third base line, there are 2 windows as you walk into the W Club that look into the Cubs hitting area.
Before you get to that, what was in the buffet? What kind of food?
They had some New York
strip.
There was a New York type of steak. Yeah, was it a New York strip?
Sure.
Is there another? I'm trying to think what it was. Very rare meat. It was not prime rib though. We had that. We had some ribs.
So
we
it was
ate
tasty.
some ribs.
It was tasty.
It was tasty. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Okay, I had a brat. Some pasta salad.
Damn.
Yeah.
You went to town.
Well, why not? What do you expect me to do?
Yeah.
So when you walk down the stairs, there are 2 windows where you can look inside the Cubs batting cage. This is where they hit which connected to their clubhouse, between their clubhouse and the dugout. And as soon as Seiya struck out, we were inside eating the second time. Who was in there working at the batting cage?
My guess is Seiya.
It was Seiya. And my mom even said they're not looking good. And I texted her. I go, right after Seiya struck out, he went right to the batting cage. So let's see if he makes an adjustment.
My guess is,
sure enough, he homered in the very next at bat.
My guess is that a lot of guys do that, or more guys do that than you think. But he's also DH, right?
Yes.
So he's got time.
Yes, and it was probably while they were out in the field.
What's good is he's embraced this role, or it seems like he's embraced this role.
I bet you a lot of DHs do that. They used to tell the story that when Tom Ricketts bought the team, the clubhouse before Wrigley renovation was so small, all they had was like a pull-down net.
Yeah.
The net was built into the wall. What are those beds called?
Pulled down?
The Murphy bed?
The Murphy bed. It was like a Murphy batting cage. And it would be a net, and they would just assemble a tee in front of the net. And they would have to move a table over, and the player would have to hit the ball off a tee in the net. Here there are double batting cages throwing, hard, and that's where Seiya was working.
And you know how much that stuff costs? Biblical losses, brother.
That's right. I tried to take a picture. I got yelled at. I didn't see the sign on the window.
You get yelled at quite a bit for trying to take pictures.
Well, because I want to say Seiya's working hard, but that's a no-no.
Right.
So I didn't take a picture. No pictures, sir. And I go, sorry.
You've had that happen at a number of locations, haven't you?
Where have I gotten yelled at?
I don't know if yelled at is the correct way to describe it, but like you've been told in other spots at different professional sports, whether it's stadiums or their home workout facilities, to put your camera away.
Like the only thing I remember is at Duke, you're not allowed to, when we're sitting behind the bench, you're not allowed to take your phone out at all because they don't want any pictures taken of their huddle.
Are there any rules up at Hallis Hall?
Oh, you're talking about the video. I made a video in a spot that was off
video,
limits,
whatever it is.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not trying to break the rules.
Listen, I think at the rate they would encourage you to show as much as you can down there.
Okay.
Go to the rate and just film the whole thing.
Sox behind the scenes with Silvy. By the way, we do have some break. I don't know if it's breaking news sounder worthy, but the Buss family, Jeannie Buss and her family, will be selling the majority stake of the Lakers, and this is according to Shams, who broke the story, to Mark Walter. Mark Walter is already the principal owner of the Dodgers. He's been a minority stakeholder in the Lakers since 2021. He is a guy who grew up a Cubs fan. He's a guy who went to law school at Northwestern. He's a guy who also married someone who is heavily involved in Chicago. His wife, I believe, is on the board of directors of Lincoln Park Zoo. And his daughter lives in Lincoln Park. Why can't we have a guy like Mark Walter who owns the Dodgers buy one of our teams?
He lives in Lincoln Park. Or he has a home in Lincoln Park.
Mark Walter? Yeah, I'm sure he's got homes all over, but why can't we get him or someone else like him to buy the Bulls?
Because the Bulls, Jerry doesn't want to sell the Bulls.
But look, the Buss family have had so much more success than he has, and they're selling.
Jerry doesn't want to sell the Bulls.
Can we do anything?
Jerry doesn't want to sell the Bulls.
Okay. What about if I take a picture? No.
Jerry doesn't want to sell the Bulls.
All right. Coming up next, Waddle's World. We still got to get Tyler's story, but I had the news that I wanted to share with you. So it looks like a changing the guard with the Lakers, though Jeannie Buss will still be involved with the team. All right. Coming up next, it's Waddle's World, then Barstool Big Cat at 4:30.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Guys, Connie's Frozen Pizza is the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy show. And it's not what out-of-towners think Chicago-style pizza is. Chicago-style pizza is thin, it's crispy. We cut it into squares just like they do at Connie's. And thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy that true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. We enjoyed here at the office even, and of course at home. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are classic thin pies made with that same cornmeal crust that Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. So if you're looking for that perfect frozen pizza, pick up some Connie's Frozen Pizza. It's cheesy and saucy and exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza, born right here in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere, available at your local grocer's freezer.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Harry Douglas here. When you're on a business trip, you know what goes completely off the rails? Your workout routine, folks. Especially when you book a hotel that doesn't have a gym. Then you have to squeeze in between the desk and your bed, eke out 2 push-ups, and call it a day. If you just stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you'll discover there's a fully equipped fitness center at every location. Now you can wake up and do some weightlifting to prepare you to carry your team on your back all day long. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, everything wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
There's some good stuff today. Some days are better than others, and I probably am now going to oversell this, and this is going to suck. I got to put my glasses on because I don't want to read this stuff incorrectly. Okay, this was a story brought to me by, I think Tyler said he gave me the article. I can't find it, but Danny Zetterman, the biggest boss of all, sent this story. Gen Z finally wants to have more sex at the office, a study says. Gen Z might be less sexually active than other age groups, but there's one thing that is turning many of them on: office sex. Yes, it seems that those born between 1997 and 2012, there's a couple of those guys right behind the glass over there, Jack and Tyler, aren't opposed to doing the deed in a conference room, with many return-to-office mandates happening all over the country, but especially in major cities. According to a new survey, 29% of Gen Zers believe that working in an office can improve their sex lives, since being away from their significant other can make them miss each other more. However, others don't seem to want to wait to get home to satisfy their sexual needs, as originally reported.
Wait, so is this a cheating room? It sounds to me like they're saying they don't want to wait to get home.
To take things a steamy step further, not farther, further, it says. The study revealed that 38% of Gen Z would love a private space in the office for getting it on, either with a coworker or by themselves.
Solo mission, huh? Little TV really, in the corner?
Fellas, I will defer to you first and foremost as Gen Zers. Is this something that has ever crossed your mind?
No, and I don't know anybody that has ever talked about it before, at least not to me. So
about having a sex room at work?
No, so I'm curious as to where this 38% of Gen Z comes from, supposedly.
What is wrong with your age group, guys?
You were raised poorly.
No, you weren't. You were not raised poorly.
This goes against the fabric of what workplaces have become the last 10 to 20 years. You know?
What is this steamy hot sex room going to do for this for the business? And like you said, by the way, I think you're promoting infidelity.
Right.
Disgustingness.
Harassment.
That's a word.
Yeah.
Harassment. I don't think this ends well for you Gen Zers with this request.
Let me ask you this. Like, when you have a VRBO, I don't know how you do these things. Aren't you, like, responsible for throwing away the trash and cleaning up?
Of course.
So if you use it, do you have to clean it?
The room?
Yeah,
I would think so.
Yeah, you're going on a solo mission. I mean, you got to clean up after yourself. If you're in there with a partner, you got to clean up. Like, this room's going to be disgusting.
I mean, are you guys that you can't control yourselves? That you have to have it at work instead of just waiting to get home? Or doing the dirty before you go to work?
Why are you looking at us? We're in the 62%.
Because this is about you guys.
Less than the majority said that they would take part in that. Don't put this on our entire generation.
I'm shocked that the number is as high as it is. I would never consent to that as a business owner, which I'm not.
Let's interview Gen X and the baby boomers. What would they say?
They just want to play video games. Right? Like a video game room. instead.
Gen X does? Gen X is older. We're not playing video
you're
games.
Gen X.
Oh, I'm Gen X?
Yeah.
What are the people younger than you?
Gen Alpha?
Gen Alpha.
And
I
then,
was thinking
there's
Gen
Gen
Alpha
Beta,
guys.
too.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to play video games. I just want to go home. If you want to put a bar in there, I'm good.
That's right. Waddle would like a drinking room.
Yeah. Why not?
And then you
have
get
a cocktail or two. How about a cigar lounge?
We're going back to the 50s with all this sex in the office and a cigar and some drinking.
Life is cyclical.
What is more acceptable, like a smoking lounge for a cigar room, and maybe there's a 1-drink maximum, or a sex room at your business?
The first one.
Who in the world is going to condone a sex room in there? Oh, well, we thought the best thing for the productivity of our business was to have a room where everyone can go in there and wax the dolphin or actually have sex with one of their coworkers.
This is what happened. That generation got too comfortable with the work at home stuff. Now they're just sitting in their pajamas doing work every day. And they don't want to go to work. So they're like, oh, yeah, you want me back in the office? I want
sex room.
A sex room. Give me a sex room.
You
can't have a sex room.
That is a fair retort coming from you, Jack, that this was not a 50%er.
What would you demand if you were working from home? Like, I wouldn't even go that route. That wouldn't even be on my mind.
What do you mean? What, to bring me back to the office?
Yeah.
How about a paycheck?
You don't get a paycheck if you don't come back to the office.
That's the way it's working.
Well, that's the way it used to be with us.
Yeah.
You don't do what we tell you.
This isn't your birthright to work at home.
You don't have a say.
My God. Sex rooms for everybody. You talk about asking for trouble. You better have, what better be next to the sex room? Your legal department.
Yeah, HR.
HR's on one side. You have an in-house lawyer on the other side.
By the way, I think we have a dollar amount for the Lakers. What did I tell you in the break?
Well, it would be more than the Celtics were sold for.
I said that I
Which
thought
was,
it would be
$6 billion?
And I said I thought it would be a record. I thought it would be a record. So how much, according to Shams?
I'm gonna go $7.5 billion.
Did you guys look?
I saw it. Yeah.
Jack, take a guess.
$10 billion.
You got it on the nose.
I was going to say 10, but I didn't figure it was worth more.
$10 billion. A professional sports, the largest sale of a professional sports franchise in the world. $10 billion.
Again.
Sell it, Jerry.
Yes, because,
look
listen.
at all that money your family can have.
It has become, a toy is not the right word. It has become kind of like, this is a luxury that the ultra-rich, they want to have in their portfolio. They really don't care, I don't think, about whether or not they make money from a year-to-year basis. This is the way that professional sports has kind of careened in this direction over the course of the last several years.
By the way, the Forbes valuation of the Lakers, $7.1 billion.
Yeah, that's what I mean,
it got almost 50% more of what it's
valued.
Do you know
who must be absolutely thrilled right now?
Chicago Bears.
I mean, there's a lot of them, but yes, because they're going through the process, I believe, right now, investigating this private equity.
They
investment.
may get a valuation of $10 billion.
I'm with yes. So you could sell 10% of your team.
Get $1 billion.
You get $1 billion. How about that? Psychopaths are most likely to live in these 4 states.
Oh, Wisconsin.
That's gonna come back to you.
Like, I'm thinking like some of those, plain to mountainous states, like a Wyoming. Does Wyoming have a...
You're 0 for 2.
No?
Florida.
Ohio.
Neither is on the list, Jack.
Psychopaths.
As it turns out, our personalities are, in fact, shaped by the environments we grow up in. And in these 4 states, they contain the highest percentages of those in possession of dark personality traits.
All right, so is this a place that doesn't have a lot of daylight? When you say dark personality traits?
I don't believe that we're talking about...
I thought you were giving us a hint.
I think the darkness is about, how you... Yeah, different darkness. It's not about light, your exposure to light.
Give me a hint here. Give us a hint.
There's 50 states. Pick 4.
Oh, come on. We gave you some, and you're like, no.
Okay.
Are we getting warmer or colder with some of the states we mentioned? When I say Wyoming, am I warmer or am I cold?
In what fashion?
Am I close geographically?
It's somewhat close. I mean, Jesus. There's 50 states, bro.
New Mexico.
New Mexico is not one of them.
Damn it.
Montana.
Montana is not one of them.
Idaho.
Idaho's not one of them.
Arkansas.
Not one of them.
State of Washington.
No.
Alaska.
No.
There's a very easy one.
Alaska was a good guess.
Why was Alaska a good guess?
Because
Vermont.
No. Alaska, I can see going to Alaska and just being...
What?
Not happy with anything. Like, would you want to be in Alaska 52 weeks a year?
I feel like the people who live in Alaska, though, want to be in Alaska. I feel that's like a state that if you're not happy and you're out.
Well, if you're born there and you don't have the resources to move, you're stuck.
And they probably love the way of living.
Keep going. Come on. Like,
Georgia.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
North Carolina.
No.
You guys
have it.
Give us a
it.
hint.
No.
Think of the biggest lunatics that you would know.
Wisconsin.
No.
Illinois.
There's a very easy one.
Lunatics, and I think Jack had a good one in Florida. California?
Nope.
Texas?
Yes, finally.
Why would Texas be the biggest lunatics?
No, I
don't think that's the state that Tyler was thinking about.
Oklahoma?
Oh, my God. Are you...
Tennessee.
No.
Kentucky.
No.
Rhode Island.
No, but you're getting closer. No, but closer.
Massachusetts.
No, but closer.
You got to be kidding me at this point.
I know, these two. I swear to God.
Well, there's 50 of them. We're naming.
And you just named probably 25.
You haven't given us hints.
You shouldn't need a hint for this one.
Why?
It's self-explanatory.
Why don't you open it up to the phone or to the callers? Give away a Connie's frozen pizza. Name a state on this list.
Name a state. Name a state on this list.
All this exercise
312-332-3776. Why are you begging for a hint?
Because
there's a finite number of states. Tyler gave you a hint. This is quite obvious.
The question was, where do all the psychopaths come from? And he said it's where all the lunatics are. That's not a hint.
Who are the craziest people
in this
country?
I thought Florida.
Are you kidding me?
No, the craziest people are in this state.
I'm lost.
Yeah, me too. Completely.
So you guys have both run out of states?
I've given up, yeah.
I'm honestly ashamed.
I am
This is literally one of the easiest states to
state?
guess.
Is this on the license plate that says the lunatic state?
Exactly.
It is one of the most notable states in this country.
Pennsylvania.
Oh my God.
New York.
Yes!
I still wouldn't think of New York as the lunatic state.
There's the same number of people on the street at 3 in the morning as there is at 3 in the afternoon. You are grade
Son of
A
Sam.
crazy.
I mean, where else? I mean, how many more?
Well, we can match him here. I mean, you got Jeffrey Dahmer up in Wisconsin. You have John Wayne Gacy here. So you're going Son of Sam?
Do you believe that the state of New York has got some wild and crazy stuff that goes on in it?
Wasn't the Unabomber from here originally?
That I don't know.
Oh, that you don't know.
I don't. This is not a Unabomber story.
Well,
this is about the 4 states.
Would you say
where
he's a psychopath?
Psychopaths are most likely to live.
Was the Unabomber a psychopath?
I did not read his manifesto. My guess is he was a little sideways. Would you? There's 2 more.
No, I'm done playing the state game.
Jack, would you like to play? There's 2 more states. One is another one. Come on. I mean, like, when you think about states...
New Jersey.
No. One is obviously
Arizona.
No. Nevada's one of them.
Yeah, I was going to say Nevada.
No, you weren't, because you didn't say it.
I kept thinking Vegas.
South Dakota's the next one. Well, Vegas is a city.
Well, I know, but that's in Nevada.
Thank you. Jesus.
That was the dumbest story ever. All we did was rip off states.
No. With the dumb part came from you and Jack, that you couldn't guess where the most psychopaths are prone to be from.
Shame on us, Jack.
Yes.
Shame. Where's the shame bell? Shame. Shame.
That's the hall bell. That can't be this shame.
Farther or further? Tell me.
It's farther away from me than it is from you. Distance.
The actual distance. Someone gave me a cheat code. Farther with the A is actual distance.
Motorcyclist who
he wants you to brake. Can't you see the brake sign?
No, I didn't.
You're ripping us about the states, and you don't know what the brake sign looks like.
I think brakes are meaningless to this station these days.
No, that's untrue.
The timing of them. The timing of them is not important. So I'm going to read you some crappy stories on the way back.
312-332-3776. Who wants to name a state?
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Cardinals.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Set sail this June for a $300,000 boundless bounty at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. For your chance to win, just play your favorite slots. Don't miss it. More info at Potawatomi.com. Must be 21 years or older and a rewards member to play.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Guys, the deals are heating up during Steinhoff's summer sale. Start with 10% off the entire store. Living room, bedroom, dining, and so much more. Make your new room more affordable with Steinhoff's special financing, and you'll get $100, $200, or $300 in a MasterCard gift card to spend later. But hurry. Just like summer, these sizzling savings won't last long. This summer sale only at Steinhoff's and steinhoffels.com. 6 Chicagoland locations, including a 7th coming soon to Maryville. Shop Steinhoff's today.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness, exotic animals, dumb criminals, random stabbings, or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
That's right. Florida or Ohio is brought to you by Universal Lighting. Upgrade your building's lighting to energy-saving LEDs. Go to ulasaves.com. What do you got, Tyler?
Man urinates on over $10,000 worth of Spam and Vienna sausages in a Sam's Club aisle.
Did we get this recently?
Yeah, I gave that story to you. Maybe you were not here.
Yeah. Where were you? Because that's Florida. Is that?
Yeah, it was
that's
in Florida.
Well, there goes that.
Waddle gave that. See, in Waddle's world, it was a.
I did. Would you like to take a guess, Jack?
You got a backup?
I can
It's all
find
right.
a backup real quick.
I got some nonsense here. I got a folder of nonsense.
All right, give us some nonsense while he's looking another one up.
Motorcyclist who fled police while wearing a "Come Get Me" sweater is arrested.
Come get me.
Motorcyclist last seen wearing a "Come Get Me" sweater has been, in fact, arrested by the local police.
Yes.
Yes. I also have another one. No nonsense. Texas judge scolds a man for wearing world's best farter shirt in courtroom.
I saw this. I saw the video of this. The guy walks up in a short sleeve shirt that says world's best farter.
I think that's a baller move.
You like do.
It. Who cares?
Look, you're either innocent or guilty.
Right.
The shirt shouldn't.
I mean, I wouldn't do it because, the judge is a human being.
Right.
But.
It's supposed to be done by the letter of the law?
Correct. What made you think that was a good shirt to wear to court this morning?
Well, he
was asked.
I'm good at what I'm good at.
The man mumbled that he picked the shirt, which said world's best farter, then had farther scribbled underneath because it was the only one he could find to wear. That was the only shirt you had to wear in your closet? The judge questioned. Tried arguing that the playful shirt said farther. How ironic is this? But the Texas judge wasn't buying the excuse for his outfit choice.
So you can't lie then to the judge.
You're in felony court. You need to dress appropriately for felony court, and that's not appropriate.
World's best father, he thought it said?
Father, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he said farther. He was crazy.
It sounds like it. Tyler, did you find one more before we get to Big Cat?
We'll play the headline game here. Argument over mangoes ends with man pulling a gun on another guy.
You're thinking because of mangoes, I'm going to go south. I'm going to go to Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, because of the oranges being the Florida produce.
Having an orange
I'm still going to go Florida on that. Sounds pretty crazy.
I'll go with Ohio.
It took place in Miami, Florida.
There you go. Don't argue about mangoes. Are you a mango guy?
Mm-mm.
What are you eating right now?
Orange.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. You're having an orange.
I am.
Do they got seeds in them?
No.
All right, so
I'm
it
not a
is
seeds
an
guy.
Yeah, no, I don't like the seeds either. All right, coming up next, we'll talk to Barstool Big Cat about the Cubs. There's a controversial topic out there in sports that I want to broach with him as well. It's all coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet great people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Exciting things are happening in Madison. Market Square Crossing is a 50-acre mixed-use development perfect for retail, hospitality, and more. Just 30 minutes from downtown Chicago, it's a prime spot to grow your business. Learn more at villageofmadison.org.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Barstool Big Cat, host of Pardon My Take, and voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
I tried every Wednesday, usually at 4, a little later today. We had to play some musical spots with some of the guest lineup. We thought we were going to have Kate Horton on earlier. He's going to be on in the 5 o'clock hour. So Big Cat, flexible as always. He's a great teammate. And he's on the Yingling guest hotline, and he's brought to you by
Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month for free. Just pay $5 shipping. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee, your win is waiting.
How was your Father's Day?
Father's Day was great. The most flexible teammate, by the way.
Yes.
Like a middle reliever, you need me to go in. If there's blowouts, go in. I'll pitch 5 innings. I'll pitch 1 inning. I don't care. Father's Day was good. It was my son's birthday party, so it got hijacked. So he stole that from me.
Oh, wow. Really?
What'd you get?
Yeah.
What were you given for Father's Day?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Oh, that's not
Nothing.
true. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
I got to take a nap in like the first maybe 30 minutes of the U.S. Open.
That's right, your golf nap.
I got nothing. Yeah, my kids gave me some little art stuff. Like, come on, it's not good.
But isn't that like adorable to look back on when they grow up and to see what they once, what their minds were thinking?
Yeah, just put it somewhere and you collect it all, and someday you'll look at it and go, "Wow, that's really cool."
The amount of rainbows I've been given, where it's like, all right, so you took a marker out and you just used every single marker. Like, that's a rainbow? Okay, cool. Yeah, I got another rainbow.
That's a lazy rainbow.
Yeah, right. But it was good. But I do have a new thing. I got a new thing for you guys. You ready for it?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
I'm starting to take my lunch to work. I'm starting to eat steak in a cup. I bring it in a cup every day.
Wait a minute. So you chop up steak?
Are you making fun of me that I took a hamburger?
Oh yeah,
and
actually,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My new thing is that I got a rat in the Waddle house and I'm using it.
Oh wait, so I explain this, guys. I'm in the dark.
My daughter took a picture. Like we grilled on Sunday, so Monday's lunch was 2 pieces of steak and a hamburger in a cup that I took to work with me.
Why didn't I see this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but that's how I took it.
You don't have the intel. Yeah. So I saw Waddle. She's interning at Barstool Sports, and she walked by my office and I said, "Hey, what's up with your dad these days? Give me something." And I said, "I want a full dossier every week." I was like, "You got to be a rat for me in that house, so watch your back."
Yeah, she's got a lot of incriminating evidence. I hope she does not rat me out.
The best I got was steak in a cup, so I think she's still being pretty kind.
What about like aluminum foil? What's the thinking there of putting meat in a cup as your carry device?
It sits nicely in your car, the cup holder. So you can eat it with your hands, and
you were chewing on meat as you were driving to work?
Yeah. Who doesn't?
So wait, you don't like? I had a similar question as Sylvie. Like, you don't have Tupperware in your house? Why didn't you just put it in Tupperware?
I could have. I just chose to eat it with my hands driving down to work.
He's like, I got this will go right in the cup holder. I could eat my meat in the car by myself.
That's right.
Let me ask a very important question. Are you bringing napkins?
Yes. I think I have napkins in my. What's
Are
that?
you actually bringing napkins, or if I went into your car right now and I looked at the underside of your seat, it would just be your oils and gross and
No,
your hands
I would
and
wipe
everything?
I'd wipe my hands on my shorts, not underneath the seats. But I do. I ran out of paper towels today, so I brought a bunch of napkins. If you saw the front seat of my car now, you'd see even more napkins.
I like that. I do the sock. If I'm wearing long socks. That's a good one. You basically, it's almost like you're holstering a gun. You just wipe your dirty, oily hands on your sock and then put your jean leg back down.
I had a big, giant bag of Pirates booty in the car coming down to work 2 days ago.
Yeah,
and
all that dust.
It's awful. It is totally awful.
Pirates booty dust.
You got to go cup with that. Like I go. When I'm on a road trip, I go the Andy Caps hot fries. And I put those in a cup because you can't be using your fingers for those because it gets everywhere. So you got to go cup for those.
That's an old school. That's an old school snack right there too. By the way.
Oh yeah.
But the cup limits how much that you can actually consume. I wanted basically the full bag. It's hard to do that while you're driving down the Edens.
Okay,
not really, because usually you're it's stop and go for an hour and 20 minutes. But I have weird eating habits.
No.
Okay, hey, listen, I'm not shaming. I've been getting shamed in my office because I've been eating burritos at like 9:30 in the morning, and everyone's getting after me for it. So
wait, this is a regular burrito, not a breakfast burrito?
Not a breakfast burrito, regular burrito.
Wow, like beans and meat and stuff? Wow.
What's a breakfast burrito anyway?
Eggs on it. Eggs in a tortilla and a quesadilla.
That's not a burrito.
What's a breakfast burrito?
But I've been lifting again, and I lift at like 6 in the morning. By 9:30, it's lunchtime.
Lifting what?
Weights, buddy.
He told us.
For what?
To get stronger so I can eat more ice cream.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, he told us.
No, I know.
To balance it out.
How's the machine? Is the machine clean?
There's no machine. It's what are you talking about? It's old school, baby. It's a bar. It's some weights. You ever seen it?
No, I'm talking about the ice cream machine.
Oh, the ice cream machine. No, it's probably dirty. I'm probably going to get listeria soon.
Yeah, you got to clean that thing, man.
They clean it once a week. Clean it once
not good.
All right, so this is the Cubs just tweeted this out. I don't know if you saw this. Waddle couldn't maximize his phone, so he couldn't see the message on the video board. The board the PCA hit yesterday, the Budweiser board in right field. Right now, it's all blue, and at the top, it's got a sad face emoji, and it says, "Your PCA caused a video board problem and needs to restart. We're just collecting some home run data, and then we'll reboot. 0% recovered from the damage. If you'd like to prevent future crashes, consider voting number 4 PCA into the All-Star game." And then, of course, there's a QR code where you can vote for PCA. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Use some of that energy to sign some guys, but I love it.
I was going to say, and there's a site you can click on to help donate money to their free agency fund.
Right, yes.
Did you see that Kyle Tucker did share, I believe on Instagram, it was like a caption like, "It's great to be a Cub" or something. And he shared that, like a post. So I don't know. I'm just thinking, I'm at that point where I'm like, hey, look at that. He loves being a Cub.
So what would you do if you're Jed then? Like Jed was on our station today and he said, eventually they're going to hope to talk, but what would your game plan be here in the middle of the season?
Talk right now. Be like, hey, I saw your Instagram post. What did this mean? Let's just talk about it. Like, did you mean something by this? That's a good in. Wait, so Jed said that they haven't even started talking?
Here's what he said. Like, who knows what he's being honest about? He's really good at saying stuff and being friendly, and he's a great guy, but he doesn't give you a lot. This is, and we'll listen together. This is Jed with Cap's question, of course, with all the noise that he suggests. None of it coming from him, of course. And here's the answer.
In terms of Kyle Tucker and everywhere you go and everywhere you look, whether it's social, articles, are the Cubs going to sign him? No, the Cubs will never sign. I know you don't negotiate through the press, and that's probably a great way to proceed. Is it fair to say the day you acquired him, you, Tom, Carter, whoever is in that room, have a plan of how you approach this? You're just not going to tell us what that plan is.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have a really good relationship with his agent, Casey Close. I mean, he has Dansby and he has Talion as well. We've done a lot of deals with them, and I mean, I know Casey well. Obviously, we have him, open lines of communication. But to me, is a yes. When you acquire him, you obviously you want players like Kyle Tucker in the organization. He's an incredible hitter. He's an incredible player. But right now we're playing the season. I think we've seen what kind of player he is. That's for sure. I think my hope is that as we play out this summer, that you find Chicago pretty appealing as well. It's kind of hard not to, And so obviously we'd love that to be a long relationship, but right now we're playing the season, and talking about any of these things, all I'll say is we obviously love to have them, and those are discussions that'll happen at a later point.
But the season doesn't preclude them from speaking. I don't understand that. I would have followed up and asked, well, does this mean you're not going to approach him at all during the season?
Yeah, you got to approach him. By the way, I don't think I put together that Casey Close was his agent. I do know him. I'm going to start working on this.
Oh, really? You've got
I'm going to start backdooring this. I'm going to say I'm representing the Cubs in all negotiations. Let's start talking ball.
That's great. And then
why not?
By the way, I think
what could go wrong?
The thing I took from that soundbite was that I've been pronouncing Jameson Taillon's name incorrectly.
Did he say Talion?
Yes. I didn't know who the hell he was talking about.
Also, Kap missed a very important name in that, because I do still think that Crane Kenny has a say.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Right. So, and he might have more of a say than everyone because he's looking at the numbers. So, Cap's got to do a little bit better job there.
What about a PCA's performance last night? I know you weren't there. For me, it was the eighth inning represented exactly what PCA is these days, didn't it? In one inning.
It's just so electric. It's you can't take your eyes off him. And what do you say afterwards? He likes to, outside of the home run, but what was the quote that he likes to run into stuff and dive and can catch? It's such a breath of fresh air. It's so much fun watching him play. And yeah, you're right. That eighth inning, it's just put that up. Be like, hey, if you don't believe in PCA, watch this. Watch this 20 minutes of baseball and tell me you don't think this guy's an absolute stud. And I don't know about you, but I've cautiously been all right, there's going to be a regression at some point, but it doesn't really matter because he's playing so well that even if he regresses a little, he's still going to be on a crazy streak and finish with great numbers. And I even think I went to 2 games over the weekend. The offense did regress a little, but the pitching picked them up. You know what I mean? Winning a bunch of games 2-1 and 3-2. So it's those are the type of games that the last couple of years the Cubs would guaranteed lose. And so, yeah, I'm saying it's starting to feel a little special, Silvy.
As somebody who likes to make a wager every now and again, do you have a ticket on him to win the MVP?
I don't. I had that one on Schwarber. I know. I'm stupid.
By the way,
also it's Shohei. Shohei's gonna win.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I have a ticket for the 50-50, and when I win at the end of this series, how is that going to make you feel?
Did you go to the game?
I did not. No, I gave somebody money to purchase one.
It doesn't make me feel anything because that's a hollow victory. And if you win without going to the game, it does not count in my book.
Well, Tyler bought the tickets at the game.
Yeah, I think Charlie did. Charlie bought the tickets.
It doesn't matter.
It will matter to me when I win.
No, it won't. I will not. So what, am I going to just play the 50? The Cubs do the road series now?
Oh, really?
Well, what is that? Yeah, they do the road series. You can buy, when they were at the Phillies, there was a 50-50 raffle for the Cubs. That's not real. So I don't care if you win this one. It will be complete. It will not get you in the Hall of Fame.
30 grand.
Asterisk. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Why can't they?
It will mean nothing.
I'm not into the 50-50 like you are, but I wanted to play, and she's like, well, the winner isn't announced until Thursday after the game. Like Waddle said, it's a series 50-50. Has this always been the case? And why not just one 50-50 a game? And I think that makes it more exciting.
They do this now where it's one series a month has the series price, and then everything else is game only. So so that will be the series that they do for the entire month of June. So there's there's certain times, like I think the last one maybe 3 weeks ago, it was a weekend series, and I had gone to 2 out of 3 of the games, and so they do that once a month, and then everything else is game to game.
I think they should do it.
They try to get a bigger pot. They try to get a bigger pot.
I think they should do it every inning, and it'd be like a bingo game.
Yeah, why
while
not?
the game's going on.
That'd be fun. My daughter lasted 6 innings on Saturday.
That's a milestone. That's a milestone.
She didn't watch a single pitch, but that doesn't matter.
But
that
you did,
matter.
and that's all that counts. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I want to ask you about Caitlin Clark. We have not brought this up. Waddle and I are pretty passionate about it, or at least, we had a passionate discussion about it. I just don't understand.
What the hell are they doing?
What is the league doing to her, and why did she become a target?
I'm starting to think that the other women in the WNBA do not like her. Would that be a fair thing to say?
Well, why though? What is the root of it? Jealousy?
I don't know. It's probably jealousy. She does get the majority of all right. So I'm with you guys. It's crazy. If you're a WNBA player, why wouldn't you be like, hey, this is rising tide lifts all boats?
Absolutely.
She is great for the league.
Yes.
She boosts the numbers. But I can see, obviously, everyone's competitive. They're at the highest level of women's basketball. And they see numbers like Caitlin Clark gets injured for 2 weeks. WNBA ratings are down 55%. That has to stink a little bit.
Okay.
But you got to get over it. You got to eat your ego and be like, hey, our salaries are all going to go up because of Caitlin Clark. I actually am at the point where, I think that if Caitlin Clark wanted to start her own league, she could be more successful than the WNBA. That's the part that bothers me, where it's not like Caitlin Clark walked into this super popular, profitable enterprise in the WNBA. The WNBA has been, basically been living on charity, the NBA pays for the WNBA.
Yes.
She shows up, it booms. It's going to maybe be able to stand on its 2 feet now for the first time in league history. You should be thankful to Caitlin Clark.
Well, at the very least, you don't have to put her on a pedestal, but don't try to knock her out every time she's on the floor. She's not a rookie anymore. This isn't rookie treatment. Right. And it's silly. This may be an apples to orange comparison, but I've always said that everybody who ever played professional golf should bow at the altar of Tiger Woods, because whether you were jealous of him or not, you didn't like him, he made you a ton of cash. And as you said, Big Cat, her popularity, whether you like her or not, makes the league more marketable, which means there's more money for everybody.
100%. And I think it's probably a hard conversation to have if you're a WNBA player, but there in all the established sports, it happens every now and then when the passing of the torch with quarterbacks in the NFL, we're like, oh, what is the NFL going to do without Peyton and Brady and Breeze? You know what the NFL is going to do? Keep chugging along and making money, and there'll be next guys right in line. And when those guys retire, we'll forget about them. And there are sports that stand on their own. It's okay to say that Caitlin Clark is bigger than the WNBA right now. She is, and that's a good thing. It's still a young league. It's a good thing to have someone that moves the needle the way she does in worlds that don't normally consume the WNBA. But yeah, it's very bizarre that it's seen as a bad thing in the league circles and with all the competitors.
And you should still compete against her and play hard. But the cheap shotting like everybody is a member of the bad boy Pistons for no reason other than jealousy is pure stupidity.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And, listen, it does make for more fodder and more conversation. So I guess in a weird way you could spin zone it and be like, hey, if you just beat her up every game, it's going to get talked about more. But at some point you got to be like, hey, we should protect our players and we should protect the one who's making us all money.
Yeah, that's what Jack said. Jack said it's good for business. We said it's not, it may be in the short term, and we're talking about it now, but I don't think it's good for the league's overall growth long term.
Yeah, and I also do think I think it was Sophie Cunningham. It was good to finally see Caitlin Clark's teammates start to fight back, because that's how it's going to end up. That's how it's going to end up stopping. Is you need a Charles Oakley to start being like, hey, enough of this, and then it will kind of correct itself.
And speaking on how that's good for the league, Sophie Cunningham's jersey has now sold out on Fanatics, just like that,
Really?
because she was the
Crazy.
enforcer for Caitlin Clark.
Who's that guy talking?
That's Jack McGrath.
Jack McGrath, one of our
What's up,
producers.
Jack? What's up, Jack? How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Good point by Jack.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Who the hell is that?
That was terrific. All right.
I was like, that's not Tyler. What the heck?
If you're Halliburton, are you playing tomorrow?
Yeah, you got to. You have to. I know that. Listen, I'd play. But I'm built different.
Yeah, you are built differently. Yeah, I mean, you use different mentality, different mentality.
What is the actual, like, he had an MRI? Is it just it's a strained hamstring?
Did we get
I don't know what the MRI said, but it's a calf issue, and I think the concern is it could lead to an Achilles potentially.
Yeah, like Kevin Durant. I don't know. I mean, the end of the season, like, there's nothing left. I think you got to give it a try, and if it's bad, just have T.J. McConnell just go crazy. Rick Carlisle. I mean, T.J. McConnell should have stayed in that game on Monday night. Like, the Thunder had no answer for him. Yeah. And I know that part of his thing is he goes 110% all the time. But, yeah, I mean, maybe you just start with Halliburton, see if he's okay, and then if he's not feeling good, you're just like, all right, TJ, you got this.
By the way, did you see that the Buss family is going to sell the Lakers at a valuation of $10 billion?
Yeah, and then we need to print these numbers out and show them to Jerry Reinsdorf every time he cries pork. Yeah. Jerry Buss bought the Lakers for $67 million. $10 billion 40 years later or whatever it is. But that's crazy. $10 billion.
All of this is even good to connect the dots to the Bears, who are looking to sell potentially 10% of their franchise in the private equity arena. I feel pretty strongly that if that valuation was done now, in terms of trying to sell the 10% stake, it would be $10 billion or close.
Yeah. What is that? So they're trying to sell 10%. What is it going to end up being, like the McCaskey zone versus everyone? And I assume that Pat Ryan gets right of first refusal even for the 10%.
That I don't think so. He gets right of first refusal. I think if something like if the McKenna family, which I think has investigated selling their portion of it, I believe Pat Ryan has right of first refusal there. I'm not sure that the 10% portion is right of first refusal, but I mean that's a ton of cash.
Can I throw out a hot take?
Sure.
I think buying 10% of a team is a loser move.
So what is a winner move? The whole team?
Buying the whole thing.
Well, this is more about teams being able to access, sell a portion of their asset that is appreciated greatly without giving up control or giving away the team. Think about what Jeffrey Lurie did. I think he bought the Eagles for like $200 million or less. Maybe it was $150. He sold 8% of the Eagles. I believe it was for $650 million. So he still owns 92% of the Eagles and made a $450 million profit
and
from
those
initial
people
purchase.
don't get a spot on the border.
You're reversing my hot take. Selling 8% of the team for a ton of money is a great move.
Yes.
Buying 8% of the team is a loser move.
Well, especially when you don't have any.
You don't have any voting rights.
You don't have voting rights. Right. This is just to eventually, when you sell it, to make the money off of getting in.
But your valuation, whatever you own as from this front, you own 10% of all the revenue that the team.
Right. Sure.
So there.
I get it. It's just an investment. That's literally it's just a spreadsheet that you're putting it on. I'm just saying. And again, this is a hot take, and it's a hot take. I threw out a hot take. I'm sorry. I just think you got to own the whole team.
Sure. I agree with you. If you have the cash, buy the whole team.
Yeah. And by the way,
buy the whole thing.
You said you've been saying for a while that the NBA is the most easily bullied league in sports, that they were bullied again with the starting lineups in Anthem.
Yeah. Oh, it's so funny. We could just say anything, and Adam Silver would be like, "All right, I guess I'll do it." It's crazy. Like, could you imagine Roger Goodell doing this? Roger Goodell won't change anything.
No.
He toys with us. He adds rules just so he can take them away and being like, "Oh yeah, you guys want to smoke weed? Okay, then we're going to play 25 games." Like, that's what he does.
Yes.
And the NBA's opposite. They're just like, whatever. Anyway, if there's a Reddit thread about the NBA, Adam Silver would be like, "I guess this makes sense now."
It's so good. All right, Big Cat, great stuff. We appreciate it. Thank you.
See you, buddy.
All right. Thank you, boys. See ya.
There he is, Barstool Big Cat, every Wednesday, usually around 4 o'clock, a little later today. I think we're going to get some baseball news here shortly, and hopefully Kate Horton will join us, depending on the weather, on the north side here tonight. 312-332-3776. Aki's A-List is next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tomorrow night at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, let's be honest. Watching the highlights on the next morning just doesn't cut it. You want the big plays, the game-winning drives, the buzzer beaters. You want them all live, and that's where Xfinity Sports and News TV comes in. With over 50 sports and news channels, you're covered. From game time to prime time, you're getting the local channels you love, the news you need, and the sports you just can't miss. And here's a bonus for you. Listen up. Peacock Premium is included at no extra cost. You heard me right. That means even more live sports, hit shows, and movies all in one spot. And here's a kicker for you as well. You'll save over $150 a year compared to YouTube TV, Tyler, so you get all the action and keep more money in your pocket. We call that a win-win, buddy. Whether you're streaming the big game, you're catching up on the latest news, or you're watching your favorite shows, Xfinity has you covered on the most reliable network built for streaming. Here's the game plan. Call them. Visit them at Xfinity.com or head into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 a month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month. Peacock Premium is a $7.99 a month value.
Hey teachers, congratulations on another year of being awesome to the students you lead. We salute you. Now it's time to relax and take care of the things you've neglected this school year. When planning for this time, don't forget about your family. And if your family is complete, summer is a great time to take the next step, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read the testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. With 4 convenient locations in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, now with free valet parking. Their procedure is covered by most insurance, so everything is lined up to make your decision an easy one with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. Visit vasectomychicago.com today or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season, and it's time to swing into the action with the Toyota 2025 lineup. We're actually going to a Wisconsin baseball tournament in the Sequoia this weekend, so we're ready to go. Are you? Leading off the RAV4, a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander. More room than ever, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat. And rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I guess it's not major, but it affects our immediate future. And both of our baseball games in town, a rarity where we have both teams in town on a homestand. I think this is the only time this year they're doing it. Both games, north side, south side.
Bang!
Yeah, they banged the games. That's what the kids like to say, or the baseball people. Both games have been banged. So no White Sox game tonight. I believe the White Sox game's a doubleheader tomorrow.
Yes, that's correct. Straight doubleheader tomorrow.
Because St. Louis only comes one time. They only play them one time. The Cubs, I believe, are moving this, and they're rescheduling as a split doubleheader on August 18th. Is that what you have, Tyler?
Yes, that is. You know what this does open up? There was no red line doubleheader this year. Tomorrow, now all of a sudden there is.
That's right. So you could go to the day Sox game and the...
No, you go day Cubs and then the second Sox game.
Yes, that's right. So the Cubs will play August 18th. They'll have a game at 1:20 against the Brewers, and then 7:05. The White Sox are playing a straight-through doubleheader. What did you say? Did you say
1:10 first pitch.
1:10 and then right afterwards?
Correct, yep.
All right, so there you go.
They've lost 6 in a row, haven't they? Time to get this thing turned back around.
Blame me.
I know. Did you starting to compliment them?
Yeah, and we thought like these blowouts are done, the long losing streaks are done, competitive baseball is here, and since we've said that, they've lost some bad games.
Last night might have been the first time they looked like last year's team. It was just mental mistakes. They couldn't feel the ball. It was horrible.
Yeah, and we've talked.
So I don't have to get rid of the cheap shot jokes that I've been making. I can still keep them holstered and deliver them when necessary.
Does this mean Cade Horton is a no-go, or can Jesse still get in the clubhouse?
Cade Horton probably wants to go do something.
We're working on it.
We got something for him to do.
What?
Talk to us. He's a good guy.
I don't want to talk to you.
What else? What are you going to do if you're a rookie in town? He was supposed
to
pitch.
Chicago Cut, have an early meal with some of your buddies, your friends.
I know. He's not like he's a veteran.
Get in the pitch lab, maybe, with what's his name, your pitching coach.
Cade Horton confirmed will join us today.
See, there you go. There's a stand-up guy. Stand-up young guy.
You were just telling him to go to dinner.
But if he can't get an early reservation, join us.
He's supposed to pitch tomorrow. Will he be pushed back a day?
No, it's Tyon tomorrow.
Tyon, okay.
No.
I think Jed mispronounced it.
Talon. Did he say Talion or Talon?
Talon? I don't know.
He used the L, though.
It caught my attention.
No, but if you look at all the pronunciation guides, have it as Tyon.
Yeah, it did.
We should ask Cade when he joins us.
Threw us for a loop. All right, let's get Docky's A-list because we've got Cade Horton here coming up at the same time, we believe.
But it's time for Aki's A-list. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-list. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. Did I hear this correctly? They threw out the first pitch
You threw out the first pitch at the game last night. A pair of first pitches. It was Luther Burden threw one of them because all the Bears rookies were there, and Mr. Finance threw out the other one.
I like that. Very good.
Luther Burden look healthy?
Looked healthy. Bounced his pitching, but it had some good velocity on it, better than most that you'd see.
How about Brandon? How was his pitch?
His pitch was solid. Okay. Also, I think bounced in there, but it was a good toss as well.
I think it's quite a shock for the average, person when you stand up on that mound.
Yes.
It is not like throwing from just a level surface.
They always say aim high because it's further than it looks. All right, what do you got, Tyler?
All right, let's start with some Cubs conversation here because I don't know if you noticed this too, Silvy. I had two observations from yesterday's game.
Oh, good. I've been waiting for this.
First of all, people don't understand what the chant is for PCA. There's half the crowd that's doing MVP and half the crowd that's doing PCA. And I think everyone needs to get on the same page.
Okay, so is it I was chanting PCA. Are we starting now to veer it to the MVP
But
like during Derrick Rose's?
I think that it's weird because whenever he does something, like he hits the home run or he made the catch yesterday, and then you hear two different chants going. They're dueling chants. And I feel like we need to get on the same page as a fan base.
And what would you suggest as a fan?
I would say this year, since you're kind of campaigning for him to be MVP'd.
Oh, so you're not even going MVP, you're going MVP'd.
That's what people were chanting yesterday is what I noticed.
Is
MVP'd.
that your favorite nickname going right now, MVP'd? Because there are a few others. Now I'm blanking here. There was...
Someone did Pete Crow All-Star, which I think is terrible.
Pete Crow All-Star, Pete Crow Awesome. I've seen
That's
that.
pretty bad, too.
Yeah.
Jack, what's your favorite? I saw you shaking your head.
I like MVP, but it's PCA. It's classic. You just chant PCA, and it's different than everybody else's. I would just chant PCA.
That's what you were chanting?
I was chanting PCA.
I think that's the best one.
PCA.
The other thing I noticed yesterday.
Are you a chanter at games, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, big chanter.
What's your favorite chant?
My favorite chant? I love a good chant of when a guy's name kind of sounds like a boo.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And so it sounds like you're booing, but you're not actually booing the guy. That's probably my favorite.
Like if Boog was here, we would. Yeah. Well, that would just be a boo, but because it's Boog.
Yeah. Okay, so the other thing I noticed yesterday.
I like Nuts and Bolts, We Got Screwed. Did you ever do that one back in the day? Nuts and Bolts, We Got Screwed?
I haven't partook in that one before.
Bad sportsmanship against the umpire.
You might get tossed out of a game.
There's no chance you didn't have that chant in your repertoire.
We did not have that. We didn't have it.
Never?
No.
Ever?
No.
Nuts and Bolts, We Got Screwed?
I've heard of it from you. We never did that.
Really? Because you guys were very classy.
We were not classy. That's certainly not the case. Go ahead.
Other thing I noticed, I think that's the fewest amount of Brewers fans I've seen at a Cubs game.
There was one behind me, and that was it.
There was three in front of me, and that was it.
Yeah.
Well, I think, is that more of a product of Cub fans or not? They're buying the tickets, and
I think they're not selling them. I've noticed the last couple of years,
Cub fans are not reselling it.
I had a theory a couple years ago that that Wrigley was just getting invaded by opposing fan bases, and my theory I felt like was correct because they were still selling out. The attendance numbers looked largely the same as they usually do. But then there was a Sunday in the summer game against the Angels, and it was, I think, sub 30,000 was the announced attendance, which for a summer Sunday at Wrigley, that's crazy. You'd never see that number get under 30,000.
And it's because they were going through the rebuild, I think. It just opened it up to other fan bases who maybe hadn't gotten in mass before.
And like Angels fans, it's not a huge fan base. They're not coming out here in all likelihood to watch a game.
You know, that's a good point, Tyler, because last year I went to a game with Braxton, and it was against the Astros. And there were way more Astro fans at that series last year than there were Brewers fans at yesterday's game.
So there was just 3 in front of me yesterday, and right after the PCA catch, we were talking with them pretty much throughout the whole game, and right after the PCA catch, I go, what do you guys think about PCA? And they're like, well, we've got Jackson Chourio. And then he hits the home run off the scoreboard the next inning. And I don't know if you saw where it hit on the scoreboard. It literally hit right next to Jackson Chourio's name.
Oh, wow.
It said Chourio's 0 for 4.
That's fantastic. Now, Waddle wanted to know if you could hear a sound. You were near the scoreboard. Could you hear the sound?
I couldn't hear a sound, no.
Neither,
Because I think everyone was just...
It was loud.
It was loud at that point, yeah.
It would have been great if you heard a giant clank.
Oh, yeah. Would have been awesome. Would have been fantastic. So there was an article today on ESPN.com. It was talking about stats that have defined this baseball season, and one of them was PCA and the pace that he's on right now. He is on a pace to hit 41 home runs, or 42 home runs, and 51 stolen bases. That would put him in 40-50 company, rather. And then if you look at the Cubs' win percentage right now, they are currently pacing for 99.7 wins this season. What is more likely? PCA goes 40-40 or the Cubs win 100 games?
100 games.
I'd say that.
It's 40-40 is still so tough.
It is.
To keep this home run pace up despite a slump, despite adjustments, despite getting tired. Because I don't want him to get it. How many games did he play last year? 120 in the majors?
I believe that's about right, yeah.
So he's played every game, I believe, except one this year. It's going to be a heavy workload.
No, I would say the team's success would be the thing that I would bank on more so. I mean, I know for a stretch they had what was rated the easiest schedule. Is that still the case? I mean, they had such a brutal schedule early.
I think it's still one of the easier ones, I believe, but it's still not.
Because they got through a lot of those really bad teams.
Well, and things changed.
Colorado and the White Sox. I know they play the White Sox once more, but when you had 2 series against the White Sox and the Colorado Rockies series, that certainly lowered it. And then another one with the Pirates and everything like that.
Well, remember last year, too, there was not a single 100-win team in baseball. Not even the Dodgers got to 100 wins last year. So it's something.
What was the Pacoda projection to start the year?
87, 89, something. There were 2 projections. One was lower than the other.
Really high. It was like,
and one was like 83, wasn't it?
Yeah, one was like 83, 84. Another, I want to say, was like 95, and I think we were all kind of floored by it. Like, whoa, there's no way. And now all of a sudden, 95, not out of the realm of possibility.
I took the over, and I think the over was, 85 and a half? 86
yeah, I believe
and a
that's
half?
right. I was looking at it earlier today. The updated win total for them is 95 and a half.
Can you half it? Can you go under after going?
Try to middle it, yeah.
Middle it?
You could.
That's a proper terminology?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to have, I believe, Cade Horton here in a moment. So Tyler's screening the call as he was in the middle of Aki's A-list. Cade Horton is a great story. He's a guy and he's coming off his best outing. He's also a guy who grew up a big-time football player in Oklahoma, in Norman, Oklahoma.
I think he made the right choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he still misses it from what I heard. Cade Horton, the rookie pitcher for the Chicago Cubs, joining Waddle and Silvy right now on the Yingling guest hotline. Cade, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. Feeling good, trying to stay dry.
We thought it was tremendous out of you that the game was just banged, as they like to say, and here you are still willing to uphold your commitment.
Stand-up guy.
That is outstanding.
Yeah, well, I try to be.
It was either that, Kate, or we thought maybe that your dinner reservation was probably 6:30, so you could still do the interview and get to the dinner reservation.
That's right.
So okay, so you haven't been up long. What is a rookie now given an extra night off do on a night like tonight?
Probably spend some time with the wife, just with how much, we sacrifice from seeing our families and things like that. Just being able to have a chill night, grab some dinner, hang out, yeah, so it's nice to be able to just chill some nights.
Pretty basic question. How has your what has your major league experience been like to this point, Cade?
It's been really cool. It's awesome coming into this clubhouse with a bunch of veteran guys that just care about winning, and so it's been really, really special to be a part of.
Does it make it more of a pressurized situation to come into an environment like this where there's accomplished players and the team is really good? Or does that take some of the pressure off of you because you don't have to carry the heavy load?
Yeah, I think, it can take some pressure off. I think, it's for me, it's just all about keeping my team in the game to win. And so just going out there and doing your job. Regardless if, you're winning or you're losing, there's still going to be pressure. And so just dealing with that and just honing into taking it one pitch at a time and trying to get outs. At the end of the day, that's my responsibility. And so just being able to do that has been huge.
Cade Horton joining us, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. Building on that, Cade, what is one thing that you've learned in your short time up here about life in Major League Baseball that you did not know?
The schedule. It's, there's in the minor leagues, you get one off day a week. Coming up here, you go on 13, 14 day streaks where you got to show up to the park and find a way to get your body and your mind right. And so I think that's the biggest adjustment is the schedule change. Last 2 weeks we were in 3 different cities and didn't have an off day. And so it's been an adjustment, but it's also been good. There's a lot of good to come out of that.
There was an addition made on your Wikipedia page the other day after your last start, and it says, on June 14, 2025, Horton pitched against the Pirates, making an exciting matchup against Paul Skeens. While the Cubs lost that game during the extra innings, Horton himself outperformed the Cy Young favorite Skeens, tossing 5 2/3 scoreless innings with 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, and just 3 hits. Be honest with me, Cade. When you're pitching against Skeens, are you noticing what he's doing, or are you truly just worried about what you're doing?
No, I'm truly worried about what I'm doing. Obviously he's a great pitcher, but at the same time, I can't be worrying about what he's doing and then, focusing on what I'm doing. You got to keep it simple, and at the end of the day, it's my job to go out there and do what I do. And so that's to keep my team into the game. And, if he's throwing up zeros, that means I got to throw up zeros. And so just kind of matching, but also just taking it one pitch and one inning at a time.
You mentioned, Cade, that one of the biggest adjustments has been the scheduling. But what about when you're on the mound, facing major league hitters, batter after batter? What is the biggest adjustment from the minor league experience?
Yeah, just knowing mistakes get hit. There's no, cookies or anything like that now. Just using my misses more off the plate as opposed to over the heart of plate. It's just been something I've had to work through and learn. You saw it against the Mets, just left a slider over the middle. White Sox left a slider over the middle again, left a fastball over the middle. Like, those pitches get hit now, to where in the minor leagues, it's like, maybe you get away with that. Maybe it's a fly out, but here these hitters are good and have an approach, and they're not going to miss their pitch.
We're talking to Cubs starter and quarterback Cade Horton. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. This has been fascinating. I don't know how much you know. While the Cubs are very popular, this is a huge Bears town, huge football town. This is the station. We're the home of the Bears. I was looking this up. You threw for over 3,000 yards your senior year with 26 touchdowns. You also rushed for 1,149 yards and added 15 touchdowns. So you had a combined 41 touchdowns that season, combined over 4,100 yards. If I put you on a football field today, how much do you still have left in the tank as a quarterback?
I think I could do it. It was a really cool opportunity to play football. I love football. Love watching it. I love the physicality of football. I think I still got it. I might be a little rusty though.
Well, you grew up in Norman, and you of course pitched at Oklahoma. Did you? And I believe Caleb was at Oklahoma when you were there as well. Did you know Caleb at all at Oklahoma?
No, our paths never crossed. We were there at the same time, but I left the football team before he got there, and so after that, baseball and football really don't cross paths a whole lot just because of the seasons. And so I never got a chance to meet him, but I'm hoping at some point he'll come to a game at Wrigley and get to meet him.
Did you like him as a quarterback, or did you dislike him because he left to go to USC?
No, I mean I love watching him play. He had one of the greatest comebacks in OU Texas history, and so that was really cool to watch. He's a special player. Can do it. A multitude of ways. He can throw, he can run. It's really impressive to watch.
Did 13-year-old you think you'd be a quarterback in the National Football League or a pitcher in Major League Baseball, or at that age, maybe both?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just depended on the season. During football season, I thought I was going to be a quarterback. During baseball season, I thought, I was going to be in the big leagues. But yeah, once high school hit, I really, I kind of knew my future was baseball. But I thought, I have this open door. I might as well see it through while I can.
Are you a Thunder fan too?
I am. Yes.
So
got a big game coming up.
Yeah, and then I think you were supposed to pitch tomorrow. So now after the game, you can watch this, correct?
I don't know. We're still working through things and working on the schedule. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Kate Horton joining us, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. All right, I was at the game yesterday. What about the PCA mania? I'm sure this is someone that you've known longer than this year because of him being in Iowa. I'm not sure how much you guys crossed after you were drafted, but what has it been like watching PCA do what he's doing?
Yeah, it's been incredible. The guy's, a game changer. He can win games defensively. He can win games offensively. It's been really special to watch. Just the way he works, his competitiveness is unmatched, and so it's been really fun to watch.
Did you expect that kind of power from a guy built like him?
I watched Pete in high school, and I knew he had it in there. It was just a matter of time before it came out. I wouldn't. There's never been a thing I've doubted Pete on. He's gonna prove people wrong no matter what.
How would you describe your experience at your home ballpark at Wrigley?
I love it. Wrigley it's electric atmosphere. Doesn't matter the weather, the night, fans are going to be there. And so it's really fun to play, especially when the wind's blowing in.
We love and we love what you had. I mean, it used to be such a hitter's ballpark, and we love what we see so far out of you. The one thing about your history is I think the longest you pitched in a season was almost 90 innings. Do you believe that you'll be able to handle the workload through the rest of the year and into a pennant race?
I mean, yeah, I think I can. I've never thrown on 5 days rest. I've been throwing on 5 days rest. I'm feeling healthy, and so I'm just trying to, keep my body in a good spot to it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. So just knowing that, I feel the best I ever have, and just continue building. Whenever my number's called, I'm going to be ready. And so just continue building on that.
All right, before we let you go, Kate, I mentioned this to Waddle, too. I mean, we observe our show, we observe everything. So, like, I noticed all the tattoos. Well, when did you start? Was your first tattoo, and what do they represent?
Yeah, I got my first tattoo when I was my freshman year of college. I got a lion with a clock in the middle. And then I have a rose down at the bottom. The rose is kind of just a filler. The lion, that's king of the jungle. The clock is when I was born. And then I got Jesus on the other side. I'm a big believer. Those are kind of my tattoos. Yeah.
Any upcoming plans for more?
Yeah, I think this off season I'm going to finish the sleeve off. But I'm still looking and deciding on what I want.
That's great.
Pain level 1 to 10 on actually sitting in that chair for several hours getting them
it's
done.
actually not that bad. It depends on the area and how dark the shading is, but it's not as bad. Especially once they start, it's like, okay, well, you got to get through it because there's no going back now.
Well, enjoy time tonight with the wife. A nice day off here now. At least you were at the ballpark and probably still are. But enjoy the night, and it was great to get to know you, and hopefully we could do this again. Best of luck,
awesome.
too.
Thanks, Cade.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all.
There you go. There's Cade Horton, the Cubs
Bunch
starting
of
pitcher.
nice guys on your
really
team,
good.
too.
Yeah, like I noticed when I saw him get interviewed during the game, like, you know how some of those in-game interviews can be boring, not much said. When they interviewed Cade Horton, I'm like, this guy's got some, for a rookie who's just coming up.
He's got some thoughts.
Yeah, he's got thoughts and a personality.
He's a quarterback.
Yes. Yeah, and these quarterbacks have always been in the spotlight.
Absolutely.
Their whole life. Pretty cool stuff. All right, so both games, if you're just getting into your car, the Cubs game postponed. They'll make that up in a day-night doubleheader in August. The White Sox game also postponed. They're going to do a straight-through doubleheader tomorrow starting at 1:10 against the Cardinals. We've got some more fun coming up ahead. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Picture it, ice cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze flowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect.
It's a Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Pelican Harry's Sports Bar in Homer Glen. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Summer Friday on the Carmen and Jurko Show. Please enjoy responsibly.
Guys, I want to talk to you specifically. You know, when it comes to mental health, sometimes in the past, people have viewed it as a stigma. Like, you don't want to admit that you're getting therapy or even taboo. But mental health is health. And I think it's important to mention that 6 million men in the United States suffer from depression every year, and it's often undiagnosed. While you're feeling down, while you're having those thoughts, go talk to someone. And even for those who don't think that they have a serious issue, we all need someone to talk to. I am here to admit, and I've talked about it openly for years now, I get a therapy session every 2 to 3 weeks. And talking to my therapist is vital to me as a dad, vital to me as a husband, and just for my well-being, it lowers my stress. I'm a better parent because of it. And I encourage you to go to betterhelp.com/timeout. And don't make this taboo. If you want to talk to someone, talk to someone. This is easy. They've got over 35,000 therapists. They will match you with one that's going to work perfect for your schedule. It will be easy because you can do it online. You don't have to get into an office. So they have helped over 5 million people globally. Again, it's betterhelp.com. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Okay, the rains are here, and Permaseal is here to help. If you're getting seepage or are concerned about that possibility, give us a call at 800-421-SEAL. Our experienced staff is standing by, either to set up a free inspection, replace a failed sump pump, or just answer a question you may have. Permaseal is a family-owned business that you can trust. We've got an A-plus rating with the BBB and over 14,000 five-star reviews. We are ready to help. Call now, 800-421-7325 or visit permaseal.net.
Thinking about buying your first home? Neighborhood Lending Services from NHS Chicago makes it possible. We offer affordable home loans, home improvement financing, and expert support, all from a trusted nonprofit with deep roots in your community. Let NLS take you to the next level in your journey to home ownership. Call us today at 773-329-4111 or visit our website at nhschicago.org. Select NLS Connect.
Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 276722.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
College students, are you looking to make your campus living more comfortable, functional, and fashionable? Let IKEA help. From innovative storage solutions and furniture to maximize your space, to fashionable bedding and accessories, IKEA is helping make college living truly inspired by you. And now, qualified college students can save even more with 15% off when they sign up for IKEA Family for free. Visit IKEA Schaumburg and IKEA Bolingbrook, or check out the Ready for College section on IKEA.com/US to learn more.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
We really haven't played much of the Jed Hoyer interview from Kap and J Hood this morning. Jed was a participant at 9 a.m. this morning.
Always a willing participant as well.
He's always fun to talk to.
I've always said this. I really like Jed.
Mm-hmm.
You have to separate your personal appreciation for somebody as a human from how you feel about the job they've done. And I've always asked the question, the limitations, are they ownership related? Or is some of it on Jed? And the answer is probably somewhere in the middle. But I always enjoy listening to Jed talk.
Yeah. And
Does that make me weird?
No. He's a fun interview and a guy who is fair. I think Theo was way more open, but and Jed sort of dolls it up in a longer answer without saying much. It's an art form.
Oh, yeah.
But I thought this was interesting. They asked him about his own contract. as long as we're talking about him. Remember, he's a free agent at the end of the year. So what's the latest? And remember, there's talk about Ryan Poles getting an extension, and there's been a lot of talk. Someone even was reporting that AK and Eversley have been extended.
I saw that.
No bueno. No good.
I don't know how you justify an extension for that front office.
Is that second extensions for them?
I don't know. But
how do you sit down and go, hey, this has been really good. You know what we're going to do? We're going to give you new paper.
I need more time. That's what I think he keeps not doing stuff to say, I need more time.
Is that why he's not meeting the media after the draft?
I don't know. Mark Eversley is now, yeah. But anyway, this is about Jet. Here's his contract.
Yeah, no, we haven't. I wouldn't talk about kind of where we are. I think that ultimately, it's totally fair to ask me questions about Kyle Tucker. I get it; that's the job. But as far as questions about myself, I wouldn't ever talk about it. I don't. No one comes out to watch me play. So let's just focus on the team. Obviously, listen, I've been here for 14 years. I love Chicago. And really, I just kind of focus on, this team now and hopefully making this team better.
What were you shrugging?
No, I'm not shrugging. I'm like, that's the perfect response. Nobody's paying to see me general manage. I don't have a problem that he doesn't want to talk about his own situation.
Was he about to give you a little intel? Because I think the question was if you guys talked about your own deal. And listen to the way he starts the answer, then goes into that other one.
Yeah, no, we haven't. I wouldn't talk about kind of where we are. I think that
we haven't.
We haven't. No. And then he stopped, and then I don't want to talk about my deal.
Yeah, no, we haven't. I wouldn't talk about kind of where we are. I think that ultimately,
I think he was telling you that they haven't spoken. That's my read on it.
Okay, I would say this as well. Outside of PCA, I don't know that anyone inside that building has done more for himself this year than Jet. In terms of...
I think you're right.
I mean, in terms of building value for yourself, timing is everything in life.
He's probably going to parlay it into a 5-year extension.
No doubt. Because pretty much everything he has done this year has worked.
Right. And we knew Tucker was going to get a mega deal no matter what.
Yes. So I don't think other than PCA, nobody has done more to up their profile and their value inside that building.
Drew Pomerantz went from a no pitching in 3 years.
I don't think Drew's cashing that into a big time deal. He's already 37.
I think he
36?
found a new role though in Major League Baseball for a little while longer.
No question. He's got another, way. But I'm saying with Jet, nobody has done. I mean, talk about doing a good job. Give credit where credit is due. He built that bullpen, and a bullpen is the most unpredictable part of any Major League Baseball team. That thing's humming with gas.
Here's Jed. I thought this was interesting because I think this is most important of the answers. Will ownership now allow him to spend at the trade deadline? Because it's not just about giving up assets; it's about taking on more money, going over the luxury tax. What if there's a guy out there who's signed to multiple years? This was Jed about if he's going to be given the resources to do all that.
Yeah, that's not a concern for me at all. I think that, the resources will be there. I think that the real question is just going to be how it lines up from a trade standpoint. I think it's likely to be a seller's market. I don't think that we know how it's going to develop yet. I think that, we're still too far away from the deadline. There's too many games to be played, and there's teams that may fall out of it that, we're expecting that we aren't expecting. There may be teams that we think are going to sell that play well and don't sell. So I think it's still too far away to really have a sense of it. But yeah, from a resource standpoint, from a ownership support standpoint, I think that's there, no question.
So
it's different than when they were trying to get Bregman, right?
Yes. And it just sounds like to him, if the baseball trade makes sense, they will have the money to bring in whoever they deem is the answer.
Yeah, I don't think money will be the issue at this point. I think it will be whether or not it's an equitable deal for them to make.
Yeah, here he talks about the team as a whole, and this is what you were saying about cooking with gas. What about this team? How does he feel about the team right now?
We played really well so far. Obviously, there's a long way to go. We're not even at a halfway point, but we played well. I think that the gratifying thing really has been, the position playing group. We play a lot of clean games. Obviously, the at-bats are really good, but I do feel like consistently night in, night out, we've been throwing strikes and we've been catching the ball and running the bases hard. And I feel like it's been a fun brand of baseball to watch. Good defense, good base running, and some power is a pretty good combination. And those guys have continued to play hard every night. It's been impressive to watch.
I think that he hit a point there, too, that I think most Cubs fans feel. I was talking to our buddy Kevin Boehm today, who called just to chat about the Cubs. And Kevin said, we've seen good teams here that are boring. Like, this team is playing great, fun baseball.
And they're likable.
Yeah.
All of it is. It's been a special 70-plus whatever games it has been.
That running aspect I just love that the stealing bases is back in baseball. It adds a whole new side of baseball that we were missing for years. What has surprised Jed Hoyer the most this year?
Well, I'd probably be lying to say that Pete hasn't been the biggest surprise. Obviously, we expected big things out of him, but to say I thought he'd have 19 homers at this point, I think would be a lie. So I think that's been probably the biggest surprise. Just how he's blossomed this year. That's been, and I would say it really. I think the pitching guys have done a great job. Some early bumps in the road until we got the bullpen settled out, and those guys have thrown really well and been consistent. And bullpens are volatile. There's always going to be ups and downs, but I think those guys stabilize that really well. And we've been able to win games by scoring a lot of runs, and we've also been able in this latest stretch to win some games with low scores. And I think that's important to be able to do both.
And then here, did he expect that power that he just talked about, and where's it coming from with PCA this year?
No, I certainly didn't expect him to be hitting balls the way he is. I mean, homering to center field and hitting no doubter home runs. I mean, these haven't been wall scrapers that he's been hitting. He's been hitting them long and far, and it's remarkable. I mean, he's such a twitchy athlete. He generates so much bat speed, and to his credit, and with the coach's credit, he's worked really hard on his swing, and he gets the ball in the air to the pull side, which is, he catches the ball out front, and I think he's able to use his bat speed and his power really well. But yeah, that ball last night was really juiced for a guy that's not a huge, strong guy.
I love the wall scraper term. You giggled when you heard that,
I love
too.
That. That's baseball, inside baseball, a wall scraper. It's one, again, like I'm not telling you he's small, and I'm sure he's strong and he's wiry, but you just don't expect power from somebody that's built like that. And not just power, as Jed said, these are not balls that are landing in the basket. These are 455-foot home runs.
I remember early on when he was just starting to go, because in the first month he got off to a slow start, and he was just starting to show a little bit. And one of the earlier home runs was like to left field right in the basket.
Yes.
And you thought, okay, those are going to be some of the home runs. But ever since then, that ball was smoked. And I said I was at the game yesterday.
They're all no-doubters.
I mean, Tyler, when you saw that ball hit, the crack of the bat, and it was coming your way because you're in the right field corner, I saw it from across the diamond leave, up against the stands, the trajectory, up against the night sky. I mean, I won't forget the way that ball exploded off the bat for a long time. Don't get me wrong. It's not like this game-winning home run, but it will be one that I will remember. PCA's huge 400, what was it, 60-foot home run? What did it go, 460?
452.
Yeah, 452, yeah. So close. What did you right when he hit it?
The second it came off the bat, you knew it was just
missile.
I was thinking, is it going to hit the scoreboard? Because we haven't really seen a Wrigley home run hit the scoreboard lately. I'm like, is this going to hit the scoreboard?
Usually in left field. Chris Bryant hit a couple in left, but not in right.
Right.
And Schwarber went on top of the scoreboard.
Rizzo, I think, has put a couple off the scoreboard, but it's been a while since we've seen a home run like that.
Is the scoreboard in left still Wintrust?
Yes.
Is it?
I believe it is.
You still want that money,
Still want the money coming out.
Mm-hmm. But
nobody listens to me.
Exploding scoreboard that has vouchers you've always wanted.
It spits out things that look like dollar bills. Home run, dollar bills come out. You take the dollar bill to your local Wintrust, and you can open up a checking account with some sort of benefit on it.
How about off the Budweiser sign? You get a beer shower.
Okay, I'm good with that too.
Cool.
How about that?
If you want to come over for a beer shower, come on over. We'll give you a beer shower, courtesy of PCA.
How do you feel about that if you've got minors? Are you cool with it?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if you're beer showering people, don't you have to be of age?
Yeah, I'm not giving your son a beer shower. He's 11.
Well, wait, so this is a controlled beer shower?
Yeah,
I thought
you
were
have to
saying
go to the shower.
Oh, okay. It's
you
an
get
actual
in line for a shower.
It's like the shower at Comiskey and then now the Ray.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant like the scoreboard shoots out beer.
No. There's a spot for you.
Okay. All right.
You want
new exploding scoreboard?
Yeah, you've got to go to that spot, and then if you want to be showered in beer, you get showered in beer.
Only after home runs, though, by Cubs.
Yeah, not pop-ups to the second base. Nico's got this one. Who wants a beer shower? No. You have to hit a home run. It's got to hit the Budweiser sign. That's the only way you get a beer shower.
It's got to hit the sign.
Yes.
That's impossible.
Okay, then there won't be any beer showers. You've got to hit the sign and left if you want the free, gift, whatever it is, for a checking account at your local Wintrust. These are things that they're not going to happen every game. How many people have hit the Budweiser sign? Just Schwarber? That's it?
Did he actually hit the sign or just
he just
went
landed
on top
it up
of
there, right?
Yeah.
How many people have hit the sign?
I don't
know. Think about it. Pete hit his 452 yesterday, and it was still probably maybe 10 feet below where that sign is, 7 feet below where that sign is.
You're going to have to hit 460 if you want a beer shower.
Okay. Coming up next, Jurko was on one today. We'll play you some of the highlights, and I'll ask you the question that they had on their list and who would be number one in your brain. That's coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivory.
Guys, you have a plumbing emergency? Call our guys over at Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. Heating or cooling not working? You know who to call. It's Four Seasons. Need a new hot water tank installed today? Call our guys at Four Seasons. Thinking about a whole home generator? Four Seasons has you covered. At Four Seasons, they guarantee same-day installation for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, and generator needs with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. I called Four Seasons for my tune-up of my air conditioning unit, and they told me that he would be there around 8 o'clock. 7:59, the doorbell rang. There was my Four Seasons service guy. Outstanding customer service. Call them at 866-4 Seasons. That's 866, the number 4 Seasons.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, Mr. Jurko, come collect your Let's Make It Bigger pills. So when it's your moment to deliver the high hard one, Carm.
Jurko, that was just in one read today, and boy, he had some other great stuff. His list.
Something else today, buddy.
Bleck and Abdallah came up with a list season. You know, these I think they start at 100 days away from the NFL season.
Yeah.
And they fill the time with interesting lists where they spin. It's been a great, fantastic segment. Like last year, I didn't get to hear any of them because I don't think we would be in our meeting during them. But now that we meet at 1:30, I think they do it at 1 every day around that time, I'm able to hear it. So today their list was, these are people, your top 5 people that you would want to punch in the face, but you can't because it's assault. Who would be your number one?
You know what? I was thinking about this. I really, truly, I don't have the urge to punch anyone in the face.
Oh, get out of here, Mr. Nice Guy.
I don't even think it's that.
Look at you, so nice.
I'm trying to think. Who would I want to punch?
I don't want to punch
you?
anybody.
I'm trying to think. Maybe the Reds owner?
Oh, going personal. I like it.
What? Wait a second. What do you mean? Punching someone in the face is very personal. I don't care who it is.
Yeah, I
don't want you to take this personal, but I'm going to punch you in the face.
Would it be bad if I said AK? If that was my number one?
Why would it be bad? It's all personal.
Like just his smug attitude, his lack of movement and vision. There's nothing that is like lovable about the guy who runs the Bulls. ESPN, what's your name? There's Tyler. Well, Jack, who are you saying?
Aaron Rodgers for me. There's
that
number
was on
one.
A couple of them, yeah.
That one's the easiest one. He's caused me enough pain. It's time for him to feel some pain from me.
Football would I want to punch in the face?
Well, wait, was it like you want to punch them in the face,
Yes.
or is it punchable faces?
This wasn't, no, we've done this
Want
before.
to punch in the face.
We've done this segment before back in the day where we said jerk face. Who's got the jerk face that you just want to punch? The punchable face. And maybe that's how you decide your list. Jurko didn't do it that way. he had 4 females on his list. And he said he put it out there earlier today. He goes, this is equal opportunity right here, just figuratively speaking. I even sounded like I didn't sound comfortable even just saying that part of it.
It's his list.
But he gave 4. He gave 4 females.
He's allowed to have his list. I'm still trying to figure it out in the world of sports or just in general. I think whoever put the reconstruction of the highway plan together. I mean, you know how I feel about that situation.
The person who planned out the long-term plan for the Kennedy reconstruction.
Yeah, whoever thought whoever put that plan together.
That's a good one. I still just don't get it. The left lane driver. I know it's an old school thing. It's at an all-time worst. And what makes it even worse is that we're sitting in traffic nonstop on all these construction sites.
Yeah.
Finally, we make it to open space where it's time to go. And the person on a 4-lane highway he's in the left lane going 60.
Yeah.
Get out of the way. If you want to go that slow, you can. Just move it out. Move it to the right. Off to the right.
Off and to the right. I'm still trying to think. Like, so that's all you came up with was AK?
Well, I was just asking for one. Like, for one.
No, I mean...
I didn't try to construct a whole... I'd have to think about it. What about you, Tyler? Do you have one?
I'll go with Zach Hampel, the foul ball guy. Do you know about this guy?
Is he the...
He's the guy who
Yankees guy?
No. He steals foul balls from kids. He goes ballpark to ballpark and just tries to collect as many foul balls as possible.
I don't like that.
Bad guy.
All right. There you go. More coming up, incling the list of...
Yeah, why don't you leave after that personal attack? Why don't you get the hell out?
I'm getting out.
Yeah.
You're kicking me out, I'm leaving.
That's right. Tyler, come on in and take your seat.
There you go.
It's going to get a lot more civil.
Waddle has kicked me out after that. They will talk about the...
We'll talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about.
You heard the man?
That's right. Get out.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. Picture it. Ice cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze flowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's just about perfect. It's a Carmen and Jurko Summer Friday, presented by Yingling. Join us live from Pelican Harry Sports Bar in Homer Glen. It's this Friday, noon to 3. It's another great excuse to start your weekend early. Summer Friday on the Carmen and Jurko Show. Please enjoy responsibly.
All right, everybody. Everyone loves a fresh haircut for the summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school this season, is the time for making memories, not appointments. And that's why you should go to Great Clips. You can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever you have time. They even send you a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips, they save your haircut details and clip notes so you can get the same great cut you want the next time you're in, no matter who you see. And the best part? Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, you can look and feel great while still having money left over for all those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, you know, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, you know, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, you know, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, you know, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
You know what we haven't done lately, Tyler? Talk a little football.
Football.
I know that baseball has dominated the conversation, especially with all of you guys going to the ballpark last night and watching a thrilling Cubs victory over the Milwaukee Brewers. But we have not had a good, solid football conversation. And I know you and Chris probably will. As Black comes in, Abdallah is going to a concert, isn't he?
Yep.
So look at you, a stand-up guy, a great teammate. You're stepping in and you're going to fill in for him.
That's what I do.
That's what
I
do
do around here, Waddle.
But they always have football conversations. We have not had one. Where do you want to start? There was two things that I wanted to get to. One was the Bears projections from Mike Clay, and I know this is old. This is like 7, 8, 9 days old, but I don't think we've touched on these. And there was also something on ESPN from a couple of days ago. It was kind of the NFC round table.
Yeah.
Where NFC North round table, rather, where Courtney and Rob Domofsky and Seifert's for
Kevin Seifert.
Kevin Seifert. And I don't know the Lions writer, last name Woodyard,
Eric
rather.
Woodyard, yep.
But all four of them were asked several questions, or they kind of batted around thoughts. And one is something that has been, kind of a conversation point on Get Up and some of the other ESPN shows about, which quarterback has the most to prove or the most pressure. So you go, you know how I feel. I've always said Caleb. I think Caleb's got as much pressure on him as any quarterback in the National Football League. And my explanation is, it makes sense to me, but it's coming from me, so that's why it makes sense to me. But there's several prongs to this. First of all, he was the first pick of the draft last year. Didn't go well. Wasn't all his fault.
Right.
The guy drafted after him played better than he did.
Mm-hmm.
You got a new coach coming in. You've revamped your offensive line. You've added a tight end and another wide receiver, so the expectation level goes up after not having the year that you wanted to have. If you look at the other guys, even in your division, because Courtney's choice was Jordan Love.
Mm-hmm.
Domofsky's was J.J. McCarthy. Seifert was Caleb, and I agree with that. And Woodyard was Jared Goff. And I said to you a while ago, this is also a business. Now, I understand why there's pressure on Jordan Love. Who are you? Are you the guy that won a playoff game against the Dallas Cowboys 2 years ago, or the guy that maybe took a step back a little bit last year? I don't know how injured he was, whatever the case may be. Jared Goff, who are you going to be now after Ben Johnson is no longer calling plays and helping you game plan? Getting the bag is part of the chore for these guys. This is a business. Jordan Love signed a $220 million contract, as did Jared Goff. You realize if Caleb Williams plays well, he's going to sign when he's ready to go. At that point, a $500 to $600 million
Probably,
contract.
yeah. I mean, in the case of Love and Goff, you're talking about legacy pressure. In the case of JJ and Caleb, you're talking about career pressure.
Correct.
And even though it's very early on in the rookie clock for those two, it's still something that the NFL only gives you usually like 2-3 years to figure it out at the quarterback position.
I think J.J. McCarthy is going to be given a bit of a rookie pass because despite being his second year, he hasn't played yet. He's got a great coach and a fantastic roster around him. Does he have pressure? Absolutely. He's filling in or he's following Sam Darnold, who threw 35 or however many touchdown passes last year. As I mentioned, Jordan Love's got pressure. Goff's got pressure. But part of this is not just delivering and meeting expectations. You are trying to grab the bag. I think that people overlook that or don't even factor that into pressure. Caleb Williams told you coming out of USC, and I don't hate him. I'm not hating on him for this. He's a marketable commodity.
Yeah.
This is, not just winning games, but this is a business.
The league wants him to succeed. The league, if they can talk about Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels for the next 15 years.
Absolutely.
Oh, I mean, they'd be doing cartwheels over there. For me, I actually do think it's J.J. McCarthy with the most pressure in the division because you're talking about a team that is ready to win now when you look at the other 52 guys on the roster.
Yeah.
You're bringing a lot of it back. You upgraded your offensive line, and you had a quarterback who overachieved last year. And I think one of the real under-the-radar moves of the offseason was Minnesota trading for Sam Howell. And you look at what Minnesota could and Kevin O'Connell could be thinking heading into this season. We won last year, 14 games, with a quarterback who, all right, he was written off for his career, but he revitalized his career last year, got himself a nice contract in the offseason with Sam Darnold. But he is a part of the reason why he succeeded was probably because he's seen a lot of things in the NFL. He wasn't a rookie. This wasn't the growing pains of it all. And Sam Howell, like, for better or for worse, he's put up gaudy stats in the NFL before. It's probably more a la the Gardner Minshew mold than an elite level quarterback.
He led the league in yards.
Led the league in yards, I believe, yeah. But if things aren't going well with J.J. McCarthy the first couple of weeks, you think Kevin O'Connell maybe says, hey, we're actually going to roll with Sam Howell because I know we can maybe maximize this thing and get it going a little bit quicker than
maybe so, but I think by the same token, I think that they won't lean on him to do everything, and their defense should be good, and he's going to be very well coached. Again, what was he, the 12th pick?
12th pick, I believe.
So my pick would be Williams. You've been McCarthy. Jack, who would you say is the quarterback in the NFC North that has the most pressure?
Earth to Jack.
My bad. Chris Black just walked in the studio here, so
he is a distracting force.
He is. Oh my goodness!
His handsomeness will absolutely leave
if I've ever seen one.
I know. Look at this. No, I think the most pressure falls on J.J. McCarthy as well.
The two of you, the young guys.
Because 100%, I'm with you. J.J. McCarthy steps into a very difficult situation, but he does, as you said, get the rookie pass. For me, I think there's a lot of pressure on Goff because this is going to be defining of Jared Goff, whether or not Ben Johnson helped Jared Goff more than we kind of think, right? Like,
don't forget, Jared Goff also went to a Super Bowl with the Rams.
He did, but he was kind of written off. He was seen as a throw-in in that Matthew Stafford trade. Nobody thought he was going to be what he is now. And if he falls back to what he was towards the end of his L.A. career, we're going to start having questions about how good Jared Goff really has been in his career. So I think his legacy's up in arms, too. I don't think we're really sure what his legacy looks like.
It's funny because I think Jared Goff has already proven that he has been a very good quarterback in this league for quite some time. And he's made a ton of money.
But I think part of the narrative with Jared Goff is to prove that he is not a play caller merchant. Right? Like, think about the two guys who have called plays for him. Sean McVay and Ben Johnson. You're talking about two of the best in the league to do it. With a new offensive coordinator coming in there, and I get that Dan Campbell's picked good coordinators in the past, But if things aren't always going right for Jared Goff, what does it look like this year?
Oh, it's a good question. Look, and I think that the nature of the position is there's always going to be pressure. And in this division, I think there is some unique pressure. Jordan Love has got some unique pressure because of the up and down nature of the last 2 years. For all the reasons you guys have mentioned about J.J. McCarthy, there's pressure. Caleb obviously has pressure. And Jared Goff, for the reasons you just mentioned. So I think that it is a division that is, it's going to be very intriguing to watch the quarterback play, and I think each one of them has some unique pressure. Question was asked, which front office won the offseason? Everyone answered the Bears except for Kevin Seifert, who said the Vikings. Now, the Vikings did do some work. They like the Bears, they improved the interior of their offensive line. I think the defense is still, they've added some pieces to the defense as well. I think that they did some nice things to help this team maintain their level of play. But I would also vote for the Bears.
I would too. And it all starts with the head coaching hire. And then you went out and you made splashes in free agency. And then in the draft, I thought you made some good picks there as well. I just think the volume of what they brought in, and sometimes winning the offseason is more of a volume thing. Like, how many things, how many places did you patch
like you mentioned, it's not just Ben Johnson, but it's Dennis Allen. It's the group on offense, whether it's Antoine Randall and Eric Bieniemy.
Al Harris.
Al Harris. As a total, as a whole, the coaching staff, I think, has been upgraded. And that's the one thing I've said all along, that I am certain about, that this team will be much better coached. It would be a more well-coached team this year than it was the last
Well, you'd hope so. I mean, there's a significant investment in that coaching staff now. And it's something that we really have not seen here when we're talking top to bottom of the entire coaching staff.
And who will be the best rookie in the NFC North? Courtney says Colston Loveland. Demotsky says Packers receiver Matthew Golden. Seifert and Woodyard both say Loveland as well. It's interesting for a guy that I don't think a lot of people out there thought was going to be the focus of the Bears when they drafted at 10.
He's going to have, I would think, the most opportunity out of the rookies. Golden is interesting because that Packers wide receiver room is so crowded. He could emerge as the top guy there, but I could also see him falling immediately to number 3 or 4 if Jaden Reed stays healthy, if Romeo Doubs looks good next year, and if Christian Watson is healthy. So if all of those things fall into place, I think Golden could fall into the background. Loveland should have opportunity right away, though, to impact the offense. And Ben Johnson loves him, right? He sees him as his Sam Laporta. Yeah. So
Matthew Golden picked number 22 to be his uniform number. He cannot succeed in the league with number 22, as a receiver.
Really?
He can't. 22, that's not a receiver number.
Which is weird. I don't know what it was. It's obviously meaningful to him. He was the number 23 overall pick. I don't know why he chose 22. But it is a crowded room. I think Colston Loveland is a good selection here for who will be the best rookie in the NFC North because of the success, as you mentioned, that Ben Johnson has had using a tight end like Sam Laporta. I think he knows exactly how to use him in this offense, and I think he'll be given a ton of opportunities.
I wouldn't be surprised, too, if it was, and again, it's probably a little tougher to quantify because you're trying to compare offensive linemen to offensive skill position players, but Donovan Jackson, too, who the Vikings drafted to be their left guard, that's a group that needed a little bit of a upkeep on the offensive line, and that could end up being one of the most impactful. Because, like, Loveland, I think he'll be impactful, but you may not see the numbers balloon the way that you would expect. And it'd be tough to judge the rookie seasons of a Loveland versus an offensive lineman. But I do think, impact-wise, you're talking about a first-round pick on the offensive line. You should step in and make an impact right away.
Speaking of Loveland, to get to real quick, the Mike Clay 2025 Chicago Bears projections. I know you've seen these, haven't you?
I have, yes.
I don't know. Have you seen them, Jack?
I've not seen these,
Would it surprise you? I heard Shea reading these to Kap and Jonathan the other day, that Caleb Williams, the projection for his season, 3,917 yards, 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, sacked 43 times, and adds 445 yards rushing with 1 touchdown. How would you feel about a season that was represented by those numbers?
Would like a few more touchdowns.
Okay.
I think that would be really my only. What was the completion percentage again?
See, that's such a good point as well. I think the fellas told me it was, I don't see it here, it was 64%. And I said to Shea, I sent Shea a text that said, way too low.
Yeah.
In Ben Johnson's offense, it's got to be, and I know, way too low. 65% is your bottom line. There were 20, I believe, I sent Shea the text, 20 quarterbacks who played in at least 10 games last year that completed 65% of their passes or more. It's a different game. I believe that the 65 completion percentage was Jared Goff's his first year working in Ben Johnson's offense. That was his completion percentage, and I think it went up to 67 in year 2, and I think it was 72 or something there this past year. So very interesting.
Yeah, I think I'd like it around like 66, 67.
I would as well. Clay, real quick before we take a break, also has both DJ Moore and Rome Odunze having more than 1,000 yards.
You know, we talked about that top 100 players list. I think Rome has to be on it next year.
I'm with you.
Because all the pressure and all the attention is on Caleb. Rome Odunze was a top 10 pick.
Yes, he was.
And top 10 picks, especially at the receiver position, especially in a year where you maybe didn't need to draft a receiver either. You probably could have used help on the offensive or defensive lines, and there were good offensive and defensive linemen that were on the board at that point. That's one that we're going to, or even like you passed on Brock Bowers too. That's one that we're going to be looking at as if that one doesn't hit, that could be a real fundamental miss.
I agree with you 100%, but I do believe Rome is going to have a breakout 2025. And finally, Colston Loveland, according to Mike Clay, projects to have 61 catches for 664 yards and 5 touchdowns. And that would come at the expense of Cole Kmet, who he has with 21 catches, 171 yards, and 1 touchdown. So these are just numbers that I think are fun to bat around, but pretty interesting. I think all of us expect improvement.
You need it.
Yeah, I think that's the case. All right, when we come back, Chris Bleck will step in, and you guys can tell us what you guys will be talking about tonight with Bleck and Abdallah.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Guess what, everybody? You are going to get some bonus Black and Abdallah tonight. Not Abdallah. Tyler's sitting in for Adam because he's going to a concert selfishly. No, I mean, I think he had plans.
Easy. You're going to get yourself a meeting with that.
He's been chippy lately, too.
Yeah. I'm going to get a meeting with Adam.
He's been chippy lately.
Wait a second. I'm going to get a meeting with Adam?
Oh,
what does a meeting with Adam Abdallah entail?
I'm just saying, careful.
Wait a second.
You're treading thin ice there.
I want to know what is a meeting. I'd like a meeting with Adam. I don't get to talk to him very frequently.
I'm not saying a thing. I'm just saying careful.
Really?
Tread lightly.
Who has been in a meeting with him recently?
I think Potsy's been reprimanded recently.
Oh.
He set me straight.
What would you do
days ago.
other than puke at Tyler's party?
No, I didn't have a conversation with Abdallah. Don't get him angry, though. I would not.
Potsy doesn't look him in the eyes anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, he avoid. You know,
Time out. What am I missing here?
You're not missing anything.
Has he become
Are
a
you
monster?
not wearing the same shirt?
I don't know.
It's a nice shirt. I'm also
you
a
got
little
a little
colorblind.
I got a little V.
Okay,
I got
all
a
right.
little Viore.
It's a nice shirt.
It's
Nice
a plain
shirt.
blue T-shirt. It could be any brand.
Yeah, but I can't wear the shirts, Jack, that basically erase your nipples. Like, they've got to be soft and cuddly, these shirts. Is yours soft and cuddly?
I don't know. You want to feel? Take a feel.
Cup of feel.
Take a feel. It's a little rougher. Oh yeah. Yours is softer.
That's buttery.
Yeah, that's.
I'm wearing like a
got the
stick
dream
of butter.
It's almost.
A what?
That's almost like a sleep shirt.
Yeah.
It's when you could wear to go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By
I
the
mean,
way,
you
I'm going to get you the name of the sheets my wife bought. They're unbelievable.
I could be in the market.
We just want to make sure you don't get a meeting.
Yeah.
Tom.
We're looking out for you, all right?
That's it. We're just making sure everything's peaceful. I didn't say a word. That's all
I mean, I
But yes, Tyler is filling in for Abdallah tonight, so we will have 50% of the Black and Abdallah show plus Tyler.
That's fantastic. And everybody, you can check them out on our YouTube and Twitch stream brought to you by the historic Flossmoor Golf Club. Place is spectacular. The golf there is unlike anything you've ever seen. To inquire about memberships, visit flossmoorgolfclub.com. So, yeah, you guys what are you talking about tonight?
Well, I want to talk about PCA, America's sweetheart.
He is.
He is the number one player in the world of sport. I also think...
Was there a little sarcasm attached to that?
A tad.
Yeah.
Do you guys
Are
feel...
you tired? Do you have PCA fatigue? It's
No,
just
not
getting
yet.
started.
I do want to say this. Do you guys feel like both teams were in cahoots in canceling the games tonight? They both canceled
came out at the
within
same time.
the same minute. Right at 5 o'clock, they both announced that they were canceling their games.
Well, do you think you can't play one and cancel the other?
It makes the other look really bad.
Yeah.
So do you think one side of town called the other side and said, hey, we're not up for this tonight. Can you guys lean our way? Why did it happen in coordination at the same time?
Even though the ballparks are, 8 miles apart?
Yeah, Yeah, and
Like,
it's not
you can
raining
get
right
different
now.
weather.
Well, I know, but I think by first pitch, there's a good chance of a gully washer.
Yeah, I've been checking the DAR
Yurko
over
said
here.
no.
The DAR. By the way, the DAR.
The DAR is looking mean right now.
I don't know. I trust Yurko's eye. His weather eye.
Why does everyone shorten every word? Like, it doesn't take longer, Tyler, to say radar versus DAR.
We're talking 2 syllables versus 1.
It is shorter.
And
DAR is shorter.
But
than
how
radar
much
is-
effort? How much effort does it take?
It's a
Listen,
lot.
you only get so many words, all right?
No, you don't. You get as many as you want. You're gonna use them all up
then
in the next hour and 35 minutes.
Yeah, so why would I waste some now? I got to save up for the rest of the show.
So you didn't like our conversation about punching people in the face?
It's not that I didn't like it.
You just don't have a list.
I don't really. I wasn't prepared to make a list. I didn't hear yours. I heard
mine?
Yurko's.
Okay, mine.
I didn't hear yours. Was I on Abdallah's?
First of all, no, you were
But
not
you
on
might be.
Abdallah's. But
Now?
you could
Tomorrow,
be now.
if they were to
that's
do it
very
tomorrow.
fair.
What has happened to my friend Adam? Like, this is not the Adam that I've come to know.
I don't know.
Wow, I think you guys are representing him as an angry guy.
I'm not saying anything. I didn't say a word.
It's gotten kind of surly.
He has.
Tyler said that.
Okay. All right.
He's a little aggressive.
Who was on were you uncomfortable when you put this list together?
Absolutely not.
No, because, do you feel the urge to punch people? I don't.
No, I didn't have quite the list that Jurko had, where I was including women. But I was not uncomfortable with my list and my selections whatsoever.
Who were they? I didn't
Aaron
go
Rodgers,
from 5 to 1.
I had Aaron Rodgers. I had Jimmy Fallon.
Why don't you like Jimmy Fallon?
He sucks.
Okay. I don't have a feeling about him either
I don't
way,
like him at all. I had Nick Wright from FS1.
Really?
Yes. Adrian Brody, the actor.
He thinks too much of himself, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
And then Rory McIlroy.
Really?
Yeah.
Rory's a great one.
Yeah.
That's a
Those
great
are my
new addition.
punchable people.
Is that a new feeling because he doesn't want to talk to the
Yes.
press, or you've always felt that way?
No, but in the
Doesn't want
last
to talk to the press. He
year,
doesn't want to play golf anymore.
it's ramped up. Like, this guy thinks he's so damn important. He's too good for everyone. You win the Masters, and now you're boo-hooing because you have to talk to the media. Dude, all you did when the live guys were leaving was talk to the media.
No, I agree. Why hasn't he been willing to talk?
he
Does he
hasn't
feel like
played.
he's been...
He's afraid of two things right now. He's afraid of getting grilled for not playing.
Yeah.
And he's afraid of getting grilled for the driver stuff.
But what was the big deal with the driver situation? Because he was using a driver that was deemed illegal?
Yeah, but
who gives a rat's ass?
That happens to 10 golfers
Right.
a tournament.
Right.
It's something you can't. He's not cheating.
No.
It's something you can't control.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either. So I'd punch him
So
right
you
in
put
the
him-
right in the
put him on the
mouth.
list?
How much of the want to punch him in the face too is the accent? He has a very punchable accent.
He can't. I don't think he can control that, though. I mean, the accent, that's fine. It seems a little phony, but it's fine.
Was
I mean,
this
Oh, you think it's a fake accent?
it comes
So he
across,
can control it.
Yeah, a little phony. It's a little phony. I got you.
Was this Abdallah's favorite list that he came up
I think
with?
it was all of our favorite
Yeah?
lists. It was a fantastic list that he added to the group. That
I
was
would have
great.
to think about it. Maybe I'll come in tomorrow
Now,
with my thoughts for it.
We did not expect.
By the way, I did say the person who was in charge of the scheduling for the rehab of the highway. That person.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's
I
a
heard
huge
that.
mistake.
That person's going to get punched in the face by you. I agree. Punch him twice.
The Reds, Cincinnati Reds owner.
I did not expect Jurko to have his 5 the moment we announced the idea.
Did he?
We
was
gave
he
the
given,
idea, and he goes, "Okay, I'm ready."
Was he
And he just
given
rattled
preview?
off.
You
He,
just had-
essentially rattled off the panel of The View and Rachel Maddow. That's who he wanted to punch.
I'm sure that he was just disappointed that the list was limited to 5.
Yes, it
He
was.
just has hate on the brain.
He had Mark Cuban on the list. He had who else did he have?
Hillary
He had-
Clinton?
Yes,
Madonna,
He had,
Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell, Whoopi. He had the whole group.
Who was on your list, Tyler, as you were sitting in there compiling?
The first one that came to mind was Zach Hampel, the foul ball guy.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
That guy should be punched in the face.
Get him out of here. I agree.
Anybody else, or is just a list of 1?
I'm sure Jack has some funny ones. Jack, who would you
Well,
punch?
it has to be a celebrity, right? So, I mean,
It depends.
I mean, I don't
Certainly not
we'll
Melissa
be the judge.
McCarthy.
We'll judge if they're a celebrity.
So Aaron Rodgers was my number one.
Okay.
My number two is I always thought Cooper Flagg had a punchable face.
Oh, you know what I would
But
do?
my issue is we think Justin Pottinger looks exactly like Cooper Flagg.
So you want to hit Potsy?
So I don't want to hit Justin, but I'm just saying he kind of looks like a guy who has a punchable face in Cooper Flagg.
I like it.
I got my 5.
I was going to say they're all Duke Blue Devils, aren't they?
Number
Coach
3.
K.
That's elder abuse.
Number 3 for me is David Cook. He won like season 7 or something of American Idol, and he beat David Archuleta, and I voted for David Archuleta.
You called in and
What
voted?
a jerk.
I was like 10 years old.
Okay, all right.
I was
We
upset by that.
add him to the list.
Yeah, that's about all I got. I'm trying to think. It's hard to come up with it off the top of your head.
Is it really? I thought it was rather
I don't
fun and enjoyable.
have many punch thoughts.
No punching thoughts.
There aren't people that just really irritate
you know what? I'm going to come up with a list driving home tonight, and then I'm going to get back to you guys. All right, I got to get out of here.
All right, enjoy.
Crosstalk brought to you by Steinhoffels.
Yes, it
Again,
is.
Black and Abdallah, it's Black and Tyler tonight. They're going to talk about punchable faces. I'm sure there's going to be some football, right? And Chris is going to tell you why he is fatigued by PCA
I'm not
mania.
fatigued.
I
Greatest
think
player
that's the
ever.
case. Thank you to Boog Shiambi for joining us today. Cade Horton joined us, and Big Cat, Barstool Big Cat. Jack McGrath, thank you. Tyler, thank you. Black and Abdallah's up next. Have a great night, everybody. This is ESPN 1000.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No hi from you?
What?
No hi from you?
I'll give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
At Potawatomi, where ways to win are endless, another chance to capture epic cash and prizes comes Friday, June 27th. It's the season finale blockbuster drawings. Watch your entries from Enchanted Spins, Unreal Treasures, and Boundless Bounty come together for drawings where $300,000 in cash and prizes is there for the taking. Be there to win your share. June 27th only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 years old to play.
Long time no see, buddy. How's it going? When did you get back?
Hey, good to see you. I've been home for almost a year, just trying to adjust and get back into the swing of things.
Well, it looks like you've been busy. I always see those pics you post of you and your family at all those events. What gives?
Oh, yeah, VetTix. VetTix gives.
What's VetTix?
VetTix is an awesome charity that gives free event tickets, like concerts and sporting events and shows, to currently serving military and vets, including immediate family of troops killed in action. You wouldn't believe how these events have helped me adjust to being back. It's just like a good time that I could have with my family, and all these new happy memories we're making are priceless.
And it's nice to know that people appreciate your service and your sacrifice.
Yeah, it is.
Listen, I've actually got extra tickets. Can I donate them?
Yeah, it's easy. Just go to vettix.org. It's a great site. You could give your extra tickets, and other vets like me could sign up to get them.
Cool. I'm on it, buddy. Good to know you're back. And hey, thank you for your service.
Now. We tend not to think about now. We dream about tomorrow, relive yesterday, but sometimes we don't see what's right in front of us. Victory over cancer is in front of us. Right now, cancer research is saving lives. Cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to new discoveries and new treatments, and ultimately, one day, victory over cancer. Right now, 1 out of every 2 men and 1 out of every 3 women will get cancer in their lifetime. Now is your moment. You may save someone you love. The V Foundation has the skill, the speed, and the strength to achieve victory over cancer. Because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory. Learn more at v.org.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ank. And Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Black and Abdallah are back. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. On FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Welcome in. It's Black and Abdallah. Tyler Aki filling in for Adam Abdallah tonight here on ESPN 1000. We are on the air until 8 o'clock this evening because the White Sox have postponed their game tonight against the Cardinals. There will be a straight doubleheader tomorrow starting at 1:10. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Jeff Meller will have the pregame show at 12:30 for the White Sox and the Cardinals tomorrow right here on ESPN 1000. And the Cubs, their game was also postponed. Both games here in the city postponed for tonight. The Cubs game, though, will be a split doubleheader on August the 18th with the Brewers. So Cubs and White Sox both postponed tonight. Black and Abdallah with Tyler filling in until 8 o'clock right here on ESPN 1000. Tyler, I wanted to start you with this tonight because last night the Cubs beat the Brewers 5-3. The Cubs now move to 45-28 on the season. They go up 6.5 on the Brewers heading into the game tomorrow against Milwaukee. Pete Crow Armstrong, to me, is the story of Chicago sports of the moment right now. He goes 1 for 2 last night, gets his 19th home run, that outrageous catch in center field as well. He's playing great baseball, and he really is the best story in all of Chicago sports at this moment. We have great expectations for the Chicago Bears heading into this upcoming season, but last year they disappointed, so there's nothing really there. Both the Bulls and the Blackhawks had disappointing winters, which at this moment, not really leading towards a lot of optimism here in the offseason for both of those teams. The White Sox are dismal. They're really bad. And when you look at the Cubs and their run at the moment, first place in the division, one of the best teams in baseball, it was unexpected to see Pete Crow play the way that he has to this moment. And to be in the conversation with 19 home runs, 58 driven in, 23 steals, a WAR of 4.3, and having the conversation on June the 18th whether or not he should be an MVP of the NL is really something totally unexpected, and it's great. It's a fantastic story, and it's the best story in Chicago sports right now.
Think about how superstar deprived we've been in this city over the last, how long? Since what? Kane and Taves left?
Kane, Taves, Butler was here at that
Jimmy
time.
Butler, yeah. And then
maybe a couple of rogue Bears players
and
in the
then there
mix.
were some Cubs, too, like in the 16, 17, 18, but like
a Roquan Smith mixed in with that.
But like true bona fide superstars, like some of the best in your sport. It's been a while since we've had one of those here. And he's certainly playing like it right now. And, you know, it is cool to see this guy that they acquired in a trade, part of the big sell-off from 4 years ago. And you're seeing the fruits of developing and player development here. He went through the system. He was a highly touted prospect, first-round pick, but now he's showing like, all right, we're really overachieving what our expectations were. I think people thought he could be a good player. I don't think anybody thought that he could be this. And Jed Hoyer pretty much said as much this morning with Kap and Hood.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm not the largest Cubs fan. You are a much bigger Cubs fan than I am, but I felt like I just was hoping he wasn't another Albert Almora. Right, Albert Almora, center fielder, speedster on the base pads, couldn't really do anything with the bat though. And then he fizzled out, and it just never transpired. And he was supposed to be a highly touted prospect that was supposed to be really good. Where Pete Crow Armstrong at this moment, he is doing the opposite of that. He is thriving in every moment that is presented to him. He is maximizing what is in front of him, and he's got power, and he is slugging, and he's stealing bases, and he's making great grabs in the outfield, and he's really transforming, I think, what is possible for this team at the end of the season. We all expected Kyle Tucker to be the player to be raving about throughout this year because, like you mentioned, there's not a lot of star power in this city right now. And when the Cubs make a move to trade for Kyle Tucker, it's like, okay, there you go. There's the best player in all of Chicago sports. He's right there. And Kyle Tucker's had a nice season. And somehow Pete Crow Armstrong has outshined him. Yeah, and the great thing is that this is just the start. Now, there's no guarantee to how this career plays out, right? But I think what is cool is right now it gives you something to kind of focus in on each and every night. And a player that right now is carrying this team to perhaps think about what's going to happen in the playoffs. Because when you have performances like this and the power and the stealing and the outfield coverage that he brings to the table, those are the type of players that have an impact in October.
He does the stuff that is like made for social media. Like he's effectively a human clip farm, right? Yeah. Like what he does is he makes outstanding catches in the field, diving, sliding, catches that have like 0% catch probability. He hits towering home runs. Like, he doesn't just get the ball over the fence. The one last night, 452 feet. It's probably the longest home run I've seen at Wrigley Field before. And then he is exciting on the base paths, too. Like, he does all of the things that makes for exciting baseball. Power, speed, and incredible play in center field. It's what he is.
Yeah, it is. And I think what I look at as just a Chicago sports fan, and we look at the Cubs throughout this season, I don't think the Brewers are going to be able to keep pace with them. And I think it's not going out on a limb at this moment to say that the Cubs are one of the best teams in baseball. I know that the Dodgers haven't won as many games as people thought that they would to this point, sitting right now at 45 wins. So are the Cubs at 45 wins. The Mets are at 45 wins. And those are the three best teams in the NL. You have the Phillies at 43, the Brewers at 39, the Giants at 41, and the Padres at 39 wins. And really, if we entered the playoffs this week, I would suggest that the Cubs have just as good of a chance to win the NL as any of these other teams, even the big bad Dodgers, because the Dodgers have dealt with equally, if not more, injuries to this point that the Cubs have. And that's where when Shota Imanaga gets back, the Cubs will have an ace, a pseudo ace. He's not maybe a 1A guy, but he's a 1. He's a 1B. Yeah. If not, he's right in that category. And if he can get hot, maybe you can ride that throughout a playoff series or two to get to the NLCS. And I think that's where the health and looking at the Dodgers and looking at the Mets and how the pitching matchups shape up, I would give the Cubs just as good of a chance as either of those two to advance.
Well, I think really across the board in the NL, like if you somehow got the Dodgers in a 3-game series, I think any of those top teams in the NL could beat the Dodgers in a 3-game series. And then even in a 5-game series, too, right after that. So I none of it would shock me because I just think the pitching for Los Angeles right now is a little thin, largely due to injuries. Some of it's going to come back in October, but for every arm that we see get brought back into that Dodger rotation and bullpen, there's one that goes down with an injury. It's just the way that season's been. And they're probably the only team who has the depth to withstand the amount of injuries. Like any other team that had that many injuries to their pitching staff would be completely out of the race at this point.
Well, and that's what's amazing about it. They've dealt with the injuries, and they still are tied for the most wins in the NL, right? Like they're 45 and 29. Anyone else would be struggling.
Their records would be flipped. They'd be 29 and 45.
Exactly. But the Dodgers have so much talent, and they've spent so many resources. And Shohei is now just getting back to pitching. So, like, they're going to be there in the end. And the Cubs, to this point, not only it's the best story as a team in Chicago sports, but Pete Crow Armstrong and his play to this point is the best story in Chicago sports at this point in the summer.
And he's entertaining, too, like as a character for the game. Like, when we talk about making the game exciting and marketing the game, he's one of the most marketable guys there is going to be in baseball for the next 10 or so years. And I think baseball's happy that he's at where he's at right now because you've got an ascending star. I can guarantee you one thing right now, because he's in all likelihood, he's pretty much wrapped it up. He's going to start the All-Star game in center field for the NL. He'll be mic'd up. I can guarantee it.
Oh, yeah. And I think he is someone that participates when asked upon to do this stuff for TV or radio interviews. Or it seems like the moment isn't too big for him. I think he's enjoying himself to this point, and it's fun to watch.
He's the little brother of the team. You see the way he interacts with all of them. They all just love to mess with him.
Yeah.
Because they know, like, he's 23 years old. He doesn't have as much life experience as everyone else on the team, and they just love messing with him. Like him and Seiya with the cup checking and stuff like that. Like,
it's a little, like, his play is a little cockiness, arrogance to it. But then when you back it up, it's like, it's, cool. It's also kind of fun.
Yeah.
And like he's, having fun with his teammates, having fun with the fans, and it all works. And it's definitely something that baseball fans should enjoy throughout the summer as well. If you want to join the conversation, Tyler's in for Abdallah. It's Bleck and Abdallah here on ESPN 1000. You can call us at 312-332-3776. Jed Hoyer was on the radio station earlier today. We'll play some of that coming up next.
This is Bleck and Abdallah on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Did you know VA home loans are a key to home ownership for those who served?
It was a personal goal of mine to try and purchase a home before the age of 30. I do remember the first moment I walked into my home. I remember that real clearly, actually. I walked in and I could hear my footsteps echo off the back wall. And the first thing I thought in my head was, man, furniture is going to be real expensive. The VA not requiring any down payment prior to buying the home is actually really beneficial because it allowed me to take that money I had budgeted to go out and buy furniture, food, cleaning supplies, pretty much everything I needed. Using the loan itself wasn't too complicated. It's very user-friendly, and the VA was really helpful, showing me what I needed to do and how I would go about it. Purchasing a home is scary. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things that are new to you and that you won't understand, but ultimately it's not impossible, and they make it so that anybody can do it. Oh, I'm extremely glad I did it. It was one of the best things I could have done for myself, I think.
To learn more about VA home loans, visit va.gov/home loans.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids,
What do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. You're listening to Black and Abdallah on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Talking Cubs baseball, 312-332-3776. Tyler Aki's in for Abdallah. It's Chris Black with Tyler Aki tonight. Black and Abdallah here on ESPN 1000. Tyler, I want to get your opinion on what Jed Hoyer had to say earlier today with Kap and J Hood. Jed Hoyer, VP of the Chicago Cubs, joined Kap and J Hood this morning and talked about there being no concerns on financial resources when the Cubs get to the trade deadline. Here's Jed Hoyer.
Yeah, that's not a concern for me at all. I think that, the resources will be there. I think that the real question is just going to be how it lines up from a trade standpoint. I think it's likely to be a seller's market. I don't think that we know how it's going to develop yet. I think that, we're still too far away from the deadline. There's too many games to be played, and there's teams that may fall out of it that, we're expecting that we aren't expecting. There may be teams that we think are going to sell that play well and don't sell. So I think it's still too far away to really have a sense of it. But yeah, from a resource standpoint, from a ownership support standpoint, I think that's there, no question.
Are you concerned that when the Cubs get to the trade deadline that they won't be able to pull off something, maybe go after a top-line starter to add to this rotation or to accomplish whatever they need to acquire at the trade deadline? Are you worried as a Cubs fan?
From a financial standpoint?
Well, with the assets, and then if it's someone worthy of extending or having money for, with the Kyle Tucker coming around the corner, with Pete Crow needing a contract at some point, are you concerned with any of that?
I think what he was doing there, I think to a degree he was trying to soften the blow of we may not get what everyone wants.
Yeah, number one starter.
Well, because I think he's trying to frame it as it's a seller's market. And, I mean, if you look at the trade crop out there of what's available, there really isn't anything that I think clearly puts you over the top right now. So I think he's trying to temper some Cubs fans' expectations of what this could look like, because I think he kind of knows, every team would love to have a top-line starter. There just may not be top-line starters out there.
Yeah, and I think that's where, the name that popped up a couple weeks ago was Chris Sale, because Atlanta is not in contention. Now, I don't think that was a realistic name to throw out there, because I don't think that he's actually going to be available. And I do see teams that are in it. every year go and try and raid the cabinet of those teams that fall out of it early, even though Atlanta's a team I would guess is not heading for a rebuild. They're a team that's going to try and win next year.
No, yeah, they'll just say, let's run it back.
Yeah, right. So usually those are the teams that are selling, are the teams that are clearly heading towards a rebuild situation. But you're right. There's not likely to be that top-line starter that's out there that would really change the game for the Chicago Cubs. So one other thing that Jed Hoyer talked to Kap and J Hood about is Kap was pointing to the Cubs heading to the deadline in 2016 and the ability to go out and to seize the opportunity and make a trade for Aroldis Chapman.